overcome a 15-point deficit. Duncan Robinson drives and finishes. Another tough shot. 10 straight points by the Heat. And Denver needs a timeout.
Oh, baby. Mike Breen on the call for ABC 70 ESPN as the Heat keep counting that out. Those jokers are tough. Winning a big game, 111-108. Jimmy Buckets and company doing the damn thing as the series shifts back to Miami Wednesday. Game number 3, a big weekend in sports, man. I had a lot of fun this weekend. A lot of good baseball. Giants lose their second straight home series, losing to the Pirates and the Orioles. Not good. Not a good start to June. Not a good start. And this whole depth with the starting pitching, I don't know. I think they're going to need a couple arms if they want to really make a move down a stretch and make a run at this thing here. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the strippers who made a lot of money this weekend. All the professional dancers. Good morning to all the community bus drivers, cow train drivers. A lot of packed cow trains yesterday going to the game, but a lot of fun. What's up, Lubman? Happy birthday to Spadoni again. He just turned 30. We had a lot of fun Saturday. And you, Shasky, what is happening? What is your big takeaway this weekend?
Big takeaway from the weekend? God, it's summer, baby. Let's go. That's number one.
Is it officially summer?
Well, I mean, I think Memorial Day is essentially the opening of summer, although some, I don't know, would say that it's when kids get out of school. So depending on when your kids get out of school, that's when it starts. No, it was a great sports weekend. And that game I guess you want to start there with the NBA Finals?
We can start wherever you want to start.
Well, no, watching that game last night, the Miami Heat are so unique. They're so different, right? So you've got a coach who we all believe's kind of like an old school. He's got the combination of X's and O's with gut, with kind of ruling with an iron fist, but at the same time, it feels like, he'll pull any trigger at any given time. I'm talking about Eric Spoelstra here. And then I look at their team, and it's really like one dude that everybody respects as a playoff performer who kind of elevates himself from regular season to playoffs. And then it's a bunch of randos, right? And not that Bam Adebayo's some random, he's on a max contract, but he's not somebody that people would point at and go top 20 player in the NBA. He doesn't stick out like that. He's very, very good. I get weird, and this is a cross-sport analogy, I get that 2014 San Francisco Giants vibe from the Miami Heat. In just the sense of they're so random, and yet when they get into the playoffs, keep doubting them. Keep doubting them. Oh, yeah, this team's going to beat them. That team's going to beat them. And yet here they are, and they win a huge game. They go to the zone, and they just take away the passing lanes from Jokic, and it feels like they kind of suffocated that offense. I don't know, man. Maybe I just slept on the Miami Heat in this series after one game. I jumped to one other end of the room thinking, it'll be a 5-game series. I don't know. Maybe I wrote them off too quickly.
Well, I don't know how the series is going to play out, but we do have a series with the Heat. Winning the game in Denver. It was the first home loss for Denver in these playoffs. Jokic was special, no doubt, but all of a sudden, Jamal Murray got shellacked. I love Jimmy Butler taking on that challenge and guarding Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
And then Michael Porter Jr., you got to get something from him. He got shook up yesterday, and the Heat forced him into some bad shots. He did not play any defense. He had a lot of miscommunication on the pick-and-roll defense. You saw it early in the game. You saw it late in the game. And then Mike Malone with the Bruce Brown, which he may have to do a lot more in this series. So we'll see, man. We'll see about Miami. I thought Bam Adebayo's had a good run. He's doing all he can against Jokic, but offensively, he's making shots. He's making them pay. You got the guys to make some open threes. Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, doing a great job there. So we got a series in the NBA Finals. It's got a real fun series coming up.
You know what I really loved about watching Miami, and it's sometimes you see teams, they go to the zone and they do it to protect 3 guys on the court or whatever, right? Now, Miami has personnel that cannot play defense. Duncan Robinson's not a defender, right? They've got guys. But when you have Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo in a zone, you're talking about 2 elite defenders when they want to be, 2 elite defenders. I found it very interesting. And then they were allowing Jokic to go up against anyone. So depending on, you've seen when the Warriors run a zone, Bonte, it'll be Draymond will pass off Jokic to another big, or he'll stay with him, but everyone else is in a zone, so it's almost like a box-and-1. Yesterday, you saw Caleb Martin, Kevin Love. There was a time where they had freaking Lowry on Jokic for a couple of possessions. Just the defensive sophistication and the ability for that team to suffocate you with that zone. They did it against the Warriors. I don't know if you remember that game when the Warriors went up against the Miami Heat. They went zone against them and kind of stifled the Warriors.
Well, the Heat love to extend their zone as well. They don't just run it in the half court. They'll pick it up at half court. They'll pick it up past half court to the opposite end of the floor, and they'll extend that 1-3-1 zone, and it's really impressive. Boston could do nothing. NBA teams that can't penetrate its own defense, I never thought I saw today. It'd be like a team running a wishbone in the NFL. It's that's not working. You're not going to run the option. You're not going to run this stuff. And now you see little elements of the RPO, some of the option game in the NFL. Zone defenses, I love the implementation of zone defenses. What was that, 15, 20 years ago maybe? But teams really didn't buy into it. It didn't seem like teams bought into it until Nick Nurse and the Toronto Raptors started getting goofy with it against the Golden State Warriors with their 3-2 zone, their triangle and 2, their box and 1 or whatnot. So I like the zone defense, and They took away the assist of Nikola Jokic. Just make him a score, and shut everybody else down, which is smart. You got to live with something. You're not going to shut them down.
No.
But if you can slow them down in one area, and it's the same thing the Warriors did last year in the playoffs. Exactly. It's something they did last year in the regular season or whenever they played Nikola Jokic. They take away his passing because that's when he's most devastating, getting everybody involved with backdoor cuts, pick-and-roll game, wide-open threes or whatnot. So credit to Miami, man. That's a tough win in Denver, so I can't wait for Game 3.
Well, and then wild oscillations within that game, back and forth. One team's got an 11-point lead, the other team fights back, and then a lead in the other direction. I thought that was a fun game. For all the people saying this is going to be a boring finals or whatever, now it's one game. But that was a one game. I thought that was a fun game to watch as someone who has no weight on the game.
I mean, it was intense from the start. I loved the energy in the first quarter with Miami coming out and being physical, taking a 10-2 run. The crowd was into it. It was a lot of physical basketball, pure, honest basketball. Not much flopping in this game.
You got some
Lowry. People. Well, Kyle Lowry's going to do Kyle Lowry's going to do what Kyle Lowry does.
I'm triggered by Kyle Lowry.
But you know what, though, man? For the most part, we all anticipated this. I think if you're a real basketball fan, I was looking forward to this series because of the coaching matchup, the schemes of Eric Spoelstra, the schemes of Mike Malone, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray in their pick-and-roll game. Basically, John Stockton and Karl Malone 2.0, in my opinion. I mean, they're devastating in that pick-and-roll game. But then you got the scrappy Miami Heat, who are not your ordinary 8 seed. They're not. No. They're just not. And they got some guys who are just hard-nosed, blue-collar, and they're going to fight you to the death, the Pat Riley type of team, with that mindset. So I'm enjoying the series. I anticipate, Game 1, maybe a little overreaction, thinking, boy, Miami's going to have to play close to perfect to win a game. I still think they're going to have to play close to perfect to win a game. But now all of a sudden I'm looking at it from a different side saying, what if Michael Porter Jr. does go MIA in this
series? Do you like him as a player? I see the upside.
Yeah,
to me, he's so inconsistent.
I don't know yet. I feel bad for him because I don't think we're able to see the real Michael Porter Jr.
What do you mean by that?
Because of the back injuries.
Yeah,
this guy, from all the scouting departments, all the people, Mully would talk about him. Mully, when he was coaching the St. John's, was scouting. And I remember he was scouting Trae Young. It was a game with Trae Young. It was a game with Cole Anthony Jr., Michael Porter Jr.
This is when they were in high school.
This is in high school.
Okay.
And Mully was telling me, he was like, this guy was baby KD.
Wow.
This guy was unbelievable, Michael Porter Jr. Remember, he was highly touted coming out of high school. He goes to Missouri. But his back injury, I think, really has compromised his game. And now he plays like a guard. He's 6'11".
I know.
But he stands on the three-point line. Yeah. So I don't know if we're able to see the real Michael Porter Jr. So I kind of feel bad for him. So when I see him play, I'm just like, he's just another 3 guy who doesn't play any defense.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
He was playing defense.
He was playing defense,
but not
Miami
in this game.
Picked on him.
Yes.
Miami picked on him, man. He blew a lot of assignments yesterday.
Fouling late.
When I pay him at $33 million a year,
well, that's a whole nother conversation. As we talk about Jordan Poole getting overpaid, I look at someone like Michael Porter Jr. and I'm like, it's a lot to pay for him. But I do look at what he brings to that team. I can see Patrick Baldwin Jr. I could see where he could see a role similar to Michael Porter Jr., where their games can be kind of comparative. You're hoping that you can get more defense and maybe more passing out of someone like Patrick Baldwin Jr. Am I making too far of a leap?
No, I don't think so.
Because when I look at someone like him, would you say he's their 4th option or their 3rd?
He's their 4th.
Because on any given night, I feel like him and Gordon can kind of flip-flop.
Yeah, well, him, KCP, or
KCP
Gordon,
too,
or Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what happens in this series, man. He blew a lot of assignments. I think Miami's feeling good, going back to the 3-0-5. Now, it would have been interesting if we still had the old finals format, 2-3-2.
The 2-3-2.
Now
I kind of like that format for traveling and everything, yeah.
I like the 2-2-1-1-1 because it's fair. Like a team, all of a sudden, you imagine if you're Miami, you get 3 straight home games.
Well, so I was listening to the Miami, I listened to Lebatard, and they're talking about when they played the Dallas Mavericks in 2006, it was the old 2-3-2 format.
Yep.
And so they went down 2-0.
Right.
And Dwayne Wade had very few free throw attempts. And then Donaghy was refereeing that particular series. And Dwayne Wade had 24 and 25 free throws in back-to-back games. So by the time you get to that game 6, they had built this momentum of the 3 games at at home, and so it actually helped the away team because of the 3 games in a row. It was very interesting to hear that.
You know why they went to the 2-3-2, right?
Was for travel?
Yeah, for Boston and the Lakers. They kept going to the finals, and they were like, we don't want these back-to-back flights going back from L.A. to Boston because that's a long flight.
It's a really long
they went to 2-3-2, but now I like the 2-2, especially in today's world where you got charter jets, charter flights, first class. You can go 2-2-1-1-1. I think that's more fair. Got about 5 minutes or 8 minutes before the first break. Giants. Giants. Now, you sent the stuff to the thread where Farhan Zaidi told MLB Network, we're going to be aggressive at the deadline, which to me, it didn't blow me away because I'm like, you know what? This is the Giants' way. If you're in it, you're going to make a move. But watching DeSclafani yesterday throw up all over himself. And the big talk, and we've talked about this all season long, the Giants will hit, although they didn't hit much yesterday. And they didn't hit much this weekend against Baltimore.
Weekend wasn't
Baltimore's a tough team, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, they're very good.
And Baltimore's legit. And the way they built their roster, man, it's been coming. And they got some momentum last year by bringing up some of these guys, Rushman and Gunnar Henderson, who didn't play yesterday. They brought those guys up late last year, and they got some momentum. They made a run for the wild card. They bled that into this year and carried that over into this season. And now they're in a battle with the AL East, man. They're right there with Tampa Bay and the Yankees. But the Giants, a lot of people said their starting rotation is the deepest they've seen in years. And
what did you and I say?
I didn't believe it. I just didn't believe it. I thought I was missing something. Well, Shao Manaea hasn't started, really.
I mean, he's
Ross Stripling's hurt.
Rush.
Alex Cobb's been solid. He's been solid.
Alex Cobb's been very good.
Solid.
Alex Cobb's been very good.
Logan Webb is Logan Webb, although he gave up the home run late in the game against Gunnar Henderson Friday, but I thought Logan Webb pitched well.
Yeah, he pitched his what
Scafati is inconsistent.
Well,
so you need some
April.
bars. He had a great April, but
May hasn't been as now it's June, but May wasn't as favorable. But he was great in April. But yes, keep going.
But April doesn't carry over until July.
No.
And now all of a sudden you're starting to get beat up a little bit, and it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter in these cities. The humidity is going to go up. How are you going to be able to last? They need a couple arms. They need Kyle Harrison to come up, and even then,
he's like a 4-inning guy now.
I heard Spinotti brought up Shane Bieber, and I heard you bring up Giolito. Shane Bieber's the guy to go get.
You think so?
I love Shane Bieber.
Really?
I love Shane Bieber.
I'm surprised how optimistic you are.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, he's got the year left, and Cleveland's 27-32 right now. Shane Bieber, and this is, you do all this research, you geek out in fantasy baseball. This guy was one of the best pitchers in baseball for a long time. You look at his this is the guy to get. All right, go back to 2019 when he was an All-Star as a 24-year-old pitcher. 3.28 ERA. The whip was all the way down to 1.05. All right, that's legit. 15-8. Next year, lockout year, or excuse me, the pandemic shortened season. 8-1, 1.63 ERA.
If you had 8 wins in that 60-game season, you're pretty special.
1.63 ERA.
Yeah.
All right. Next year, 3.17 ERA, but only pitches 16 games, has an injury. Then last year, he pitches 200 innings, 13-8, 2.88 ERA, and the whip at 1.04. This guy's a strikeout pitcher. He's a ground ball pitcher. He does whatever you need to do. If there's a guy that you go get, this guy could be your ace. That's how good Shane Bieber is. So if there's a chance to get Shane Bieber, you go get him. But I don't know if Jock or Yaz or any, you may have to give up something to go get this guy. That's a guy I go try to get, and I go give him a contract. He's 28 years old right now. It starts with, can I get Bieber? And if I strike out on Bieber, then I think about everybody else.
Well, he's under team control. That's the key. So, for me, whatever they're going to do at the deadline or leading up to the deadline is about building for the future. It's not just about the current. Yes, trying to win this year, I get it, but it's also about next year. And so, whatever move they make, they can't deplete their cupboard. They're finally feeling good when it comes to the farm system, and it feels like things have turned the corner and lots of guys are doing well. The one area, B, where they do have a lot of depth at the major league level, and it feels like in the farm system, feels like outfield.
Yeah.
Right? You got a lot of outfielders, right?
Right.
So could they package one of the major league guys with a lower end prospect or two from their system to go get someone like that? I don't know. I don't know. Is an Austin Slater, for example, and I know the Austin Slater stands are going to come flying at me because he's such a great pitcher.
Austin Slater has stands?
Oh, you don't know about them?
I don't.
Oh, there are people who say that Austin Slater, because Clayton Kershaw listed him as one of his toughest guys to get out, he's one of the great right-handed hitters against left-handed hitters in the game for the last 3 years. Bro, whatever. He doesn't even start every day, so whatever. His numbers, his splits are fine. They're good, but people overrate him. He made a horrible error yesterday in right field. He made a nice diving play on Saturday in center field.
Yeah, I didn't know he had stands. Austin Slater has stands. I guess anybody could have stand now.
Can we agree that, Haniger has kind of underperformed? I'm hoping he can turn it around. Conforto, the heel injury worries me. Right now, that heel, that could be plantar fasciitis, that could be Achilles. There's a lot goes on to that. Center field, it's Yaz, it's Brett Wisely, it's, to me,
Wisely not good in the field yesterday.
I don't think Wisely's good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He's not good in the field.
Second base, center field, I don't think he's a very good player. And then you got Austin Slater. Luis Matos, you have to create room for him. Yeah. So that's why I want to see them maybe package one of these veteran outfielders with something from the farm to just move off and open up a spot. Wilmer Flores is another guy who you've been platooning in the DH spot. Jock, who I haven't referenced. Yeah. I don't know if any of these guys have value, but I feel like they're clogging up your roster right now, and I would kind of want to move some of those guys away.
Well, I wouldn't move some guys away. Let's say, use Shane Bieber here.
Uh-huh.
You bring in Shane Bieber, he has a year left on his deal.
Now Logan Webb and him at the top.
Shane Bieber, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, now we're talking.
I mean, we're talking big boy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about that's a legit three-man rotation if you get into the playoffs where it's like, oh, we're deadly. And then you could maybe bring a pitcher in on the back end, a fourth starter somewhere.
Wisenhunt, who's flying through their system right now, he's got the Bumgarner feel. I know you're going to roll your eyes at me.
I'm not rolling my eyes.
He's getting elevated. He dominated single A. He's going to double A right now. Wisenhunt, 20 years old, 21 years old. He looks like he's coming to the big soon.
Now, somebody asked me yesterday, JMC underscore 1982, I'm a Bonte anti-stan. That's fine. I got a lot of those haters.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, he's just a hater.
Anti-stan.
He loves to hate me. That's why he listens every day.
It's so weird.
No, it's so great. Weird. Actually, great. I embrace haters. If you're a hater, I actually would love to take a selfie with you. I love my haters. People were asking me yesterday, Bumgarner, bring Bumgarner back. Bumgarner. Why would you want to bring Madison Bumgarner back? Did anybody watch Madison Bumgarner pitch the last 2 years?
Well, why is anyone else in Major League Baseball not jumping over themselves?
Told you guys. Nobody wants him. Texas.
I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked.
I'm not shocked. He was awful this year.
Yeah, but Russell
and he's not a good clubhouse guy.
No, that's the bigger thing.
You know?
But there's lots of evidence of guys like, for example, Russ Ortiz, who got bought out of a contract, who was god-awful in Atlanta, all right, for example, who someone would bring in. Like that, there's many, many cases of it. I think, to me, the bigger thing is he doesn't work out on his own, which is a big deal. And then clubhouse fit. People don't want to play with him.
Yep. Nah, nobody.
On top of being garbage.
Nobody.
Yeah, that Zach Buchanan article from The Athletic was very scathing on Bumgarner.
Him.
That's why no one's touching him with a 10-foot pole, because he refuses to change.
But you can see it, though. He doesn't partake in team activities. He thinks it's beneath him. His act wore thin towards his later years with the Giants. So I'm Bumgarner.
People are really bringing that up to you. I'm a little surprised there.
No, I'm not.
You're not? Because he's so
nostalgic
beloved?
Reasons. People think that Bumgarner can rediscover what he had in 2014 to hell, even 2016. So.
2016 he was really good.
Yep.
I mean, that was a long time ago.
7 years ago. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to YouTube, all the haters, all the players in the YouTube chat right now. Good morning to all you guys. We will talk more basketball. We got some football talk. Draymond Green did a podcast with Steve Kerr. Roger Craig, rest in peace. We'll get into that as well. As this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And when I say Roger Craig, I mean Humm baby, not the running back for the 49ers, because a lot of people may confuse that. Roger Craig, the former manager of the Giants, our first manager, obviously, when we grew up as Giants fans, an 89 baseball team, Humm baby, brought in Dusty Baker as a hitting coach. Dusty Baker later replaced Roger Craig. Roger Craig had a long life in the game of baseball, passed away at the age of 93. We'll get into that. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services.
That said, I'm a hater.
Life is uncertain. It's
on the offensive side, we tend to have really good first, second, and third innings where we're like grinding down a starting pitcher. And I think there have been times when we've let pitchers off the hook and they've throw 65, 70 pitches on them in the first 2 or 3 innings, and somehow they survive through the 5th inning or the 6th inning, and we don't deliver that one big blow that knocks a pitcher out of a game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, the Orioles hung in there yesterday, and they jumped out to a 7-0 lead. That call you heard from Kipe was Blake Sable hitting a home run in the 6th inning. That was a lone highlight for the Giants yesterday as they get rolled by the O's 8-3. Aaron Hicks with a big day. Hayes, it's a good team, man. Mullins wasn't even playing. Henderson was out with an injury. I love Adley Rutschman, the catcher. He DH yesterday. This Orioles team, man, 37-22, 20-10 on the road. They are playing some good baseball here. And a letdown for the Giants. A letdown. Let's be honest, man. This 6-game homestand, they go 2-4, losing 2-3 to the Pirates, 2-3 to the Orioles. They'll head out to, I believe, Coors Field.
Yes, they start at
Coors Field and then Chicago to play the Cubs. And then they're back home for that tough 10-game stretch or on the road where they got to go to St. Louis. They got to play the Dodgers. They got to play the Padres before. They got to play the Diamondbacks. Things get murky for the Giants here in June. The June swoon is real. They better get their stuff right, man, because I'm literally concerned about the Giants here in the month of June.
What do you mean by the concern?
Their arms. I'm concerned about the arms.
Yeah,
I'm concerned about the arms. Are you going to out-hit everybody every single game? I don't know.
No. See, I'm like zooming back out, right? Like heading into this year, hover around 500. But like for me, it wasn't really about record. It was like, can you show me the development from the farm? Check. Like, I'm seeing that. Now, obviously, I want to see some sustainability. I don't want to see guys have a great month and then fall off the map, right? And go back down into the minors or struggle or whatever. But, like, Estrada feels like a big league ball player who plays every day. I look at Logan Webb, and he feels like a frontline type of a pitcher. I look at Camilo Duvall. He's explosive.
Right.
I mean, that at bat versus Rushley on Saturday.
Yep.
I mean, he's choking up, just trying to foul it off opposite way. Like, that's one of the MVP candidates of the league, and he has this guy struggling to even pick the ball up. And then I look at Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. Show me progress. Well, I see promise and progress. So I'm feeling really good overall about the health of the organization. Clearly, the minor league system feels like it's turning the corner.
You concerned about Casey Schmidt?
No.
235 the last 15 days.
Yeah, I believe me, I'm well aware. And there's a lot being made of chase rate, this chase rate thing, which is, it's kind of comical to me. I mean, Bonte, it's his first month in the bigs. He's batting over 300. All right? Like, people need to take a deep breath. Do you know right now? Let me ask you this one, because I did some advanced research on this. Almost every single great hitter of all time will tell you the same thing. What do pitchers try to do on the first pitch, Bonte?
Try to get a strike.
Exactly. So what's usually the best couple of pitches to swing at?
Swing at the first pitch.
Early in counts, right? Early in counts. Since 1988, when they started tracking these things, really breaking it down, 2 strike counts. 2 strikes. So it could be 1-2, 2-2, 3-2, 0-2. It doesn't matter. There's only one guy in baseball with a minimum of 3,000 plate appearances who has over a 265 average with 2 strikes.
Barry Bonds?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Tony Gwynn.
That makes
and he
sense.
batted over 300.
Right.
Hitting with 2 strikes is an art, okay? It takes a long time to develop that skill.
So what's the adjustment Casey Schmidt needs to make? Because he's batting, look, again, 235 in the last 15 days.
Well, what about the double the night before?
12 of 51 his last 15 days, 12 strikeouts, 2 stolen bases, only the 1 walk. His OPS is under 600. Hell, it's under 550. It's not good.
Okay, now
what adjustment does he need? What does he need to make to get back on track here?
Well, I mean, there's only a handful of guys batting over 300 in the league right now. So what I would say to you is, look at Brandon Crawford. He's under 200.
Okay, but we know that.
Schmidt is doing really fine right now.
We're not comparing Schmidt to Brandon Crawford. We know Crawford is a liability with this bat. For the most of his career, he's batted 230, 240, 250, whatnot.
And he's been basically one of the greatest shortstops in Giants history.
Right. So all I'm asking is what adjustment does Casey Schmidt need to make to get back on track?
No, he needs to continue to play every day. Right. And yes, would I like him to take a walk every now and then? For sure. I watched Matt Williams, who was up and down for 3 years, up and down in the majors and the minors. He struck out 140 times his first full season. Now, Matt Williams had infinitely more power than what Casey Schmidt has. young players are going to have plate discipline issues.
They will.
Not everyone comes up and is a full version of themselves at the plate.
I just want to see what adjustments he makes because the league has adjusted to him now.
Okay.
And now he's going to see some big boys very, very soon.
Of course.
Especially with the Dodgers and the Padres. Now the Padres pitching.
But haven't you seen more in 1 month from him than Joey Bart in 2 years?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
I have.
Right, and I would also say this, like, everyone just needs to take a deep breath. Like, the kid's glove is MLB every day ready, okay? Yeah, the bat has flashed at times, and for me, the bigger thing is, this last weekend, he got exposed, but he had a double in, I believe, Saturday night's game that was like, oh, that's a big boy hit.
Right.
That's a big boy hit late in the game against an elite player, their closer, who's throwing, a zillion miles an hour, who's absolutely nasty. So I'm totally fine with where Casey Schmidt's at right now.
I just don't want to see him get into a deep slump, man. You lose your confidence, all of a sudden you're batting 200. Right now he's down to 295. Remember, he came out like gangbusters.
Yeah.
He's scalding the baseball. Scalding it, hitting all over the place here. Just want to see him make some adjustments. The last 2 weeks hasn't been pretty for him. Patrick Bailey, I like where he's at here, but real quick, thoughts on Humm, baby, man. 93 years old, our first manager. I think people forget that he was a player. Mm-hmm. He won 3 World Series, won a couple with the Brooklyn Dodgers back in the day, but he was part of that movement where Will Clark comes up, Robbie Thompson comes up, and he helped usher that new era in Giants baseball in.
You know how, like, we look at Jim Barnett and I guess to a lesser degree Don Nelson as guys that, like, you can't talk about the history of the league and all these different franchises without somehow, like, referencing them. I look at Roger Craig the same way. You referenced the Brooklyn Dodgers, started Game 4, their one and only World Series victory in Brooklyn. Huge game for him there. He went on and was part of the upstart San Diego Padres. He went on and was upstart for the New York Mets when he was a player, Padres when he was a coach. The guy lost 18 consecutive games as a pitcher on the 62 Mets, which is unbelievable. And then, like, what he did as a pitching coach for the Detroit Tigers, I think cemented his legacy in the game. He taught the split finger to Jack Morris, who would end up being one of the great playoff performers of the 80s and 90s.
10 innings. Game 7. 10 innings.
He's an all-timer. And then, like, I was reading an article last year, and this is to go, like, kind of like full picture here, about Kevin Gausman.
Right.
And Kevin Gausman has kind of scuffled. This is before he became a Giant. And he found the split finger. And somehow, some way, someone who Roger Craig had taught the split finger to Kevin Gausman. And it helped resurrect his career. John Burkett talked about him. Mike Krukos talked about him. This is a guy who one pitch has found a way to kind of create a legacy for himself. And yeah, he was a seminal part of our childhood. I started collecting cards in the late 80s. My dad would take me to games. And the Mother's Day game, when they gave out Mother's Day cards, was this seminal moment for me as a baseball fan. It was 1989, and I'll never forget it. And he was wearing that satin windbreaker thing underneath the jersey, and I looked at that card over and over and over and over again. And yeah, Humm Baby was the first manager. That was like my formative years of, like, understanding what baseball was at the very, very, very beginning of my love. I mean, I was 7 years old. So, like, Roger Craig means a lot to me. That 89 team means a lot to me. Kevin Mitchell, who loved Roger Craig.
Candy Maldonado.
That was my favorite player.
Candy Maldonado, Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Kurt Manwaring. These guys, Rick Ruskell. You had Steve Barrosian on that team at the back
the
end.
Caveman.
Closing game. So it was a lot of fun, man. 586 wins, 6th most in Giants history, 3rd most in the San Francisco era. Mr. Humm Baby passed away at the age of 93, a 4-time World Series champ. 2 at the Dodgers, 1 at Brooklyn, 1 in L.A., 1 at St. Louis, and, of course, 1 with the Tigers in 84 when they outlasted the San Diego Padres. 1 at Tony Gwynn's 2 World Series appearances. Roger Craig passed away. I'm sure the Giants would do something to honor him. Long life, man. A baseball lifer. And once he left the Giants, he kind of just went away. He would show up here and there, but he kind of just went away quietly.
Did you see his video last year to Will Clark that went up on
that?
It's really cool.
It was really cool.
Talking about how he doesn't listen to him enough, but like just seeing his face. And also he helped usher Dusty Baker into the organization for the Giants.
That's what I said. I said that. Yeah,
like for me, I look at the transition from Roger Craig to Dusty Baker. How many guys, Bonte, our age, those were their 2 formative guys, right? A lot of us, and so, I mean, he means so much to the game, and I think of, like, the Giants' attitude with the black on. So many of us began to love baseball because of him, and damn, man, it's just he lived a long life. If I live into my 90s, Bro, I'll take that as a W.
Yeah, nothing to be sad about. 93 years old, man. He lived a good life. Good life for Roger Craig. He passed away. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. We'll get back into some hoops. We'll talk about some football. We got a lot going on here on a Monday. George Consos will join us at 8:30 as well. We may have a special guest or two. Forgot to tell Lutman that last night. But we may have a special guest or two coming up on a morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
The Alameda County Fair, June 6th.
Boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what up, Chewy Gomez? Here on a Monday. Love Mondays, dude. Sets the tone for the week. 480 Comcast Business Text Line. Kevin Mitchell, best catch of all time. One of my favorite catches of all time. One of my favorites. I don't know if it's the best catch. Aaron Judge just had a catch last Saturday at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, Yankees, Dodgers. As much as I didn't like interleague play at the beginning,
that felt big time.
Didn't it?
That felt big time. The Yankee jerseys felt like
totally
the late '80s, the early '80s World Series, the '81 World Series when the Dodgers and Yankees played, or even the '77-'78 World Series. I mean, Aaron Judge making that catch. This guy's having another MVP season. It's just like, gosh. Oh, man.
Might have broken his toe, too.
Did he really?
They say they might end up on the IL.
He played yesterday, though, right?
He did.
But he may have broken his toe? Oh, wow. They're done without him. I saw their record with and without him the last couple seasons. Obviously, he's an MVP candidate, his presence in the lineup. Now, they did get Mike Stanton back, or Giancarlo Stanton back in the lineup. But, boy, that would be a tough blow because he's playing at another MVP level.
Yeah. Oh, I just can't stand the guy.
I love Aaron
I
Judge.
know, he's awesome. No, he's awesome. It just frustrates me. A couple quick shout-outs, B, before I forget, because I promised them I'd shout them out between now and 7 o'clock. The Bay Sox San Francisco girls baseball team is going to be going to Kentucky this week, and they're going to be competing in an all-girls baseball tournament. And so I saw a bunch of the girls out at West Sunset last night, and they're all practicing with my buddy Brennan Schneider. So I want to give a shout-out to the Bay Sox, the girls San Francisco team. A, they've got sweet uniforms, and B, that's really cool that they get to compete in the girls tournament. Go out there and have fun and kick some butt. The 11U boys team played at Twin Creeks over the weekend. I believe they were in the final game, but I didn't find out whether they won it or not. But they made it all the way to the championship. So it's tournament time right now for Little Leagues.
Well, tournament time in the College World Series as well. The Women's College World Series. About the Stanford Cardinals yesterday, winning 1-0, limiting the Huskies to one hit. Shout out to Laura Wakefield. That's my girl, former Washington Eagle. She works down in Stanford for many years. Laura, she's a big roaster. She actually sent that TikTok to me of somebody on TikTok apparently was like, callers on the morning roast. And it was like, blah, 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 blah. I was like, wow, the roast made it on TikTok. But anyway, Laura Wakefield's like, can we get some love? Stanford? Hell yeah, you get some love. Now go out there and beat, I believe, Oklahoma. I think, it's won like 48 straight games.
Wow.
They are a juggernaut.
I really enjoy the women's softball game.
I love it. I think it's underrated.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
The World Series is great. It's in Omaha, just like the Men's College World Series. I love to... Dude, it's unbelievable. Florida State's in it. They shut out, who did they shut out their first game? Oklahoma State. They shut out 8-0. That's sweet Florida State uniforms. Alabama gets eliminated. Tennessee. So, yeah, absolutely. Can we get a shout out for a new women's soccer team, Bay FC? Oscar EPA, absolutely. Shout you guys out. Good stuff.
Nice. And I know that the Cal, I think it's the rowing team, won like their 19th national title.
It's like back-to-back champions.
Just incredible. I mean, Cal and Stanford finally killing it now.
Since we're here, Lowell High School.
Oh, yeah.
University.
Good call.
Lowell High School.
Good call.
Winning NorCal Division IV championship. Shout out to Coach Simeon. I texted him the other day. I texted him yesterday. We're making him on the show, giving him some words.
Yeah, he's been there for a minute.
Yeah, he's been there for a minute under Donahue, longtime coach.
Yeah.
But they're on a great run going to the state championship in SI.
Yeah, Division II.
Division II NorCal championship.
So I know a couple of the boys on that team from grammar school, from coaching and whatnot, and then one of the boys who I coach, his older brother, the Giamettis, is on the team. Big lefty, hits bombs. So I was retweeting some of their stuff over the weekend. Yeah, shout out to SI, bringing it home. It's just nice to see that team. They got some freshmen. Yeah. They got a freshman that's committed to like Stanford already. Yeah. They've got some freshmen on that team that are just ridiculous.
Yeah, but shout out Lowell High School, public school here in the city, AAA, stand up. Now, I'm not the biggest Lowell fan. That was one of our rivals. We used to kind of look down at Lowell
campus
because they had the lottery system, and you had to. A lot of my buddies from Hoover, girls and boys, would go to Lowell and be like, "Oh, we made the lottery. We got picked to go to Lowell." I'm like, "Screw you guys. I'm trying to go to Galileo," and I got sent to Washington. They're like, hey. But anyway, shout out to Lowell, man. Coach Simeon out there. You guys did the damn thing. So shout out to everybody out there. We go in a number of different directions here. The Giants, obviously, they need to make some moves. We're going to talk to George Contos at 8:30. They need arms bad.
Yes.
They need arms. And
I agree.
if you don't get any arms, the season can go awry. Then the development of a Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. Yeah, we want to see them develop, but I also want to see them hit. I don't want to see them flounder and start going through month-long slumps here. I'm a little concerned about Casey Schmidt at the plate. I am. I want to see what adjustment he makes.
What exactly are you concerned about?
Well, it's just not hitting the ball well. He's hacking. He's not hitting well. He's not his eye. He's kind of guessing up there at the plate right now. I don't want to see him guessing. I want to see him just kind of readjust here and see what type of player he is. Because, look, you could have the best glove in the world. I need you to hit a little bit. I don't want to see Casey Schmidt down there at the 8th spot, 9th spot.
Well, I hear you on that, but, didn't we just watch – and just bear with me here, but didn't we just watch an entire career of an elite shortstop who was a light hitter?
No doubt, but he wasn't asked to hit. Will Casey Schmidt be asked to carry a lineup?
Well, I think
doesn't it feel like they were asked to do certain things?
No. I think that if you zoom out, Casey's way ahead of schedule. To me, this is all gravy right now. He's right where he needs to be. He came off. He was hitting like guns blazing. He's got a ton of multi-hit games, and I think he's way ahead of schedule. The bat was always kind of going to come after the glove. The glove was major league ready. The bat, it being as good as it was for the first 2 or 3 weeks, is probably more of an outlier. I think he's just fine where he's at. League average is 250 right now. It's not great, just across baseball. So to freak out about his swing rate.
I don't think nobody's freaking out.
No, I see the discourse on Twitter is all about he's chasing a lot. And I'm like, guys, so is Thairo Estrada. Thairo Estrada has a really high quote-unquote chase rate, which is a newer metric that people, look at in terms of how much you swing, where you swing in the zone. I like that about these guys. I want them to put the ball in play. I want them to be aggressive, and I want them to be aggressive early in counts.
Freak out on Twitter. You said somebody freaked out on Twitter?
No, everyone is freaking out. That's the new thing now is chase rate. Whoa. Everyone's going in. I'm like, hey, look, man, when you're a young player and you get into the bigs, all right, most good hitting coaches are going to say, don't get yourself into a 2-count strike. Because once you get into the 2-strike situation, you've got to expand the zone, and that's where you end up either grounding out weakly, flying out weakly, or striking out on funky stuff because you're trying to protect.
Freaking out on Twitter. It didn't just happen overnight. People have been freaking out on Twitter forever. People have been freaking out on sports radio forever. You want to freak out about something? What about Trey Lance's practice throw where he overthrew the ball boy?
I didn't know that was such a big fervor.
Well,
did you?
We did it with Jimmy Garoppolo when he did it.
There was video of him overthrowing.
Hell yeah. There
Which
was
one?
Somebody posted a side-by-side of them overthrowing somebody in practice where he overthrew a ball boy rolling out.
Oh, I just remember the 5 interceptions or whatever. That was the one that and that was 5 interceptions or whatever where we were all freaked out, and I freaked out too.
I mean, everybody freaked out.
It's June 5th.
We freak out if the Warriors lose a game.
Yeah, that's true. But I think that's the beauty, and I don't mean to turn this into Giants and versus the Warriors and the Niners, but part of this, just the conversation around the Giants to me is very refreshing because where they're at in their life cycle, everything's gravy right now. They're in a good spot. I as long as they don't mortgage the future, I don't really care if they get into the playoffs. I mean, I want to get in the playoffs, but okay, they go 80 and 84.
All right.
So what? But the Niners and the Warriors, you got to win a championship right now. There's so much pressure. I'm watching the Giants and I'm just happy. I don't feel the weight. I don't feel the weight of history bearing down on the shoulders of the Giants the way I do with the Niners and the Warriors, where you have to win right now, and if you don't, everything's a failure. Right now that we've been so bad for so long, it just feels like they're kind of in a good spot. I'm having fun.
We'll see how much fun you're having if they struggle in the month of June. We'll see. That's going to be put to the test.
But what did you think this team was heading into this year?
It's going to be put to the test. I told you I'm an open-minded person when it comes to this Giants team. And I'm not freaking out at all. It's kind of playing out the way I thought it would play out. Pitching would be a problem.
Yeah.
The key to the season is the pitching. And right now, the starting pitching just isn't cutting it. Not to me. Pitching overall is not cutting it. You can't get the Duvall. You can't get the Rogers. You can't get the Alexander. The way they drew it up Saturday is ideally to play the plan or the way to win games for this baseball team, right? You get 7 out of Cobb. Mm-hmm. You get Alexander to pitch the 8th. You get 9th out of Camilo Duvall, who's going to go to the All-Star game. Boom, boom, boom. That's perfect. But can you get the Doval? Can you get the Alexander? Can you get the Rogers in the 7th inning? I have my doubts on that. But let me ask you this. What if the Angels just fall off the map?
Mm-hmm.
And the Angels they come out there and say, we are trading Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
Would that make you want to break up your farm system?
Well, no, because then you become the New York Knicks acquiring Carmelo Anthony when you could just wait a couple months and get the guy in free agency. Like, you have to know, if you're going to make a trade for someone like Shohei Ohtani, you have to know on the back end that he's signing with you. You cannot do it. Like, they're not in a position to just trade to get him and, like, hope that he likes you. We've been waiting and we've been patient. To me, it would be the equivalent, Bonte, of I have my 401k and I'm being really, really patient.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, but there's a Ferrari I could own when I don't own a home, or my kids need particular health care or whatever no, let's get this Ferrari that I gotta have right now because I want to feel good. Like, no, that you can get those down the road. You have more pressing issues. And so, like, I would love to have Shohei Ohtani, but not at the expense of being reckless with my 401k, which is what I view the farm right now as.
Only Shohei can get you a Cy Young and a home run title. It's one hell of a Ferrari. I don't even think it's a Ferrari. I think it's a Range Rover on drugs.
Okay. So you're sacrificing stuff for a rental?
Just to get them in the system? Just to show them around? Just to get them here? Listen, you're probably right. It's probably stupid to give up everything for Shohei Ohtani.
It's just reckless.
But it is reckless. But for a team that can't attract free agents, that can't sign big-name free agents, and you start getting into a bidding war with guys like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, hell, the Angels, who are going to try to re-sign him. Texas. What if the Texas Rangers get involved? Who have Bruce Bochy?
Okay.
And they're spending money. I don't see
Shohei as some make or break for the Giants moving forward. I would love to have him. Of course, I'd trip over myself to bring him in.
Did you feel about that? Did you feel like that about Aaron Judge?
I just feel like because we've got a couple youngsters now, my whole tenor and how I'm viewing the organization just feels so much more optimistic.
Gotcha.
Like, I just don't feel as dire as I would. Like, the reason why I think all of us were so disappointed with the offseason is because it felt hopeless when it came to the farm system. Now I don't feel so hopeless. And maybe these guys all turn back into pumpkins. Maybe Casey Schmidt struggles and he's just a glove and he's never going to be a hitter. Maybe Patrick Bailey is just, not as good as we think. Although defensively, he made a couple plays this weekend where it's like, you either have that in the bag or you don't.
Right. Patrick Bailey's legit. He looks legit. But I don't think you would have to break apart the farm to go get a Shohei Ohtani for a rental. Teams will lowball the hell out the Angels, saying, I'm not giving you my farm for 2 months to Shohei Ohtani. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's got to be the right deal, dude. Like, to me, I'm just not giving up anything.
So somebody on YouTube here.
What's that?
Who was this? I think it was, may have been SC. Luciano. Somebody said, Luciano for Shohei. Straight up.
Luciano's starting to play so much better.
Skywalker Destroyer 52. He said, he'd give up Luciano for Shohei Ohtani.
Look, if you're asking me, Joe, will Luciano be an all-star? Probably right now I'd say no, because most guys aren't all-stars. It's really hard to be an all-star, even though 1,000 guys get added to the team. Jock Peterson was a freaking all-star last year because the Giants needed somebody to meet the requirements. But at the same time, I'm not giving up my guy that I've been waiting on for 4 or 5 years.
I give up Luciano
for
right
2
now.
months of Shohei.
I give up
because
Luciano
there's no I need to know before I make
there's
any
no
deal.
Guarantees.
No, but I need to know. I need to talk to his agent, and I need to have some inkling. Like,
it's risky
I'm
business.
willing to sign with you.
It's risky business. It's risky business. I get it. It's a gamble, but it's a gamble I'd be willing to make. 2 months of Shohei Ohtani. You don't think Larry Bear think Shohei Ohtani for 2 months?
I mean,
you get into the wild card spot with Shohei Ohtani. He tastes the playoffs for the first time in his career.
Carlos Beltran cost you infinitely less years ago, and Giants fans are still kicking themselves.
Well,
not me, but they're still kicking themselves about Zach Wheeler.
Zach Wheeler didn't perform until 7 years later.
100%.
7 years later.
100%. And
Zach
Beltran
Wheeler
was good till he got hurt.
Zach Wheeler was considered a top prospect back then.
Yeah, I know. And still people believe that's an overpay.
Yeah, no, the Beltran deal, I do that every day. Luciano for Shohei?
So what are you're doing it?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? I'm not even thinking twice. I'm telling whoever, Farhan, my assistant GM, the guy who came over for the Astros, Hurry up and send a memo into MLB Baseball right now. Hurry up and call MLB Baseball right now. I need Shohei Ohtani. We got a deal. The joke that will give this fan base, I don't care if it's for 2 months. If you make a run with Shohei, you say, look, man, here is a blank check. What do you want?
Well, he's going to turn to you and say there's 4 other teams that are in destinations where I want to play.
I got
that'll give me a blank check.
I got Casey Schmidt. I got Patrick Bailey.
Fonte. The Dodgers have Mookie Betts and the first baseman Freddie Freeman, and then they have James Outman. So they're sitting there saying, not only will you get to continue to live in L.A., you get to hit in a lineup with 2 Hall of Famers.
Well, that's why you don't want to get into a bidding war with them, because you're going to lose on that. If that's the case, you're going to lose on that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Spinoni, get in here. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. How do I put my best foot forward? I try to bring them into my stadium, bring them into my system, show them the yard, show them the area, wine and dine them, and say $500 million is minimum is what we're giving you. I already told you, I'd get a guy $600 million. Wouldn't even care. Wouldn't even give a damn. Go ahead, Spinoni, get in here.
Well, I was just going to say, you mentioned the Dodgers. It's like, oh, yeah, by the way, we got this guy, Bobby Miller. Have you seen him lately? Yeah, he's our Kyle Harrison. He's already been a baller a couple starts in. Like, that's the thing. You don't want to get a bidding war with some of these teams.
I know.
The Dodgers just seem like they have a vast amount of resources that's never going to go away. What's going on with that, by the way?
Well, because they're very good at developing and nurturing their system. They know what they're looking for. But, like, guys, let's
Farhan
take a
got all the
step back.
credit. We just dismissed.
Well, Farhan was definitely helping out and cooking up that system.
Put some respect on Freeman's name. He built Tampa Bay. All right, he built the Tampa Bay Rays to what they are today.
We agree. But like, let's play it from Shohei's point of view, right? Any team that trades for him, he's going to test free agency regardless. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Absolutely.
Like, because his first real free agency was kind of limited because teams had to pay a retainer fee to the team that he came from, and then you can only give him so much money in free agency, and so there's only a handful of teams that were able to bid. Now, people have known for multiple years, and they've reset their decks financially to be able to afford him. The other guy that no one's talking about who's going to be available, we believe, because the Padres situation now with the television money not coming in, like Juan Soto's still going to be out there. Juan Soto's also going to be available. So to me, if I'm the San Francisco Giants, it's not just Shohei or bust. I would love to have Shohei. It's amazing. As we saw in free agency, though, it's difficult to land guys.
So I want the first crack at it. If you're the Giants and you keep missing out on these players, don't you just want the first crack at it? Don't you want the first bid? Don't you want the first presentation? You have a chance to blow him away. Blow him away. Just bring him in here and say, this is what we're doing. We're about winning. We're not like the Mickey Mouse Angels. If it's a huge hypothetical. But if it's just Luciano for Shohei Ohtani, I don't even think twice about it. I don't think twice about that.
Even knowing that he's going to test free agency.
Absolutely. I still do that.
I think I'm.
Look, what would Sabi Sabes do?
What?
What would Sabi Sabes do?
I don't know.
Sabian.
I'm not sure what Sabian would do.
By the way, we need to get him into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Sabi Sabes would make that move.
I mean, I think it's easy to say that.
Especially because if you're in a wild card race, all of a sudden you get a pitcher that we're talking about because you need another arm. So now you got Logan Webb, you got Shohei Ohtani, you bring in Alex Cobb as your third starter, and then maybe you bring up Kyle Harrison towards the tail end of the season, and now you got 4 pitchers. And then DeSclafani could be your 5, and you just pray that he gets you through 5. And then not only do you got a great pitcher, now you got a guy in the middle of this lineup where, you know what, this team can't hit. I know they didn't hit over the weekend. They played some good pitching against the Pirates and the Orioles. We'll see how they respond. But for the most part, the hitting's been there.
You're going to have the majority of people agreeing with you because who's going to say no to Shohei?
It doesn't even matter about that.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, who's going to say no to Shohei? We all want Shohei Ohtani. But realistically, like, you're not trading away these guys you've been waiting for 4 and 5 years.
It's just one guy.
In your hypothetical. But
well, you're not giving up one guy just to get
that's
Ohtani.
What I'm
like,
saying.
if it's Luciano, like,
all right, we're just playing
let's say you have like your trifecta atop the farm system.
It's unrealistic to me.
Of Harrison, Luciano, and Matos. You got to give at least 2 of those up to bring in Ohtani at minimum.
I mean, but we don't even know what it's going to cost. But like, you have to also understand, the second you exercise that deal, you have to be ready to say, hey, he could leave us.
Yeah,
right.
No doubt.
He could leave, and you're not going to because you acquired him at the deadline. Like, you're going to get a lesser of a comp pick. So like,
And
to
look,
me, it's short-sighted, and it's literally you're doing it just for the fervor and all of the buzz that's going to come for 2 months. This is not about the Giants winning right now. This is about long-term sustainability over the next 10 years. This is why I'm so optimistic about where they're at. They're in a position of strength, dealing and getting rid of all these guys you've been waiting on, and not all of them are going to hit, but it's about having a plethora of guys so that you can plow forward over the next 10 years.
Realistically, the Angels aren't doing Luciano for Shohei Ohtani straight up. I acknowledge that. I'm just throwing something on the table from a YouTuber, who's Skywalker, and I agree with them. If it's a prospect that I don't know who could play at the major league level, I don't know if Luciano's going to be a good pro.
Why would the Angels accept that?
Yeah, exactly. But if I could attach Luciano and another prospect, and I could get one of these outfielders and maybe Jock, Yaz, Slater. Oh, my God, I'd do that in a heartbeat for 2 months of Shohei. All I'm trying to do is bring a guy into the building. They've shown that they can't sign a big-name free agency. And the free agent they did sign, Carlos Correa, who's not doing anything with the Twins, they handled that situation all bad. So give me a guy to just get into the system, and if I could make a run with them, say, hey, Shohei, playoffs tasted good, didn't it? Didn't it feel good to be in the playoff race? Man, look at the history here. I've got to pull out all the stops. It's just about giving them the first crack to go get a Shohei Ohtani. That's all. And I'm just saying, there's no prospect that will limit me to go get a rental, in that case of Shohei Ohtani, to bring him in. But obviously, I would want Shane Bieber. That's going to cost you a lot. You think Shane Bieber's going to be cheap?
No.
I'd do Luciano for Shane Bieber now.
But here's the difference between Shane, and again, Shane Bieber.
Nobody knows about Shane Bieber.
I know, but this
guy's a legit pitcher. He's a top 10 pitcher.
But he's under team control for an extra year. So you're protected on the back end. Like, if you're going to swing if you're going to swing a deal where you are surrendering someone that you really, really like in your system, that guy better be under team control. Mm-hmm. And that guy better be somebody that you feel can be in the team outlook for 2, 3, 4 years moving forward. Like, that was the beauty of the Hunter Pence deal. Not only was he a guy you brought in at the deadline, you knew you had him under the 2013 contract. So to me, I know everyone's going to say, of course you get Shohei Ohtani, but that's unrealistic. He's going to walk away from you.
510 Comcast Business Text line. Bonte is trying to trade Jack in the Box tacos for A5 Wagyu steak.
That's a good call.
That is a great cup. You get Shohei, you'll sell out for the rest of the season. Bonte, you're better than this. 415 right there. Look, I am better than this. But a guy like that doesn't become available. And if he becomes available, I would love to see the team that I root for try to make a crack at him. What would Joe Lacob do? What would Jay York of the 49ers do? They're going to kick the tires to see what's happening. But that's that. We got some Draymond Green sound coming in here. Draymond Green sound coming in. Giants do need to make a move. They're going to need to make a move for an arm or two. I think the arm to pinpoint, first and foremost, is Shane Bieber. It starts with him, in my opinion. Go get Shane Bieber, and now we're cooking with some gas. And if it takes a prospect, then it takes a prospect. Again, I'm taking major league proven talent all day long over some guys I don't know who can hit. I don't know if they can hit at the major league level. I just don't know. So we'll talk about that. We'll continue to talk some baseball a little later. George Contos will join us at 8:30. Former World Series champ with the Giants. Now a host on NBC Sports Bay Area with Giants pre- and post-game live. He does a phenomenal job on television, man. George Contos has that presence, that big-time presence. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromisers.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 50.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! You know what's so great about that Larry June drop? First of all, Lubman goes up to Larry June as he's on the postgame set at the Gatehouse at NBC Sports Bay Area. Lubman's back there. And I'm like, poor Lubman's got to go talk to Larry June. Go figure. And he goes up there, hey, Larry, man, need you to shout out the Morning Roast. And Larry does that right on the spot. One take, knocks it out the park. But he goes like, you're doing numbers. Now, we are doing numbers. And so it felt so appropriate. It's like, man, that drop is aging so damn well. Shout out to Larry June. Morning Roast is doing numbers. Well, right now it's baseball season. YouTube's a little low right now. It's all good. People going on vacations or whatnot. Football is picking up. Football's going to be here before you know it. And Shasky training camp, as we got a call here, training camp is going to be something else this year. I thought last year was going to be fascinating. I'm actually glad I missed last year as opposed to this year. Because now you get Sam Darnold in the fold. And you got Trey, who's an unknown. And you got Brock Purdy, who's going to Giants games. It's going to be mayhem. The content's already... I'm already sitting back from afar laughing at the content. And everybody draws their line in the sand on who they want to see. Look, at the end of the day, I just want to see a Super Bowl. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Honestly, to this day... And I'll say this every single day because people keep pinning me as you hate Brock Purdy or you don't like. I don't give a damn who plays quarterback as long as you're winning games for the 49ers.
But Brandon Allen?
Huh? If it's Brandon Allen, I don't care. I don't care. Just get me to freaking Las Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Can we agree on one thing? Can we just as a society stop overreacting to individual videos of one rep,
we're not
one way or the other?
We're going to overreact to one game. We're going to overreact to one possession. We're going to overreact to one throw. That's what we do as sports fans. So I'm not going to be the arbiter here telling people what to do and what not to do. Freak out. I like it. Keep freaking out. It's entertaining.
So what did you make of Trey Lance airmailing that one throw?
It was funny. It was funny because as soon as I watched it, I said, oh boy, some people are going to make their entire show about it. Some people are going to be pinpoint, this is why Trey can't do it. And then you got some people who are pro Trey. This is why you need a new quarterback coach. This drill is stupid. This drill is stupid. I don't know why. Ask them why. I don't know.
Look, I don't want to pretend that like the rookie, my little league team is a bunch of, NFL players, but like practice is where these guys hone their craft. And they're going to make mistakes.
I know.
Like when you watch infield out, well, very rarely do they do infield outfield, but when you watch guys take ground balls, like I watch J.D. Davis, Casey Schmidt, Brandon Crawford. They miss a ball here and there. Do we take that rep and throw it on, online and lose our minds? No, but we do it in football.
We did it with Jimmy Garoppolo all the time. He overthrew somebody in practice. That's why Jimmy can't be the quarterback. So I guess it's fair at that standpoint. But I can't wait for training camp. I cannot wait at all. It's going to be fascinating.
What'd you think of the Niners, again, cutting short their, what is it, the OTAs or whatever? They did it, like, usually they're like, what, a 2-week thing for them? And, like, the third week they always, scratch it.
See, Tyler, the drill is trash, bro. The drill is trash. It's a good drill.
We don't even know what the drill, like, honestly, outside of a handful of people, no one even knows what the drill's trying to accomplish.
It does feel like we're scared. Like here's
what do you mean we're scared?
Here's the craziest thing. I'm interested to see Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy, if he does ball out this season, he'd be the first quarterback under Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco to actually get better under Kyle Shanahan, to actually improve after a season. Did Jimmy Garoppolo improve after 2019? He may have played his best stretch of football, but let's not forget he had the Denver game, he had the Atlanta game. All right, like what's wrong, Shasky? You hit your head. What's wrong?
No, it's just it's June.
You love this stuff.
I know, but like
you send it to us. You love this stuff.
No, I find it funny. I just find it funny. Like everybody's losing their minds, and it's like at least if you're gonna lose your mind like we did, let it be August. Let it be when they're actually got pads on.
It's not how it works
and they're
anymore.
hitting. Like,
it's not how it works anymore, man.
Football isn't played in shorts. All right? Like, I don't know. I just...
That's how it works.
I find myself laughing at just the amount of fervor over 49er football is really incredible. Like, honestly, if you're the Yorks if you're the Yorks, you literally have the most addictive product on the planet. People, you give them a little tiny taste, a little tiny sniff of a quarterback drill, and people are losing their minds. I mean, it's unreal. Yeah. It's like Nino and the Carter.
Oh, man. Will people freak out over Stanford women's college softball today at 9 a.m. when they take on Oklahoma? It's a big game.
Oh, well, we should put it on here in the studio.
Well, we will put it on in the studio.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
They one-hit Washington, Stanford in the Final Four. Let's see if they could knock off the juggernaut in Oklahoma. It's going to be a tough game. Stanford's got the goods to win it. Let's go Card. 888-957-9570, open phone lines. We're about to get into this Draymond Green sound. He had a podcast, The Draymond Green Show, of course, with Steve Kerr. That hit the timeline yesterday where everybody's like, uh-oh, here it goes. Should be a lot of fun. But first, let's get to our main man. It's Ron. He's in Hayward. He's driving a big rig.
Dante,
and he's feeling himself. What's up, Rod?
Hey, you hear them Temptations in the background?
I hear those Temptations. No, I didn't hear the Temptations in the background.
An old school Temptation play.
I love it.
Yeah, I know you heard that.
Bonte can't name a Temptation song.
Yes, I can. Hey, Papa was a Rolling Stone. What are you talking about?
I was checking you
just
out.
My imagination.
You got me stirred up a little bit. Now, you know this is your favorite truck driver. This is your Jackie Robinson Dodger Blue. Now, you know Shohei's coming to the cross town, right? He coming to the Dodgers. You know it's good and damn well he's not coming to Pack Booty Park. Y'all can't get no stars up in there. Come on.
I've never heard Pack Booty
That's
Park.
Pretty
That's
good.
good.
That's pretty
That's
good.
That's
Pack
good.
Booty Park.
I'm kind of with him. Look, to me, timing is everything in life,
Keep
right?
Ron here.
You
I
strike
gotta
while
ask
the iron's hot. And I just don't think right now is the timing for the San Francisco Giants to swing a deal for someone like Shohei. Of course I want Shohei. But like it's unrealistic. They're not in the right spot.
Rod, how
Dodgers are going to get him.
How did it feel losing 2 out of 3 to the Yankees?
Hey, well, I mean, you know, it is what it is. We can't beat everybody, but hey, at least we took one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
one is better than none.
I mean, we faced them the most in the World Series history. So I mean, it is what it is. We're gonna see them again.
That's true.
So you know,
are you ready for the Giants? You ready for the Giants in about a week and a half?
You know I am. Hey, we know they took the first series from y'all. We swept y'all in the first series.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Trust me.
Pack Booty Park.
Yeah, Pack Booty Park. Rod, you're great.
Ron.
That's pretty good.
Thanks for calling in. I needed that smile.
That is pretty good. You need to have a good weekend, man. You all right? What's up? You need some coffee?
Who?
You.
What do you mean?
Yeah, he said you need a smile, man.
Oh, no, I'm great.
All right.
It's just the Shohei Ohtani thing, it
drives you crazy?
Well, no, it's not that it drives me crazy. It's like, look, this is my honest opinion, right? You don't need, like, I know, we talk about Shohei, people are going to be more in, and then they like it. He's a big, sexy name, one of the most marketable players. This is a fun team. Like, I think we're not paying attention to how fun this Giants team is. Tyro Estrada, though he's coming back right now because he's been hurt, he's fun, okay? Casey Schmidt, fun. A lot of fun, all right? Michael Conforto, when he's playing, because he's got the heel injury, and I'm worried about that, he's a lot of fun.
Can you be fun if you don't hit?
Bonte, my expectations were so low.
Schmidt.
Let me finish.
That's all I'm saying with Casey Schmidt, though. If he doesn't start hitting, it ain't going to be too much fun for people around here.
So what is he batting the last 2 weeks?
235.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
40 points higher than current Brandon Crawford.
Okay, that's great. We know Brandon Cook.
Higher than Brandon Belt during some of his best years.
Isn't that a low bar, though? Brandon Crawford, we know, is at the end of the road. It's at the end of the road. All I'm saying is, if he doesn't start hitting again, it ain't going to be too much fun around here. So we could have fun right now. Is it really fun being one game under 500? Because I don't consider that fun.
See, again, I'm watching every game, and I'm having fun with this team because my expectations were not they should win a championship. My expectations were like, dude, show me some life from the form. And I've seen that. Patrick Bailey's fun. Watching him make that play in front of home plate where he's spinning and pivoting and throwing down to the first base line. I love Buster. I can't remember Buster getting out of the crouch and sprinting the way that he did because obviously Buster wasn't the most mobile guy. He's making plays. I look at this pitching staff. Logan Webb is fun. Logan Webb has got pitched more and logged more innings than almost anyone in baseball. And I think there's an argument to be had and a conversation to be had regarding, hey, It's interesting how a guy who doesn't throw max, meaning 98 every single pitch, can actually go deeper in games because he's throwing the art of pitching at you. He's trying to hit locations, put spin on the ball, stay down in the zone, and using that sinker. And then I look at someone like Camilo Duvall. He's fun. Like the 2023 Giants may not be a top dog team, but they're a lot of fun.
All right, 888-957-9570. Any Giants fans out there having fun? Are you having fun like Shasky?
Like
I think there's fun elements on this team. There's fun elements.
There's zero pressure of like when I watched the Warriors this year, they weren't fun. Were there moments of fun? Absolutely. The pressure of winning and repeating and maximizing the Steph Curry and all that, like that has fun elements. It's also draining emotionally.
No, I love that. I love that. The pressure, that's fun to me.
But this is a different spot. Like they're in a different cycle from where the Giants are. Right now, the Giants are on the climb up the mountain, right? The Warriors are trying to stay on top of the mountain.
So let me
and so they're at different spots.
888-957.
I've been pleasantly surprised by what the Giants have had to offer this year.
888-957-9570. Are you having fun watching the Giants this year? Are you having fun watching the Giants who are 29-30 right now?
I mean, Camilo Duvall might be better than what Brian Wilson was. I'm not saying that flippantly.
I said that last week. I said that the last 2 weeks. He is better than Wilson right now. I love Camilo Duvall. There's fun aspects of this baseball team.
Back-to-back 40-save seasons.
There's fun aspects. Well, you got to win games.
I know.
This team doesn't win enough games.
Well, he led Major League Baseball in saves in the month of May.
So let's think about this. Are you having fun watching the Giants? Anybody out there having fun before we get into Draymond Green sound? Again, there's fun aspects of this team, but overall fun? I'm going to get Lubman's opinion on this in just a second. Now, Summer Sunday yesterday in NBC Sports Bay Area, Anthony Garcia, Teresa Vignal, Carmen Q, they had this up there. A graphic popped up.
Okay.
Assessing the additions in the offseason with the Giants. Mitch Haniger, excuse me.
Has been
3 years, $43 million, 233 average, 5 home runs, 17 RBIs.
He's been better more recently, but I think he's been underwhelming.
Michael Conforto, 2 years, $36 million, prior option, 249,
honestly,
11 home runs, 28 RBI.
And he hurt his heel. I'm really worried about the heel. I'm running down the first base line. But, like, he's been really good.
Chalk Peterson, 1 year, $20 million.
I didn't love that. I still don't like that. I don't know why. They're platooning a guy and they're paying him $19 million a year.
Blake Sable?
Blake Sable's been surprising. He's been a pleasant surprise. He's not great defensively, but like the bat's been legit.
Now we get to the fun part, the pitching. Sean Manaea, 2 year, $25 million contract. He signed with the Giants this offseason. 2-3, 5.89 ERA, 1.56 WHIP. That don't look like a fun move. Taylor Rogers, 3 years, $33 million. 3.93 ERA.
He's been a lot better recently.
He got off to a rough start.
He had a couple of outings where he was out there where it blew up his ERA. That's where sometimes the ERA can be misleading, but he's been a lot better more recently.
Luke Jackson, wait and see. Just got back. Ross Stripling, 2 years, $25 million. 0-2.
He sucks.
7.24 ERA, 1.58 WHIP.
Yeah, but what you're not referencing in all those like acquisitions and whatnot, to me, it's the way the tide has turned on their farm. That's the most important. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting to see if this lasagna coming out of the oven is going to be any good or not. Well, and I've only gotten a little tiny, like a little cut off. You know, you pull out the lasagna, you see if it's good. You cut a little piece out and you take a little taste. I'm like, Schmidt tastes delicious. Wow. Patrick Bailey. I like what I'm seeing. And I think both guys, if we're being realistic, and we go back to September last year, both guys are way farther along than I anticipated.
All right.
Way farther along. And they've shown more at the big league level than even Joey Bart. Like, Joey Bart isn't, if you're asking me, Joe, is Joey Bart a Major League Baseball player? Probably not. He's probably going to be a backup or a fringe, 4A type of a player. But I still don't want to get rid of him. But at the same time, like, I've seen more from Patrick Bailey. Defensively, he brings more to the plate.
Couple texts I want to read here. 650. Bonte, why are you such a Debbie Downer? Now you sound like old grandpa, always complaining. The Giants are fun.
They are fun.
Sound like you dislike your job. Yeah, I hate what I do for a living. Oh, my God.
No,
Matt, he could fire me right now. I hate my life. 650. That's hashtag sarcasm. 650. I want the products I spend my money on to be fun. It's a good start. We got one farm prospect, but Shohei gets me to the park.
They've got two.
Okay, you got two.
You got two. They got two right now. And I would say that, like, if you're paying attention, Matos is on the way. Matos is tearing it up in AAA, and he's 21 years old and looks like they haven't had an legitimate outfield prospect since Chili Davis.
Oh, I know, 1987.
Who they acquired from another organization and put into their system.
Right.
So, this is their first legit outfield prospect. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. We're very close.
All right. 650. I want the products I spend my money on to be fun. It's a good start. Oh, wait, there's another one I wanted to read. Here it is. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Till the Giants get Shohei, I'm not buying tickets to the park. I want them to show me they're going after something.
Well, that's, everyone, I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money or where to allocate their time. I'm just telling you that I'm paying attention. I know you've been going to games and you're paying attention. I know Lubman is. I just look at it this way, this team, I had very low expectations for this year in terms of their big league roster. The fact that they've implemented Schmidt into there and Bailey and Logan Webb feels like he's rounded out.
You just want to see youngsters and you want to see progress.
I want to see progress.
Winning doesn't matter at all.
And we've seen that. And then also, you got the shortstop in AAA, Fitzgerald, who looks like he's coming along. Wisenhunt flying through the minor league system. Reggie Crawford DHing the other day. He had his first start in San Jose. This entire farm system feels like night and day from last year.
Yeah, no, Skywalker Destroyer. I have fun at the game. Now, the free tickets are also great. Shout out to the plug for those. But my daughter loves going to baseball games, man. So we got out the house, took Caltrain down. It was a good day at the yard. It was packed. 35,000 yesterday on the Sunday. They're giving out the little Gigante jersey shirts. But anybody out there having fun, let me get in here.
I mean, they're outperforming right now. Bang for your buck. You're completely outperforming the Padres. The Padres are one of the big disappointments in baseball. They're in your division. And I look at where the Giants are at right now. Arizona's not going away. They're going to be a team that's going to be formidable for the foreseeable future. Okay. The Dodgers aren't going away. Giants are right there. They're in the mix. So I'm not panicking.
There's still some people, Comcast Business Text Line, I'm not spending more than $10, including fees, to go to Pack Booty Park. I'm
not going to tell people to spend money.
Right.
You do what you want to do. That's fine.
That was a good
You can watch it. If you're paying for cable, you can watch it.
Love me. Get in here, man. You having fun? Give us your assessment.
This has been a lot more fun team to watch compared to last year, where it felt like pulling teeth last year, because again, it is the influx of youth that you have here, and again, there's going to be ebbs and flows with this. There's going to be days where Schmidt and Bailey, they're going to be looking really good, but again, baseball's a tough game. These guys are rookies. Remember, even Buster Posey had slow times when he was a rookie. These things are going to happen, and I don't think the Giants are really all that concerned right now with the ebbs that these guys are going to have, because they trust that the flows are going to eventually still come back.
I'm going to get Ernie Chavez in here. Shout out to Ernie, man. He's smiling ear to ear, man, every Sister Summit. I don't think he stopped smiling Sister Summit. But Ernie, nearly $200 million and no expectations? Look at the Rangers, nearly the same payroll and much, much better.
Yeah, but they've got 3 guys locked into 8+ year deals. So they're different.
But if you look at it like that, because here's the deal.
Yeah.
We keep, whether it's fair or unfair, we look at Klay Thompson's money. Say, well, he's getting paid $43 million. We need better Klay Thompson. They do have a $185 million payroll. It's not, they have a top 10 payroll.
Okay.
It's not like they're throwing chump change out there and fielding a team like the Oakland
We can
A's.
argue about, look, Sean Manaea overpaid. DeSclafani right now, through the body of his work, overpaid. Mitch Haniger right now, overpaid. So, we can go right down the list, but none of those guys are crushing you, and also NBA salary cap is way more restrictive than Major League Baseball, Monte. They're very different.
It is very
structures.
different, but you do have a top 10 payroll
for sure,
and you are paying guys. And you spent on the Mitch Hanigers, you spent on the Confortos, you spent on the Manaeas to compete a little bit better. I know Farhan, and from what Larry Bear said before the season, hey, the fans didn't like the moves, but I think the light bulb is starting to go off that they see what we're doing here and that we do have a competitive team. 29-30.
Yeah.
I mean, is it fair that we left the Giants off the hook and say, hey, you know what? We're just having fun. It doesn't matter if they win. Doesn't even matter. We're going to ignore the top 10 payroll. We're going to ignore the moves they made this offseason. And we're just going to say, hey, we're just out here to have fun and develop prospects.
Well, within their own division, they're the 3rd highest payroll, right? So if we're going to be realistic, they're outperforming the Padres. Right now, and you can say, Joe, that's just one team. That's a big deal. We talked about the Padres all offseason. And right now, bang for buck, the Giants are killing the Padres. And the Padres have a ton of talent underperforming right now. Manny Machado, who we all love, who just got another $300 million deal, has like a 230-something batting average, 220-something batting average. He has not been good. Juan Soto, who's looking to get a $400 million deal, has not been good by his own standards since being acquired by the Padres.
He hasn't.
I look at the Giants, and yeah, they've overpaid for a couple of short-term deals, and I don't love these overpays. But right now, there's no contract I look at and go, oh, yeah, that's going to weigh them down in 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now. Let's see how that Seager deal looks for the Texas Rangers and that Simeon deal looks 6 years from now.
We'll see. Right now, they're looking good. Texas ain't thinking about 6 years from now. They're thinking about this year where they're first place in the AL West.
About time.
And you know what? No, the second year, Seager and Simeon have been there for 2 years now.
I know, but I'm saying it's like about time that they're good again because they've had a down lull period.
They have. They had to, the Teixeira deal didn't work out. They had Blaylock. They had all these guys flipping. But you know what? Texas, they're aggressive. So are you having fun watching the Giants? There's times I do have fun. Yesterday wasn't fun. Yesterday was like, dear God, they forget how to play defense. Dear God, DeSclafani, throw a strike. Dear God, don't show up the umpire.
You could say that he was throwing too many strikes. But yes.
He's walking guys.
Yeah.
Dude, he was all over the place. So anyway, I want to play this Draymond Green sound, who's Steve Kerr joined him. How about that for a guess? Steve Kerr is head coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Were you surprised?
A little bit.
I was surprised to see Steve Kerr as a guest.
Well, Draymond Green asked Steve Kerr on what it's like watching the finals without being in it.
Yeah, that was how they started the pod.
Here's what Steve Kerr had to say.
On the one hand, it's burning me up. On the other hand, I just sort of, count my blessings. Like, I think, I've been coaching the team 9 years. We missed the playoffs twice. 6 of the 7 years we made the finals. So this is the first year, like you said, first year we haven't made the finals. But who gets to say that? I mean, that's just, there's so much good fortune. We've had such an incredible group. So this year was, we came up short. It's no fun watching the finals, but at the same time, we don't deserve to be there. We weren't good enough. So, I can live with that. We got to get better.
All right, they got to get better. And then how one coaching move can change everything.
When I think back to 2015, the biggest move we made was in the second round when we were playing Memphis and we were down 2-1. Ron Adams suggested that we put Andrew Bogut on Tony Allen in Memphis. And they were just controlling the tempo. And I remember we were on the plane when he said it. And I remember thinking, why would we do that? Like that seems crazy. And so the more we watched film, the more I could picture it. And then we did it. It was like magic. It was like, oh my God, this changed everything. And that was my first experience as a coach where I realized one matchup change, just one move can change a series dramatically.
Now, I wonder if that move for Miami was Kevin Love being inserted back into the starting lineup.
Yeah, so like Caleb Martin claimed he was sick or whatever and had a fever. And then there were people coming out of Miami that covered the team like, maybe they just said he was sick to give Kevin Love opportunities to go out there, and then that put Jimmy Butler onto someone else, and it kind of switched up some of their defensive assignments. And I guess the question, because I listened to the pod preceding that, was, when you make these adjustments in this series, like, where does that come from? And Steve Kerr's like, really, in my history, the first one was that Tony Allen switch.
Tony Allen switch where you don't even guard him. And then, of course, they made a switch in the NBA Finals, starting Andre Iguodala for Andrew Bogut, and the rest is history. Now we see these teams do it all the time. So there's some more sound coming into this. On the Heat buying into team basketball. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that.
A huge 3 in the fourth quarter tonight. And it's like none of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach Really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
Were the Warriors bought in this year? Because it sounds like...
Well, I think a lot of people are going to pivot to the bottom end, meaning the youngsters. I would argue, like, if the opportunity presented itself and Klay had to sit on the bench, is he accepting that?
I think he would. He may not like it, but he'd come off the bench.
If Draymond was asked to sit in the fourth quarter, would he accept that?
Well, he did sit in the fourth quarter, and he complained about it, but he sat his ass down.
Okay. So no,
he sat his ass down.
There is absolutely reality that the youngsters were clearly, whether it's Poole, Kuminga, Moody, whomever, sad that they didn't get to play. There's no doubt about it. But I would say, you can't ask someone to do something you're not willing to do yourself as a boss at times. And I just feel like there is hey, we get to do this, meaning the veterans, and y'all need to do that. And there's nothing that frustrates me more than do as I say, not as I do.
The Klay Thompson to the bench thing is interesting.
I'm just saying as a reference.
No, I know. But it's come up a lot over the last 2 seasons since he's come back. And now we may get to that point where it's like, hey, Klay, you want to extend your career? Maybe you have to come off your bench. But this is why Michael Thompson comes into play. Michael Thompson came off the bench later in his career. I don't know what coming off the bench on this team does for you. Starting Jordan Poole. Do you want to backcourt of Jordan Poole and Steph Curry? Maybe your defense gets better. I have no idea. I have no idea how that works out. But I do think, I don't want to assume that Klay Thompson wouldn't accept the role. We've seen everybody accept the role, although it was quick. Wiggins came off the bench for his first game back, which was appropriate. But he was quickly back in the starting lineup. Draymond Green came off the bench for 2 games. Then he was back in the starting lineup for Game 7. Came off the bench for Games 4, 5, and 6, I should say. And then he was back in that starting lineup. So it may not be a long-term fixture. By the way, I was going on this Last Dance. I love the Last Dance documentary. Love it. And I was watching most of it Friday. First of all, I'm never taking anybody over Michael Jordan for one game. I'm just the guy. I did not realize how many times he said he took things personal. Like how everybody he had a list. Everything. Like it
he
becomes comical.
Made stuff up.
LeBradford Smith said he put his arm around Jordan and said,
not true.
Nice game, Mike. Like, why would you even make that up? Poor LeBradford Smith. He scores 36 and a half after LeBradford scores 37 in the game. But 32 years ago today, this is what's fun about the finals. 32 years ago today, Michael Jordan's iconic dunk, the layup hand switch against the Lakers.
Right to
the
left.
91 finals.
One of the
that
first.
happened 32 years ago today.
One of the more iconic Gatorade commercials, too, that I think of.
Yep. Want to be like Mike Clay. What's this ass? 510.
What's that?
Comcast business text line. Is there any validity to this? Clay was asked to come off the bench at the beginning of the season and didn't do it.
I don't remember that.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Not once.
Well, so there's a couple of things when you're talking about Miami and everyone buying in to win. There's an element of like Caleb Martin's under a 2-year contract right now. Right. And, everyone makes this big deal about being undrafted. And, well, he's under a deal right now. Duncan Robinson signed a bigger deal. Lowry's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. A lot of these guys have to play nice if they want to play next year. A lot of these guys have to be on their best behavior if they want someone else to get them signed next year. And I think Lowry's a great example. I think he's making $40 million this year.
He's making a lot of money.
Right? But he's a free agent at the end of the year. If he doesn't accept the role that Miami is presenting to himself, he's limiting the amount of suitors that he has moving forward.
Well, he realized, too, that if he doesn't accept that role, they probably would have got rid of his ass.
But he's a little farther down the line than I believe Draymond and Klay Thompson are. But I look at them, and I understand from their perspective, Draymond's in particular.
Kyle Lowry, $29.6 million.
Oh, I thought it was more. And well, then I stand corrected.
But it's still a lot of money.
It is for someone who's not good.
Right.
And then I look at someone like Draymond, like he wanted to get a contract extension. So if he accepts a lesser role, he's in essence probably accepting lesser money on a deal moving forward. And all of us can relate to, no, I want to get paid the most amount of money that I'm going to get. And so I understand being selfish and wanting to not limit yourself because you're limiting yourself financially.
But that's interesting right there because if Draymond Green does sign an extension with the Warriors this season, and to your point, he's got his money in the pocket.
And
now he's like, oh, you can do whatever you want with me. You want me to come off the bench? Sure, why not? Klay Thompson's got $43 million left, but he's playing for that next extension.
And I think he needs to play nice.
Right. He does need to play nice.
You know what I mean? Like, for other people to view him.
But I think that's something this offseason, the Warriors need to nip that in the bud.
What do you mean?
This offseason, they need to have that conversation. Because, listen, if it's Jordan Poole starting for Klay Thompson, what is Jordan? You can't just give a spot to Jordan Poole. He's got to go out there and earn it. I don't know if he earned that thing.
If Draymond comes back, I just don't see how Jordan Poole can come back.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. That's an entirely separate conversation.
Yeah, I'm
but
sorry.
I'm just Klay Thompson for a second.
Yeah.
Just sticking on to him. You got to have that conversation going into the season. And you got to have it now. Hey, Klay, this is the plan for next season. You have to come off the bench. And if he doesn't accept it this offseason, now you have time to maybe work out a deal.
So let me ask you about
know
that.
what I'm saying?
No,
if you do that, like, hey, Klay,
point.
we're going to do this.
But who's going to be starting in front of him?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to bench Klay Thompson. That's why the argument to me is stupid. Because who's better? When you think about space on the floor, and if you have Draymond Green in that lineup with Kevon Looney, well, I need some shooting outside. And even then, the shooters are not going to have room to move around because you got two guys who defenses don't even respect. Think about Miami last night. You're watching them.
Duncan
got
Robinson,
5 threats.
Yes.
Denver, you have 5 threats. Even Aaron Gordon hit a 3 late.
Yep.
He's a threat offensively. Draymond Green and Looney to opposing teams aren't even threats offensively. They just sag right off of them, and they camp out on defense, which, again, takes away the spacing for Stephen Curry, takes away the spacing for Klay Thompson.
So, but do you see, I just want to pause for just a second. Do you see a scenario? I don't see this, but let's say everyone comes back, Draymond, Poole included. Would Klay go to the bench in favor of Jordan Poole in terms of starting the game?
Yeah, but what does that do for the offense?
No,
does that
I'm
change
asking
anything?
you, would he, forget what it does.
Sure.
Would he accept that?
Sure.
I think
know.
he'd have a hard time accepting that. I think
especially with the way Jordan Poole started to pout at the end of the season?
Just in general. And then, you got 1 year left on your deal. Draymond has the opt-in. Let's say right now, if Draymond opts in or they work out some sort of an extension, now he's got a multi-year deal. You don't. I don't know. I think we're kind of.
I know. Number one,
we're going over the human element.
Defensively, I don't think Jordan Poole plays at a level high enough.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, would he accept it emotionally?
I don't know. Probably not. But Steve Kerr and 5-0 just said something, just throw it up against the wall.
What's that?
Klay was never asked to come off the bench. Unless you got a source on that, I'll stand corrected and say, hey, I apologize. But to my knowledge, Klay was never asked about that. And when Klay came back last year, January 9th, when he missed 2 seasons and missed 941 days due to the leg injuries, Steve Kerr said all along while he was out, when they asked him a question, when Klay comes back, will he start? And Steve Kerr unequivocally said, absolutely, he's starting. It's not even a question. He's starting. So that could have been nipped in the butt right then and there and said, it would have been, I think, easier to say, hey, Klay, you've been off for 2 years. We're going to work you back in slowly. We're going to bring you off the bench, let Jordan Poole continue. That was the time to do it. But Steve Kerr planted his flag all season long and said, when Klay comes back, he is starting. And from then on, you can't go back. You can't go back because all of a sudden you lose one of your trusted veterans and you risk losing one of your locker room. We know Draymond, Steph, Klay, they all ride together. And these veterans ride together.
Well, I think
that's why the rookie thing didn't work out here.
It's interesting you said that because I agree with you. You can't lose one of the veterans. But the problem with the way the team was constructed right now, riding with the one veteran, the reverse of that is that you lost all the young guys.
Exactly. So you already had that. You already had some rebellion in the locker room in the first place.
I mean, it just feels like to me something's got to give.
It goes on to locker room dynamics.
What do you get? Like what's got to give for you? Do you think you got to give up on the rookies, or do you think you got to give a little off the veterans?
I don't know. I'm look. Draymond Green sounds like he's coming back, and Draymond Green had a fantastic basketball season. My stance on Draymond is there was a lot going on off the floor, and the season went awry because of what happened before the season. And I don't want to revisit and talk about that. But they all admit that. Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, with their own words. It came out of their mouths, not ours, their mouths that incident kind of screwed up everything. The vibe, the camaraderie. So I don't know how you get that back. But one thing I was going to get to is we all pinpoint Klay Thompson's struggles from the three-point line against the LA Lakers. Did you see Stephen Curry's numbers from 3?
Terrible.
In that series?
Yeah, I think 31%.
Terrible, right?
Or maybe I might even be too high.
But we're hyper focused on Klay Thompson. I get it because Steph Curry does a lot more. He has the ball in his hands.
He had unbelievable assist games and things like that.
But Steph Curry also struggled. And my point is this: he struggled from three, and Klay struggled from three. Why did they struggle from three? Well, one, obviously, they didn't shoot the ball well. But two, the Lakers were able to get into them and really take away their airspace. Why were they able to take away their airspace? Because he had two non-scorers on the floor, Kevon Looney and Draymond Green. That style of basketball, playing essentially 3-on-5, where you got two guys not looking at the basket, I don't think you can win like that anymore. I think those days are done for the Warriors. Now, I would love to be proven wrong. I'll love to be proven wrong. But when you got two bigs who don't even look at the basket, now all of a sudden, Klay Thompson's, he had some great looks in that series, but for the most part, they shut him down. But they also slowed down Steph Curry from the three-point line. What does that tell you? You don't have any spacing offensively. So I think we're talking about the wrong guy coming off the bench.
So who's the wrong guy? Well, who's the guy then?
The guy should be Draymond Green.
I think there are certain matchups you want him to start, and there's other matchups it does. I think when you're looking at some of the second unit lineups, I think Draymond could be a great facilitator alongside some of the younger players.
Yeah.
But I just don't know if he's ready to accept that. He views himself a certain way. I don't know, man. And this is where some of the ego has to give a little on some of these guys, on both ends, the youngsters and the older guys.
Some people think Dre's not the problem. All right, here's Steve Kerr. This is going to be interesting. What is this, Benoni? The nuances of riding the hot hand?
Correct. Yeah. So we're talking about role players, and knowing when to pick and choose your spots when guys are hot in the playoffs, when they're not.
We'll pick that up on the other side because we got the injury report.
Very
right.
interesting.
Pick that up. All right, we'll pick that up on the other side.
Injury report.
And now. Oh, boy. Didn't even realize this. Alex Wood going to the IL yesterday with lower back tightness on his left side. Wood said before yesterday's game that after his last start in Milwaukee, he began to feel some discomfort in his lower back. Okay, he got lit up against the Pirates in his last
start. Is he on a 2-year deal currently? Ugh.
I'm telling you, go get me Shohei, man. I need a pitcher and a hitter. Kill two birds with one stone, man. I know it's unrealistic.
I would like one of the top players in baseball.
What is Steiny's hoodie? The hell with the kids. The hell with the prospects. Go give me some major league proven talent, man. Please. All right. He did add that he expects to spend no more than a minimum 15 days on the injured list.
How can you even know that?
Oh, my gosh. Tristan Beck
apparently Alex Wood's really good at knowing his body and predicting his IL stints. So fun fact.
He's also really good at flaming out in the fifth inning. We're not even getting to the fifth inning.
Yeah, I was going to say the fourth. Sometimes.
I mean, third time around the lineup. Here we go. Team's batting 438. I'm just made that number up, but it feels like they're batting 500. All right, Tristan Beck called up to fill his spot. Alex Wood, IL, lower back tightness. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Freeball Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. George Contos, 8:30. We'll continue to talk some Warriors basketball here on the Morning Roast. If you want to chime in on the conversation, the phone lines are always open. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on the other side.
This is Flea for this little...
losing it. 4 seconds. Murray, step back, three-pointer. Won't go. Fight for the rebound. Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals. What a comeback here on the road for the Heat. And it's one apiece.
Oh, baby. Come on. Come on, folks. It's a Monday. We know it. We're in the dog days of sports radio. We know it. But damn it, we're going to keep pumping out content like it's no tomorrow. We'll get to the full season. Yeah,
sports are everywhere. What are we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. There's sports everywhere. Somebody told me yesterday at Oracle Park.
What was that?
I was walking by. They're like, hey, man, Rose, baby, what's going on? I'm like, what's up, man? He goes, man, there's just really nothing to talk about. I'm like, are you kidding me? You got Mike Breen on the call right there for the NBA Finals. That was a terrific NBA Finals game. I mean, electric intensity. I was locked in. Baby Chad's looking at me. Papa screaming. Shot making in the fourth quarter. That's the type of basketball I live for, man. That was great stuff.
Papa screaming.
Papa crazy. Mama, Papa crazy. Yeah, I am crazy. Baseball has turned it up. Listen, we
Can
need
I
to
ask
talk
a
about
question on
this.
baseball just a quick second?
Yeah.
Forget the Giants. This is the most fun you had watching baseball in about 10, 15 years?
I think I've been having fun watching baseball I think it's been turning up. I think the pitch clock is helping enhance it.
Totally agree.
But there's been a lot of young players. Ronald Acuna Jr. hit a ball Saturday night. Did you see where that ball landed?
Did.
Oh my God.
I know.
Guy's sick, and I came him up in fantasy.
I saw a camera angle that came out this week, and it was taking an at bat against Spencer Strider.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh my God, we need more of these cameras."
Yeah.
Have you seen the cameras that the NBC is doing
Absolutely.
now?
It's pretty
really cool. And it's
Really
way
cool.
more high def.
Yep.
I love that camera.
No, baseball. And look, man, baseball. You got a lot of young studs in baseball, but you look around in the league, and like the Tampa Bay Rays got off to that great start.
Yeah.
They're only 4 up on the Baltimore Orioles.
I mean, Baltimore's one of the best teams in baseball.
Baltimore's sick.
Yeah.
All right. The Yankees.
Batista's a sick closer.
The Yankees. Injuries. Aaron Boone getting kicked out. But you know what? The Yankees are right there. They're right there.
I just can't stand them.
That entire division's over 500.
Yeah, I know, but the Blue Jays are scuffling.
Yeah.
Manoah is scuffling.
Well, they
Vlad
won
Guerrero Jr. isn't as good.
They've won 4 in a row. They're
I know.
73 their
I think
last
they're
10.
fine.
Right? The Twins, the AL Central's the
Well, they've got
laughing
two
stock.
great pitchers right now in their starting rotation.
Right, they are.
Sonny Gray being one of them.
And
Another
Ryan.
guy that no one knows.
Ryan.
Look at you.
Joe Ryan.
Yep, Joe Ryan.
I think they both have 8 wins. I could be wrong.
Texas. Just smash the Seattle Mariners.
And we still haven't seen their top pitching prospect.
Yeah. Bruce Bochy's coming out
Leiter's
here.
kid.
Yeah, Leiter's kid's coming. And DeGrom's been hurt for most of the season.
Well,
He's killing my fantasy baseball
DeGrom's
team.
always hurt.
I know.
Evaldi's been a great pickup for them.
Evaldi's been
Evaldi-
great. And Gray. Gray's been legit.
Evaldi's been good at every stop. Like, honestly, I know no one wants to admit it.
Right.
Every stop, he's been good.
All right, so
gets hurt, but he's good.
Gray's been dealing too for the Rangers. He's like his last 6 starts, he's got like 2.81 ERA. It's been electric. Josh Young, third baseman, nobody knows about. This guy rakes at the hot corner. And Bruce Bochy coming out to Pack Booty Park in August. That's rotted Hayward.
I don't like hearing
Pack Booty Park. That's pretty good.
It's funny from a Dodger fan, not from you. When are they going to wear the 1980s jerseys?
Who's that?
The Giants. They've been selling them in the the team store. Like, when are they going to come out with those? I want to see the cocaine whites.
Well, look, you guys are cocaine. As you say, don't say Pack Booty Park, you say cocaine whites.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The Marlins, 32-28. 3.5 back of the Braves, being scrappy. All right? The scrappy Marlins.
I like
Laugh
the
at them.
Marlins.
They play hard, man.
Jazz
They're tough.
Chisholm ran into a wall and banged his knee, and ever since then, they've been on fire.
They've been on fire. The Brewers are in first place. The Pirates are right there. The Cubs got young players are bringing up left and right, letting them play. So I am having fun watching baseball.
It's been a great year.
I am having the Diamondbacks.
Diamondback, your boy looks special.
Which one?
Come on, the guy they gave $100 million deal to.
CC.
Corbin
CC.
Carroll.
There you go, CC.
Yeah, he's so small, but the dude is a beast.
Yeah, they got players. He
is a
down
beast. I watched him and Thomas hit a couple of just routine singles into the gap. And they legged them both out for doubles. I'm like, God, that team speed is unbelievable. I love seeing the speed in baseball right now. The athleticism has really come back.
I mean, Bobby Witt Jr. Dude, Bobby Witt
Banning
Jr.
the shift, best thing they could have done.
Bobby Witt Jr. has 18 steals.
Yeah, he's
Ronald Acuña is still on the base every single day. Ruiz from the A's is still on base.
Do you know who leads baseball in bunt singles?
Who's that?
The San Francisco Giants.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that stat. I did hear
Isn't that a great stat?
That is a great stat. That is a good stat.
We did bunting practice yesterday at West Sunset.
How was that?
We really got to work on our bunting.
Come on.
Launch angle, we're good.
Practice when? Tuesday, Thursday this week?
Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, and then Wednesday's hitting at SF Baseball Academy.
Tuesday, what time?
Tuesday, 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it. I'll be out there tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll come
let's
out
go.
Tomorrow? Yeah, I'll come out there tomorrow.
Nice. Layered clothing. It's West Sunset.
Yeah, no.
Never know what you're going to get.
I may bring baby Tez, too.
Nice.
I actually just ordered her some toddler sticks. Golf sticks.
Really?
She doesn't even know it's coming.
Nice.
Doesn't even know it's coming.
So let me guess. You went the highest quality, just straight blade Titleists.
Most reviews.
Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon.
Good for you.
Amazon
That's awesome.
Prime. Got over 7,000 reviews, 4.5 stars.
Yeah.
Ooh, put the order in, just slide right.
Love it.
Comes
Love it.
right
Love
to
it.
your
Love
door.
it.
So you got to do that.
I had to assemble a ton of furniture over the weekend up at the cabin. And let me just tell you this right now. Your boy's back is ready to blow out because I was hunched over with the Allen wrench thingy trying to twist. And you know how you can't use normal tools because you can't squeeze them in there? Dude,
that's tough.
God bless you people that work with your hands every single day. You're just better people than I am.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to those people. Good morning to them. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to all the truck drivers like Ron out there at Hayward, who's going to visit Oracle Park. I don't even want to say that, but I do want to say this. Good morning to all the strippers. It was a hell of a weekend. Summertime, man. Everybody comes out and everybody's visiting from out of town. Everybody needs a place to go at night. Nightlife is dying a little bit. You got some good places to go. So shout out to you guys. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the folks on YouTube.
I love it.
Comcast Business Text Line. Oh, I love it too.
I saw Guru got his box over the weekend.
He got his box.
So
he was texting me Saturday. He's on the soda diet now.
So soda stands for state of the art.
State of the art.
Okay, and what comes in the box for those that are uninitiated?
You got a protein bar like this.
Okay.
And it's cookies and cream, high protein bar.
Okay, and so it's basically that's like a snack.
It's a snack for you.
Okay.
You got the cereal. You got the soups.
Okay.
What else do you have? Oh, and chips. They can bring you chips too.
Gotcha.
And they have these drinks. Fruit punch drinks, pineapple drinks, powder.
Okay.
Add some water to it,
So
maybe
now-
some ice.
Now, basically, they give you a box. How often do you get that box if you sign up?
So you get a box for the first 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then they resend you a box for a month.
Gotcha.
And then they resend you a box for 2 months. So I'm stacked.
Oh, wow.
I got nothing. Guru brought the box here for whatever reason. I don't know why he brought the box.
Well, maybe he was just showing people off. And
Yeah.
you've lost how much
I'm a
weight, if you
snob.
don't mind me asking? If this is an indelicate question.
No, it's not.
I apologize.
I have no problem. For me, it's not. You
Okay.
can ask me about everything.
Well, I know, but I don't want to be insensitive.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. You can talk about my weight. You can call me
No,
a
you
fat
look
ass if you want
phenomenal.
to. Call me a fat ass if you want to. I don't
No,
care.
you're not. You
listen,
look great.
Shout out to the ladies of Magic City and Blue
I
Flame.
saw some pictures of you guys at the wedding on Friday. You look phenomenal.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
You
By the
look
way,
phenomenal.
By the way, the wedding, Ramon and Rosanna.
Uh-huh.
Rosanna's a beautiful bride. Ramon, shout out to him. Do you know the entire groomsmen crew? I get there, right? And shout out to Big Boris, by the way. First of all,
Big Boris.
Big Boris.
Boris sounds like a bodyguard.
Well, he looks like a bodyguard.
Okay.
He's a big boy. He's bald, too.
Tell him to come with us to Philadelphia next time we go.
I'm not sure he's bald by choice, but he's bald. Big Boris comes up, you're Bonte Hill, and he's in my grill, right? I'm like, he goes, hey, I thought that was you. He goes, I wait for 605, and I wait for that old baby, and then his daughter's 13 years old.
Oh, nice.
Daddy, turn this off. I don't want to listen to this. And so I walked up to the daughter. I said, hey, give Boris a break, man. He's a good dad. She goes, I don't know about that. And I'm like, let him listen to the radio. She goes, oh, I do. I go, you can't stand those maniacs on the air. He goes, oh, my God, they're so crazy. They're always screaming. So, Big Boris. Shout out to Boris.
Thank you,
and
Boris.
the entire groomsmen crew.
Yeah.
Will, I forget some of the other names. God forbid me.
The story's falling apart.
Listen. We had a great time.
Oh, good.
Great time.
Very
Hit
good.
the dance floor.
Where was it?
Casa Riel Winery, Pleasanton, Livermore.
Oh,
in
so
that
beautiful
area.
weather.
Beautiful weather. It was
really
nice
hot?
out there. It was really hot.
Yeah, it was like 85 degrees at the cabin over the weekend, so I can only imagine what it was out there.
It was hot out there, but
Wow.
indoors it was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun, but a lot of roasters in the building. A lot of
Very
roasters.
cool.
One of them, who's a Warrior season ticket holder, was hanging with Boris and goes, I love it when Shasky gets on your nerves. When you get annoyed and say, oh my gosh, I said, well, that happens every 5
I'm
minutes.
the straw.
Well, you're not the straw that stirs the drink. You're the straw that breaks the drink, that everybody spits out the drink. Anyway.
I'm the straw for your soda protein shake.
Oh, gosh, need new straws here. Like the little paper straws just get soggy after 5 minutes.
Useless. Most useless invention in the history of mankind.
Especially when you do like a milkshake and the thing's falling apart. You're like, what is going on here?
Yeah, so I got to shout out to everybody.
The other thing that I can't stand, that when you go to like sporting events now, they take the cap, and I know why they do it, because it's a safety hazard. If caps were on the ground, people could slip and hurt themselves. I totally understand it. Are we so uncivilized as a society? We can't bottle and put the cap back on our water bottles and on our drinks.
I took Benny to a Warriors game. I took Benny to a Warriors game, and that same thing happened to me. And I got 2 waters, and it's just me and a 3-year-old. By the way, how the hell am I supposed to carry all this? Trust him with one of the bottles? He's spilling it.
I had that yesterday.
It really frustrates me.
I bought 3 waters yesterday. I had one in the front
pocket. Did they take the cap off?
No, they did not. Oracle Park did not take the cap off. Thank God.
Because I know at Chase they do it, and I get why. Believe me, I get why they do it.
I don't like that though. I don't like it.
Me neither.
But I had like a water in my left pocket, right pocket, back pocket. It was a lot. And baby Ches likes to be held at sporting events because she likes to be tall and see everything.
Yeah.
She was on my shoulders. She was having fun.
Was she checking out how Casey Schmidt digs out a ball in the dirt?
She was checking out how he was striking out. She was like, boy, this guy is a slump. This boy is slumping. Let's go. I didn't come here to watch the guys try to get shut up. She did watch Blake Sable hit a home run.
He hit him to the deepest part of the ballpark.
Hit a bomb, and then she went to go run the bases out there in the left field. She loves doing that.
That's so
year,
cool.
And she made progress.
That's so cool.
Last year, she would hit the ball. She wouldn't let go of the bat, and she would hit it again.
That's
like,
okay.
Hey,
Like
Ches,
Pedro Serrano.
You got to run the bases, baby Ches.
Yeah.
So this time around, she kind of ran the bases, but she kind of ran wherever she wanted to run to, which is fine.
When you hit home runs, you don't got to run the bases.
Yeah, well, she was hitting it the other way. She was like,
tell her like in softball, you hit a home run, you just jog to first.
So it was a lot of fun. By the way, Chris too out there at the wedding. He went to Jefferson High, and we started talking. His wife went to Balboa, but Chris went to Jefferson. He was on this team. You probably don't remember this. They had a guy named Nick Chenault on Jefferson High School football team. They actually lost to
What
SI.
year is this?
This is 99, maybe 2000.
Okay.
But Nick Chenault ended up going to Portland State. He was a stud. He was always on Sports Focus.
Okay.
Guy played safety, wide receiver. He was like legit.
Not on local sports.
Maybe it was high school Sports
what was
Focus.
It?
Local sports is way past cool. Shout out to Isaac.
Yeah.
I ran into Isaac, by the way. I ran into him about at the Bruce Mahoney game at Keysar.
Nice.
He's got something come out. Isaac. I was like, Isaac, what's up? I held his daughter.
Lefkowitz?
Isaac Lefkowitz.
God, what a name.
And he had his daughter. I remember because we won Turkey Day. He took a picture with all of us because he was like, oh, Isaac, man, what's up? And I had his daughter. He was like, I remember that to this day. She's like, obviously 20 years old. She's probably in college now. So anyway, but he played for Jefferson High School. I was like, Jefferson had. He was like, I was on the team. I was like, you guys had a running back named Simmons. He was like, yeah. And I was like, you guys lost SI in the rain. He goes, it was a conspiracy theory. He said he had a kid. They had a kid on Jefferson.
Was Scott Foster reffing?
No, check this out. He told me the story. Shout out to Chris. He told me the story, dude. This is great. We'll get to the calls in a second. This guy. The kid played for Jefferson. Was on the team, and he was a big dude. Apparently, he was like 6'7", 280, whatnot. Oh, wow. And he transferred to SI in the middle of the season.
Oh.
So he was on the sideline for SI during that playoff game. So he believes that kid shared the entire playbook they had, basically like Bobby Boucher, Water Boy.
So it was like Gruden.
Basically had the playbook. Yeah, Gruden in the Super Bowl. Yeah. The Water Boy, where the other coaches stole. What's your boy Fonzarelli's name from Happy Days? Yeah, that was, he said that's why they lost. It was raining. It was at Keys. I went to that game as a kid.
The fact that Vontae Hill just did a Fonzarelli, drop there.
Fonz. By the way, we played in Barry. Anybody watch the show Barry?
No.
Very weird ending on HBO.
Max. Yeah.
Barry was good. Spinoni?
You're thinking of Henry Winkler, the guy that plays.
Henry Winkler.
I was also in Waterboy.
Yeah,
also
Waterboy
in Holes,
coach.
great movie there. Holes, Shia LaBeouf.
No doubt. All right, let's get back to sports here. I think that's what's talking about sports. But,
no, that was sports.
But it was a lot of roasters at this way. I couldn't believe it. They were like, oh, man, what's going on? And they knew everything. First thing they go, who did Anna have lunch with to know that Bob Myers was leaving?
What?
I was like, damn, you guys are like really listening.
That's like going into the Reddit rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's like, boy, I can't tell you who that is, but Anna was full of herself saying, yeah, I got sources. And her source was right.
And Anna Baum maybe coming on to the show one time and telling us some news that's going to break?
She might be listening right now, please. I think the show's been doing well ever since.
A Novikov bomb?
Listen. She hasn't called the show in what? Damn, since my birthday.
Oh, wow.
I think their
September 15th?
Our number, yeah, there you go. Good memory. Our numbers have been so much better since that day she called.
Oh.
So let's just keep it like that. She doesn't need to call. You don't need to, don't do it, Lovin. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, you guys. Get a pen and paper. I got a lot of content for you.
Oh, boy. Hey, Robin, come on, Robin. What's going on?
Okay, so I actually stole this from another show, but I wanted to present it to you guys.
Was it a show on our station?
Let's recycle.
No, it's late night. It's late night. I'm a vampire too. Up early vampire late at night.
Gotcha.
But it was a good because it was good because I've always believed when I'm getting ready to present one thing. So, but I do want to say this: we need to talk about before I get to the good point. We need to talk about John Morant. What you guys think? Shannon Sharp. Mike Dunleavy, we haven't touched on that. You guys didn't touch on Mike Dunleavy, Shannon Sharp, John Morant.
Well,
those subjects are still out there.
No,
okay?
well, Robin, real quick. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to be the GM. We kind of it's been setting up like that for months. When he does get announced as a new GM, we will we will be all over it. Trust me, you know that, Robin.
I know that. So here's the thing I wanted to say about the Warriors. A friend and I were talking, and we just like, you know what? Damn it, it's time for the Warriors to evolve. What that means, what that looks like, I don't know. But we came to the conclusion that both Kerr and Latham are both enablers because they want to hold on to the core, and somebody has to go, okay? And because we feel like they enable them and their crap, and that hurts the team, okay? So it's time for the vets to really show some real leadership, and we don't know if they can coexist with the youngsters because they're so arrogant, but they have got to evolve. And then the last thing I want to say about the viewership, that Miami game, that first game, they only got like 7 million viewers. When the Warriors played last year, they got like 11 million. That's a considerable drop. Everybody is everybody's like praising Jokic, and he's good. He's fundamentally sound, but he's hella boring.
No, you know what Robin, you know what the problem is? As a media, as a entity, people who cover the league, they do a terrible job of promoting teams like that.
Just hear me out though, real quick on this. The kids don't love Jokic the way the adults do.
They don't.
I mean, I'm telling you, I'm around these kids. You know who the kids are talking about?
John Morant.
Yeah. They're about Steph Curry. They don't talk about Jokic like that. So,
I hear you.
I mean, that's like, I'm just telling you with kids. I'm telling you what the kids are gravitating
But
to.
I think the league doesn't do a good job of promoting teams outside of the Lakers, Warriors, Celtics,
Both
Clippers.
can be true. Right. So let's Robin, thank you. I wrote down everything. Vontae, let's do rapid fire on Robin. Okay. All right. In terms of what she brought up. I'm going to give you 10 seconds on each. John Morant, potential suspension.
Not good for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Shannon Sharp breaking up with Skip Bayless.
About time.
Okay. Dunleavy Jr.
I think it could be a really good GM for the Golden State Warriors, but how much power would Joe Lacob and company give him?
Yeah, all right. Warriors, damn it, evolve.
Evolve. We've been talking about that. Evolve. Yes, we would like to see them evolve. No more 3-on-5.
Are they enablers?
One can say they were this year.
What do you think of their leadership? Can they coexist with the youngsters?
I don't know. They couldn't this year.
And last but not least, Miami, Denver, 7 million viewers. Hella boring.
I mean, listen. You don't have any household names here, right? Was Jimmy Butler a household name?
Not necessarily.
Is Jokic a household name? He should be. He's a two-time MVP.
Not necessarily.
You know, Hypeflix is right. What's boring about 40-10-10? The guy's averaging a triple-double in the playoffs.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, the kids
don't think because he's not a high flyer.
That's what I'm saying.
I find him to be. I love watching
we
him.
all love Olajuwon now. I'm not sure Olajuwon did that for youngsters way back when.
Oh, my God. Oh, I was huge Olajuwon fan.
But you're you know.
I'm different.
I mean, let's just call it what it is. Yeah. Like, I see the jerseys, right? And the kids love Steph. They love Ja. They love Trae Young, even though Trae Young's a flawed player.
That's a problem.
They don't love Jokic.
And that's the problem. That's a problem. You like Trae Young and John Morant. Bonte. You should be liking Jokic.
Look, you know what? We all want to eat organic, right?
Your kids at practice, they love John Morant, huh?
Yeah, well, they all do.
Well, when I come to practice, I'm checking all these kids, telling them why they need to love Jokic.
Bonte, I do it every
I'm going to scold these kids.
It drives me nuts.
I mean, they may never get to practice after I talk to them.
And then they all have changed their name because like we have like a group thread. They're all Michael Himothy Guinasso. All of them.
What Tyler Miller say?
They all call themselves him.
Said Auntie Robin brought the PowerPoint today.
Dude, the PowerPoint.
Shit, it's sharp.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was a 7-point PowerPoint.
Boy, Shannon Sharp got on. All right, real quick, let's go to before we get to George Conso, let's get to Mike in San Jose.
I think it was a mutually beneficial relationship for both Skip and Shannon, and I believe that it ran its course. And now Shannon's gonna fly.
Did you see Stephen A's video?
I do not know exactly why they broke up, but I understand.
But he has a home here if he wants to come to First Take.
Of course.
Mike, San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? I'm just trying to keep it lighthearted, but Shafsky, you said you knew why that they took the bottle caps off of the bottles, but I think you missed the main one. They just don't want you throwing it like across the arena and pegging someone in the head. I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay, but you could still throw a beer bottle or a water bottle. Like I hear what you're saying. It's probably less aerodynamic once you take the cap off, but I don't know. I mean, you don't take the bottle. Right. I don't know. I just when you're walking to and from your seats, it's very impractical.
Yeah, you could throw anything. You could throw the trays. You could flip the trays like frisbees.
But I think if the bottle cap's still on, you can like keep the cap on. There's like liquid in it that gives like the bottle a little bit more heft when you throw it. I guess that's my just dark thinking of it.
The fact that we have to talk about.
That's what I'm saying. Like, are we that low as a society that we can't?
Yes, we are that low.
Yes, we are absolutely
that low. But we'll answer that right now.
Speaking of bottle caps, top 5 worst candy of all time. Just saying.
That is a terrible candy.
Horrible. When I got those in my Halloween bag, toss them immediately.
The root beer flavor is maybe the worst flavor candy in the history of candy.
Sweeties or bottle caps? In terms of chocolate.
Smarties, you mean?
Yeah, or Sweeties. I thought they were Sweeties.
Sweet tarts?
Yeah. No, not sweet tarts. The little like chalky, rainbowy.
That's Smarties.
Okay, yeah.
Smarties. Smarties.
They're both Smarties,
not
I'll do those all day over bottle caps.
Yeah, they're both terrible. Eric in Alameda. Get you on here before consoles. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. What's going on? Hey, bottle caps, the worst flavor, root beer.
Yes, I just said that. See, I told you the root beer flavor is awful. That was disgusting.
Hey, guys, you guys need to give a little more love to college baseball in the Bay Area. You got the Stanford Cardinals.
We spoke about it.
1 game away from going to the Super Regionals.
Yeah,
probably play Texas. And Stanford has been in the regionals the last 5 out of the 6 years.
No doubt. Hey, listen.
Talk about college baseball.
Hey, listen. They're going to beat Texas A&M. Beating Texas A&M, and then play Texas, and then the college women softball World Series coming on in 35 minutes. Get to your TVs, or actually get to your TVs after 9:54. They're playing Oklahoma in the college World Series.
I plan on streaming Guru and Steiny.
And then having today's a split screen day.
Double screen.
Yeah, double screen day. Double screen day.
I'm a snob.
6 o'clock Stanford. Yeah, 6 o'clock Stanford.
Hey, Eric.
Winner take all.
Eric, how about you give some love to the women, though? The College World Series, softball World Series. What about that?
Diversify your portfolio of college sports, bro.
You just want to give love to the college baseball team. What about the women? They got it more important than the Final Four, Eric. Come on. We're talking regionals. We're talking World Series. All right, Eric, good call. Good call. Giving love to everybody. Giving love to high schools, colleges. Nobody does it like the Roast when it comes to that.
I gotta go.
Now we gotta go. And what's coming up on the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein is George Contos, former member of the San Francisco Giants, 2-time World Series champ, now in NBC Sports Bay Area, and the boy can hit a golf ball 1,000,000 yards. Oh, my gosh.
Hey, it's Tiger.
The stories I'm hearing about Contos on a golf course, oh, my Lord. And his shoe game is on point. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT.
Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Eat, learn, play. Eat, learn, play. Saw his charitable event. The golfers out there, the youngsters and everything like that. So that was cool. Steph Curry doing it all for the kids. I'm going to talk to George Conto about the San Francisco Giants, who just lost back-to-back home series. DeSclafani, not good yesterday. Alex Wood on the IL, not good. Logan Webb, tough luck loss Friday night, not good. Casey Schmidt struggling, not good. What's going on? Oh, Michael Conforto, hurt, heel injury, not good. Where are the Giants at right now? 29-30. Are they at where you thought they'd be? Are you having fun watching them? What needs to happen? Should Farhan Zaidi be aggressive? I wonder, Shasky, because a lot of talk was about him being aggressive, but let's get Contos on here. George Contos, of course, does a hell of a job at ABC Sports Bay Area. I love running into him down there. His golf game is immaculate from what I'm hearing. He's driving the ball 500 yards. I'm kidding. But World Series champ with the Giants back in 2012 and 2014. And, you know, Contos, I remember talking before the season. George, good morning. We were talking before the season about the pitching and the depth of the pitching. Right now, that depth is taking a big-time hit with Alex Wood going on the injury list. DeSclafani scuffling yesterday. Where are you at with the pitching right now as the Giants head into Colorado for a big series against the Rockies?
Well, first of all, good morning, guys. And I'll tell you what, whenever you're scuffling with your pitching staff, that is not the place that you want to go to try to figure it out. You know, it's interesting. We went into spring training being very, very positive and confident in what our rotation was going to look like. We had a bunch of options, and you know, with Ross Stripling's struggles and now him on the IL, and then Alex Wood back on the IL, Manaea having to kind of figure a few things out. It's definitely a little bit concerning because what's going to end up happening is you're going to have your bullpen picking up the slack on that, and the bullpen's done such a great job. But if you wear the bullpen out early, those dog days in August and September when you're hopefully trying to grind for a playoff spot, that's going to come and it's going to pay. It's going to take its toll and pay its dues then.
I mean, do you think that they have to look outside the organization to find some more pitching? Because I mean, I'm looking at some of the in-house candidates and Stripling and Manaea, and I mean, it's just, you know, and I know they want to bring up Harrison at some point, but it's a lot of pressure for the young man who hasn't been extended that deep into a season like they're expecting him to be at some point this year. Do you go from internal or do you look outside the organization?
Well, I think you always want to keep what you have intact first and foremost, right? So if Ross Stripling comes back, hopefully he gets healthy. He's able to come back and figure it out. Sean Manaea has looked promising. He looks a lot better than he did early. Kyle Harrison, I know all of the fans and everybody wants him to be the third member of the prospect group to come up and make an immediate impact. He hasn't thrown more than 4 innings in AAA, and he's walking almost a guy an inning. And I know that there's a ton of energy around him. I'm just not sure that you're ready to bring him up right now and get his clock going. And the last thing that you would want to do is bring him up, not being extended, have him struggle, and ruin some of his confidence, because that is going to be very detrimental in the long term. He's going to be a star. We know the stuff's there. We know the mental makeup's there. I would try to keep it internal. You got a guy in Jacob Junis who can start in the bullpen. I mean, the guys at the top have been very, very good. Other than, you know, DeSclafani kind of been a little bit hit and miss.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one on Harrison, because Bonte and I have been kind of kicking that around. The one guy who really feels like he's in the zone right now, Camilo Duvall. I mean, he had that bat against Rushley, however you pronounce his name. I always mispronounce it. And he was up 4-0 in the 9th inning. It's non-safe situation. I mean, Rushlin is literally choking up at the bat, just praying to hit something foul. He looks so dominant with the cutter, sinker. I don't even know which one's which at 100 miles per hour with that slider. I mean, if he gets that high velocity command, he feels unhittable right now.
For Camilo Duvall, for me, it's always going to be his fastball command, because he's one of those guys that prefers, and at least in my opinion, I have not spoken to him about this, but from what I've watched, he's a lot more comfortable throwing that slider. And it's devastating when you have 100 miles an hour plus under the hood, and you have to respect that when you stand in the box as a hitter. So when you're fouling off 100, you're fouling off 102, you swing and miss at 102, then he throws a 91 mile an hour slider, you get swings and at-bats like Rushman looked like the other day. When he pitches with confidence, being the NL reliever of the month, he tied the most saves in a month in Giants history. If he could just tighten up his fastball command a little bit, and it's not bad, but when he falls behind and counts sometimes, I see him having a lot more confidence in challenging with that slider as opposed to challenging with that fastball. And I'd like it to be a little bit the opposite if we're nitpicking for perfection. But the guy's been dominant.
Yeah, no doubt. George Contos here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. Game does a hell of a job on Giants pre- and post-game live on NBC. Of course, won a couple World Series with the Giants back in 12 and 14. Let's talk about the youngsters for a second, Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. I've been very impressed with Patrick Bailey behind the plate, handling the pitching staff. His bat has been surprising, has some sneaky speed. But Casey Schmidt, Shasky and I were having a dialogue earlier today about Casey Schmidt. In the last 2 weeks, hasn't gone his way at the plate. Should we be concerned about his bat? What adjustments does he need to make moving forward here? Is his bat just .235 over the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you saw Casey Schmidt come up first and then Patrick Bailey, and they both came up with such excitement. I mean, he was tearing the cover off the ball. He was just hitting everything, home runs, exhibiting really good plate control, hitting fastballs in the other way, keeping his hands inside to outside. And they were a huge driving force in that last 2 weeks of May, and the record that they have and the success that they had. But to your point, they've cooled off. I'll start with Patrick Bailey. He's come up and looks like a big league veteran handling the staff.
Absolutely.
He's cool, calm, and collected back there. I heard Buster Posey give an interview on KNBR just saying that he has that maturity from a young player and that confidence that you like to see that not many guys have. So on the catching front, I love the way he frames the ball. He starts with the glove down, and then he brings pitches up, which is the best way to steal strikes on either fastballs or breaking balls. If you can have your arm momentum going up as opposed to going down and then trying to bring it up, that's when umpires kind of see that, and they don't give you those calls. But at the plate, you knew they were going to cool off a little bit, and that was going to be the biggest adjustment that they were going to have to make is when the league sees them a little bit. Now, going to Casey Schmidt, he has the highest chase rate in the big leagues. He's swinging at over 50% of pitches that are out of the zone. That is incredibly too high, and that's going to be his main adjustment that he'll have to make is zone and plate discipline. He's so excited up there. He's still feeling great. He's seeing it like a water balloon, and he wants to be aggressive and he wants to hit, which is great, but you really have to swing at good pitches. Patrick Bailey, I'm not really worried about as much. He's exhibited some really good plate discipline from both sides. I think he'll be just fine with the bat handling himself. Casey Schmidt has got to just clean it up and swing at better pitches, in my opinion.
I would agree overall, but don't you think we've gotten a little overboard? I mean, this guy's a rookie. I mean, he's his first 4 weeks in the bigs, and I don't feel like he's getting overmatched the way Joey Bart got overmatched early on. And I'm seeing the guy, yes, he swings a lot. I don't dismiss that. But, like, we're acting like he's getting overpowered and he's batting in the 100s. I don't know. I feel like we're just always looking for, not you, but I'm just saying people in general are always looking for flaws. And hitting with 2 strikes is an art. Plate discipline, some guys develop it at later points in their careers. Like, I want him to be slightly more discerning, but I also want him to be aggressive and swing at those first pitch strikes. And I don't know. I feel like we're trying to poke holes in the young man's game right now.
I mean, look, if you want this guy to be around for a long time, you have to identify what the flaws are. And there's no doubt he's not going to be overmatched. He can hit high velocity. Yes. He can hit bad breaking balls. But what I've seen is he's up there looking to swing and being overly aggressive right now. And to your point, he's been up for like, what, 3 weeks, three and a half weeks, whatever it was. I mean, the league is going to get to know you at some point, and the making of a good player, at least from my viewpoint, is how they adjust when the league starts seeing them and they make adjustments on them, because they're going to struggle. And how you bounce back from that struggle, Joey Bart, I think, is a little bit of a different story in that he had so much pressure on him following Buster Posey at the big league level that I think Joey's might have been initially a little bit mental, and that kind of took a little longer for him to get comfortable. Casey Schmidt came up, and he looked like he felt real comfortable right from the beginning, which is great to see, but you always like to see how guys bounce back from their struggles. And I'm not saying he's struggling yet, but he's trending down pretty quickly in the batting average department.
George Contos here on the Morning Roast. Before we get you out of here, we lost Humm baby yesterday, Roger Craig, at the age of 93, a 4-time World Series champ. Of course, for Shasky and I, that was our first manager as Giants fans. 7 years old, and in '89 when the Giants went to the World Series against the Oakland A's. Did you ever get to meet Humm, baby? Any stories? Did you ever shake his hand? What you know about Roger Craig, who just left us yesterday?
I did. I got to meet him a few times over my 11-year kind of tenure now with the Giants, and the thing that kind of sticks out the most outside of him coming in '85, I believe, after a 100-loss season, the only 100-loss season, I think, in Giants history in the San Francisco era, and then came back and won 83 games the next year. But last year when Will Clark got his number retired during the ceremony, Humm Baby put a little video together on the big screen, and he said, you know what, congratulations, but if you'd have listened to me, you'd have been even better. And you could see what kind of guy he was, and he liked to poke fun, but there was a little bit of seriousness in that comment. So I got him, obviously, when he was a little bit older, and the Giants family definitely lost a great one yesterday.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, they did. What are you feeling right now with the Giants overall, right? Don't you feel optimistic about them? We were kicking this around. I'm just curious. Yeah. This has been more fun than I anticipated this year.
I am optimistic based on how they've played since the middle of May. But I think we could probably all agree that right there in the middle of May, they were firing on all cylinders with all aspects of the game. Starting pitching did well. The bullpen has been absolutely dominant. And you guys have heard me say it for years. The team is only going to go as far as that pitching staff, bullpen, especially late in those games. So getting the ball to Camilo. I think that this month is going to be very telling. You got some games at Dodger Stadium, then you come right back home to face the Padres and the D-backs, and you can really make a huge dent, good or bad, in your season with that homestand. But you got Toronto. Baltimore just came in, and I think we saw what a dominant bullpen looked like. You got the Mets. This is going to be a really crucial month, and I think it will be very telling as to what the Giants will do at the trade deadline, which is still August 1st, is a mile away. But you can make really big strides in either direction based on the performance of this month.
George, I'm with you. 9 of the next 12 on the road at Coors Field. You know how tough it is to play there at Coors Field. Wacky things happen in that big ballpark. At St. Louis, the Cardinals are starting to play a little bit better. They're going to be up for the Giants. And then, of course, you mentioned the Dodgers, Padres, Diamondbacks, Blue Jays north of the border, and then the New York Mets out in New York City. And, by the way, you come back home 4th of July weekend and play the Mariners. So we're going to know a lot about this team over the next month, and we'll continue to watch you, man. How's the golf game going these days? I heard you was out there with Willie, man, just tearing it up in the city recently.
Yeah, we played a couple times. We played out at Round Hill, and then we went out to Cal Club, played some golf, and oh man, I'll tell you what, golf game's pretty good. I'm sitting kind of around a plus 0.5, so I'm a little dangerous right now.
Yeah, well, you're not taking my money, George. You want to take Shasky money, be my guest.
No, I'll take those handful of strokes on either side. That's no problem. That's an equalizer. I love getting strokes.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I got to link you up.
I'm always the candy man on the golf course.
No, I got to link you up with my boys in 1985 Gallery. With the shoe game, man, because I see your shoe game, but they've laced me up with some new Jays. We got to share some stories there, but 1985 Gallery, I got to put you on to them, George, because they'll take care of you, man. They'll have you looking real nice.
I would love that. I got some new drip for you. I got them Travis Scott's, mochas, and the olives. I'm not sure if you've seen them, but I got them just for you, baby.
Nah, I know. You were telling me about them. I didn't really want to see them because you made me jealous when you told me you were getting them. And
mocha,
yeah, I know. George is on another level, man. You're doing such a great job with Laura Britt and Carlos, of course, up there at NBC Sports Bay Area. We really enjoy your coverage and your insight. And, yeah, you like those, Shasky?
Those aren't bad.
Those aren't bad.
They're nasty.
Bad.
They are nasty. They are nasty. George, good stuff, man. Appreciate the time today, brother.
Thanks for having me, guys. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Anytime. George Contos here on the roast, man. He's a really good dude, man. He's a lot of fun. Remember he came into the set in NBC Sports. We're doing a Warriors game. He taught us how to putt. Mine lipped out. I'm really excited about golf right now.
So you golf left-handed, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious on that. Why did you perk up when he was talking about the chase rate on Casey Schmidt?
No, listen, man. It's a talking point. Here's the deal.
Do you know what the average chase rate is in baseball?
No.
Do you even know what chase rate means?
No,
I'm asking you.
Swinging outside of the zone.
Okay.
Swinging outside of the zone.
What is the MLB? I'm asking you right now. What is the MLB average?
Probably 60% in today's game.
Nope.
What is it?
30%, give or take.
30%.
Okay. Right now, he's at about 50%. All right.
That's not good.
Well, again, but
my whole point.
Yesterday, just real quick, I'll let you go. You don't get the 97-mile-an-hour double in the Saturday game if he doesn't chase a little.
I hear you.
So there's some give and take. The highest chase rate, quote unquote, was Pablo Sandoval in Giants history, recent memory, was Pablo Sandoval's rookie year. All right. He chased on like 55% of pitches. Yep. And he hit like 25 jacks, 90 something RBIs, and batted .330. Now, Pablo, for a variety of reasons, never got to those numbers again. But in terms of a rookie coming up and being aggressive, I love it.
Right, so this is
Estrada chases at 42%.
This is what I find happening right now with you. And you don't have to do this. And you can disagree with me if you want to. I get it. You love Casey Schmidt.
No.
I want the young man that... Hear me out here.
Nope.
Hear me out here
It's
before you cut me off.
Keep going.
No. Before you cut me off here. All we're saying is we want this kid to be great. But he has some flaws right now. And all I said earlier today was I wanted to see how he adjusts. The last 2 weeks is not good. Okay. And this can continue to spiral. And all of a sudden he looks overwhelmed to get into his own head. And boom, it's back to Sacramento. It's about not letting him go back to Sacramento.
Why? He's not going to. He's going to be fine. His
if he continues to hit like this, he's going to be back in Sacramento next month.
His bat's not going to fall off that hard. Let me ask you this question.
Come on, man. I'm just saying. We can pick apart. I get it. He's one of your favorite players right now.
No.
You got a lot of stock in this guy.
Yeah, but you swing at pitches early in the count.
Contos is a major league baller.
He's a pitcher. Pitchers are different, and I'm not.
But he was in the game, and he covers the game, and he knows the game. He's forgotten more baseball than we know. All he's saying is that chase rate at 50% is not good.
You've never even heard of chase rate till this year.
No. They talk about all these analytics all the time. How are you going to tell me what I've heard about, Shasky? Right. Why do you get mad about this?
Two strike counts. Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, would you say they're great hitters?
Absolutely.
Do you know what they batted in their careers combined
with 2 strikes? But
I'm asking.
But no, hold on. I don't give a damn what it was.
125.
They're going to the Hall of Fame. Casey Smith's chasing on first and second pitches. He didn't even get the 2 strikes before he's chasing. He's swinging that stuff at 0-1.
Miguel Cabrera and Albert Pujols.
What is the chase rate at 0-1? What is the chase rate at 1-1? What is the chase rate at 2-1? You keep talking about 2 strikes here. We're talking about 1 strike, 2 strikes. This guy's chasing throughout his at-bats.
He's making hard contact. He has 76% hard contact rate on those chases.
And he's batting 235 the last 2 weeks.
League average.
And he's batting 235 the last 2 weeks.
This is a team full of streaky hitters.
Oh, my gosh.
And we're losing our minds over a rookie.
Nobody's losing their mind.
Having a little down.
Again. We criticize a young man and say, hey, he's got a flaw in his game. And you went crazy. You went crazy on a minute question. Conso said, hey, look. Patrick Bailey, I'm not too concerned about. Casey Schmidt is chasing that balls outside the zone, left and right, 50% of the time. Whether it's 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 1 strike, I don't give a damn.
I will go to my dying bed saying I would rather have a guy, especially a young player, be aggressive and try to pick out pitches. We don't know what his philosophy is going into the batter's box. They might be telling him, hey, against this pitcher, I want you to swing early and often when you see fastball, when you see slider. Like, Gabe Kapler has answered this question from our guy Sam Lubman, and Gabe Kapler, who's the manager of the team, basically scoffed at the question, saying, guys, that is literally the approach we've told him to go with going into the batter's box.
You're jumping down my road. All I asked you earlier today. No. Who cares about everyone? I don't care about strangers on Twitter. I don't care about what people on Twitter are saying. I asked you earlier today, what adjustments does he need to make? And you go down this rabbit hole. Well, he's a rookie. Just let him play. All I'm saying is, if it continues, I'm not worried now. I'm not outraged. But if it continues, and the data is showing you that he's getting worse here at the plate. It's a 2-week
stretch where he's
I know it's a 2-week stretch. All I asked you is what adjustments.
If he was 0.95, I would be like really worried.
I asked you what adjustments he needed to make, and you say stop going crazy. It's okay. All I'm asking for adjustments he needs to make at the plate.
He needs to just show up every day and catch the ball the way that he has, and the bat's going to be fine.
Okay, you say the bat's going to be fine.
He
talked about 50% cut. All right, I hope so. I would much rather have his plate
discipline in terms of being aggressive. I'd much rather have him jumping early in counts than what we saw from Brandon Belt throughout the career that he had. Like, I'd much rather have my middle infielder going up there with an approach and trying to swing out of his shoes, because that's the modern game, swinging out of your shoes.
I love it. I love the aggressiveness. I'm always been a fan of, hey, strike out with the bat, not on your shoulders. Swing that bat.
When you get into 2 strike counts, all right, the game is much more difficult because the zone expands. Even in the pitch cast era, the zone expands, and you have to change your approach. I would rather these guys going up there first, second. Like Estrada's having a great year.
What's happening early in the at-bats?
I know, but Estrada's having a great year. Right. He's 8% less of a chaser than Casey Schmidt. Yet no one's talking about Estrada that way.
Well, you know what's funny is we totally ignored it when Gabe Kapler was on with us. Gabe Kapler was on with us 2 weeks ago. What did he say about Casey Schmidt? We need him to shrink his zone. He said that. And I was like, that's interesting.
Okay.
Now I'm going to watch for that. And now I'm watching him, and he hasn't shrunk that zone. He hasn't at all. Whether it's 2 strikes in the count, 1 strike in the count, he's not having good at-bats. And all I'm asking for is,
I actually disagree. I think there were some great at-bats because he sees 4 or 5 pitches minimum, which is above league average. If he was getting overpowered in 2 or 3 or grounding out weekly, I'd say, you know what, B, you're onto something. When I watch the at-bats, they look infinitely better than what the numbers are showing.
I'm seeing some at-bats where he looks overwhelmed. That's all I'm saying. I want to see the adjustment he makes. I'm excited about the kid.
He struck out on 5 pitches yesterday in 1 at-bat, and he fouled off 3 of them. All right, and straight backwards, which means you're on someone. You strike out, and so the box score shows a strikeout. But, like, to me, it's like, oh, my eyeballs are telling me, dude, he's right on this guy.
All right, that's good. All right, that's cool. George Contos, all we're doing is reacting to him. And all I'm saying is, by the way, you got some news here in a second I'm going to pass along. All I want to see him do is make adjustments. Because the goal for me, if it's Casey Schmidt cannot go back to Sacramento. That cannot happen.
I don't think he's going to. Like, with Crawford's going to bat 190, who's been on this team forever, and be defensively for his standards, then I don't see Casey Schmidt going anywhere. Casey Schmidt's going to stick around.
Okay.
And, if he gets below the Mendoza line, then I'll say, all right, here we go. Now, would I like him to sprinkle in some walks? Absolutely, I'd like to sprinkle in some walks. But right now, early and often, I'd much rather his aggressive approach, especially early in counts. I'm all for that because he has a plan up there. How many times for the last 5 years we said, what is the giant plan up there?
They all have a plan.
And when you have someone like Lamont Wade Jr. at the top of the lineup who walks as much as he does, I don't necessarily need an entire lineup of guys who aren't up there swinging. I like the diversity of at-bats. When you go Lamont Wade leading off and he takes a ton of pitches, that wears the guy down early. Then Estrada comes up when he's healthy and he's swinging. And so that, to me, kind of mixes and matches the lineup. I like it.
It just feels like you're going crazy. If anybody pushes back and say, hey, Casey Schmidt's chase rate. And look, I personally don't give a damn about chase rate. The advanced analytics, like I saw yesterday, right? There's a stat, Sunday Night Baseball, Yankees, Dodgers. The WAR leaders in the National League, right? The WAR leaders. Get this.
And let me guess, Austin Slater's at the top of
the
list.
No. Juan Soto was number 2.
Yeah, and he's having a horrible year.
A horrible season.
Yes.
So you could miss me with the numbers and all that stuff. You missed me with all that.
I mean, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. made an entire career of being a bad ball hitter.
Right.
And he was like a 40-something% chase swing guy.
So chase rate, when you bring it up, and I hear people bring it up.
Do you barrel the ball up?
I don't.
Do you think he's barreling the ball up?
I personally don't care about that.
But is he barreling the ball up?
Yeah, when he gets contact on the ball. Right now, he's not getting a lot of contact.
Well, again,
he's not getting a lot of contact.
He chased a pitch Saturday and hit a ball off of one of the best pitchers in the game.
All right. He's not getting a lot of contact right now. Not getting a lot of contact right now the last 2 weeks. That's all I'm saying. And George Gonzo
barrel
said
rate
that.
is 76%.
So I didn't perk up. I don't want the kid to struggle. He's playing for my team that I root for. Why would I want Casey Schmidt to struggle?
I just think we're so like this team has had so many streaky players. Like we watched Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt for 10 years. Go 2 and 3 weeks ice cold, and then they'd snap out of it. That's baseball. You go through, good at-bats, good streaks, bad streaks. It comes and goes. If he falls below like 180, 190 over a 2-week period, now we've got a problem. And he's not drawing walks. Right. Now we've got a problem. And he's striking out. And he's not barreling the ball up. Right now, the defense is not affected. He's elite defensively. I mean, he made a play going into the hole at second base that, only like a couple of guys in the league can make that play. I think he's looking really good right now.
He's 2 for his last 19, 6 strikeouts. All right, 2 for his last 19, 6 strikeouts. And how many walks does he have this season?
I think he's got one.
He's got 1 walk.
Yeah.
He's got 1 walk. Maybe a little more patience.
How many did Matt Williams, in his first full season after 3, Matt Williams had how many in a 700 at-bat season?
Don't know.
He had 33 walks and 140 strikeouts. And that's Matt Williams. Now, Matt Williams hit for power, different player. Right. But, we've got to be patient a little here. We've been waiting for young players to come up. Let the kid have a couple of months before we deem anything crazy. I think right now he's totally fine.
All right. Shams Charania is reporting this. Shams Charania, Athletic. Kyrie Irving has reached out to Lakers star LeBron James in attempts to see if LeBron James would come to Dallas. Irving is a free agent this offseason. So you get LeBron, Luka, and Kyrie in Dallas.
Can they afford that?
There's a will, there's a way.
Mark Cuban, who's the coach there?
Jason Kidd. Who was the assistant with the LA Lakers and has LeBron's total respect. Also played together on the Dream Team.
So LeBron's not going to stay in LA. Interesting. What do you think of that?
I don't think LeBron
How does that fit when they all need the ball?
Well, first of all, I look at it like this, too. He moved out to L.A. His son's playing at USC. Don't you think LeBron James wants to be around for that?
Well, I mean, does a freshman want their dad to be breathing down their neck? I don't know.
It ain't up to the kid. It's up to the
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like,
parent.
I know a lot of kids that are 19 right now that have gone away, and they're like, I want to be away from my parents.
Well, he didn't go away. He stayed in L.A.
I know.
He stayed in L.A. LeBron's on the Lakers. Bronny stayed in freaking L.A. to play at USC. So that's number one. I think about that.
How does Luka like that?
And what would the Lakers and what would the Mavericks give up?
I don't even know what they have to give up.
You're going to give up Christian Wood? Tim Hardaway Jr.?
Doesn't he need a contract soon?
Who?
Or did he just get one? No, Christian Wood.
He's got big money. He's got money left on his deal. There's no way LeBron James. This is all a ploy. Kyrie's going to L.A.
You think Kyrie's going to L.A. and he's the free agent?
Yeah, he's going to L.A. Come on, man. He's going to Hollywood.
Is he really going to team up with Kyrie again?
I think so.
Well, the reports too last week was that the Lakers would prefer to do a sign-and trade with Dallas, with D'Angelo Russell. And Dallas like, we don't want him. Who wants D'Angelo Russell to sign and trade? It worked for the Warriors because D'Lo's like stock was still kind of, he didn't play enough with the Warriors then. It didn't fit.
Come on.
But now after that playoff series, like his stock is not.
Do
that
you
high.
want Kyrie?
I mean, I'd rather have him over D'Angelo Russell if I could have the two.
And Schroeder.
Yes.
Wait.
So Christian Wood, you know what? Christian Wood is a free agent.
See, that's what I thought because they traded the first-round pick for him.
That contract is done. Wow. So he's a free agent, so you can't get rid of him.
It would be like a big sign-and-trade deal.
Dallas.
What's Dallas's cap situation?
Well, I don't think it's good because, Hardaway Jr.'s he's got big money. I know he signed like a 4-year, $70 million deal. It may have even been last season. All right, so we're pulling up to Dallas Mavericks right now because the NBA all season's about to heat up here. So Luka has got 5 years left, $215 million. Davis Bertans. Oh, my God.
How much is
he's
he
in the
making?
midst of a 5-year, $80 million deal.
Woo! Money time! Money time!
So 5 for 80, that's less than 20. Well, it was like 16.
So he's making 17 next year, has a player option the year after. Tim Hardaway Jr. has 2 years left, 17.8 the next season, 16.1 the year after. Then he's an unrestricted free agent. Reggie Bullock. Looks like he has 1 year left. Maxi Kleber, 3 years left, $11 million per. JaVale McGee, $5.7 million left on his deal. Then he has a player option for $6 million. Then he's probably going to retire from the league. Yeah. They may be able to fit in the slot here. Now, you got to pay Kyrie Irving money, a max deal. I would be careful of that. I would not. I
can't. I just don't envision Luka, Kyrie, and LeBron James playing together. Like, what does that look like?
A lot of bad defense right there is what that
I
looks
didn't
like.
even think of defense. I was just thinking of offense, of the ball hogging.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Now, Anthony Davis, Kyrie, and LeBron makes more sense to me.
Yeah, that's what's
in
going
terms
to
of
happen.
basketball than Luka. I don't know if I'd want to play with Luka. He's great. I'm just saying, as a teammate, it feels like hot potato. It feels like James Harden all over again.
So Luka can't play off the ball. LeBron can't play off the ball. Kyrie basically can't play off the ball. That's a pipe dream. To me, LeBron is basically saying, all right, Kyrie's talking to me. LA, let's pony up. Let's pony up. Now, how can LA fit Kyrie Irving if they're paying Anthony Davis and LeBron James max money?
They can do that. Kyrie would have to take a little bit less than probably what he would want, but if he's joining the Lakers and wants to win a title, that's fine. But then you have to lose your depth. Hachimura's probably gone. Reeves is probably gone. Like, that's the thing you're sacrificing. And what made this Lakers team so great were those trades at the deadline, right? Totally changed everything about them, and they got younger. Now you're sacrificing your youth for the future for an old player that, let's be honest, kind of questionable character at times.
Boy. Ooh. Woo-wee. Yeah, I don't see that happening. 888-957-9570. That doesn't even scare me either. Like, if I'm a fan, no, LeBron, Luka, and Kyrie together, sure, Guru would say the highlights. But
the highlights?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Would you take Christian Wood on the Warriors?
No, absolutely not. Oh, my God.
Plays no
defense. Oh, my God. Oh, no.
A big who can score?
No, I could listen. No, somebody.
I like Christian Wood, but not on the Warriors.
I don't like Christian Wood at all. I don't like Christian Wood at all. I think he's a little overrated.
And if you're the Lakers, and I think what was floated out like right after they got knocked out was like they're going to try to pursue Trae Young. I actually could see that making more sense just because he's only 24 years old, and you would pair him with Anthony Davis. Like I could believe that. You would be giving up picks. You'd be probably giving up Hachimura, Reed, like signing trades and stuff like that. You'd be giving up a bunch of stuff.
Why would Atlanta do that?
Well, they
just to get rid of him.
Well, yeah, they're probably rebuilding. Like, do you believe if you're Atlanta, you're thinking that Trae Young's not that guy to build you a championship
got a new regime.
Team. New regime, yes.
Laser
Schlenk
Field's
is
not
gone.
running the show.
Yep.
Grant Liffman doing some scouting for them. Slink's gone. They got to get rid of John Collins, too. They just need to rebuild. This iteration of the Atlanta Hawks will not work.
Jordan Poole for John Collins?
No.
I'm teasing. I just wanted to see your head explode.
I'm not going to explode. I'm just going to say no.
Money time!
Stuff don't bother me,
What
man.
about LeBron for Jordan Poole?
Sure, why not? Why not?
And combinations.
Yeah, there you go. That's good.
You would not want LeBron on the Warriors.
I wouldn't care. At the end of the day, I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Hey.
I prefer not to have them because I want to go against them. I want the best to go against the best. You know, you watch The Last Dance doc. I was watching The Last Dance doc. Jordan's not teaming up with nobody. Standing right there, bringing the players of him. The right fit, the right pieces.
I mean, the era was totally different. I think it's easy for Jordan to say what he would and wouldn't do now, but like it's totally different when you're out there. Like Reggie Jackson left the A's. I mean, obviously was financially motivated.
Right.
Like guys have left in every sport. I know there's nobility in Jordan and everything's perfect the way Jordan has it in his career, but like I don't know. I don't believe, just me, I don't believe that Jordan wouldn't have found a way to have somebody come to him or him go somewhere to win. If you want to win that bad, I'm just going to stay here and keep losing. Like, well, you know.
The Last Dance ages so well.
No, it's amazing.
It's so...
Dennis Rodman, to me, is even more of a cult hero after watching it.
Right. And by the way, as a defender, I love Draymond Green. Dennis Rodman
was
come on, man.
Amazing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG's VFM at HU1 San Francisco, always live on the Free Odyssey yacht. Let's go to Jack in Chicago. Jack, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing? I love the show, man. Just wanted to call in and get your guys' thoughts on something.
All right. Thank you, Jack. We appreciate the compliment.
I missed the segment. Wanted to call earlier when you guys were asking about the Warriors accepting new roles. And what do you guys think? I don't think it would happen. But what if we moved both Draymond and Klay to the bench? I think it opens up some minutes for both Moody and Kuminga. I think Moody's offering more on the defensive end right now than Klay, and he can still knock down the outside shot at a pretty good clip. And if you move both of those guys to the bench, it kind of, it gives you some solid vets coming off the bench with baked-in chemistry, because Draymond and Klay, they really just know how to play together.
Right.
And call me crazy, but I don't think Klay shooting 15% is here to stay. I think that's more of an aberration. Could have something to do with the fact that his legs were gone after his first full season back, but I just want your guys' thoughts on that, because I think it would inject some youth athleticism into the starting lineup, which we were obviously sorely lacking. So just want your guys' thoughts.
Look, in a perfect world, wouldn't be bad, right? You let the youngsters play, but you got to go out there and earn it.
I just don't.
But
here's the thing on the earning it. Like, will they ever get an opportunity to earn it? What are they going to do? Like kick ass at camp?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being realistic. Like, how you say this, like, earn it thing, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. But what I'm saying is like, how?
Yeah, I don't know.
And like, look,
I don't know.
Call me the speculator. I am very skeptical to think that Dre and Klay are taking a backseat to guys that are currently on this roster.
Yeah, I don't know.
Even if it means just the first 4 minutes of the game.
Right. Austin to San Jose obviously doesn't watch much Mavericks basketball. Doesn't watch much basketball at all. He hits me with the Christian Wood, age 27, 14.7 rebounds, 1 assist. But Bonte won at Wiseman, ridiculous. Go watch Christian Wood play. And then go call into a Dallas radio show and bring up Christian Wood and how good he is and watch you get hung up on. And watch you get ridiculed all show long about bringing up Christian Wood about how good he is, because you're looking at the box score and what he averages. The Dallas Mavericks make the playoffs last year?
No. In fact, they tanked at the end of the year.
They didn't even make the play-in.
No.
Matter of fact, I owe a box of diapers to Dan Dibley.
Who's our buddy, that former quarterback that does Dallas radio?
Oh, the former pitcher. Mike Bassick.
Yeah, Mike Bassick.
Gave up the home run to Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Break Hank Aaron's record.
Yeah, he's the one.
Go call Mike Bassick about Christian Wood.
I remember him destroying him on this show.
I bet you even RJ and Sean and Bobby Boucher, who on White, we know they don't watch basketball. They'll tell you Christian Wood is bad. We know damn well they don't even know if they watch football. Them bozos. Listen.
Jeez
I mean, come on, man. Christian Wood, really? Austin in San Jose. You come on the chat. You're always hating.
Your chase rate is too high.
Well, I mean, he reaches every single day. But he's another guy who hates listens, which I appreciate. He listens to the roast. I love it.
What do you mean?
He hates me, and he still listens all day long.
Oh, that's like the Howard Stern.
To hate on everything. Oh, I love
Remember
it.
Private Parts, the
That's
movie?
when you know you made it.
Yeah, he's like, your average Howard, I don't even know what the numbers were, but your average Howard Stern listener listens for 28 minutes uninterrupted. Right. Your average Howard Stern hater listens for an hour and 45 minutes.
That's Austin in San Jose. That's JMC_1982. I love those guys. Hey, Spino, do me a favor. Get the College Women's World Series on this TV. I want to see the chase rates in this game. Let's look at the chase rates. Chase rates.
Did you see that throw from Austin Slater yesterday?
I did.
What was that?
Dude, what a whistler, man. This guy. How does he even
Wisely?
Wisely, excuse me.
Not good.
How is he on the big league roster?
Because everyone's hurt.
Oh my gosh.
Conforto's healing, dude. The Conforto heel injury really worries me, dude. Have you ever hurt your heel?
They think he's gonna be back in Colorado, though.
You think?
Yeah. The chatter yesterday was that they hope he's gonna be back on the field this week.
Because like a heel injury, because I've hurt my foot a bunch of times. It could be the bottom of the foot. It could be plantar. It could be shin, the splints or whatever they're called. Like it could be a variety of things that you could hurt your foot. So I just worry about that.
Yeah, I'm a little
Especially
worried about
with Conforto.
that. Well,
missed a year and a half.
I know there's chatter about him getting traded.
Right now, I think he just stand pat.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he just stand pat.
There's a player option.
Yeah.
888-957-9570.
Are you worried about Mechaniger?
He is boy. Well,
he hasn't come around yet.
Yeah, no. Did they sign him right before Aaron Judge?
Yeah. Well, no. He's represented by the same guy who represents Aaron Judge, and so it's a consolation prize. So they threw us. Or no, excuse me. He's represented by the same guy that represented by Correa. And so, when Boris didn't get the Correa deal done, here, boom, take Haniger.
Right. The Giants. They're the only team, I'll tell you, man.
I love that we're yelling at each other over chase rates, though.
No, you're yelling at me because it's kind of like Klay Thompson. You know what? I'll give you this. When it comes to Klay Thompson, I go to bat for him. I defend him. And as Brian EPA says, or actually Brian and Paul also, he ain't from no EPA. We know that. He ain't that of it. You should probably stand for them all.
You can't die on this hill, man.
I die on the Klay Thompson hill all the time.
What's Bonte's chase rate with Klay Thompson?
You don't even. Yes, there you go. Probably at 75%, right? About 75%, shattering all records.
All I'm saying is this, B. At the end of the day, he's a rookie that showed some promise. Can we just let him? Just like, can he sit in the inner tube for more than a month?
It bothers you though. See, that's not fair.
What's not fair?
Because if it's other players,
I've waited 5 years for some young players. Listen, the guy has, I think, 9 multi-hit games in a month, and we're losing our minds.
I've seen your paces level with certain players. It's not fair for you to come down. I saw your Friday night tweet. I was at the wedding. I watched the last inning on my phone. I was like, man, Bautista, he's nasty. Although he got a couple favorable.
Nasty.
He's nasty, though. I mean, he
is nasty.
Boom.
I haven't seen him much. He's nasty.
He's sick.
Yeah.
He's sick. He's a top 5 closer. Him and Doval, they're top 5.
The movement, it's just
nasty.
Yeah, he's filthy.
But I saw your Friday night tweet. Oh, Casey Schmidt is going to look like going all caps on people on Twitter. I'm like,
because there's like so much discourse by guys who've never stepped in a batter's box in their life. I'm like, dude, hitting with 2 strikes is hard.
Don't be that guy.
What?
Don't be that guy. What's coming up in the game?
I just don't like when we criticize a 24-year-old who's looked good. Wow, raccoon running down the street right there. Look at it, right on the corner. You see it?
Oh, yeah, wow. It's crossing the street.
Whoa.
Look at that. Look at that little raccoon.
Oh, my God.
Wow, look at that. It's gone.
Oh, my God. What? I saw it right over your left shoulder.
David runs faster than me. Damn. That's how you know this city's dirty. You got raccoons. You got raccoons.
It's a light of day.
Wow.
We got the raccoon chase rate going up.
It needs a saddle.
And then now you got the meter maid giving out tickets. Wow. Wow, look at that raccoon. It was a fat-ass raccoon,
What's
too.
Guru's chase rate on snacks?
Oh, my gosh. Chasing for the cabinet? There's no way, Guru.
Not anymore. Not with soda.
Not with soda. Hey, say it with me now, Spinoni. State of the art. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Kyle Hometown, Oregon Department of Healthcare Services. Your phone calls, chase rate, trade rumors. We got it all. It's a train wreck of a Monday here on the Morning Roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay.
cocaine's happening, when does that crack come into play for you?
For you.
Who is he talking to?
I don't know.
Funkmaster Flex, Hot 97. That's one of the greatest sound bites.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Unbelievable. You think that raccoon that was running down the street here at Broadway and Battery, you think he was on crack?
Oh, yeah.
Probably on fentanyl.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
I want to give a quick shout out to Buonvino. You know, I know the summit was a couple of weeks ago, but I just got my bottle that's got my face on it, and it says Warrior Summit live from Buonvino, and you can go check them out. They are in Walnut Creek, not Concord, right, guys? Walnut Creek was where it was at. Yeah, Walnut Creek. And Dan was the one who bottled this bad boy. And wow, this looks absolutely incredible. I'm going to take this home. And I'm really excited. If you're a business out there, all right, and you want to be associated with 95.7 The Game, like, what are you doing right now? Email me, joe@957thegame.com. Let's do something. All right, let's do something. If you want us to host, like we did the Warriors Summit at Buonvino, if you want us to host something at your business, or if you want to do some sort of a sponsorship of some kind, email me right now, and I will call you. I will be the one replying to you, joe@957thegame.com. We're always looking for new partners.
No, Joe's always looking for new partners.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
His personal email, and nobody would know about the emails. It's not even Matt Nahigan. It goes straight to sales.
No, Matt and I are right on together, you know?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't trust sales yet. I've got to vet it first.
Oh, my gosh. Woo. So the reason why we played that soundbite.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Sources, according to Chef Sharadi, Kyrie Irving has reached out to Lakers star LeBron James in an attempt to see if James would come to Dallas. Irving, of course, is a free agent this offseason. Oh, man. It's that part of the season, huh?
Who's doing the recruiting for the Warriors?
You know what this is?
What?
No, I'm thinking about it. Forget the recruiting for a second. You know what this is about?
Huh?
It's LeBron James trying to stay in the news.
You think?
He's hijacking the NBA Finals once again.
Like Carmelo did with his retirement when everyone didn't care?
I think Melo, the timing was weird, right? I mean, a lot of people cared. I cared about Melo. Melo's one of my favorite players.
Aren't you supposed to not release these things? Like, part of why they haven't announced the jaw suspension is out of respect for the NBA Finals, correct?
Yeah, no doubt. But you can't control everybody. Chris Haynes, TNT. Which report sources Kyrie Irving desires for Mavericks to explore acquiring Lakers star LeBron James to form a big three with Luka Doncic. Chris Haynes also added sources. Mavs were preparing to make an offer for LeBron James last season when Lakers were spiraling. But Lakers made a string of trades near the deadline that changed the trajectory of their season.
Report, Joe Shasky is efforting to try to get his desire to be on First Take with Bonte Hill every single morning as we simulcast our show on ESPN. Hopefully.
Shasky desires. Yeah, that sounds about right. I just want to know when the crack kicked in, that's all.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Can I hear the whole jot just one more time, man? I think we're going to wear it out. But
that's fine.
When does crack... Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
The cocaine's happening.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
By the way, who would want to play with a team with LeBron, Kyrie, and Luka?
Nobody.
Because it'll be your fault when they don't win.
No, you're getting traded.
Right?
You're the scapegoat. You're getting the blame. Now, Dallas in the Metroplex area is a fine place to play.
No one's saying it's not.
No, I know you did. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. All right, the John Morant thing.
Oh, man. Woo-wee.
Put the drop portion of it to the side in terms of like all the things that we assume that he needs to do moving forward. He's going to miss, half a season, you think?
Who knows, man? Who knows?
I mean, you can't meet with the commissioner and then do the exact same thing you promised not to do, like immediately.
Who knows? By the way, that bite with Funkmaster Flex, I've been seeing it going around. And finally, I saw Kitty Caraway, ESPN 1320 posted on there, said we got to have that drop. Because last time, the first time I saw that drop was actually Warriors World about a month ago.
Oh.
I was like, oh my God, this is gold. And it's just like, it makes me cry every time.
When does that crack come into play for you?
It's not funny, man. It's not
So
funny.
the cocaine's happening. For you.
Oh my God. That shouldn't be that funny, man. I'm sorry. It's just the way he delivered it. It's the delivery.
Funkmaster Flex, the reason why I'm not a big Funkmaster Flex guy, he really talked a lot of smack about Tupac.
Yeah, he did. Dude, I swear to God, just one more time, the whole time. It's like the delivery of it is just genius. It's so good.
When does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
So the cocaine's already happened. It's already in full swing. You already died deep in the cocaine.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
So the cocaine's already happening. Who was he interviewing? I gotta find out who he was interviewing.
I don't know.
Because he's basically telling. So when did the crack? Oh man! All right, let's get back on 888-957-9570. Holy smokes, man! Holy smokes! What a Monday! We're talking chase rate. We're talking bottle caps. We didn't even get to the toddler sticks for golf because I'm trying to become the next Richard Williams / Earl Woods. Baby chance, we got to make it. Your boy can't be doing morning radio for the rest of his life. Not if we're talking about Casey Schmidt chase rates. In case you missed it. Here's what Capper said about Casey Smith's walk rate. I just want to get Shasky mad. That's why I'm only playing his job.
That's all right.
I just want to go off for 2 minutes about this.
His profile was different earlier in his minor league career and even in college. I can see a scenario where there's some slight adjustments made and he walks a little bit more. I mean, I don't think this is going to be Lamont Wade Jr. or Brandon Belt at the plate. That's not his style. But I do think there are some small adjustments that can be made at the margins that will enable him to go deeper into counts at times without taking any of his aggressiveness away. I think Lamont is actually a really good example of what can be ideal at the major league level, which is controlled aggression, being ready to hit, ready to get your A swing off, and if it's just not in that zone, you're going to be a little bit more patient. Again, I don't think Casey's going to be pinpoint with that. I just don't think that's the type of hitter he's going to be, but I do think there can be some adjustments made at the margins, and I think he's athletic enough and smart enough to make those adjustments.
All right, that was game Capper when he joined
reasonable. That's exactly where I'm coming. Like everyone just take a deep breath. It's going to be fine.
Take a deep breath, folks.
I love it.
We don't do that in sports anymore.
No.
You see Trey Letch's throw in practice?
I mean,
did you see that throw?
Oh, my God.
Heaven forbid when you're in practice, you miss a throw that you're actually working on.
Who leaked that? Who leaked that video?
Cam Inman, I thought, put it out.
No, the interview was not with Lamar Odom 707. Comcast Business Text Line.
Is it true Kim Kardashian and Tom Brady are dating? My wife said that to me over the weekend.
Are they?
That's what I heard.
Per Yahoo.
Well,
her sources close to the information says,
Or is
it?
Be.
According to some of the roasters, Tom Brady has a new appetite for your hips. That's what the roasters said last week. Has a new appetite for yours. By the way, the crack. We've had to calm down on the crack because last time we talked about crack cocaine, I had a long conversation with the boss. He says probably Morning Drive kids are listening. Probably shouldn't be promoting crack cocaine. We're not. We said, when did the crack kick in? Was it during the cocaine binge or what is it? I don't know. But anyway.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
I just asked you what laugh so bad.
That's an all-timer. It's up there with the Stephen A. with Max Kellerman. Phil Jackson's first move as executive of the New York Knicks was to sign Lamar Odom. That's an all-timer as well.
So we got that drop. We got Casey Smith chase rate. We've got Giants losing 2 straight 3-game series.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
We got NBA Finals. Heat tied the series up. All right? Miami, they're in this bad boy. Game 3 Wednesday night. Can't wait. Cannot wait for that. We got a series now. Basketball purists are loving this. High-level basketball. We love it. We love it.
What did you make of the final decision by Mike Malone? They get the rebound.
Not to call the timeout?
Yeah.
I love it. Just play.
Yeah.
Because Miami was setting their defense the entire fourth quarter and snuffing the Denver Nuggets.
You also don't want to give someone like Eric Spoelstra an opportunity to adjust, during a timeout. And then I believe they had a foul to give. Right. So they could have, really, they could have done a variety of things. It's not the greatest look in the world, but I thought it's a pretty good look given the circumstance from Jamal Murray.
It is. I like the look, the little step back three. It was good defense by Jimmy Butler. Is about as well as you could play it.
They were lucky to get it down to a 3-point game.
Well, what drives me crazy, this is why Twitter, I took a step back. After the fact.
What?
After the fact, everybody will say, well, yeah, 2 timeouts, you should have called timeout. But then if you call a timeout, you don't get a good shot up. Then I said, well, why'd you play timeout? You should have let it play through. So after the fact, Johnny come lately after the fact, you play it out. You're in transition, you're running, you got Jamal Murray with the ball in his head, you play it out. I thought it was the right call there in that situation.
Is the moment too big for Michael Porter Jr.?
Ooh.
And it feels like Aaron Gordon will score 6-8 points in the first quarter of all these games, and then you look up and he's only got like 12 points.
Yeah.
He's got to do a little more.
By the way, shout out to the Stanford women, up 2-0 on Oklahoma.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
Go Stanford.
I don't know how these ladies play in the extreme sun with no hat.
Yeah, it's
wild. I don't know. Some of them do it, not all of them, but I don't know how they do it.
And it's cooking out there.
Oh my goodness, is it cooking?
Nebraska, cooking. Michael Porter Jr., being who he is as just a shooter, he forced us some tough shots yesterday.
Flat shots.
He doesn't look to pass at all.
No. And then defensively, I thought he turned a corner defensively, and they were just going at him.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. I don't like this series for him. And I thought Mike Malone went to Bruce Brown a little too late in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, I like
Bruce Brown being a better defender than Michael Porter Jr., and he does a little more with the basketball. And you notice Denver really at the end of that game were switching everything. They were fighting through the screens, switching. This may be more of a Bruce Brown. Now, you still have to start Michael Porter Jr.
Yes.
You need a shooter.
Yes.
But I think Mike Malone will have a quicker hook on him.
What do you think of Denver giving their rookie, is it Braun or Brown?
Brown.
So it's Brown, even though it's spelled differently. Anyway, he got a lot of run. Not a lot. He got some run yesterday. What did you make of that? Because there's been a lot of Warrior fans going, see, young players can play.
Well, he's played a lot, but you got to realize that
is he 22?
He played either 3 or 4 years at Kansas and won a national championship. So he's played a lot more games, a lot more reps. I think he was more positioned, more mature to step into a role like that, low leverage situation with the Denver Nuggets. Nobody's really watching. I love it. And they don't even go to Reggie Jackson. They go to Christian Brown. Now, in the fourth quarter, he blew some defensive assignments there. But this is why you play the young guys in the regular season.
Well, you want to give them a little bit of burn, too, in the finals so they get a taste of it.
Still 8 minutes here, still 10 minutes there. It doesn't kill you.
This thing that you have to be like, go out onto the court and ball out at every single moment, like, it's just unrealistic. Even your veterans are going to give up buckets.
Right, they are. So, you know what I don't like, though? In the discourse, I got some text yesterday. See, man,
what?
Eric Spoelstra, man, so much better than Steve Kerr, man. He's playing his role players and yada yada yada. Just
Max Strus didn't play in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Right. I was like, just leave Steve Kerr out of it. The Warriors aren't playing.
Yeah.
Just focus on Miami. Focus on Denver.
You think Eric Spoelstra was like, hey, this is the part of the game where Duncan Robinson's going to take over?
Duncan Robinson may not even be playing if Tyler Herro's healthy. You know what I'm saying? He's got to play him because he has no choice.
I mean, Duncan Robinson off the dribble scoring layups in the fourth quarter. No one had that on their flow chart.
Right.
How's Hero going to get back into this series, by the way? It's going to be very interesting. Speaking of coaching, how do you wheel this guy back into a series where there's already 2 games in?
I don't think you can play him.
It's very fascinating.
To me, he's like a second unit break in case of emergency type of a player. No?
Yeah.
Like at this point, you're so deep. Gabe Vincent cannot take a backseat.
No,
Gabe Vincent, by the way, drew an offensive foul on Jokic late in that game.
Oh, the 3-point shot.
Oh, my God.
That was a flop.
What was that?
Looked like he got shot, right?
Yes.
His legs like flailed up into the air. Oh, Lord. It was all bad. It's all bad. Spadoti, you got sound on Steve Kerr talking about this series here?
I do, and Steve was talking to Draymond, and Draymond was asking, like, listen, whenever I go into a series, I know that I have Steve, a guy who's won multiple champions, at my back, and he's asking Steve, hey, is this something that Heat players and Nuggets players think like the coaching matchup? And here's Steve Kerr's thoughts on it.
I think you consider it, and I think in this particular series, Mike Malone has a lot of experience. The continuity of the two organizations is a big reason why they're both here. Mm-hmm. And all you have to do is think back, 2 years ago, Denver came back twice in the bubble from 3-1 deficits. They won 2 straight series down 3-1. Mm-hmm. Mike Malone's a hell of a coach. They have continuity with their players, with the staff, so they will come out with resolve and with some adjustments. And they have been through these wars. Now, maybe not in the finals, and there is a little different vibe in the finals, but I think these 2 games now, they've kind of felt it. I mean, I would ask you remember our first trip, like in 2015? Didn't those first 2 finals games feel weird? Like they're so different.
That's Steve Kerr in the Draymond Green podcast.
It's interesting. When you have so much history with someone or some people, sometimes it's hard to escape the history. I just feel like the Warriors are so stuck in the past sometimes with a lot of their allegiances and their loyalties. The one thing that I'll give Bill Belichick, and I think it's because of football and the way football is, right, we're on to Cincinnati.
We're on.
And there's just something about, like, you never hear him go, well, actually, in 2017, this is what we did. And, look, thinking back to 2012, this is what it looked like. And there's a part of me that's like, Warriors got to move on a little if they want to win another one. Yeah, I feel like they're stuck in their memories to a degree.
Feels like Draymond's coming back, huh?
Yeah, and I don't know if that makes you, like, everyone just keeps saying, like, they're gonna run it back. But you got to tinker all the other pieces around them, and I just keep coming back to, like, I don't think Steph, Klay, and Dre can be the top 3 players on a championship team. I mean, they weren't when they won it all last year. It was Wiggins and Steph, and then a combination of who that third guy was. Sometimes it was Klay. There were games where it was Draymond. There were other games where JP contributed. I don't know.
Let me. Maybe it's too late.
What?
I was going to ask if Draymond ends up retiring as a Warrior and Klay retires as a Warrior. Just retires as a Warrior for the rest of his career.
Okay.
And they don't win anything. Is that a failure on the back end? Is that bad business? Well, do they have that?
Doesn't it feel
does
like
Draymond have that glow that he once had with this fan base?
Doesn't it feel like they have, like, Warrior fans want it both ways? They want to keep everyone together and win another one. And
just won last year. Give them credit.
Are they mutually exclusive concepts? No. But I think keeping this core together financially puts you out of the running for making the necessary movement needed to, what I believe, improve the roster around them to be championship worthy. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do they deserve another shot to run this back together after losing in the second round to the Lakers?
Wasn't this year a run back?
Well, they had to defend their championship.
Sports isn't fair. I don't know why we have this thing in our head, like, things have to be fair. Did Drew Bledsoe think it was fair that Tom Brady took his job?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, does Brandon Crawford, is he owed playing the rest of the year at shortstop?
No.
I mean, he's had a distinguished career.
This feels like Draymond's opting in. So if he does opt in, that means some of the youngsters have to go, it feels like. And now, I'll say this. Draymond did have an exceptional season on the court. I thought Draymond Green had one of his better years in his career. I really do.
Is that saying a lot?
Absolutely. He's a Hall of Famer. Absolutely.
No, I'm talking about, like, he had one of his best seasons in like 4 or 5 seasons, but, like, when he became a starter, his first 3 seasons were pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
And then he dropped off.
I think this was one of his better seasons in his career.
Okay.
I truly do. You look at his impact on the floor, the way he played. I thought Draymond Green played really good basketball. I've said that all season long. I thought Draymond Green played high-level basketball. He was a borderline all-star, whether we like it or not. Then he got hurt right before the break. I thought he was a borderline all-star. I do. Now, call me crazy, but I think his impact in his playing now, can he score a little bit more? Can he hit the 3? Can he play the 2-big lineup? I don't know if you could do that anymore.
We're asking a lot from guys who have shown you that in terms of adjusting, that they don't like adjusting.
It don't. Here's what Draymond. Here's Spadoni. What is this? Kerr on the Myers.
So this is Draymond. So talking about thanking basically Kerr and Myers both for dealing with a lot of Draymond's S. So you can, go ahead. It's very interesting.
Oh, wow.
I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player, and not some of the things that I've gone through. All the that I've caused myself. It's not that I've gone through something that somebody else caused. It's self-inflicted wounds that I've had over the course of your tenure here, us being together. And we were speaking about it. And he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of shit. I trust me. Not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. Like you, Bob, through things that I've gone through. I mean, the camera caught you one time I'm sick of Draymond and I was like, that sucks. I can't believe he said that. And I had to take a step back I'd be sick of Draymond too. So but I understand, what you've done for me. I understand, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
And yet you still haven't changed.
I knew you were going to say that.
What? Am I wrong? You were
going to say that.
Am I wrong?
Oh, you're not wrong.
Did you expect him to be a little more, slightly more disciplined in terms of his emotions moving forward? The guy got thrown out of a game that they needed to win. In the playoffs. When they were down 2-0 to start the series.
Well, they were down 1-0.
Or 1-0, to start the series. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's an interesting text from the 908.
I don't.
As a leader, though, Draymond, his impact, it did derail the season. You have to take that into account when you talk about his impact and his play. What do you think of that? From the 908.
What do you say? Sorry.
As a leader, his impact, Draymond's that is, derailed the entire season. You have to take that into account when you break up his season and his play.
That's why I sound foolish when I say, hey, he actually had a good year on the court. But two things can be true, right?
At the expense of others.
It derailed the season, what happened in training camp. There's no doubt. He's touched on it all. I don't even want to go back down that road, but it's the truth. Steve Kerr and Draymond admitted it after the year. It did. In his leadership, Draymond admitted that, you know what? I couldn't be the leader I once was because of that incident, and he had to put it on himself. Now, notice in that clip, there was no Joe mentioned. No Joe Lacob, that is. It was Bob and Steve. Now, I don't know if that's a big deal or not, but Steve and Bob have gone to bat for Draymond when they didn't have to. When Draymond sat down with Kevin Durant and said, yeah, you know what? They blew that situation up with KD and Draymond. It was and we talked about Myers a couple weeks after that. He was not happy. The look on his face screamed, yeah, Draymond shouldn't have said that. That was messed up. But they rode with him because he's a champion, because when it comes down to it, he's there for you. But in that Lakers series, as much as we get on Klay Thompson, as much as we get on Jordan Poole, did Draymond Green have a great series against the LA Lakers?
No.
I screamed for the Saginaw Savage.
He had one good game. Was it game two?
We got that in game 2. Where's the barking? Where's the yelling?
I don't know, man. I just feel
what I'm saying?
We've spent so much of this year destroying Jordan Poole. When if you look at the minutes on the floor throughout the playoffs, right. Draymond was bad, dude. He had one good game, 3 bad. Just look at it.
Draymond had one good game in that Lakers series. Klay Thompson had one good game in that Lakers series. Jordan Poole.
And he had the one good game in the King series.
Yeah, Jordan Poole had.
I'm talking about
Draymond. We had 2. Game 4.
That's true.
Game 5.
6. No, not 5. What was the game?
Game 5.
Game 6 was the game that they gave away. You're right. Game 5 wasn't bad.
So, I don't know, man. I don't know if you could run it back. Are you a championship contender if you do run it back with Draymond Green? Steve Kerr says no, so you got to listen to the Hall of Fame coach. He's one of the better coaches in the league. I don't know what you do. Honestly, I don't know what the Warriors are going to do. On one end, I don't want to see them trade the youngsters. But on one end, I'm saying, boy, can the youngsters play in this system? If you want to maximize Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson, you want to maximize Andrew Wiggins, you probably have to trade some of these youngsters to get some veterans here who know how to play the game. And here you go, Mustafa Ward, no matter what. He says this every day. The big 3 are here to stay. There are people who would ride with the big three no matter what because they've won championships. And that, to me, feels a little Brendan Beltish, a little Brandon Crawfordish.
I 100% agree with you because then we're going to look back at it and we're going to say, oh, they didn't win another one with Steph?
Steph's a top 10 player right now in the league.
Still, which is crazy.
So,
I mean, how many more great years do you think he's got? 2?
Maybe.
Maybe 1?
Maybe.
I mean, man. What does he want to do?
Great question. It's a great question. By the way, Adam Silver, real quick, says the NBA will turn to expansion after media rights discussion next spring. So
Vegas
and
Seattle, Nashville. No, they've already got
Memphis to the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and New Orleans. Yes, I agree with that.
Move them to the East.
Yeah.
Seattle and Vegas to the West.
It does feel like Vegas is inevitable, and it feels like Seattle. Man, that would be so much fun to have them back.
All right, Austin. San Jose. You know what the hell I mean by savage. Not the literal definition. Relax. But Draymond, Austin and San Jose, can you admit just one thing? Can we agree on something? Did Draymond Green play with that same edge he had against Sacramento? Did you see that same edge, that same intensity he had against Sabonis, against AD?
No.
Did you see it, Austin?
No.
Come on. Just tell the truth. Mustafa, tell the truth. It's okay.
It's
okay. Just tell the truth one time.
The minority opinion, in my estimation, is the one that I think they need to explore the most of, which is I'm trading away Draymond and Jordan Poole. Whether it's in separate deals, the same package, doesn't really matter. I just need to reset, and I think that financially that gives you flexibility. I think that brings in a variety of unique type of players that you can add to the fold. And the Klay thing, I think I let him play it out and see where it goes from there. I don't know why we have to, and I know he's going to want an extension, but you have his bird rights. You have an opportunity to pretty much match anything that's out there. I would just allow this entire thing to play itself out, but I would start by removing both of these guys from the scene. It feels like you can't move forward until you kind of carve this thing out a little.
Does Steve Kerr want that? Were you surprised Steve Kerr even joined him on the podcast?
I was surprised.
Now, Steve Kerr also mentioned about Miami writing its role players and everybody buying into the role and going to the locker room happy. Now, we heard reports about certain Warriors walking into the locker room not happy. Of course, the infamous Jordan Poole locker room interview where he's playing music, turns it down. Obviously frustrated about the way he played. Scored nothing in that game for, right? Was that a goose egg?
I think he was, like, what was it, 0 for 7 or something?
So, yeah. Are the Heat more talented to the Warriors, Tyler? No, they're not.
But they play together.
They have cohesion.
Yeah, they play together.
Connectivity.
Yeah.
Dallas Mavericks, connected.
Well,
Denver Nuggets, excuse me.
And they're a team that they have veterans who have proven things in the league. And I know it's different because he did it elsewhere. Kyle Lowry has accepted his role. Lucky to play whenever they give him opportunities, right? He's not complaining about starting or not playing or not finishing or whatever. He's just kind of getting in where he fits in. And even Bam Adebayo's seen his role, change. Duncan Robinson got paid, got iced out throughout the big portion of the season, and then was called upon last night and made an impact. And then at the same flex, Caleb Martin, who's been a big part of what they've done all playoffs, didn't really have a big impact yesterday and took a backseat.
Yep. Some people are saying I'm defending Klay like you defend Casey Schmidt's chase rate.
Oh, that's funny. Do you want to laugh a little?
I do want to laugh. If we had the flex of the show, we should have the flex. Flex moment of Chasky telling me I don't know anything about baseball because of Casey Schmidt's chase rate. That was next level. Yeah. Casey, I'm telling you, man. Casey Schmidt, I'm watching him closely.
I'll listen to Ted Williams, Tony Gwynn, and Wade Boggs, who say the best pitches to hit are the first 3. Yep. Because the guy's trying to get one over the plate. I don't care what era it is. They're trying to start with an 0-1 count. That's every great pitcher who's ever played. If you have a book on someone and you have a game plan, you're going to go up there, you're going to try to attack early. That's just... Now, look, has he taken it a little too far? Yeah, probably.
Some may say Casey Schmidt is chasing outs right now.
Okay.
Calvin.
When does that crack come into play for you?
Calvin, St. Louis. Calvin, what's happening?
Hey, Calvin.
Is that a little laugh right there, Calvin? You like that drop?
Yeah, man, I like everything that y'all was saying. And Shasky, I feel what you said, man. That make a lot of sense. But looking at this playoffs, man, is just sickening to me because I think the ratings are down because everybody been seeing what's been going on. I mean, golly, you gave Lakers 25-1 free throw attempts against the Warriors, the championship Warriors, and then you watching everybody bragging on what old guy doing in oh my God, what's this? Denver, man, this guy is sitting up here setting screens. He's using elbows. He's sitting up there throwing his shoulder. They don't let Bloomey play like that. If they let the Warriors, they made the same calls for the Warriors. The Warriors would have smoked either one of these teams, guys. And I feel like the Warriors got what it takes. We just going with the TV, the media's narrative. Y'all the only media that tells the truth. You feel me? Let the Warriors play, man. Treat them like championship. Give Draymond his foul calls. Give Steph his foul calls. Give Klay his foul calls, and they would have won because they barely lost in series.
Calvin, how was your weekend?
Man, it was great, man, but it was better when I seen y'all today. But
Let's go.
Thing, man, y'all got me going.
Hey, Calvin, we're not the only radio hosts who tell the truth.
What's going on?
Oh, what's up?
Oh, God, this is
Didn't see
what's
that
your name?
coming.
Calvin, what's your wife's name?
Shonday.
Shonday, how's your day going? You had a good weekend watching Cardinals baseball?
Yes, I did.
I love it. What about the NBA Finals, Shonday? Did you like the finals?
I was mad about Denver losing.
Oh, you're rooting for Denver, huh? You want Jokic to win, huh?
Yes, and also married too.
Nice. I like that, Shonday.
We're not the only ones.
Because she sees how Steph Curry used to play. Let me say this last thing, guys.
Okay.
Let me say this last thing.
Okay.
If Steph played like Murray, like what Steph did out of Davidson, guys, I've been telling y'all all year. If Steph Curry, tell me we wouldn't want to see Steph Curry just play basic fundamental basketball, shoot his twos, shoot the three. Don't dribble so much you won't get tired and everything like that and facilitate. I'm not talking down on him. I'm just saying Steph could do it.
All right. Can opener Calvin checking in on a Monday.
I forgot the nickname.
Can opener Calvin.
Vontae, this is an old clip, but it resurfaced over the weekend because people were talking about who keeps it real and who's truthful. And this is an Atlanta sports radio guy. Again, to me, this is evergreen. And I want to be this guy, you and me, 10 years in, when we're still arguing with each other, because this reminds me of you and me, and sometimes our interactions with the callers. This is Bo Bach from Atlanta 11 years ago.
Tim's in Stone Mountain. Tim, how are you?
Are we going to spend the whole preseason listening to you guys trying to be dishonest and upsell Daquil Rogers and Harry Douglas and Parade Jerry? Or are we going to finally be honest and say, if you're a Falcon fan, you really need to be concerned. I've been a Falcon fan my whole life. I've been in this city 43 years.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. If you've been a Falcon fan your whole life, you'd realize that we're on the verge of something special.
I've been in this city for 43 years.
Sir, you have not been paying attention. Harry Douglas is coming off an injury a year before last year was his rehab year. He's going to be a dynamic receiver. If not, come up here, and I'll give you $100. I mean, you don't know anything about what you're talking about, and you have the nerve to call up here and say to me that we're trying to upsell the Falcons to you? Sir, you're not a Falcon fan. You haven't been. And if you have been, you don't know what you're looking at.
Stop being a homer, Bo. Get out of my
I'm the last one who's a homer. Don't you ever call me a homer. Who the hell do you think has been saying the truth since 1973 on Atlanta radio? Who? Boy, that takes me off.
Oh, my gosh.
That is you and Javier.
Oh, man. Well, it's me, Javier. It's me and Brian and PA.
Me and you, Casey Schmidt.
Schmidt, Chase Ray.
That was a real thick Atlanta accent that host had.
Stone Mountain. Tim is Stone Mountain.
Stop being a homer,
Stone
Bo.
Mountain.
I'm not a homer.
Well, you know. You get people who wait on hold for 50 minutes. You get people who wait on hold for 50 minutes, and they just sit there and call you a fraud. I mean, gosh.
It ain't Bonte, it's fraud thing.
I mean, you get morons like that. Who ain't had no loving in 15 years. Loser.
That Bo Box sound, we need to chop that up and keep that on the board somehow.
Oh, my God.
Stop being a homer, Bo.
Well, they say we're homers.
Is that not evergreen?
Well, it is evergreen. And you know what's funny about that? I will tweet something. I swear to God, this has happened so much last
that Harry
year.
Douglas is ready for a breakout year?
So, one guy, I did. Who did I hype up one time? I hyped up somebody. Oh, my God. It was so bad. It was so
Bruce
bad.
Ellington?
No, it wasn't
Quentin Patton?
I may have hyped up Quentin Patton. I may have, but I wasn't on the air yet. But no, I'll tweet to somebody be like, Bonte, you're a homer. And then the next reply would be, Bonte, why do you hate your team? Why do you hate Bay Area teams?
I get that all the time.
That's just like, what? What is wrong with some of you people?
All right, final thoughts. All right, Bonte, final thoughts, because I think we might get an opportunity to see them this week, Bo. I'm not sure what day they wear them. I thought it was Sunday, but I'm ready to say top 3 City Connect jerseys, Colorado Rockies. I love the green pants. I love the green with the white top. They remind me of travel ball. I love them.
Miami, Chicago White Sox. Angels. Those are your top 3 City Connects.
I'm not mad at any of those picks.
Yeah. That's my final thought is can opener cow in St.
Louis?
No, his wife. Sade.
Chandra?
Shonday.
Apologies.
They come in a pair. So you got to put Calvin and Shonday. Because they tag team. They both get their money's worth. Watching Cardinals baseball on the weekend.
It's like the Rockers, Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels.
Dude, they are unbelievable. Unbelievable. Spadoni.
I was shaking my head throughout that whole Calvin and all the Warriors fans that think it was some long con. Yeah, the Denver Nuggets. That's who the media really wants. That's who Adam Silver wants representing the Western Conference. It was some long plan to get Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray in the finals. That's why all the calls are in there. Grow up. Please. Just stop. You lost to the Lakers, and then the Lakers got swept by the Nuggets. You were 2 leagues below this team. Ooh. All right? You're 2 leagues below him.
20,000 leagues under the sea?
That's 30-year-old Joe Spadoni. Just turned 30. That's Joe Spadoni. Just turned 30. I made all the Spadonis. They're lovely.
When does that crack come into play for you?
That's what a lot of the Warriors fans are smoking right now. The crack. Get over it. You lost. It wasn't the refs. Lonnie Walker IV turned into Kobe and you lost to him. All right? Wow. That's what happened.
They said he's dating Kim K.
Lonnie Walker?
Boy, that'd be
Skywalker.
His career's over.
That'd be the highlight
Kane's
of his career.
Legend.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, lunchtime love, man.
So happy.
Lunchtime love, man. I saw him back the yard yesterday looking good next to Steven Risotto.
Did you have a leather coat on yesterday?
I did not do the leather coat yesterday. It was pretty warm yesterday. I didn't really need it yesterday.
The Indiana Jones?
Nah, maybe this Friday night, though, when it's a little bit chillier. But my final thought is, I don't know, don't count out the Heat. I still think they come back and win this series. I mean, obviously they were going to lose game 1. Denver was rested. They were acclimated. Miami was tired. They weren't. I think Miami, they just got more of that it factor. I don't see Denver pulling this off.
All right, so, my final thought is here. I'm looking at the Hollywood handle on Twitter. It says that the Cocaine Bear and Cocaine Shark. I didn't know they had 2 movies.
I didn't even know there were 2.
Cocaine Shark, maybe Cocaine's making a comeback. But the first poster for Crack-Coon has been released. The movie hits theaters later this year. Crack kills, and it's Crack-Coon.
Is this a Market Street raccoon?
When does that crack come into
Market
play for you?
Dumpster diving?
So we just saw a raccoon. Maybe that raccoon was on crack. So my final thought is it's Funkmaster Flex. Oh, wait. First, 707. The Warriors felt like crazy. Take accountability as a fan to take the loss. Don't blame the refs. Yeah, no doubt. But my final thought is this. Spadoni, if you could play the drop, please.
When does crack... Now, so the cocaine's happening. When does that crack come into play for you?
That's my final thought, my final question. Brought to you by Fast 5, Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. What a wacky show. We'll look for chase rates, NBA Finals games, more Draymond Green and Steve Kerr podcast sound. But up next, Steiny and Guru. You guys have a great, great Monday. What a wacky one it was for us.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
You know what I woke up thinking about today?
Your boy? Your partner?
No.
Damn.
About debuts. I mean, like when a player makes his debut or when a player makes his playoff debut. Well, and I always wonder, somebody has a great debut, does it mean anything? Somebody has a terrible debut.
Kind of like mine with soda weight loss, Donnie.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
And this weekend we had
God, I don't want to see another teenager.
We're talking about Spadoni's 30th right now.
Oh, okay. Go
Joe
ahead.
Spadoni had a 30th birthday party. You weren't there.
He knows why I wasn't there. Damn.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Nevertheless,
what
fun time.
Missed? Yeah.
It was Benny Spadoni's debut.
Yeah, the nephew.
Little Benny.
Okay.
Yeah. Little Benny struggled. Struggled in his debut.
Spadoni, who is this guy? Talks about the homeless and talks about the kids. What could Benny have done to where?
Here's the thing. Benny struggled a little in his debut.
I can't invite you to the house unless it's clean.
It wouldn't have been a big deal except just an unreal debut from Baby Shez.
Okay, gotcha.
So there was a contrast of the young children at Spadoni's house.
Baby Nora was looking immaculate, though. She was cute.
True.
She was super
That's
cute,
true.
right? Look, good mood, happy. But Benny, yeah, he yacked all over me in the first 30 minutes. Had to go home, get changed.
Oh,
Thankfully,
you didn't have to leave?
I had to leave, get changed. It was all over my shirt. It was like pink, and it was like chunks in it. Not going to go too gross here, but poor guy, he was struggling.
Yeah,
Wow.
he came when Benny made his debut. He just gotten up from a nap, and he was in that digging his head into Daddy's shoulder, not wanting to talk to anybody. But
wow,
it turns out he was.
But you showed up,
of course.
MVP.
No, I had another
event.
Yeah,
okay.
I was there for an hour or so. It's fun. Saw Sam Lubman.
Look at
our old friend Alex Scott.
I saw the video. San Jose's finest, Alexander Scott.
Yeah, well,
I'll stay in touch with him.
Oh, Langford moved. Otherwise, he'd still be Stephen. Nice guy, Langford. All right, enough of that. What'd you think of the game last night?
It was a hell of a game. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe it's my 2K playing days, Steiny, but I see a lot of times, Coach Kerr, if you're listening, you're on my list. I know there's this thing called the flow of the game, but I just thought Denver and Malone could have used that timeout to come up with a better look. But you got your second best player shooting a step back three, which is the regular three now. But that was my big takeaway, Steiny, is
what?
The use of timeouts now, or the non-usage of timeouts from NBA head coaches. It's like an open gym. Just go and make it happen. But I just come from the school of Pop, Phil, not saying they did it every time, but damn, call a timeout and we'll get a better play. And like Evan said, Miami could have then fouled them.
Right.
Okay, then
So
you
then
go
you-
foul them.
Right. So you see, it's like a 50-50.
Well,
I mean, to me, it's that. I mean, this to me is one of those things where a team's going to do what it does, what it's worked on. A lot of times, teams have rules. We get the ball with 8 or more, we're going. We get the ball with 7 or less, we're going to call timeout in advance. Ideally, we have not rules, but we've got the idea is if we can push the ball, we're going to push the ball rather than have them set up. Like, to me, that's just.
and if it goes in, Steiny, my fat face I ain't saying nothing to you and the masses, but I buried the lead. The takeaway is that the Miami Heat are not just Jimmy Butler. He didn't play bad by any stretch, Steiny, but he's been rather pedestrian. 21 points, but they got guys everywhere you look. Stru stepped up, 0 for 10 the first game. Caleb Martin dealing with an illness. Kyle Lowry. I mean, the Miami Heat just got me thinking about the Warriors more and more every day because it's bigger than just Steph, Clay, and Dre. There, I said it. And that's what has me biting my nails. Give me the Miami model.
Which is what?
Strength in numbers. Yeah, right now it's a strength in numbers, Donnie's in South Beach.
They
Look
gotta
like
win
you're
the
looking for
series?
something to hit. A button.
I am.
Denver came out a little flat.
They were up 15.
It was 10-0. Miami.
Yeah, they came back and went up 15. Yeah. What? Miami's like the most boring. I love them, but they're boring. You think Denver's boy? You do not want to be Miami.
You're the guy that poo-poos the. Now you're sitting here telling us. Well, you're not.
No, what I'm saying is,
I hope you're not telling me you don't enjoy watching Denver.
No, I like Denver. I think Denver's fun to watch. I think on the most part, Miami mucks the game up.
I still like how they play.
Yeah, but you don't want the Warriors to be Miami. Come on. They can't be, first of all.
They would be in the finals.
They can't be, because Miami's got a real culture.
Damn, Steiny.
I'm just kidding.
I know, but hey.
Relax.
Well, no, the culture is messed up right now in G-State. You can admit it. We got some stuff we need to get taken care of, some conversations. Who's going to be the next GM? You could talk about the culture. It's real.
I'm more interested in these people that say, are there people really out there that don't think Jokic is exciting?
Well, you tell them to call 888-957-9570. That's BS if it is. The dude's a magician with the ball.
But he's not your kind of player.
What does that mean, you people? No, I appreciate all basketball. You can't
but he
do
doesn't
that.
have the ha-ha.
Jokic is incredible, man.
Jokic doesn't have ha-ha.
He got his version of ha-ha, and it's get to the rack.
But you don't get to like him because I like him.
He's like Tim Duncan.
Ugh. No, he's way more exciting than Tim Duncan.
Well, still, man, those are the ones that just, like, this is incredible to watch. Steiny, he can. I just, again, we're gonna go Sabonis, the senior. That's the only comp we have for Jokic. But I'm being honest because we trail different trails on Twitter. Are you hearing the Jokic is boring? Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about inner city, the streets, the churches, the barbershops. Nobody's calling Jokic boring.
Yeah, he's not a great dunker. Okay. Not a high flyer.
But he does all the other stuff, Steiny.
But everybody likes dunks. Like Jonathan Kuminga is way more exciting, right?
Yeah, when he's on the bench looking mad, a dunk is 2 points. So you need to learn
What is going on?
A dunk is 2 points.
No, who are you today?
Oh, please.
Next thing you know, you're going to tell me Princeton's your favorite college basketball team.
Well, I haven't had sugar in 2 days, so stop.
Haven't you?
No sugar.
Oh, that's right. You're starting your soda debut.
Yeah. Well, no.
When did you start it?
Saturday. So I went to 2 parties, no alcohol. I had my little soups. They give you soups, and for dinner you can have 8 hours chicken steak and some veggies. So I've been doing that, Steiny. Went hooping. Play defense like Michael Cooper, but it's in my head. I ain't dropped nothing yet that I'm doing something right.
Yeah, just
I need you to coach me. Cut me, Mick. Cut me.
I would just say, yeah, I mean, good for you to start it on a Saturday. Wow.
Yeah. You and Willard, the power of now.
What happened?
The power of now. Remember you guys explained that to me?
Well, I didn't read the book. He did.
Okay. So I'll give Willard credit. The power of now.
I just knew it was a book.
Yeah. I just hate I miss Spadoni's. Hard alcohol being served?
No, it's a
beer
brewery.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah. I had a couple lagers.
I'd have been in trouble. Well, I wouldn't have started it had I came to Spadoni's. Spadoni.
I think that's a good spot if we ever do like a station, like party or something like that. 2 Pitchers Brewery over in Oakland. It's really nice.
Spot.
We need something. Well, we just had a summer. But we were working. Wife asked, did we get paid extra? I said no.
Did you put in for mileage?
Did you?
Not yet.
Oh my
God! That summit cost me like $150.
Why am I laughing,
Because it was mileage out to Walnut Creek. It was a ticket, $45.
Mine was $75,
and then I ended up having to buy for like.
You met
I bought a drink for our good old Ernie Chavez and.
You didn't tell me you got him once.
Actually, I'm not sure if I did or not.
Oh boy,
I think I did.
Yep.
But not sure.
Yep.
Not
Check
sure.
out SOTA-weightloss.com.
So we're going to play some of this from earlier. It was actually from last night. Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr was on Draymond Green's podcast last night after Game 2.
This is interesting.
Why? Why?
Because there's something bigger at play.
Well,
I'm not mad at both entities.
Be specific.
Did I love my coach? The coach says, I love my power forward. Bob is gone. Some think we're in disarray. To the powers to be, Joe Lacob, we are one. And I think that's why he was the guest on the podcast. I love it, but they're sending the signal. Forget what they even talked about. You're about to play it. It was about unity, Steiny, the Warriors' unity. I'm not mad, but I've been around.
Yeah, we're going to play some of that. I'm going to get it all under control in the next 5 or 10 minutes. But nothing to see here. Just two guys who might be on the last year of their deals talking about basketball. There's definitely something going on.
I did think about you.
Something's going on
in
Golden State right now.
And let me tell you what's going on is they're looking for a general manager. Had your phone blown up after you went public with what you think is going to happen and what you're hearing? Dunleavy.
What?
Did your phone blow up? Did people?
No. Why would it?
Because that was a bombshell.
No, it wasn't. Everybody knows Dunleavy's getting the job.
Do we find something out this week?
For the 8th time a week ago, Bob Myers said it's Mike's job if he wants it. Question is, does he want it? Will, Joe Lacob meet his number or whatever? I'm sure it'll all work out. It'll all work out. The question is what
podcast though.
The question is what happens after Mike Dunleavy takes over, if that's the case. What's the first move?
I wonder what his relationship is with Dre, Klay Thompson. Like, I thought somebody from the outside would be like, hey, you know what, Steiny? Hey, it's a wrap, buddy. We love you. Tell Susan hello and the kids, but we can't exit. So where does Dunleavy fall on that tree, Steiny?
I don't think we know. I don't think we know. I don't think we know what his preferred direction is. I don't think we know if it's in lockstep with Lacob, and I don't think we know if Dunleavy has as much or more or less power than Bob Myers in terms of making a decision.
What a word, power. And I do wonder, because Joe shared with us at that presser what Bob's profile didn't have, and that was experience, but he felt something in his gut, and it worked out. I wonder, where does Dunleavy fall on that Joe Lacob scale, Steiny? Obviously, he's been working up underneath him, so all good, huh?
Yeah, in terms of Joe Lacob's hires during his tenure, no, Dunleavy actually has experience compared with Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr, and Bob Myers. Yeah. Steve was never Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr were never head coaches before. Bob Myers was never a GM before. So in theory, Mike Dunleavy's got more practical experience on the job than those three guys had at the time. But we'll see. We'll see. I definitely found it interesting that Steve Kerr went on with Draymond Green. I can't quite put my finger on it other than I almost feel like both are advocating for each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're both honestly, I think Draymond Green would love to re-sign here for 3 years at a nice number, more than Jordan Poole. And I think Steve Kerr sees an opportunity here to get an extension for a big-time amount of money, especially after Monty Williams got what he got in Detroit. To me, Steve Kerr's got a lot of leverage right now.
Yeah, and he should. I'll say this. Forget me and forget 2026, 2027. Right now, and I've told you, Steiny, I wouldn't give Draymond 2 or 3 years. I just wouldn't, because I'm concerned about what he would be, how impactful he would be, guarding guys bigger than him in the low post. So I'm telling you that, but I'm telling you they also need him next year if this team is closer and can get back to what it was when they won the chip. I don't know if they can, but for the immediate, you have to bring Draymond Green back. And the reason I say that is I don't think Kuminga's ready, Steiny. I would love to see him get an opportunity a la Trey Lance. So I do understand that, you ain't seen nothing that would make Jonathan ready. Maybe the presence of or the non-presence of Draymond would give him some type of inner confidence. But right now with Steph Curry, and let's assume Klay Thompson's coming back with Kerr, you can't let Dre go, because I don't see how you could parlay Dre to get anything that would be even remotely close to what he brings on and off the court.
So now you want to keep him? Because last week you said you got to let him walk.
I'm telling you what's best for the team next year.
Which is
and
what?
Draymond Green in a Warrior uniform. Now, What if they sign and trade and get something back for Dre? Steiny, I'll be like, wow, didn't see that. But right now,
that's not going to happen.
No,
because I'll tell you what they're not going to. I mean, I'd be surprised if they take on that much more money with Draymond Green. The real money that they're going to have to pay Draymond Green with a 3-year extension or 3-year is pretty scary. This is Bob Myers. I'm sorry, this is Steve Kerr. He was on the Draymond Green podcast, and they were talking about Bob Myers. What happened with Bob Myers, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was more that Miami just brought them.
This one.
I mentioned early in the podcast just the fact that it's a collaboration, and Bob is a huge part of the collaboration. And he and I have been partners in this thing for 9 years. He hired me. He was here before I was. I don't know what it's going to be like without him. There's already like a really hollow feeling just knowing he's not going to be in the building every day. There's an incredible friendship there. Incredible sense of gratitude that I have for Bob for everything that we've shared and been through together. And I'm going to miss him, and we're going to miss him. I mean, he's just a huge part of everything. There's so much more that goes into being a general manager than just making draft picks and signing free agents. It's you're literally managing everybody in the organization from day to day. And Bob's the master. He has an incredible way of making people feel good about themselves and yet making people feel accountable at the same time, and wanting people, making people want to do their best, not for him, but for the group and for yourself. He's constantly challenging all of us to be our best, but without sort of putting pressure on us, if that makes sense. He's got an amazing way about him.
Damn, that was well said, Steiny. He meant that. Hollow. If I'm Bob Myers, that warms me to hear that. Hollow.
Well, he's not hollow yet because he's still working.
Wow, good point.
He's still working.
6:30.
We know that. We know that. I mean, the one thing that hits me a little bit here is if Bob Myers isn't there, and it's got something to do with the direction that Bob wanted to go. Let's say Bob was more likely to want Draymond around for another couple years. Then does that mean without Bob that Steve and Draymond can kind of lobby for Draymond, because now the guy who either wanted to go forward with him or not. We don't know whether Bob wanted to go forward with Draymond or not. Well, I'll look at it the other way. What if Bob was like, it's time to get off Draymond? And Steve says, well, Bob, I love you, but we get off Draymond, our days of winning titles are over. And Bob says, well, if you look ahead, I mean, I just got to, at some point, Joe needs to cut money, and it's time to do that.
Yeah.
And maybe just Bob sees how untenable it's going to be and says, I'm not going to do that. And now all of a sudden there's a power void because there's no Bob Myers. Well, now Draymond can really lobby for his own extension, and Steve Kerr can lobby for him, and vice versa. I think, I'm probably reading into this too much, but the first thing I thought of when I saw Steve Kerr go on a podcast last night with Draymond Green look at that. Two guys whose future are unknown. Both in a position to get paid big money this offseason. You scratch your back, I'll scratch mine.
Yeah, and over chop it up session.
You scratch mine, I'll scratch yours. That's kind of what I saw. I see two guys who want to be here for no other reason than to get one more paycheck.
Yeah, and this is home, Steiny, and they conquered the league. They've been on the top of the mountain 4 times. So just think about that. Now, this is just me. On my selfish list, I just want to hear from Steph Curry. He could be in France. He could be in Spain. I don't know. But damn it, how hard is it to hear from the heart and soul of the organization after the departure of Bob? I know it's coming, but by the time we read it, it'll be stale. Give me something fresh, like some fresh cookies. Give me some fresh biscuits. But 2, I do wonder, because last year you said, Goo, or some people did, this Warrior team has like a last dance feel to it. But if you're telling me Klay, Steve, and Dre are going to come in one and done with one left, like that's too much pandemonium for me, Steiny. Like, I don't even think Joe would think that's the way. You know what I'm saying? You want to take care of that.
I mean, to me, this was
you don't want to pay the bill 24-hour notice.
Bob Myers out of here means that it'll never be the same.
Well, true.
I mean, this is like there's a line in the sand that's been drawn between this past year and whatever happens in the future, and that's Bob Myers is gone.
But he wasn't forced out. By all accounts, it was his decision to go deal with his family.
Everybody had a reason to last dance.
Well, damn.
Michael Jordan could have come back too. He chose to walk away. Phil Jackson.
But nobody would feel.
He was on his last year.
Interesting.
So, what I'm getting at is, I think it's like, how do I want to put this? I think it's kind of over. Not necessarily the dynasty or the winning or all that, but the Warriors as we knew them.
And we're about to find out with everything you just set up that awaits them, payroll-wise and decisions, personnel.
Exactly.
When, though, Stoney?
What do you mean?
When does this, like Dunleavy, how long does it take to know if you...
They don't have to do anything. They can do it in July if they want. Because Bob Myers is still on the job till the end of June.
Wow, so his voice would be louder than Bob's, than Mike's.
Who knows?
Or during the draft?
Well, who knows how big's Bob Myers' voice anyway?
No, the Steiny. Wow.
Like, who knows? Like, I don't know if Bob Myers is just going through the motions.
But let's say you're Joe Lacob.
Motions 5 years ago.
Would you want Bob around till 6:30? A lot of
Bob might have been going through the motions the last 2 years during the draft.
Only Joe can answer that.
Maybe Joe, it's like maybe Bob's like, you know what? I didn't even draft Kuminga. Why am I taking all the heat for him? I didn't even draft Wiseman. I'm not taking more heat for him.
Or why do you want me to June 30th? Damn it, I'm out.
Because he can, I guess. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green had Steve Kerr on his podcast last night. Some interesting stuff. We're going to play that on the other side. Bob Myers, I guess he's in the last 2 or 3 weeks of his 3 or 4 weeks of his job. The Golden State Warriors getting ready for the draft. That's the other thing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about their draft, and I cannot understand why. It's our first opportunity to actually get a player this offseason. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? You want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA Bus to 333-161. That's VTA Bus to 333-161.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm with Goo Dude on that one.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. I got to tell you something, man.
Turn the mic on.
Want to do it again?
No. See, now, please. You're supposed to keep it moving.
I said do it again. Nobody could hear you say, what's up, baby?
But like when you hit the button just a few minutes ago and it wasn't there was a different sound. Or when water spills, I got your back. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well, nobody could hear that your mic was off, so I said you want to start it again.
Oh, go ahead.
That's all.
Yeah.
Choke artist. By the way, if you're on Broadway about an hour ago.
Dude.
Spadone, did you see it? Did you see the raccoon?
Oh, it was a
dog.
It wasn't
Broadway
a raccoon.
At about 9:25.
And the deer hunter and me saw it at the corner of my eyes.
I had my back turned. You said, oh, my God. You got up in a hurry, and I was like,
my
something's
radar
going
went
on.
off.
I thought it was going to be something to do with our buddy Joe.
Oh, no, he wasn't
Homeless Joe outside, but, of course, he was eating a tuna sub with a large Diet Coke and some macaroni salad.
Man, you better leave my dude alone, man.
Looking at his two phones. So I don't know if he noticed the raccoon or not.
He was not there. Yeah.
Dude, that was... And then it ran down toward the old ship.
But it looked like it knew where it was going. That's what's bothering me.
Yeah, I think he was going to have a beer.
Dude, what if that were you or me?
Oh, my God.
Man,
that was... Yeah. Usually when you see one of those things in the daytime, they usually have like rabies or something, and they're all disoriented. This thing was moving.
Man.
This thing had all its faculties.
My thing with rabies is, my little experience down is you had to get like 30 stomach shots if you got bit by something that had rabies. I wonder if it's just one-stop shop now. Let's hope it is.
I don't know.
Rabies. Ugh.
So anyway, what is going on here?
The thing was galloping down.
Dude, it was incredible.
Like, what's it eating? It's getting
everything.
Fed.
It's eating like a foot off a human, I'm sure.
You might have set a loose.
Big dogs.
Man, it was incredible. Anyway, back to Wiggins.
Yeah.
Draymond Green had a podcast, and there are a couple things that caught my ear. This was one where they're talking about having a deal with Draymond. And this is Draymond and Steve Kerr on Draymond's podcast. And of course, Bob Myers is instrumental in kind of handling all the rough edges of Draymond Green. But take a listen to this.
I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player, and not some of the things that I've gone through. All the that I've caused myself. It's not that like I've gone through something that somebody else caused. It's self-inflicted wounds that I've had over the course of your tenure here, us being together. And we were speaking about it, and he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of shit. I trust me. Not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. Like you, Bob, through things that I've gone through. I mean, the camera caught you one time like, I'm sick of Draymond and I was like, that sucks. I can't believe he said that. And I had to take a step back like, I'd be sick of Draymond too. So, but I understand, what you've done for me. I understand, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
That rubs me the wrong way.
But I mean,
am
man.
I being too harsh?
What?
I'm hearing a guy kind of laughing at some stuff that cost us. And
that went over. Okay.
And I'm also now. You know what I thought of? Now, forgive me if I'm reaching.
Yeah.
And I'm sure
defense.
And I'm sure the Comcast Business Text line will certainly tell me if they think I am or not. But I was just thinking this during the break. If Bob Myers is not here, can you have Draymond back? Can you have Draymond Green in your organization under a 3-year contract so you empower him with 3 more years, but Bob's not here? What does that look like?
We are about to find out. And
I don't know
really am on the edge of my seat.
I don't know if we are or not.
Let me tell you what that was, and I'm not mad.
I don't like that, really. The idea of Draymond here with 3 years left, and then you don't have Bob Myers, the one guy in the organization, the one guy who kind of can keep him a little bit under control, because Steve Kerr can't. Steve Kerr's made it clear. Remember the one time Steve Kerr's, what am I supposed to do when Draymond's flying off the handle?
Man. Well, Joe Lacob knows this. If Bob is right, and the love that Draymond and Bob have, that synergy, and he's the only one that has that mechanism to kind of get him back in control, then Joe won't exercise it. Steiny, he'll be in another uniform. But it's not hard. This is what I love about this, because there's some minefields everywhere if it goes wrong. But we're about to find out a lot of questions. But to me, that was just that back and forth. The relationship between Kerr and Dre is as healthy as it's ever been. I do wonder if the fact that both of them, in regard to their contracts, are in the same place, that's another part of it. There had to be a reason he felt like I'm going to get my coach on after game 2. But it was politicking, and it was Dre saying, I messed up, I take ownership, I've grown. And it was Kerr laughing like, yeah, I remember that time you got in trouble like me and Norm do, and Norm used to give me way back when. But that's what that was. I ain't mad at it, but it was bigger than game 2 of basketball to have those two talking. That's just me, Stoney.
Well, that
was politicking.
I just know that Steve Kerr can't really handle Draymond Green when Draymond is Draymond. Bob Myers can. And that was a big part of the dynamic here. And I was just starting to think, after hearing Draymond there acknowledge all the stuff he's done.
Ownership.
Please. That's not ownership. What are you talking about?
Hey,
he's laughing about it.
No, but he was saying
and
all the times he effed up and the pain that he caused.
But nobody believes for 1 second that what's happened in Draymond's past will help steer him to make a different kind of decision moving forward. That's the issue. That's the issue. And listen, Draymond Green's either going to be here next year or he's not going to be here. But if he's back here, Bob Myers is not back here.
That's a man.
And the one thing, I want you guys to listen to this again, because there's one name he didn't bring up. And I want you guys to listen to this, and if it kind of perks up your ears, it did mine. 888-957-9570. Let's listen to the one name he doesn't say in this whole thing.
I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player, and not some of the things that I've gone through. All the that I've caused myself. It's not that like I've gone through something that somebody else caused. It's self-inflicted wounds that I've had over the course of your tenure here, us being together. And we were speaking about it. And he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of shit. And I trust me. Not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. Like you, Bob, through things that I've gone through. I mean, the camera caught you one time like, I'm sick of Draymond and I was like, that sucks. I can't believe he said that. And I had to take a step back like, I'd be sick of Draymond too. So, but I understand, what you've done for me. I understand, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
Oh, he's hanging on now, Steiny. Like, there's no doubt Draymond wants to stay here in the Bay. I mean, man, if you're going there and then you can laugh about it and also tell us that it bothered the hell out of you, because I'm sure it did. But what's he doing, Steiny? We'll see if he comes up roses or aces.
Yeah, I don't know. And he did, and we got a lot of that podcast, so we're gonna play it. He did talk about Joe Lacob and what kind of an owner he was. I just. Did it strike me that he didn't say Joe had his back? A little bit, just a little. It did, just a little bit. But again, he talked about how it's great to have an owner who wants to win. And look, Draymond is trying to get paid right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt, right. Okay. And I'm going to read this on YouTube, from YouTube, Never Go Full Jeff. That's why you make Dunleavy the GM and Iggy assistant GM to keep Dre in check. Yeah, I wonder if that's his future. Andre Iguodala.
Oh, please. It's preposterous.
I didn't like how he handled the pool, Draymond.
I didn't like how he handled the last 4 years.
I'll be there when I need
I'll tell you what, if Andre Iguodala becomes an assistant GM.
I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, what's the message what message does that
My
say?
experience in Tutelage, and also when I was able to play, I know what it takes.
What does it take? What do you have? What knowledge of player personnel do you have, Andre?
The stuff that David West mentioned to the public that nobody ever knows.
I don't know what
will
that
ever
means.
know. Right.
But
You're not supposed to.
Go scout a game.
The reason you don't know what it means, sir, is I was part of the reason that we kept it in.
I would say go scout, Andre. Go scout for a while. I mean, you cannot. Andre Iguodala.
I know. The Poole Dre thing was so big. I just get mad. I don't know why I get mad at Andre for like that. That was right. This is what you're here for.
I guess
he couldn't diffuse it or get it fixed or bring those two closer together.
I guess what I'm saying
and that might be unfair, Stoney. Put that in his doorstep.
Green, well, he didn't help.
And that's what Bob told us on the executive show.
GM?
No, that was never full Jeff. I was just telling
that's not you.
No.
Oh.
I was just reading that. That's it from the YouTube chat. My thing is, that didn't help. Everything I thought Dre stood for went out the window when this thing with Draymond and Poole popped off. And it was obvious to everybody that it couldn't be fixed. Is some out there driving could be like, Goo, that ain't his job. But he was a player. He is the teammate of both of those guys. I thought he'd be able to, like prison, be able to have meetings at a game, and then you bring them together. He couldn't do it.
Can we be honest? Draymond's there's only one guy making the Draymond decision. Lacob.
Oh,
like there's no chance Joe says, hey, Mike, whatever you think will be best with Draymond, you go ahead and do it.
Oh, my phone's ringing. Who is it?
There's just no way that Joe Lacob is saying to Mike Dunleavy, not sure what direction you're going to go with Draymond, whether you're going to re-sign him or not, but I'm going to trust whatever decision you make there. There's no way that's happening. Joe either wants him back or doesn't.
Or if Joe, hello? Hey, Joe, it's Steph. Yeah, I want Dre here.
Okay, thank you. You're just a player. We've been through that a million times.
But you don't know.
If you were right about that, Bob Myers would still be here.
No, you can't do that.
Joe Lacob's not afraid to Jerry West left. Bob Myers left.
I'm not.
Stop thinking Steph Curry runs the show.
No, but why would you use Bob as an example when the man just got, unless you're telling us you know something we don't.
What do you mean?
He got up there and said he wanted to be with his family. So why would you say Joe lost Bob?
He did. You don't think there was anything to Bob being a little
there's
tired
always
of Joe
something to
working
something, Steiny, but I care about what's said into the microphone.
Well, I don't know what are you
because you just said
here?
It when I said Steph called
Joe Lacob wanted Bob Myers to stay.
Right.
He didn't. Like Myers didn't stay.
Gotcha.
So Joe wasn't in control of that situation, but like he had to live with it.
But he's in control of this one with Draymond. And if you get a call from your best player saying he wants Draymond to stay, I think that, and we talked about this, that carries weight.
How much weight?
That I don't know.
Well, I'm telling you, it doesn't count enough weight.
Right. But you talk like it. You know how much weight it.
No,
we don't know.
No, and
that's what makes this fascinating.
Well, I'll tell you who's not the owner and the GM of the team, Steph Curry.
And
he's
I
a
didn't
player
say he
on
was.
this team.
I got you. And I think his input counts a lot.
I mean,
not to keep Bob. That's obvious. But Joe didn't just say, I thought Joe was kind of being an egomaniac with, we got depth in the GM department. I can give it to. No, he wanted them to stay. He's overbearing to work for, it looked like. I get it. But I don't look at Joe Lacob as, man, you struck out because Bob wanted to go spend more time with his family and me not knowing what it really is behind closed doors.
I think we can all guess what it is. Like, is it, like, are we guessing now? Is it still a guess that Joe Demanding was really demanding on Bob Myers?
No, I saw it, yes.
Is it a guess that Bob was like, man, this is starting to get to be this isn't worth the hassle?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's what I think, too. David in San Francisco. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Just had a question. Bob Myers was the luckiest man in professional sports. He had Jerry West to start.
Okay.
If I recall, the Warriors were. When Jerry West left, okay, some of the decisions you're talking about and all, I don't know what you're saying, controlling Draymond. The coach is the one that controls the guy on the court. So I'm trying to figure out what credibility did Bob Myers have that all of a sudden Draymond Green is listening to him no matter what. I mean, this is nothing. And then you said Mike Dunleavy, maybe the GM, but where was he? He went from player to assistant general manager or director of scouting, and then Iggy has to go scout before he does this. And Mike Dunleavy wasn't anywhere near the type of basketball mind than Iguodala. So what are you saying? Iguodala can't do what other players have done? I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying.
What does Andre Iguodala know about player personnel?
Well, let me finish, because you never do. Because I know what it is, and that's Steiny and the other guy. I know exactly why you don't let me. I know what it is, but you
what is it? What is it? The other guy is right here. What are you saying? What are you saying?
What's that?
I said, what are you saying? Yeah, you be precise. You're all over the place.
I don't agree with you anytime when I get on. I don't agree with you guys.
No,
I'm not a high guy like you are. You're a high guy. You are. You're a high guy. You agree and laughing and chucking jiving all the time on the radio. If you don't think I'm the only one that doesn't think that, go ask somebody.
But what's that got to do with your point about Andre?
That's what I said. You didn't hear what I said?
I heard what you said, but you referred to me as the other guy. You referred to me as the other guy because you got scared of Steiny. You got scared of Steiny, and you didn't want to say your point. Now you want to come down my road. I got it. I got it. Yeah, I got it. I got it. You got scared of him because you wouldn't even finish your point. You wouldn't even finish your point. You got scared of him. You got scared of him. Admit it. And get a better connection. You got scared of him. He made you stop dead in your tracks.
Right. Yeah, we can't. Yeah. David, call back.
David always come for me.
Do you know him?
No, I don't know him, but I know his voice. He always got something to say to the other guy. Don't call me the other guy.
Well, first of all, Dunleavy's
how you know if Andre he talking to you and then go get scared and not finish?
No, he said Dunleavy had no experience. That's wrong. Dunleavy's been in their front office for 4 years.
But he said Myers had no say or help or input over Draymond. Get out of here.
Well, actually, that was the one where it's like the word control I might have given him. But the fact of the matter is, without Bob Myers, who the hell is Draymond going to listen to in that organization?
We're about to find out.
Listen, when Draymond Green is on one, ain't nobody can control him.
Bob
Plain
Myers.
and simple.
Yeah, Bob Myers.
Even that, though, after a minute or two.
Okay, yeah. The Pelicans game, we saw it.
Exactly. So,
and they told you, Steiny, we can't stop Steiny. We got to let Steiny be Steiny. Coach Kerr, everybody said that. But we've also given Bob Myers credit and props for being able to deal with them better than anybody else, and now he's gone. But that guy just called Dave, whatever his name was, Bob doesn't have any say-so over Draymond. Come on, man.
Well, no, I think Bob, yeah, you're right. Bob has say-so over Draymond because he's worked with him for 10 years, and Draymond trusts him. Like, Draymond trusts Bob Myers. It's a two-way street. Bob likes Draymond. My question, the only question I have is we don't know. I don't know what Joe Lacob thinks of Draymond Green and whether Joe Lacob, you think what if Joe Lacob is sick of Draymond Green? And what if Joe Lacob thinks, you know what, once or twice a year, Draymond Green embarrasses us and this organization. So you know what? This may be the time to move off Draymond Green. Well, I don't know that. I don't know how Joe Lacob thinks about Draymond Green.
And that's the beauty. We're about to find out.
But I do know that if Joe Lacob and the Warriors bring Draymond Green back, and Bob Myers is not the president and general manager, the dynamic has absolutely changed. And now all I'm asking is who in the front office can Draymond confide in? Who has Draymond's trust in there? Who's going to listen to Draymond Green when he's all upset about something?
Dude, I'm hearing
Bob
you say
Myers
this.
would.
What if Lacob is like, you know what, Steiny, I'm tired of that. I shouldn't have to. It shouldn't have to be that many questions, and that could go into the decision not to bring Dre back if it's to that point, which I don't think it is with Lacob.
He did try to pull the race card too. That dude, David.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, he used some phrases that I wouldn't use.
Mm.
You know what? See,
the other guy.
I don't know what
he always comes for me.
Would you?
The other guy.
You know you lied. What do you mean he got scared?
He was saying something, then you went. I don't even want to break it down.
Right.
Ask me about soda.
How's it going?
3 days in. This is the third day.
I would have been on a scale
no
already.
sugar, no alcohol. I feel good. Play defense like Michael Cooper, so it's mental now. I feel like I'm losing LBSs. I do my weigh-in in a couple more days. Give me 5 pounds. Let me drop 5.
Easy.
Okay.
And
I'm drinking the hell out of water.
So
and
you weighed yourself already?
Yeah,
so
just
you know
started.
that number.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you're not going to say that number, or are you? You don't have to.
Well,
you don't have to.
Okay.
But you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Okay.
They know it.
And when was that weigh-in?
Saturday morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
And now your next one's Thursday?
Thursday. Yeah.
I got you losing 8 pounds by Thursday, yeah.
But I feel
that
lighter.
First week, you're gonna
there's less air out of there.
You're gonna feel like you have wings on.
Yeah.
And you know angels fly because they take
Shout out
themselves lightly,
Barbieri.
if you will. You're gonna get me all jealous now because you're gonna get all skinny.
But tell the people what you told Evan and myself. I'm about to go Steiny on Steiny.
A lot of confidence coming from the Steinmetz.
You know, Guru and Evan.
Don't do this.
With hair like mine and a face like mine.
Robert Redford.
If I drop 15, it wouldn't be fair for the other candidate. It wouldn't be fair. That's something I said when I was 28. You did say it, and Evan, I almost fell out my chair.
You still don't know my humor.
When you look as good as him, you got to kind of be, let's leave some meat on the bone.
You'd have to be beating them off you.
If I'm messing it, if I'm going
This is a new
Shasky and
low for you
butchering it.
guys.
Oh, I said that's going on air, Jack. That's how you're supposed to feel.
Yeah,
confident.
Come on, Steiny. Yeah. You got to own it.
Diet? Look at me.
Just brought that up.
You brought it up.
The way you said it.
No, I'm
with your
saying,
head, I like it. It's confidence.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
that. By the way, I forgot what I was going to say. You came in this morning.
What?
You were down on somebody. You're down on something, and I was like,
Paul Pierce.
"That's right.
Yeah, Paul
that's
Pierce.
right. We
Him
can
and
hit that on
Garnett.
the other
Yeah.
side because I was going to start to. You were going to bring that up to start the show,
Yeah.
and I was going to say, Goo, don't do this because I'm in a really good mood. So
I can't tell.
We'll just read.
It's material.
By the way, did you see that thing where Don Cheadle was on something?
One of my favorite
said,
actors.
I'm 56, and Kevin Hart goes, "Damn!"
I
And
want to
Don
watch
Cheadle
it.
was really not happy. And it got
Two
really
of my
awkward.
favorites.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
You got to show that to me, though.
In a Don Cheadle
man.
moment right now, Steiny.
Exactly. Exactly.
Damn.
All right. Guru's got something that's been annoying him this weekend, but he's still not going to get me in a bad mood because I had a great weekend, and I'll tell you why on the other side. This segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
The one and only Live 105.
got body envy.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. Was in the office earlier before the show, doing my prep, waiting for Guru to decide when to come in, and he came in, and I was just on cloud nine this morning. I just had one of those weekends that just goo. Oh man, Friday had a nice quiet night. Saturday woke up.
I saw you Friday.
Slept in. Yeah, you saw me in the afternoon. I had a quiet night.
Oh, how was he doing when we left?
I went to Spadoni's 30th birthday party Saturday. Then went to my buddy's daughter's graduation party Saturday night. Woke up yesterday, played golf.
What'd you shoot?
85.
Damn. Bounce back.
Shorter type course.
It don't matter, 8.5.
Thank you. I appreciate that's the kind of attitude
8.5.
and the kind of guy I want to work with.
You get him every day.
Then I played some golf, got home. My daughter was in town from Washington, D.C.
Look at
we
you.
took a hike up in the hills, had dinner. Just one of those weekends. And then I come in and I'm all excited. And you're in a bad mood because of something Paul Pierce said? I got it here. I got it right here.
And it's not just him. It's social media.
Okay.
And it's Trey Lance, everything. I'll get it all out.
Okay,
Let me know.
I'm thinking, what could Paul Pierce and the other guy, like Paul Pierce, he's got some credit. Kevin Garnett?
I love both of you guys.
Oh, God. Yeah. He is a bore. I mean, I don't mean like boring. I mean like he's boorish.
Oh, okay.
All right, so this is what got you mad coming in today to try to ruin my good mood.
I was watching Vincent. I was watching Caleb, Martin. We got the two best teams getting ready to play each other, Pete. I'm talking about from 10 to 10. Not like, yo, 3 and
I don't think them the two best
teams. You
teams.
tripping, boy. Ain't no two better teams playing than what's in the finals.
Listen, Miami, I consider them the best team. They playing the best. Think about this.
I'm talking about.
No, listen, though. We don't have the two best teams. Miami was the worst scoring team in the league during the regular season. They showed bad habits all year long. Then all of a sudden they got to the playoffs and they just split the switch. Right. And now they became a whole other team. So where you got Caleb Vincent looking like all-star.
Caleb Vincent?
Lord, I just learned his name.
Lord, you don't even know nobody's name, Lord. You just talking,
Caleb Vincent, they both look good. Lord, they both average 20.
Lord, they
you lost Tyler Hero, who's their third best player.
Man, so what? We playing better. The ball moving. They got better. 7 that's lit right now, bro.
Now.
What you mean now?
They was a playing team.
Oh, bro, you talking about was. I'm talking about now, Pete. These are the two best teams in the league. And they're in the finals.
These are two teams playing the best.
And I love both of them, Stoney. I thank God for clarifying your thoughts on Kevin Garnett. He does a good job.
Stinks.
But what has the world come to where now we question everything that's right before our eyes? In what world are the two teams, the two best teams, not in the championship game? We have to quit giving crutches for everything we watch, everything that somebody says. Like, damn, it's the NBA Finals. The two best teams that season to me are in it. Stop, Paul. Stop dissing Miami. Like, I don't care. It's Denver against the Miami Heat. Steiny, those are the two teams left standing.
Right.
They are the two best teams this last season in the NBA. And I'm on Twitter, and that whole thing is taking off, and I'm ducking like, damn, just give kudos to the two teams left standing. It's the championship game. These two teams are champions. Both of their conference, trying to get of their conference, they are.
What does that mean?
So you turned the TV off when Silver gave them the conference trophy?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Absolutely.
Well, I didn't. But you know what I mean. You did everything you needed to do. You knocked off everybody you needed to knock off to get to the dance. Just leave. Why do we got to put Miami do an autopsy on them?
Because I'm gonna play devil's advocate right now. All right, not
Al Pacino.
I'm not saying I necessarily believe it, but I think there's a difference between who the best team is and who's playing best right now. Like what year did Butler make the finals? Whatever. Like
2020.
When Butler was in the finals against Duke.
Well, that's different. Yeah.
I thought you were on Jimmy Butler.
The tournament, it's March Madness, and it's one-game elimination.
Well, I got news
These
for
are
you.
Series.
I got news for you.
These are series. Best out of 7. Go ahead.
This is what's going on.
Yeah.
The NBA is becoming more like the NCAA tournament. You like it or not. The Warriors were a 6 seed. They beat a 3 seed this year. The Lakers were a 7. They beat a 2 seed this year.
But
the Miami Heat were a play-in team. They've gotten to the NBA Finals.
But a lot of that has injuries and a lot of other extenuating circumstances that go into it because the season's so long.
Do you like it or not?
No, I'm asking. It's not a coin flip. The hardest championship to win in the world to me is the NBA championship. And you got to win 4 out of 7. And sometimes, Steiny, you could be 1 or 2 dudes and they could take you to the promised land. But now we're learning you need more.
Well,
are you telling me
about what you heard?
Miami Heat are for real.
Of course.
Okay, so when he said
they're hot,
who's better in the East than Miami? Don't say Boston. Guru 2 years ago, I would have said it. Man, no, hell nah. Boston blew a finals. We'll leave that alone.
Boston was better in the regular season.
But what happened when they got it together?
They lost. They got upset. They got beat.
Okay. And so Miami doesn't have to apologize for anything.
Well, like this to me is an age-old discussion. We always, were the San Francisco Giants the best team in baseball when they won 3 titles?
See, I want to say, what are we talking about? Regular season or when it was over? I want to know when it was over. Because I don't give a rat's ass about who had the best record in the regular season. That's how you get the choking moniker to you when we watch all these teams do what they do and then they go flame out. And that's what makes the Giants 10, 12, and 14 so special. And Bochy was that when we got there, I got the antidote, or we as an organization has the antidote to do it when it's lemon booty time.
Okay, see, I don't think
Miami. I thought he was dissing Miami.
Throw this one out there.
And what about Denver?
I'm going to throw this one out there for you. I mean, you can disagree with me. Ask me who the best team in 2014-15 was.
Best team 2014-15, Stoney. Who was the best team in the league?
I hope I get the year right. The Warriors.
Well, that was when they won the first one.
Okay, 15-16. Who's the best team in the league? I think it was the Warriors. They didn't win it, but I thought they were the best team in the league.
Well, they should. Okay. I was like, yeah, they should have. I hear you.
Okay. So, they won 73 games. They went to the NBA Finals. They got knocked off.
But Paul would have said the 2 best teams were playing. And this goes back to Jokic. This goes back to the Jokic thing. Like, Steiny, I'm serious, man. I'm not hearing a lot of Jokic doesn't do it for me, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I thought Paul was so, not like a child, but like, damn, what are we doing as sport fans to where we're robbing teams for getting to the last, to the chip?
The reality is the regular season doesn't matter in any sport anymore.
Well, now you
just get to the playoffs. No. I mean, that's who cares if Phillies were the wild card last year? They got to the World Series.
Yeah. I agree with that, but that goes against what you just said to what Paul was saying. It doesn't mean a damn thing who's playing the best during the regular season. But to Denver's credit, they were playing the best. They got the number 1 seed, and now we're in the finals, tied 1-1. Like, that's a perfect game to me.
So what again are you pissed at?
Did people are robbing Miami of their just due? And that's what I thought Paul Pierce was doing. Now, how many people would be in a line to say they saw the Heat in the finals, Tony? I don't think anybody would be in that line. Just like Stephen A. Smith was the only one in the Warrior line of them winning the championship last year. I'm so sick and tired of a guy can throw for 4 touchdowns, and now all of a sudden, well, how far did they travel in the air? Who was missing on it? We just, as a society, we have gone away from we're creating more reasons to not give credit to people that deserve it. Just like that chump that called just a second ago was working his material. You didn't even know I remembered them, Steiny. We got 4 or 5 bouts, but. All we're doing now is I'm going to call it sport fan analytics, Spadoni. we look for reasons not to give people credit.
Well, I'll admit I'm trying to be devil's advocate on purpose here.
Well, damn.
Well, because but it kind of comes naturally.
Did you? Yeah.
Dude, I mean, what's so hard to understand? Are the Miami Heat the best team in the Eastern? Were the Miami Heat the best team in the Eastern Conference? No. But are they playing better? Did they play better than everybody else in the postseason? Yeah. But they weren't the best team in the regular season.
Right. And nobody. So I would never ask.
I think they're both right. Like, the Miami Heat right now are the best team.
But they're going to be a problem for years.
Who?
But Miami.
You think?
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Because if I asked you what's Miami going to do next year, what would you say? And you up here kissing ass
overachieved this year.
You called, what's the name? Tony said, a Don. You called Pat Riley a Don and Spo a Jedi. Right. How can you sit here and look at me and tell me you don't got them as a top-tier team next year?
Oh, I absolutely don't.
How?
Because they were an 8th seed this year.
But there were reasons.
Actually, they were a play-in team.
Stoney, there were reasons, man. They had injuries.
They have less talent than Boston, Milwaukee. To my mind, Philadelphia has more talent than Miami. Like, that's what I mean.
That should be changing, though, before your eyes.
Why?
Because Gabe Vincent is better than you thought he could be. Caleb Martin is better than you thought he could be. And all these other guys that are answering the bell for the Heat now are going to be household names. I get that you thought Milwaukee was better. Well, guess what? They're not.
Well, no,
and that played itself out. No, they're not.
Do you think Miami...
No, they're not.
Do you think Miami's going to go into next season thinking they're the best team in the East?
I'm going to tell you what I think. They're one of them.
That's fine. Yeah. They are one of them.
Right, but you're acting like they're going to be destined for a seed again.
Then maybe they might.
Nah, this is come on, Stoney.
Why? I don't understand
they're for
what
real.
We're fighting about.
The Heat are for real. And now you feel like they're going to the back of the line after this over. No, they're not always for real.
They're always in the mix.
Well, they were in the finals in the bubble.
Always in the mix. The Miami Heat are always in the mix, and to me, that's why I think Spoelstra's great, because they don't have the most talent in the. You cannot tell me,
but they're developing those no names or non-draftee guys into talent. That's what we're watching.
Okay,
and they're set up. I feel like for a good run. Now, will that mean title? I don't know, but they're a problem, and they're not going anywhere.
I could see Boston being better than them next year.
And there's no shade in that. But, I mean, let's say top 4 to put respect on.
Okay, so you're agreeing with me.
And I'm disagreeing with Paul Pierce. I'm agreeing with you on what?
Just everything I said.
No, you just said Miami
was not the best team during the regular season in the Eastern Conference, but they were better than everybody else in the postseason. What's so hard about, that's nothing. No. There's no shade at that. If Miami Heat win it.
The shade is saying who was the best in the regular season. The bottom line is, just like Kevin Garnett said, the bottom line is, if I were on Mars and I came down on a jet to watch the NBA Finals and could not watch one regular season game, the two best teams in the NBA are the Miami Heat and Denver Nuggets. And it's that way across the board for me in every sport. But you're doing the analytics like Goo. They really are not the most talented, but I think we're finding out they are.
How many wins did the Heat have in the regular season?
That I do not know.
I guarantee you, if the Heat win it this year, how will we talk about them? They're going to be the only team in NBA history that's ever won a title as a play-in team. That's how we're going to talk about them. So they finished 9th in the regular season. They clearly weren't the best team in the regular season for whatever reason. Who cares? Yeah. And now they're the best team because they put it all together.
And that's why I don't think it's going away. Like, they may not win it next year or get close, the Eastern Conference Finals, but the way and what we're watching and the style of play led by the coaching and Pat Riley, I think they're here to stay.
But haven't they been here for a while now?
This is definitely a prisoner of the moment take, Goo. Miami is not primed for success next year.
Well, I don't think so
Okay, let's
either.
forget next year. The whole premise of the conversation was, let's give Miami their flowers for being in the chip this year. That's the bottom line.
And flowers for the playoffs.
And to take flowers or kick them is you saying, well, who was the best in the regular season?
It's not kicking somebody to say
there's no championship for that.
Miami Heat are poised to be the worst regular season team to ever win a title. Like, is that unfair?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, they were not good during the regular season.
But I'm telling
and
you,
they went to March
that's
Madness
going
and they
to
ran the
change
table.
because they're going to be a
Just like
top-tier
UConn.
team in the East.
They're like UConn, right?
And what about Denver? For all the people that get off on that, they did both. You reminded me of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's possible to kind of to do that. I mean, like Miami's just, they're different, I think. They're always good. They're always going to be a tough out. And this year, they started playing great right when it mattered. I mean, they were one half from not even making the playoffs. They lost a play-in game.
But like, no, and I get
they
that.
They lost to the Hawks in a play-in game.
I get that. But what I believe we're watching with the Miami Heat, this is where they take off, just like we saw with the Warriors in 14-15. Now, they get 4 titles, I'm not going there. I'm just telling you the way they play, the way they get after it, the Heat culture, it's real, because I want some of that to rub off on the Golden State Warriors.
It just doesn't rub off.
Well,
you gotta.
The Warriors had that before the Jordan Poole punch.
They had Steph Curry.
No, they had strength in numbers, and it didn't matter whoever was in the uniform. It worked, and all of a sudden now, they got the most of that, and they got different type regular team problems. But the worst part is you got a guy that hit the other dude upside the head, and he who was on the receiving end of that had arguably one of the most insane backtrack seasons I think I've ever seen. You just wonder, was it basketball or was there something going on in his dome? And that doesn't bode well for anybody right now to go to State Warriors. And Steiny, if you ask me, you're not. That's their biggest problem on Joe Lacob's list. Is he going to break that up? Because I don't think they could coexist.
I don't know.
They finished 7th.
So, I mean, like the last 4 years, the Heat have gone to the finals, lost in the conference finals, lost in the first round, and then the year before that, they lost in the finals.
So that's a little resume, a lightweight resume. But you were so, I'm just saying.
They're in the mix every year, Goo.
Okay, but you were fixated on them in this season.
That's right.
That they lost a playing game.
They were 44-win team.
And they came out of nowhere because I didn't look at them thinking they were going to do anything once the playoffs started. But now I'm like, okay.
I don't see why you think they'd be better next year.
Well,
their best player's getting older.
Well, who's not? Who will you not say their best player's getting older to?
Well, Jokic. Like Jokic is 28.
But he's getting older.
Right, but he's in his prime. Yeah. Jimmy Butler, I think, is on the downside. So I don't think Jimmy Butler's going to continue. Well, he doesn't do. It's the other thing. He doesn't play in the regular season as much as he plays in the postseason.
I almost want to ask you to that point. It's not like who does. Remember we were talking about Draymond.
I'll tell you who does. Caldwell Pope. Caldwell Pope
I do
plays.
like his game.
Plus, how many games? Jokic plays just about every game.
Except until the end where they start giving them rest.
But
just like celebrate the Miami Heat in this run.
Yeah, because it's all completely unforeseen. They've upset every team. It's like a worst to first.
Which it is.
Yeah. Miami, definitely not the best team. They're just playing the best. It's like a baseball team. There's no shade. Like, seriously, there's no shade saying Miami.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, I don't think there's shade saying Steiny's who do you think's the best team in the East? I mean, right now, it's got to be Miami.
I'm done saying Boston. Okay. And this was a prime example of why I'm done. You lost at home, Game 7, bounce, deuces. You choked, whatever you want to call it. So I'm celebrating the Heat.
You think there's any Bucks fans out there that might say, we didn't have Giannis for a couple games in that first round series.
Oh, what happened last year, Evan, to the Bucks? There's always something.
Well, they won it 3 years ago.
No, I didn't say 3 years ago. I said last year, not this past year, the year before last
year, yeah.
Yeah. Always something.
Well, it always is for every team.
Until Giannis gets here. Yeah. It's not.
Gets where?
To the Golden State.
Well, why would you even say that?
Because I do think about it.
And what do you think about it? That it's ludicrous?
No, that
it's ludicrous.
Right now
it's ludicrous.
Right now.
Let me guess. They're going to find a way to get Giannis and keep Steph.
Hey, stay tuned.
And Klay. And Dre.
No, not those two.
Something about that topic, I feel like it's unfinished. I don't know what it is. One of the reasons is you see what he's doing, Evan.
What?
He's trying to claim my Miami Heat. That's the first thing he's trying to do. That's the first thing he's trying to do.
Well, do you think...
I got something else in the chamber.
One of the reasons why I think a lot of people don't watch baseball until the end of the season is because it doesn't always matter what happens in the regular season. Do you feel like the NBA might be at risk of falling into a same pattern if, say, the Miami Heat run the table and win the championship?
Here's the bottom line. It used to be the NBA playoffs were pretty predictable.
Right.
Now, it's like, this year was like the NCAA tournament.
And can I add a big part of that is because of load management.
That's right. That's right.
And that's BS.
Well, get used to it.
And no, I'm not going to get used to it. I'm going to tell you why I am.
You get used to it.
I'm going to tell you why. I heard Adam Silver on NBA TV with Barkley before the game, and they're talking about this in-play tournament. And Adam is sitting there just to all the historians of the league to where the Larry O'Brien trophy was everything. He's saying they're going to have this cockamamie tournament to kind of give fans or teams, 4 teams will go to a destination not yet determined, and they'll play it out to win this in-season tournament. And he's saying with a straight face, oh, but that won't take away from the NBA Finals. Adam, what are you talking about? Who gives a rat's behind about why are we having that? There's one tournament, Adam. It's the NBA playoffs. What are you doing? And the way he explained it was so sketchy. He did bring up what do you know about that?
Nothing.
See, I don't know about it either. I just know there's the NBA championship for umpteen years. Why are you changing?
Well, so you don't know what the parameters are, but you hate it.
No,
already.
I'm going on history, Jack. You don't need it. The tournament is the playoffs. What are you doing? Some cockamamie?
So you don't think anything can get better?
My question's why does it need to get better? There's not going to be a champion, and you're just front running over there because you're a basketball savant, and now you're sitting there saying a tournament that means nothing is exciting to you.
No, you
don't like me happy.
No.
I know what it is. I love you, but you don't like when I'm too happy.
Anyway,
I get it. I get it.
No, you before the pitch clock ever came in said you were going to hate it.
Yeah.
How about and you ended up liking it.
I love it.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's time of play. This is a cockamamie tournament that's going to count as regular season games.
But you don't quite understand it. I don't either.
I don't understand the inception of why you would add something to what was beautiful, an 82 regular game season, and the one tournament that counts is the playoffs, where guys like Durant risk their Achilles and ACLs. Why are you doing this, Adam? Why? And if you want to be like soccer, maybe soccer experts can explain, but it still won't fly because there's only one postseason in sports as far as I've been living, and that was the postseason.
But you're the same guy
who
likes the NCAA postseason tournaments, the conference tournaments, to be able to allow one or two more terrible teams in who may run the table. It's the exact same thing for a midseason tournament. You give a team that probably doesn't deserve it a chance to get into the tournament. We need to get back to understanding. I need to figure out what you like and what you don't like. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health.
who the F cares?
What the F do you got to lose?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz there, the Guru Johnson with you. Morning. Keep looking over my shoulder, see if we're going to see a raccoon running back up Broadway.
I'm going to call it a dog because that's how big it was, Steiny.
Move what? Raccoons can move a little bit. In case you just joined us, big story of the day. I saw a raccoon. We all did.
I saw it
down
first.
Broadway. Yes, you did.
The hunter.
Had to be a raccoon because it had thumbs.
Shasky saw it too, though. He was looking out the window.
I'm wondering. He must have had to be standing up. Yeah.
So, all right. So, you really got me thinking, Goo.
And you got me thinking too during the break.
All right. Well, do you want to go first?
No, this one is so heavy. I'll save it for 12:30.
Write it down because
it's in my mental Rolodex. I thought about you in the shower.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and write it down still? Hey, all right. So you hate the idea of this play-in tournament for the NBA.
Right.
All right. So
you got me on the pitch clock, Steiny.
No, but that's not really what I'm talking about.
Right.
So the NCAA tournament.
I love it.
Do you like the play-in games?
Yes.
Why?
Because more get an opportunity to be a part of it. Just like you came down my...
This is Chris Berman. Boom! Similar to the NBA. That's why the NBA is having
John
a mid-season
Madden,
boom!
That's
both
Madden.
of them. Right.
Boom! Back. And you tease me because you make fun of me because I like the conference division tournaments in basketball because the last place teams, you got this one last chance to...
just
shock
like
the
this
world.
new tournament the NBA's putting in there.
No, there's nothing at stake in this new tournament. It's just that the NBA wants to do something that actually means nothing, and it takes away from the regular season.
It clearly gives you an advantage.
Somebody put money on the text line. I go, you know what? I don't know how it could be. And 4 teams are going to go to an unknown destination and battle it out. Okay. I'll be watching, but my point is, dude, it's been all about the NBA playoffs forever. And the play-in, to me, Steiny, that's not Joan Rivers. That's not a facelift. You're just letting more in.
Exactly. And that's
just like
exactly
hockey
what they're
and
doing.
baseball have done.
And that's kind of what they're doing with the play-in. They're waiting something. I don't even know.
No.
But if you win that tournament, you have an advantage going into the postseason.
I was like, sometimes less is more, man.
Well, no, it's never more for you. Hate it. I don't.
He never once specified Adam Silverstein. And again, I'm coming into the conversation late. He never once said, okay, if you win this tournament, that'll bode, you'll be the 1 or 2 seed. No, the games still count toward 80. He didn't even. It was sketchy, and all the guys were just. I don't care.
Well, you know what? You know what? All sports are sketchy, and you're just picking this one out.
No, it's just. It'll be something that's never happened.
Baseball
as an all-star game. It don't count.
When baseball, wasn't very long ago when 4 out of 28 teams made the playoffs in baseball.
Man,
there were 7 teams in 4 divisions. 4 teams out of 28. Do the math.
Correct.
That's 1 out of 7 teams.
No doubt.
Now 16 teams make the playoffs. All right, 16 teams make the playoffs in baseball. All right, we've just added another wild card in baseball in the last 5 years, and we added another wild card team in football the last 5 years.
Facts.
In basketball, we now have the play-in games, which gives the 2 Scribini teams an extra chance to win, 9 and 10. Now Adam Silver's concocting some kind of tournament with some kind of value toward looking ahead toward the postseason. The bottom line is, it's why regular seasons don't matter anymore. Keep allowing, it's like, why don't the regular seasons? Because you allow too many teams into the postseason. So stop saying stop saying you love the more the merrier and you give this team a shot, and then quit complaining that the regular season stinks, which it does, because everybody knows you can sleep, at least for the NBA, you can sleepwalk for 60% of the season, get into the playoffs, now, go do your thing. Yeah. I think the Warriors gave a rat's behind. They finished 6th. No, they just went and beat Sac in the first round. Why doesn't it's really too bad that the regular season doesn't mean anything. Well, everybody load manages, so they're ready for the playoffs. So you're right, it doesn't mean anything. College basketball, it's a joke. Hey, we finished 12-20, but you know what? We're still in this conference tourney to do what?
You make some valid points.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
But I'll tell you what we can't lump in and why it's the king, and I ain't talking Elvis, is the NFL, Steiny. Every game, you cannot get me to not think this way. Every game is about home field advantage. Every game is treated, you think, like a playoff game. So there is no load managing in the NFL. So you hit that out the park. I hate everything you said, but it's real. And Steiny, you said something to me that I don't have this component to what Adam Silver, I don't even know if they have it decided. We yet to know if you win the tournament, you get an automatic bid in the playoffs. It's not that. So that's still, he was saying they're still in the lab, concocting that. The NBA has not, and Steiny, what if we have guys load manage that little tournament that they play in?
They've load managed the playoffs. Players are load managing in the playoffs. For God's sakes. They know they can lose a couple games, then come back. Sorry.
I'm getting upset. Remember it was thrown out? Who said it? Should LeBron somebody should miss a game to come back the game after.
And the other thing
my God, we're here.
The NFL is the same. The NFL is the same as every other league that wants to make money. Now,
this is going to be hard, Steiny.
Huh?
As far as letting other teams in for the playoffs, but as far as treating a game that's only once a week, they go. It's like a playoff game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but NFL's games are less special now than they've ever been. The regular season is less special than it's ever been. Why? Well, because they have more games and they have more teams in the games. So everybody, and I heard Shasky saying this the other day, and I was like, God, I wanted to piggyback.
Yeah.
49ers, they better be careful. They need to get off to a good start. No, they don't. There's 17 games in a season. They start out 3-5. So what? They can still make the playoffs. You know why? Because everybody makes the playoffs.
Yeah. And
sorry,
that's
precious,
math,
precious as your football games are,
that's funny.
They ain't as precious as they used to be either.
But
the regular season in every sport has deteriorated. Sorry.
Yeah, and the last on the list is the NFL because it ain't deteriorated yet to me.
No, it's
But
deteriorated.
about you and Shasky, I'm going to say this. You are correct now with the 3-5. We've seen it ain't over, but they don't break training camp saying, hey, guys, we got 3-5. We'll still be okay.
It's a long
season.
They
try to bust their ass to be 5-3 or 6-2 or 7-1.
And so do NBA teams, but they're not going to.
Do they really, though, Steiny?
Yeah. It's like if Nick Bosa's hurt and should we bring Nick Bosa back week 2? Nah. Let's just bring him back week 4 and make sure. They all do it. They all do it. Regular seasons are a joke. They're flat out
the NBA
joke.
is about to be Eddie Murphy here if this thing takes off. And I don't even know where to look or start, but they're talking about this soccer tournament that they're saying that didn't actually take off in the Euro League or wherever it's at.
You're just against progress.
No, I'm about progress. I'm about history, Jack.
You're very incongruous at times.
Hey, what are you doing today? Come over and watch the tournament. Oh, what? The playoffs? No. The tournament we have in the midseason before the playoffs.
Oh. What? As opposed to, hey, what are you doing? Nothing. Hey, you want to come over and watch Pepperdine, Long Beach State? 2 11-win teams for the right to battle St. Mary's. Get out of here. Randy Bennett doesn't even scout those postseason tournament games. Please. I'm taking Robin Sambruno. I don't know why.
Guy.
Right,
yeah.
But it says Rob blames Steph Curry for the state of the NBA.
Oh, wow. Rob, please explain.
Rob, what's up?
Now, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Now, when I say this, it's not hating on Steph because Steph is Steph.
Right.
I put Steph and Klay at this to where those are the only guys that you can put together that can shoot the ball and win the way they've won. Only 2 guys I see you put in the same team like that is Ray Allen and Reggie, if you ran that type of style they can play, it's only about 4 or 5 players who can play that style. The thing is, every other team thinks they can play that style, so they're building teams to shoot threes. So you're taking out certain players out the league just to let everybody else play. Prime example, Cody Zeller should not be in the NBA Finals, let alone playing on the Miami Heat. DeMarcus Cousins is 20 times better than Cody Zeller.
Whoa! He preaching. Let him go, Stoney.
He's looking like a high school kid, looking like he was lost. But anyway, I just feel like the game that came down to too much three-point shots to where you get teams they get hot from three and they think that they're that good of a team. Like Pac said in one of his lines. Deep in the game, you got the rules missing. They're playing. They're cheating the game. You go 20 for 45 from 3-1 game. You go 2 from 30 for the next game. It's not real basketball. That's why the Heat are competing. They're just playing hard, getting to the room, hitting mid-range jumpers, knocking wide open shots. And I think the 3-ball then took away talent from taller guys with skillful on the post. You took that away.
I'm with you there.
You took away the big shooting 15-footers. So what else you got? You got rim. You got to the rim and three. So I think the game's been watered down to allow others to play.
Hey, Rob.
Same thing happened in the
Bottom line is this, Rob.
But you got Jokic, too.
You like the NBA product in general, Rob?
This year was mediocre.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It was a mediocre product this year.
I'm not crazy about it either. I don't like 53s a game. I'm with you.
I'm with both of you. And it's headed towards 60. It's headed towards 60. The premise of his point was, I understand Klay and why you smiling, the chef jacking them. One. I just, not Detroit or Charlotte Hornets, guys that can't shoot.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I remember when Guru got so mad after the regular season was over and Steve Kerr said, yeah, we're not. How about here's Kerr and Draymond on the podcast. This is going to get you fired up.
On the one hand, it's burning me up. On the other hand, I just sort of, count my blessings. Like, I think, I've been coaching the team 9 years. We missed the playoffs twice. 6 of the 7 years we made the finals. So this is the first year, like you said, first year we haven't made the finals. But who gets to say that? I mean, that's just, there's so much good fortune. We've had such an incredible group. So this year was, we came up short. It's no fun watching the finals, but at the same time, we don't deserve to be there. We weren't good enough. So, I can live with that. We got to get better.
But how?
Well, that's
the second time they've reinforced.
But that wasn't as bad as you set it up.
They don't deserve to be there. They don't belong on the floor with those two teams, is what he was saying.
Yeah, but he was going off of. That's why they lost to the Lakers in 6.
Yeah. So how are you going to be better next year?
Well, Dunleavy or whoever takes over, and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr's input, Stoney, they better start talking.
Well, that's the part that I still have not figured out the answer to.
You got to move a Jordan Poole or a Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
You have to do that to see what you can get that you currently don't have. You don't trade Poole to get another Poole. You trade Poole, to me, to get some size, something that you don't have and you haven't had in a while. That's just me. But, Stoney, how many times we got to look at, is Kuminga going to be happy playing behind Draymond? Some would say he just started. He's a pup. He should. But, I mean, how did that play out last year? That the buzzer didn't even sound in L.A., and he's already got a term paper about his role. And what about Poole and Draymond, Stoney? To me, that is like, if I'm Draymond Green and I'm telling my wife and my kids, and I love his kids, Stoney, they're awesome. DJ, hey, I want to be here. Daddy wants to be here and remain a Warrior. In the back of my mind, I know I did something to shoot ourselves in the foot, and that was punch Jordan Poole. And the reason I say that is, what if Joe Lacob looks at Jordan Poole as a more valuable asset that he wants to keep on the team than where Draymond's at?
And don't offer Draymond Green a new contract. Again, the thing, I'm all ears. The thing that I can't and I don't understand is Joe Lacob last year has talked about payroll and that they've got to get it under control. Yeah. And then last offseason, they displayed in their moves that money was an issue. So now they finish in 6th. They don't win it. How can you get better without adding payroll or without keeping the payroll the same? Or how can you get better if you just bring Draymond back? So then you're gonna have to bring Draymond back and then turn Poole and or somebody else into player or players that make the Warriors better. And all I'm saying is good luck.
Is that player out there, Stoney?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's a real good question. You know what? I think it's probably more than one player. I mean, if Jordan Poole's listen, if they're not going to cut salary with Jordan Poole and he's making, 28 next year? I don't know. Can you get one player for 15 and one player for 11? Mm-hmm. Off another team? I don't know. Magic's in Dallas.
D-Town.
Magic, how you doing, man?
What's going on, y'all? I'm good. I just wanted to call and talk about the play-in a little bit because I actually agree with both of y'all, but I've gone through kind of a spectrum of that because I agree with Guru right off the top that the play-in tournament was going to be stupid and it's cockamamie and all that, but really when it comes down to it, it's all about money, right? And they've seen that as you said, the European soccer didn't take off necessarily viewership-wise, but they still get more viewers than if it was just regular season games. And I know I've been listening to you, Guru, long enough to know that you're telling me if the Warriors are in this play-in tournament, you're not going to be given almost a pregame, maybe not finals level, but you'll be juiced and you'll be watching it, right?
That's correct.
And more than just a regular game against, the Charlotte Hornets one night. You know what I mean? So it's all about money, and this is absolutely going to drive viewership in a time during a normal NBA season when people are just not watching because it's the middle of the season. You still got football going on, or it just ended or whatever. So I think the play-in tournament actually is a good idea because you'll have more viewership and more money will come in, but at the same time, you're going to have guys that actually care. Even if they bench the starters or whatever, you're going to get a good product of basketball, in my opinion, because guys will care more about it because there'll be some sort of financial incentive to it. Even if guys like money. Even if they're making $30 million a year, if they can get an extra, $500K, then they'll do that, and so I think that I agree with y'all I agree with Steiny that it's going to turn into a big thing. Adam Silver is not going to go away from it. It's coming, and we just got to be ready for it because when it comes down to it, we're all going to be watching then too. Wow. What y'all think?
I think that it's like, to me, what's the difference between whatever he's going to do with this play-in tournament, whatever he's going to do with this midseason tournament, and baseball saying we'll give home field to the American League or the National League, depending which team wins. It's dumb.
Yeah, but it ain't super dumb though, Stoney. That was like, okay, the best players from each league are playing in an all-star game,
right? And
if you don't want it to be the company softball game to where nobody's trying, you put something out there that when the two meet from.
Who was Pittsburgh's all-star last year? Pittsburgh Pirates.
David Bednar.
Yeah, the closer.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Evan.
Yeah, that was a monster game for him because he was locked in. He won. There was no more incentive than him to get that home field advantage for some team he's not playing.
What?
He's going to pitch his heart out for the Dodgers.
But what about pride, though, Stoney? If you go on a podcast with some local up-and-coming guy or gal, you ain't going to shortchange him.
We'll see.
You'll be full, give him the full Stoney experience. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't really have a strong, but he would give it to him all. You'd break it out.
Better be careful.
I saw you look at me with your chest out. Dude, what about the stats? Are they still regular season stats?
Yes, they are.
Or, okay.
That's been,
And they're going to go somewhere, so the Lakers or the Warriors wouldn't be playing at Chase. A remote
it's not remote. It's neutral. It's a remote. They're not going to.
Well,
the Grenadines.
I don't get to watch. I hate watching the Warriors if they're not on the road somewhere at UNLV.
Why?
Because it's ghetto. I hate that type of stuff. That's why I don't like these football games in Germany. I want to watch the Giants at Giant Stadium. I want to watch the Niners at Levi's. Don't mess with my eye candy. That's just my little hang-up. Here I go. I got to watch. Court. Oh, my God. Where are they playing? In some Rudy Poot just put together. Oh, my gosh. And that's, I need a drink. I can't.
The weird thing with Goo is when I suggested an open tournament, he poo-pooed it. But it's really what he wants. And I told you, they used to have this in Pennsylvania when I was in high school basketball. You have your season.
Man, where are you going?
Everybody's season ends.
Who's number one?
We were 23-4. Twin Valley was 5-21. Guess what? It's an open tournament.
So they're in.
If their coach wanted to get them in, they could get them in.
Shock the world.
Yeah, exactly. You'd love that. And that's what the NBA may as well do. There's nothing the thing, and listen, this is the old man in me. The old man yells at cloud. I've known this. I've said this for 10 years. The dumbing down of postseason numbers is what's the most infuriating thing about.
Oh, you mean letting
all these guys in, letting all these teams
it's money
in.
Though. I get the play.
Right,
it's
but
money.
Stop telling me a guy who's stop telling me that because Ernie Banks had to be on one of the best teams in baseball and he didn't get to play in the postseason, that some guy who's finishes 7th every year for a middling team gets to have postseason stats. Like that to me stinks. Just stinks. If you went back and looked at the stat, like how many postseasons did?
But it was VIP to get in for baseball.
That's right.
I mean, it was criminal.
That's right.
That you
it's called exclusive.
And it's evolution too, though, Steiny.
Oh yeah,
TV contracts.
Yeah,
the internet.
Right. Let more players participate in the playoffs,
and
let more players into the postseason who would not have otherwise ever been in the playoffs.
I'm not against that. I'm against the cockamamie tournament in the middle of an NBA season that's been 82 games forever. What is that for? And if you guys are right, it's for viewership or clicks or eyes. That doesn't match. That's what the playoffs are for. The offs were sacred,
No,
Steiny.
they're not. But they're not. That's what I'm saying.
I'm learning
the
that.
playoffs are no longer sacred.
And I'm having trouble dealing with it. I know we're up against it.
Can we get any chance we could get a John Collins into the postseason? Who cares?
Wow. And I like the old.
Who cares with him
I like the old NBA to where the regular season. Adam, you want to keep the regular season relevant for the bottom feeders? The 7 and 8s they earned that. They shouldn't have to go fight for that. And then one team, if they're the 7th team, they get 2 chances to survive. That is. Like the play-in.
But you like more, I thought. Do you like more or do you like less?
When I'm on a diet less, Donnie.
Which is now.
I got something to run by you, but we need about an hour break because we're intense. Not at each other. It's heavy. But I got to get off my chest.
All right, we'll do that on the other side. How about that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's got something intense on the other side. I'm going to have SC Johnson sponsor that.
I feel like I'm better than you. this is where I'm growing, man. The puberty is real. I've been vindicated.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. In case you've just joined us, a couple big pieces of news. One is, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
It's not every day you see a big raccoon running down Broadway at 9:35 in the morning. Usually when you see a raccoon at that time of day, they're a little disoriented.
Where was it going?
They got disease. Again, I looked like it was going out of the old ship.
Oh, man.
Maybe for a little Tierra Madre and Fireball.
They call it the Steiny.
I just couldn't. Oh, my gosh. Goose saw it first.
Man. Something didn't look right. It was an animal. It was a rodent. And it flickered, and I looked.
That was, oh, my God.
And it was just galloping, Steiny.
Yes, it was.
Major competitor.
Nice. Let's get to Will, and then we can get to your...
you got to be ready.
Oh. Well, all right.
Will
in San Francisco. Hey, Will.
Hey, guys.
What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Yeah, as we were talking about the postseason and the regular season sort of as an either-or, it was occurring to me that the play-ins this year, I mean, I think caught a lot of this little unexpectedness that it really worked. It was interesting and contributed a lot. And one of the reasons I think it was, and we had that view, was that it made people care. And I was wondering if the kind of the mechanic of the play-in could be expanded in the same sense that the play-in made people care because you didn't want to have to play the extra games to get into the playoffs. Are there any structures that you know about that could expand that to more teams? So, depending on how well you do in the regular season, you have to play more or fewer games in the postseason.
Oh, I got you. I mean, I'd love to get back to that. I mean, the NBA used to have buys. If you finish first in your division, you had a bye in the first round. And then the first round games might only be 3 games. Best of 3. That was urgency.
And 5.
That was urgency.
Best of 3.
Now it's like, hey, how many games you have in the playoffs? Well, we could be playing 28 games in the playoffs.
Ain't no fiddle-faddling.
28 games. You're playing 82, then 28. Do the math. It's 110 games. It's too many. My understanding of this play-in tournament, not play-in, God, I keep saying that, mid-season tournament is they would pick out games on the schedule.
Okay.
So let's say the Warriors, they were a 6th seed last year in the West. Maybe they were the 10th best team overall last year. So whoever the 20th team would be.
Yeah.
Let's say in December, the Warriors would play, let's say it's the Heat, because they might have been 20th. Let's say it's the Hawks. So maybe the Warriors are playing the Hawks. That game, it's a regular season game, but it's also a tournament game, meaning the winner then advances. Now, the next game they would play would be another game that's already on the schedule against the team that also advanced. And then they would get to the winner then would have either an automatic berth in the postseason or, I don't know, some kind of incentive.
Yeah.
So that's what it would be. But it's just, another way to reward mediocrity, which is what professional sports is all about right now. Let as many players and teams into the playoffs as humanly possible.
But the one thing you can't take away from sports,
of the regular season,
and sport regular seasons is, I don't care how many they let in. You want to talk about a barometer or how your season was or was not? Is anybody telling you my team didn't make the playoffs? That's how you know you stunk. Across the board, Steiny. If you didn't qualify for the offs, it was all bad. How about that?
Really, the Warriors suck when they were 39 and 33, and Curry averaged 32 a game and shot 50%, 40.
Did they make the? No, they didn't. They did. There was a. So they did suck.
39 and 33. They won 15 of their last 20.
Stop. That's good. Did they?
Something
I don't know if you are. Yeah, but anyway, you know what it is. Nah, they lost at home to Memphis. Curry didn't score in OT.
Or in the fourth quarter.
No,
don't forget to put that in there.
I don't think it was the fourth.
All right, it was the last 6 minutes. All right, you got something to say?
Yeah, I do. So you're almost my best friend. Got a little ways to go. And there's not a subject we cannot talk about, Matt. So I'm talking to you. You ain't got to say nothing, but I'm bringing it up because I want you to say something. And at the end of the day, we won't be able to solve where I'm going, but just get in the car with me.
All right.
Steiny, I was so ashamed of myself at the gym Saturday morning because these jackals on Twitter, they pulled me in to a conversation, and I don't know these people. They don't know me. They know who I am. And the subject was so serious that you can't just do it with 140 characters, however many they let you do it on Twitter. And if you don't have respect, because that's what any good conversation of friendship stems and starts with is respect, you can't talk about serious issues. So I know you, being white, black, you Italian. What are you, Italian? Yeah, we can. Yeah,
identify as.
Well, how many soccer teams do you have on the World Cup? Maybe we get into this. You got like 4.
One, Juventus, rather.
That's the first time I only heard one name on the list.
No, Italy.
Okay. But so Saturday, Steiny, I'm in there. I ain't gonna tell you where I'm going yet.
I know.
But we've had Warren Moon on our show, you and I.
We have.
And if you know anything about me and Evan, number one means a lot to me because Warren Moon was my favorite quarterback to ever do it. Right. But there was a time in this world that Warren Moon couldn't just come from college straight to the NFL because there was this thing or moniker out there that the black quarterbacks, that position was too much for him. So a lot of some of Warren Moon's career was at the CFL. He had to go prove himself, okay?
All right.
That was the world then, and here we are now. And what happened to me and why I'm ashamed of myself Saturday, Steiny, is – and why I'm using you now, I'm using you as a springboard. I've been around the block. I've seen a lot of things happen, and I'm not perfect. But I'm telling you, I figured out what I think is going on with Trey Lance and why I want to see him. And the reason and the point that I'm trying to make, which I will and ask you first, Steiny, nobody could tell me different. I really do believe race is playing a part in this kid not getting the benefit of the doubt. And I'm talking about Trey Lance. Now, I retweeted that video where he was at practice, doing the footwork and threw the ball over the intended receiver's head. It was, okay, it was practice for some. Bonte was telling me it was practice, and I get it. But I retweeted like, I don't care what it was. That was bad. Forget the color, forget the race. That was bad. And I've told you many times, I'm not excited about what I've seen from Trey Lance in his 4 starts in totality. I talked about his accuracy, his windup, but why I called for Shanahan to be fired and I didn't know where it was coming from in my heart, Steiny, was I knew that the game plan and the plays that were being called for him, it was almost offensive if you got the mindset that I have, and I know not many do. Matt, there's not a white quarterback that gets drafted the position that Trey Lance did and gets and the team use all the resources that they did to get him. Not the team, but the fan base is so quick to come to a judgment about this dude's a bum. He can't play. Trade him. Move on. And I've been biting my tongue for a little while, but the stuff that transpired daily, but to me on a personal level Saturday was over the top, and I just put the phone down. I wanted to go look, but I'd already had said too much. But Matt, I'm telling you, I'm calling you Matthew here. I may be wrong, but what's really bothering your black partner today is I really believe they're not you, not people to call. There's a lot of weird energy in regard to moving off of Trey Lance when white quarterbacks like Ryan Leaf, I can name 10 of them, get the benefit of the doubt. And it's just weird to watch. I know I've said a lot, but when you hear that, Steiny, and I know I'm the brother of the show, do you say, Goo, you're crazy? Or do you believe that I wouldn't bring anything this heavy to you unless I believed it?
So this is about the fan base?
The fan base, Steiny. I know you're not a fan of his work, but what have you really saw? And you did hit me the other day in the cardiac muscle with Goo. Maybe it's behind the scenes, but that don't sit well with me. Behind the scenes does not supersede the field. And to Kyle Shanahan's credit, he started Trey Lance last year. My question is, I'm asking the Jackals, people I'll never reach, people I don't know, their backgrounds, why they're giving up on this black quarterback, because that's what he is at the end of the day, Steiny. So fast. I don't think I've ever seen it happen this fast. And for me to share with you, thank you for listening, how I feel about this subject matter and his future. Maybe you should tell me, Goose, stay off social media, but there's some energy, Steiny, some like momentum of Niner fans and football fans that think this kid is just done.
Well, I'll bet there's some people that think, who are the white quarterbacks drafted in that pick? Zach Wilson? I'm sure they're fans saying he's done, right?
Well, he may be.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know it.
Well, what's your opinion? I know it, but I'm going to ask you right. What's your opinion on Lance?
I think you're wrong, if I have to say so. Right. Or no, I shouldn't say you're wrong. I disagree with your opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know that you're wrong. My bad.
But you're still, back to football, well, you just don't think highly of what you've seen from the kid thus far.
Well, I'm looking at it from the 49ers. The 49ers front office gave up 2 or 3 picks to move up in the draft to get Trey Lance.
Yes.
Okay. So clearly the organization's got no problem wanting a black quarterback or thinking Trey Lance was the best option, right. Black, white, yellow, or red. Okay, so then he comes in and, like all rookies, especially him, who hasn't played a lot of college, he's not going to start as a rookie. Like, that's not a big deal to me. Then the next year he starts and he gets hurt. Now we don't know. Now it's his 3rd year. I mean, I don't
see, and that's
nobody's giving up on him.
No, that was a beautiful.
But if he
picture.
doesn't start, then what? Is he not starting because he's black?
Well, no, I'm not saying that because I'm not saying the organization is the organization is off my hook. And they're off my hook because they drafted him, Steiny, and they have started him last season. So he's not yet to be traded. My thing is more of just the noise that I'm hearing. You could tell me, there's a lot of noise, Steiny, and a lot of energy and things being said like this kid is 10 or 12 games under his belt, like they know what he is and you don't. And why I'm bringing out the race police or playing a race card is normally when a white quarterback is drafted this high and you've done all that to get, you get 9 lives. Now, I'm not saying Trey doesn't have 9 with the 49ers, but the Twitter, the social media, Steiny, they're ready to run him out of town. And it's just weird. I was watching NFL Network. It's like, oh, Trey Lance can beat you. How? Trey Lance can beat you. That would be negligence, not seeing what the kid has. In 4 games, 2 last year and 2 prior, that's not enough. Like, I'm asking, give them the benefit of the doubt before you start tweeting or going on shows, and I'll leave the reporters nameless. I mean, like, oh, the Niners could get off of them? Like, damn. I mean, what are you basing that on? And I don't even want to hear about Brock Purdy. It's about you owe it, the organization, any organization owes it to themselves to give the quarterback or player drafted that high umpteen chances.
This is the fundamental difference that, honestly, we have with everything in the last year. And I
need to get off of it, man.
Well, no. It's for lack of a better term, or the way I'd characterize it is, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't feel like anybody just deserves to get out on the field. I'm just going to assume with Jonathan Kuminga, with James Wiseman, with Trey Lance, those guys came in to professional organizations, each of which was not ready in certain ways. They got all 3 of those guys in, and Kyle Shanahan said, well, he's not ready to play quarterback yet. Okay. Wiseman's not ready to play for a chip. All right. So next year. Well, Trey Lance started week 1.
Yes.
Then he gets hurt. So what do you like?
To me, I wanted to the people I don't know, Steiny. I'm like, that's not failure. He got hurt. Now, I'm not saying he was Joe Montana when he was in there, but how do we not watch him grow or go through his puberty under Kyle Shanahan? And I'll be the first to call a spade and say, hey, Steiny, you know what? The kid doesn't have it. I damn near was there. But I had to catch myself like, why am I so quick to tell the masses and share with you and Evan what I think about Trey Lance when he hasn't even been seasoned. He hasn't even been in the fryer enough on the stove to be seasoned. But you pick up your phone and that tweeter, the social, they are ready to run this man out of town. And I just wonder how much of race it has to do with it.
I can't.
That's as much. I just said it.
But what? I don't like. What? 4 guys on Twitter?
No, it's
and I'm not making I don't know. So guys on Twitter ready to run him out of town.
Well, you're not black too, Scotty, so your alarm is not going to go off.
You're no doubt right about that. I feel like
your alarm is. I got it.
No, but I'm not. I'm not aware. I don't know. I've never thought about it.
Have you even thought about it?
I haven't thought about.
Okay, and I get that.
I don't think anybody wants to run him out of town. But again, I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
So you think there's a lot of this just about football now? You think there's a lot of pro Trey Lance supporters out there? I don't.
Well, that's because he hasn't done a damn thing. And when he did play, he didn't show much.
Those are facts.
Okay,
but we're talking about a game and a half just this last year.
Well, he played 4 games.
Okay, well, 2 years ago.
You want to know? I'll just tell you the truth.
And I'm not saying he was balling out.
Trey Lance played 4 games. Brock Purdy's played 8. I don't necessarily believe in any of them right now.
But I
don't think either of them have played a lot of games.
And I'm not. Listen, Steiny, I'm just sharing with you my heart and my feelings. I would say Brock Purdy, it's obvious to everybody he's got off to a better start. But to ride that and say, oh, deuces to the pick in the draft that we got to shock the world that we traded up in, I find that odd. But I find I just feel like a lot of football fans are ready to move off of the kid without just giving him a chance at all. And when I say move off, trade him. Not shelf him, but trade him. And I'm like, where is that energy coming from?
The energy's coming from there's smoke. Where did the reports come that the 49ers were shopping Trey Lance? Why were we even talking about that? Is that
no? It was
that true?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, let's take some calls on this. JB's in Fremont. What's up, JB? How you doing, man?
Hey, Matt. How are you?
Dynamite.
All right. Hey, listen. I just wanted to say, I'm African American. I don't think this has anything to do with race whatsoever. I think Trey Lance showed up. He's very athletic, but when it came time, they put him in the game. The guy looked like an amateur. The pocket constantly collapsed on him. Every play was a broken running play, and I don't see a big future in him. I'd rather go with Purdy.
So are you ready to give up? It sounds like it. You're ready to give up on him?
Oh, yeah, get rid of him. 100%.
There you go.
Well,
I mean, to me, I don't look at they should get rid of him or they shouldn't get rid of him. I don't know. I have no idea how good he is.
Nurture him, man. Like all these other white quarterbacks, they've got the benefit. The Sam Darnold, when he first came, he wasn't on a team that was ready to go to the Super Bowl, but it's like, damn, people pulling the plug on you. Like, what did Trey do?
Well,
is it something about him you don't like? I'm asking.
Well, could I say the same thing about Zach Wilson?
Do more than well, and that has no race element in that.
Okay,
and you would be right.
They went out and got Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So
George Rodriguez,
they gave up on a white guy.
$4.99 on YouTube. We got to read it, sign
it.
We read it anyway. It's because Brock played so well, Goo. It has nothing to do with race. They believe Brock is better. Well, we're going to find out.
I mean, the other thing is there's so many instances of really good black quarterbacks. Who's the best quarterback in the NFL? I think he's black, right?
Yeah. P. Mahomes.
I mean, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields looks good. I don't need to go through the whole list, but obviously the 49ers drafted Trey Lance because they thought he could at some point be their starting quarterback. And I don't know whether it's ability, inexperience, or injury, but he might not be the starting quarterback in week 1, year 3. Sean's in Oakland. What's up, Sean?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm black, and I totally disagree with Guru. Guru, you sound like a lot of emotion more than logic. I think Trey Lance, he came in, he got a shot, he got hurt, that sucks. Brock Purdy, he came in, he got a shot, he's putting up 30 points a game. And with the coaching staff, they're going to probably go with the guy who's putting up 30 points a game. They don't have the time to go back and wait for Trey Lance to get better and all the other stuff. So I don't see no racism in this at all. And plus, we live in the Bay Area, so, I only think racism exists in the Bay Area anymore. That's all I got to say.
I mean, to me, there's two different kinds of things, and I think, what was the gentleman's name who just called? But I think I'm looking at it like, I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know what the fans think. But I don't think, when you're talking about the organization, and you're not saying this, but the organization, they drafted this guy. They gave up a lot for him. They have no reason to want to see him fail. In fact, Kyle, if there's any direction he should be leaning, it's to want to prove that he knew this kid was going to be
my whole
right.
And we don't know that not to be the case, and that's why I didn't.
So what if I said this kid's getting every benefit of the doubt? You know what? Trey Lance gotten every break in the book from the Niners.
Well, it'd be too soon to say that.
Because
he started, they ran him out there, even though we know Jimmy was rusty, he needed time, but he started last year. That was his opportunity, and if who's to say if he remains upright, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy doesn't even see the field. So that's best ability is availability. And again, Matt, good God, man, I
don't usually come strong like this, but I don't. Now, there's two things. If you're saying that there's a segment of fans that want to run Trey Lance out of town because he's black,
I'm sure
there are some.
That thought crosses my mind.
But I don't think you can lump.
And I'm not saying everyone.
Most 49er fans, or certainly the organization,
but there's some energy out there that led me to believe.
What are they saying about Justin Fields in Chicago?
Well, some are split. I'm not in Chicago. I'm excited about him. Some think he's the man. Some think he's doing okay, but he looks good.
But how much of that, too, is the nature of the quarterback position? Where, Garoppolo was a white dude, and he split the fan base in half, kind of thinking he's good, thinking he's not good. I don't know. Lindsay's in San Ramon. What's up, Lindsay? How you doing?
This is my first time calling in, and
welcome.
This topic, I've been listening to you guys for a long time.
Hey.
It's the first time I've ever called. This kind of got under my skin. And, Guru, I'm with you on this situation. And, Steiny, I'm kind of surprised that you don't realize the skepticism that exists. I think that Trey Lance is a very talented individual, but I think both of them should be given an opportunity to compete for the job. And the best one, they win the job. End of story, But he needs to be given a fair chance. And, Guru, I totally understand where you're coming from. I feel the same way. However, I feel that they both should be given an equal opportunity to compete for the job. Whoever wins, second string. Who loses?
Well, and again, Steiny, I've learned and I know to differentiate the fans, what's on my timeline, what I'm reading, what I choose to read, and what the organization is doing. So in no way am I saying the Niners are doing this, because the Niners, to your point, and that caller's point, they told Trey, go start the season. He got hurt. So we'll see how it plays out. But, man, what word am I looking for? Trey Lance, what he represents to me is the future, the franchise. What came with that, that pick in those trades. You don't just say night to that. No, we got to go.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. You are more than welcome to do so. Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, and don't forget about Sam Darnold on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men.
Yes, Spadoni's black.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. When did I say Spadoni?
Trying to
talk to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So
I was gonna say the rat got your tongue. Shout out to Acto Pest Control. Go ahead, Stan.
Like I want to be sensitive here.
Go ahead.
I can hear you reading.
But I'm gonna take an hour for you to get it out. Come on. I had to do something. So I went
Greeny.
Go ahead.
Like if you're saying you sense a segment of the fan base.
Right. Not the team, the fan base.
Segment of the
yeah.
If you sense a segment of the fan base.
And even guys on TV and gals on TV.
Are for some reason wanting or rooting for or are saying the 49ers, they're not giving Trey Lance a benefit of the doubt because he's black. I don't disagree with that.
Right. That's all.
Now, what percentage? Yeah. I have no idea.
And I don't either, but right. I know what I'm hearing and reading. But it ain't no blanket statement to everybody because I'd be a fool. I know what I'm hearing. Dude, and the people tell on themselves when you bring up and say it the way I told you and share it with you all, their rebuttal says so much about who they are and what's festering underneath them that you get a lot of vitriol coming my way for even bringing this up. But this is my truth. It's how I feel, and I ain't backing down, nor am I ashamed of it. It's the energy, and I've said this to you months ago. It was just weird was my adjective.
Well, without downplaying it or without dismissing it, and I'm not doing that, but I feel like, yeah, that's every fan base has a bunch of knuckleheads.
Yeah.
Like, all I know is that the 49ers, they moved up to get this guy. He's already started a season as the starting quarterback. Just so happens another guy had a great year after he got hurt. As of right now, Lance is the number 2 or the number 1 quarterback.
He's an unknown.
Who?
Lance. Right. Like I'm giving him the benefit. He's an unknown.
Well, he's gotten beaten out already. Like, do you think are you saying the 49ers are being unfair?
No, we don't know what their next move is. No.
Well, let's say they name Brock the number 1 quarterback, which they kind of did.
No, I wouldn't be saying that.
All right.
But if they trade him, I'm like, wow.
But don't you give them any benefit of the doubt that they might have seen 2 years of practice? And you do realize it's possible that Kyle Shanahan could be looking in the mirror and say, I made a big mistake.
Well, we'll know then, but starting them just last year, and all these played was 4 quarters and a quarter after that against Seattle, Stoney at home before getting hurt. It's like, come on. Was it that? Even if there's a microscopic chance that you're right about they seen him in practice, last time he practiced was before week 1 in Chicago, and they said, you know what, for whatever reason, he was deemed starter. Then he got hurt. And then I think about to myself, can you lose your job to injury, Stoney? But nobody wants to bring that up.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, look.
I'm just asking.
If I would have been Kyle Shanahan, I would have been like, oh, no. Did Trey lose his job to injury? No. He lost his job because Brock's better.
Well,
did you watch the 8 games Brock played and the games that Trey played?
No.
L's in the East Bay. Hey, L, what's going on, man?
What's going on?
Hey.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call, man. It's my first time calling in. Guru, man, I agree with you, man. I'm going to keep it solid, keep it a buck. Trey Lance was not given the full access to the playbook. I mean, just look at Brock Purdy and how he was able to throw the ball, how he get to drop back and throw the ball a lot. And then Trey, look at the way he got hurt. He got hurt because he was running the ball. He ran the ball for like 3 or 4 possessions in a row and he got hurt. So I'm just saying, you didn't give him the same opportunity, especially when it comes to looking at Blaine Gabbert. Like, was Blaine Gabbert better than than Lance? I mean, let's keep it solid.
Well, I appreciate the call, and I'll add this, Donnie. You cannot, to me, ignore the Christian McCaffrey dynamic. And if I'm an organization that moved the mountains to get my quarterback, I don't think I could sleep at night knowing or wondering or pondering what Trey Lance would look like with McCaffrey back there.
You don't think Kyle Shanahan's thought about that?
Right. So
you don't think he has a good idea with how it'll look?
No, well, you're speaking like you know that Trey has no chance this year.
No, don't put that in my head.
No, I'm saying
I'm not. No,
we very well maybe see it because Brock might not even be available.
I don't know what I don't know.
Normally
what
the coach. Normally they would. The coach would be like, "Oh my God, I know the dude struggled for 4 games, 2 last year before he got hurt, or a game and a half. I can't wait to see what having McCaffrey handing the ball off will do for him." Like, that's exciting, but I don't get that the fan base, that's still not, now whatever. We already seen him. It's done deal. Close up shop. We know what we got with Trey. He ain't ready. Night.
Well, I mean, how much do you trust Shanahan?
Well, he shocked me starting Trey last year. Donnie, I didn't think he was going to start.
Guru Purdy didn't even practice with the number ones. Nobody even considered Purdy. It's not like Purdy was dropping dimes to Debo in practice. Yeah, I don't. I have no idea what Trey Lance is going to be. I have no idea what if you'd say, Steiny, have you given up on Trey Lance? You'd be like, no. Do you think he's going to be any good? Wait, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, do you think the 49ers have? And that's why we're talking about two separate things. I'm talking about the fan base, and we yet to know what the team is thinking. Well, I don't think the team, like Rich Eisen was on the team, I'm hearing that they might trade Trey. Even Larry Krueger, they might trade Trey. I'm like, how are y'all getting to that so fast? And I don't know. Because he's still here.
Are they reports?
I don't know. I'm just telling. I don't know.
Well,
I just know he's still a Niner. He's still a 49er. I'm talking about the fan base as opposed to the team that I have no qualms with the team. They started him last year. Now, will he start this year? I don't know, Steiny. But I got to believe if he was given what all these other quarterbacks were given that were drafted high, you would think to pair him with Christian McCaffrey is number one top priority. Because you're going to get the best version of him.
Like, why do you think? This has nothing to do. Why do you think? Why do you think that Trey Lance didn't get the same playbook as Brock Purdy?
I don't know.
Well, I do. Purdy quarterbacked 60 games in college, and Trey Lance quarterbacked 11 Division I AA.
And who got drafted higher?
Trey Lance.
That's my point.
Because he was a freaking project.
But that's all my point. But to the Shanahans, he wasn't, Steiny. He was a better
Shanahans
option.
are out of this.
Oh.
Like, well, I can't. I mean, if you look,
who got drafted higher? Yeah,
I'm not disagreeing with you saying there's a certain amount of fans that don't want Trey Lance to succeed because he's black.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's a certain amount of fans that are jerks all over the place. That's not independent of the 49ers. It's like, okay, yeah, there are fans that don't like black people or black quarterbacks because there's a hint of racism there, or maybe more than a hint. But the 49ers themselves.
Yeah.
I would never, I'm not you, but I wouldn't say that. They went up, they drafted the kid, they gave up a lot for him. They started him in his second year.
So he's still in the mix, Steiny?
Who says he's not?
That's my point.
Who? Like, he's in the mix.
Where I'm at in my life, he's all pretty much out of town. And that's exactly, I'm thinking just how you think. Dude, I'm just telling you that's how I feel, and that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm sharing.
Okay.
Because the team, you're right, he's still in the mix.
Mac Zach's in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing?
I'm getting kind of tired, man, with this discussion about the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Just every year with this same subject, man. I mean, when are we going to come off of this thing? It's just like, ever since Alex Smith, we had a few-year run with Kaepernick, and I thought we had something going there, and then it's like, this inconsistency at the main position every year, man. Who can we put a finger on to put some responsibility on why this persists every year, man, and get this fixed? I'll take my answer off the air.
Because he hasn't found a quarterback.
But they've been doing a whole hell of a lot of winning, Stoney.
Exactly.
And I was going to jump in and ask him, hey, he wants his next Montana Young, but Kyle's got you to a Super Bowl with Garoppolo, 2 NFC championship games, Donnie. I'm like, 3 NFC championship games. I'm like, man, a lot of fan bases would love to experience what the Niners have the last 5 years in regard to winning.
I guess this is 707. Like, in a way, it's going to sound harsh, but I hear what you're saying, and I'm like, who cares what the fans think? And I know we got to care because we're on a show, but like, now will you take this? Would you take this the wrong way if I said, Guru, you're listening to a bunch of crackpots? Like, if you think that, like, I don't doubt for a minute that you're right about certain people not wanting to give Trey a shot because of his race. But, like, those are, like, crackpots.
But they're the same crackpots that had you not down in the dumps a couple weeks ago where he's like, I need to get off social media.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it affected you for a minute. You know what I'm saying? It was those same crackpots.
No, it's different.
How is it different?
It's different because
I'm listening.
It's different because I'm just dealing. I was just like, the negativity is bothering me.
Right.
To me, that's not nearly as significant as racism.
But it's still negativity times 1,000 for me. That's all. So it's heavy. It's heavier.
But but we know those people. We've always known these people exist.
Right.
Like,
and Ernie Chavez on YouTube. This is the bottom line, and I'm hearing you. I would let you know.
This.
Ernie Chavez on YouTube, Stoney. This is what you're saying without saying it, because it's what I told you when we talked about a couple weeks ago. Guru, you shouldn't worry about those types on Twitter. But Stoney, it's bleeding into my television. Okay, with the talking heads. And they were named nameless. And I just had the thought, and I had the forum, we 10-2, and I brought that up, and I feel how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, the 510 saying, like, people are saying, don't pull the race card. Well, I don't mind you pulling the race card because you're actually saying something that I don't disagree with at all, and that is there's a percentage of the fans, whether it's 1% or 99%, that, they're probably rooting against Trey. Right. They probably want to get off Trey because of that. No, like, I think you're probably right about that. That I would not disagree with at all.
Next time you're watching a show or you see a conversation, you're strolling, it comes Trey Lance, Donnie. Just kind of hear the person or people out at the end of how just it's over. Like he's been here for 6 years. It's a wrap. You know?
My thing is I have no idea what he is.
And that's why I didn't put the team in that because, hey, Steiner, you know what? There's a very realistic chance that Brock Purdy's ready to go week 1 and it's Brock's job. But we'll see. And I told you this before this all jumped. If Trey Lance gets an opportunity to get on the football field before Brock Purdy, and you are what Kyle thought you were going to be when they moved mountains to get you, you got to go. You got to ball out.
I mean, from a cynical point of view, I would say he needs to beat out Darnold first. Like Darnold's got the problem that Trey Lance has at this point, unfortunately, is now he's got 2 quarterbacks, both with more experience than him. Like, it only stands to me, like, and it goes for Wiseman and Kuminga. What? They drafted projects. Both organizations drafted projects at the same time. They want to win a title. And that would be where I say, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. And I can say it easily now because it's the truth. The Warriors thought James Wiseman was going to be able to help.
They did.
Within a shorter period of time. He didn't. Trey Lance, the 49ers thought was going to help them within a shorter period of time. He hasn't. Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors hoped would give them more in a shorter period of time. He didn't. Now, let me be clear. I don't see race there. I see an experience. They drafted
and you're right.
3, and you could even put Moody in there, who's only had 1 year of experience. And then we just to not get off the subject, and then we're talking about Miami. Why can't we be Strus and Gabe Vincent? Those guys are 25. You effed up, both you teams. That's the way I look at it. You picked guys who weren't ready to play, but you wanted them to play right away. You made a mistake. Now what are we going to do about it?
Now, hearing you say that, so with that thinking, when is Trey ever going to be ready, Stoney, if he doesn't get the job? It's got to be somewhere else, right?
Maybe. Well, it depends. I don't know.
How do you get ready and not play is what I'm asking. And that's why I had an issue with Kuminga. And the more I think about the Kuminga, the Moody, and I'm going down this road, the whole Wiseman thing, it's like that was a quick decision to move James. And I know you needed GP2 back, but you got to the semifinals. Was it really worth saying night-night to that dude?
I don't know.
I just that's staggering to say night. You're right. They weren't ready now, but to say they'll never be,
how long before the who was it?
Those are heavy.
But it's nothing new. How long did it take one team to figure out Olawale Candy?
Right.
Couldn't play.
Okay, but
how long did it take Don Nelson to realize Sean Bradley couldn't play?
I got you. But those were stiffs.
Darko Milicic. Wiseman may be too. Darko Milicic. He's another one. Okay. They drafted Darko Milicic 3 years. He stinks. He can't play. We made a mistake.
I would like. You could say, "Goo, why you care about that?" But just back to the Warriors real quick. Stoney, I would love to see a breakdown of whose pick that was at the end. Who was super duper pro Wiseman. What didn't happen for the youngsters to get it. Even though I know, Goo was stupid. I get that, but somebody over there's some smart people.
Why don't you just say it was Joe Lacob? Because we know it was Joe Lacob.
But he's not on the everyday team to season these guys, though. He dubs them, gets them.
Okay, then it was Joe Lacob's decision.
No, yeah, but I'm talking about now we got to water the flower. We got to nurture them. We got to get them. The water hose broke.
They made a mistake, Goo.
Yeah.
They effed up.
It's mistakes.
Okay, that's even worse.
You're right.
When you say I'd love to break. What more do you need to see? You were in the studio when Joe Lacob texts me and said, "Hey, easy on Wiseman. He's going to be unbelievable.
No,
He's put on 35 pounds. He's in the gym every day. You guys are going to see that he's going to be a hell of a player." Wiseman Lacob
but he might be that for Detroit. My question to you and Joe is, why was it so early to say night-night?
Well, part of it,
and you don't even got another big worth salt on your team outside of Looney.
Too. You know why? Because of your big three. He wasn't ready to play with the big three. Joe Lacob's going to never say, well, he made a mistake. But it's the evidence is in the history. It's in the history. They moved off James Wiseman after 2.5 years. And Steve Kerr might say, I knew after a year we should have moved off this guy. Can't play. Or Kerr was like, let's not move off him. And Joe said, no, we got to move off him. I don't know. But I know
that they had input. And that's that same input. Now, I'm just singling out Curry here, Stoney, but I do think Curry has enough juice. Not enough juice. Hey, Joe, here's the contract for Dre. Here it is. But whatever he thinks of his remaining Warrior career, Steph Curry, that is, playing with Draymond, I'm not saying that's 100% what make Joe Lacob's decision, but I do think it means something to Joe.
Well, if it's not going to be the factor in his decision, how much could it mean? Yeah. And let me tell you something. If the Warriors have decided they got to come off Draymond Green because they need to save $160 million, I don't care what Steph Curry says to Joe Lacob. He's not going to get Joe Lacob to pay $160 extra million for 1 year, and then next year it's going to be even more. I don't know what Joe Lacob is thinking about Draymond Green. I just know that he said for the last year or two, they've got to get the finances under control, and Draymond Green wants a new contract. So Something's got to give. Yeah. Rich and Hayward. What's up, Rich?
Hey, just calling in about that Trey Lance. They just need to get rid of him to the Raiders or something. Because you bring in Sam Darnold, and you got like Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, he won those games, but he had Christian McCaffrey. If you can't, they could have had Micah Parsons. You could have had 3 really good. And what do you got? You got a guy you're saying is a bum, and he got hurt for whatever reason, and he's African American and whatever. But you know what? It's like it's that's part of it too. To a little, even if they don't play it in there, because you got Sam Darnold. This is his 3rd team. Wow. I'll take my answer off air.
Not sure what the question.
Yeah, that was lightweight material. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, he wasn't a Trey fan though, Steiny.
I was going to say, didn't sound like it. Steiny, coming from a black man, doesn't have anything to do with race. It's the fact that Trey, can't play. And all we 49er fans want is to win.
Fair.
I'm reading a bunch of these.
Well, the other part of it that's tough is that Trey Lance is coming up on the last year of his rookie deal. So if you want to find out about him, unfortunately, you don't have much time left. And that's kind of the same thing with Wiseman. It was like they had to make a decision of whether to extend him beyond his rookie deal, and they didn't feel comfortable giving him whatever $10 million to do that.
That is a good point. They got off Wiseman so they wouldn't have to keep paying him.
And I feel like I'm playing to Evan's point. My Uncle Billy, he was a killer, sports killer, Steiny. And I feel like I'm playing, and I'm not the violin for Trey Lance. But to Evan's point, the best ability is availability. Had he not got hurt, who knows if he wasn't in the Pro Bowl last year. Like, nobody did that to him but himself in the bad play calling by Kyle, but that was an opportunity. So I'm looking at the chessboard, Evan, just after the way you said it. Last year may have hurt him so much to where he might not be a Niner.
Yeah, I think last year was supposed to be the year, but just because of injury, he didn't get that chance, and now Purdy's arm is, I guess, a question mark. People feel confident in it enough to feel like he could be good to go for week 1, and I guess you can only base I don't know if people feel great about the quarterback room, but Brock Purdy appears to be the front runner, and people seem like, I want to know why people feel confident in a guy that's played 8 games that's coming off arm surgery is just all of a sudden going to get you back to the precipice of the Super Bowl.
I'm exactly with you. And I look at their quarterback situation and say they have no experience at the quarterback position.
But what about those 3 playoff games or 2 for Brock? Like, I'm with you. I'm not ready to say he's Kurt Warner or Montana, but even though I'm riding for Trey, I can't deny what I saw from Sam Darnold. Like, that was a lot.
Right?
Oh, excuse me, Purdy, yeah. Talk to me.
Was it?
Yeah. 2 playoff games?
Okay. But I thought you could win with any quarterback.
Well, it looks that way, and that's why I'm like, how is Trey not getting in on this?
It's a good question.
Can we see Trey with Brock? C-Mac? That's all, Steiny.
But Trey, Kyle's seen that in his own mind. He knows. And you know what else? It's not
he really has. He really has.
We know Trey stinks. But he'll stink less with McCaffrey.
He started the game. He got hurt for 2 plays.
I don't know why. It's not hard. It's not hard. The Golden State Warriors and the San Francisco 49ers blew it. They both blew it in a big way by having the arrogance to think that they could win titles and at the same time develop projects. Not a game. Projects on 95 cents a game. You know what? He gets the little T.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white crop and flag panel jeans and know that I'm covered with 8 hours of...
Steiny with the 1, Goo with the 2. And if you ain't listening to 95.7, you was a damn fool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you next hour. We'll turn it over to Dibbs and Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Willard was out golfing.
When?
Him and his boys.
Oh.
Yesterday, it looked like.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, is that the power of social media? I didn't talk to him, but I know they were golfing because
Interesting.
he had put it up there.
Yeah, and you say you don't spend a lot of time on social media, and yet obviously there have been a lot of things on social media this weekend that's really, really caught your attention.
But actually weeks. This has been festering for a while.
Even more of an indication of how much you rely on this social media that you proclaim to dislike.
Anyway.
I guess it's one of those classic cases of you don't even realize it, but you're part of the problem.
So are you.
No.
Make me mad.
I got off.
But then you got back on.
No, I'm not.
No
I
way.
deleted. Yeah, I'm out on Twitter.
Come on, Steiny. Evan.
As of when? Like 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's a whole process.
It's a narcotic. Let's be honest.
It is a narcotic.
Well, first
I'm
of
the
all,
only one that admit that I need rehab.
I'll just delete my account and then just go on Twitter.
But I don't like it's like the guy goes, "Oh, you got a problem with race." I go, "Okay, yeah, just like why did I bite? Why did I bite?" Yeah,
I don't know.
Some guy I don't even know
exactly
or gal.
I got to be careful when I say exactly because then it makes it sound like, "Oh yeah, Goo, you're off base." And that's not what I mean. But just there's a lot of yahoos out there.
Yeah, dude, my English teacher, Mr. Etchell, used to say that. Don't be a yokel dokel. He used to say that.
It's a local yokel.
No, he said yokel dokel.
Well, he was wrong. And he was an English teacher?
Yeah, English.
Oh, boy.
Alvarado Middle.
At Union City?
Yeah, Alvarado Middle.
I mean, Logan?
No, Alvarado junior high.
Where'd you go again?
Alvarado Middle.
James Logan.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, boy.
Kelly White.
Anthony is in San Jose. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man? Anthony, what's going on? Let's see. Yeah. Matt wants to
I was going to say, do you think there's any chance that Guru's English teacher was trying to kind of change the language because he had a grasp on it? He knew it, but was trying to make it different.
No.
That's where I got bump on the pickle. They sat down like a bump on a pickle.
Yeah, Guru's a master of communication, so he can kind of switch things. He can be outside the box because he has a great understanding of the box.
No, but it's like,
what?
Like, who would be a local yokel? Like London Breed. She's a local yokel. She's from the Bay. Now she's the mayor.
Oh, it has a derogatory meaning for me.
Oh, Libby Schaff.
Oh, they
She's
wouldn't want to hear that,
yokel.
though. Yeah.
No, they're from your town. They're from where you're at.
Yeah, you better be. I
have to be careful.
I think that died out.
By the way, Stephen A. Smith ought to be ashamed.
What'd he do?
Selling Skip out like that.
Dude,
hey, Shannon, I know Skip was so mean to you. I'll be nice.
He didn't say that, though. I didn't like that, and that's my boy. But I'm like, man, just text him. Where he goes,
Shannon or
where
Skip?
He was advocating like, hey, if Shannon called me, it might pop off because Steven don't have a regular partner every day anymore.
Watch yourself.
They do like 4 or 5 different people come in. Shannon,
Matt's in Vallejo.
Put those glasses back on.
What's up, Matt? How you doing?
Oh, doing great. Beautiful day today.
Hey, that's
yeah,
good.
we saw a raccoon running down Broadway at 9:35. Unbelievable.
Oh, hell yeah. You see that all the time here.
Oh.
All
right.
You got to Google it.
Yeah, go. Oh, you, buddy.
Hello? Sorry, am I still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things out of my mind about Trey Lance there. At first, I kind of wanted to, shoot down, the idea that, he wasn't getting his chances fairly. But, I did a little bit of thinking about it. I think he kind of got a point. You'd have a guy on the roster right now, Sam Darnold. He hasn't really done a whole lot of winning in his career. And yet everyone, there are people who say that he should probably be starting, maybe even over Trey Lance.
it's not really fair to him. And I think on some level, probably because in the league there's a bit of a bias towards white QBs being the sort of stereotypical image or model that you would go for a QB. And I think maybe not the Warrior, 49ers themselves are thinking that, but I think some of the fans in their mind might not really look at him as a proper QB for that reason.
Interesting. All right, Matt.
And I never thought about it till Matt mentioned it, Stoney. The fact that you brought it up because you said projects. You think where Trey, if I'm on to something, or do you think some of the fan base they're college hating on Trey for not going to Florida State?
You don't think that's a reason he's not playing now?
Well, again, he started last time we saw him. He was the starter. So when you say not playing.
Well, I think it's safe to assume had he played more college football, he'd be better now.
Yes. But to Guru's point about the framing, whether it's racial or school related or anything, I'm not sure how much of that I heard as it pertained to a guy like Carson Wentz, who was also a similarly picked player, also from the same school. We didn't hear a whole lot about his inexperience or lack thereof.
Pretty good rookie year.
Almost won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
No, he won MVP. Didn't he break his leg? When did he break his leg? That was the year that was the good Wentz.
That was 18, the year they won the Super Bowl.
Did Wentz only play? How long did he play? You used to cover that beat, North Dakota State.
Yeah, he started for 2 years.
Okay.
That's not. So he played
twice as
10
much.
more games.
Twice as many as Trey.
Well, but if he played 20 compared to 55 like Brock Purdy did in college, you'd use the same rhetoric against him. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Wentz quarterback twice as much as Trey Lance.
Still half as Brock Purdy.
Well, I'm going to give you one.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to give Purdy his due. That's honestly, why is Brock Purdy the starting quarterback?
It was by necessity. Then he showed them that he had the ability to do what Jimmy didn't do on a good day. And Steiny, he looked downfield, he threw the ball, made all the reads, and you know what he did? He got a key. You know what the name of the key was? Unlock George Kittle. And all of a sudden, Kittle looked like Kelsey. That is all to me, Brock Purdy, and I give some love to Kyle Shanahan. But I'm not ready.
The bottom line is they took Trey Lance because they thought he had an upside. And they didn't think Purdy had much of an upside.
Well, the point is, do you still think he has an? Do you still think Kyle and company think Trey?
That's a good question.
I'll tell you what. If he don't have an upside, or he does, it will rear itself now that you got McCaffrey in the backfield. And I know I sound like a broken record, but that's everything.
Well, we don't know if it's everything. Maybe McCaffrey doesn't help Trey Lance as much as he helped Brock Purdy.
Okay, all right.
Leroy's in Oakland.
Our guy.
What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Hey, man.
What's up, Goose?
Hey.
How y'all doing, man?
You got
look, I'm a lifelong 49er fan. Y'all know. And, man, Shanahan and Lynch then screwed this quarterback situation up so bad to the point where I just want to see Sam Darnold. I want to see what Sam Darnold got. Because you look at it, you got two young, wet behind the ear quarterbacks. They don't know what he got. They might have made a mistake on Trey Lance. They thought they had an upside. It's looking like they probably didn't. Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, man, Sam Darnold's looking good right now. So I'm just like, man, let's see what Sam Darnold got, because these two guys, I just, Shanahan and them screwed this up so bad. I'm just like, let me see what Sam Darnold got. I'm at that point right now, guys. Y'all have a great day. God bless.
So Leroy pulled the plug on Trey. We don't think there's no electricity in the light bulbs, Donnie. Like, it's done.
They've got one quarterback who started 8 regular season games, another quarterback who started 4, and then another quarterback who's considered a bust, essentially, early in his career. So,
but he was considered a bust. He's in football quarterback heaven right now with what the Niners have and Kyle's expertise.
This whole thing sometimes I think about, Kyle can win with any quarterback. That's at the heart of the problem for the Niners. Because he can win with any quarterback.
Well, he can't win with Josh Johnson. and he got with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know what we're calling Garoppolo, but there was Garoppolo mania for a bit, and they were 6 minutes from a Super Bowl victory. Then that same Garoppolo, a couple years later, took him back to the NFC Championship game against the Rams and had a 10-point lead. Mm-hmm. So I know this is where I do want to radio wrestle you.
Just good enough to get you beat in big games. I believe that.
Well, it was the same in the Super Bowl and the Ram NFC Championship. It was Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy's an average quarterback.
But if you watch that game, that's not why they lost, Donnie.
But a better quarterback, they might have won.
Or
they had a better quarterback.
If Tart catches a Pop Warner interception, then that would have solidified the dub. They're back to the Super Bowl.
Right, but
they wouldn't have won it. No.
I mean, all I'm saying is if you say, Kyle Shanahan can win with any quarterback, or just it's like, okay, can we please define winning? Are we talking about winning a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think he can. Like, I'm not a hater. I just look at the 49er quarterback situation right now. They have Lance, 4 games, Purdy, 8, and Sam Darnold, who has not proven that he can be a legitimate NFL quarterback. Like, I don't go any further than that. I look at, who are the best quarterbacks? Burrow. We got Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. Guess what? We don't have one of those. So we're not good enough at the most important position. So Kyle Shanahan may be terrific at camouflaging the weakness that is quarterback, but he's never going to camouflage it so much that he's going to be able to win a Super Bowl, I believe, especially this year, with one of those guys.
Well, to be honest, those guys you named, only one had won the Super Bowl, and that was Mahomes. I know Jimmy had went to the Super Bowl and lost. Hurts went to the Super Bowl and lost.
Do you think Burrow's going to be the reason that the Bengals don't win a Super Bowl?
No, and I forgot you said him. I'm in love.
I mean, like, it's
but how long have we been selling Josh Allen? Oh, he's the next, and all of a sudden we're finding out, okay, maybe he's not the next.
Well, I don't know that he's not the next. I think Josh Allen is way more the next than any quarterback on the 49er roster.
No, I wouldn't.
And I'll tell you right now, if Josh Allen were on the 49ers, they'd be the favorite.
Yeah, you're not hearing anything else different from me.
So, Miley's in Walnut Creek. Hey, Miley, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how are you? Great topic.
Thank you.
I got a prediction and what I think some context to Trey Lance in the playbook last year. Which one should I do first? I'll be quick.
The second one, the playbook, context.
Dial it up.
Okay, so the context with the playbook would be last year, if we go back, Jimmy was injured, wasn't playing, Lance starts. We have the monsoon game. The playbook is not there in week 4, what it would have been for Trey Lance in week 10. Had he been not injured, stayed in there all year, the playbook would have expanded for him.
I think that's fair.
Prediction.
Totally.
Prediction. Shanahan, they have to know about Trey, so they're going to start him 3 or 4 games. They're going to say, we don't want to rush Purdy. Let's let Lance get in there, blah, blah, blah. They're going to let Trey, succeed or fail. Then they'll know if they need to pay him or not.
All right.
My prediction.
Wow.
Here's where I'm at. The idea. Okay. Like, Steve Kerr's a great coach. Hall of Fame. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. To me, the idea that when you say, we need to see, I take it you're saying we, the fans, need to see. Because the idea that a coach like Kyle Shanahan or a coach like Steve Kerr needs to see Trey Lance or James Wiseman or Kuminga in a professional game, the idea that they need to give them the evaluation they need, I reject.
And you got all the information to back you up.
In practice. Practice matters to me. So if Trey Lance has been here 2 years, okay, and Kyle Shanahan looks at John Lynch and says, this guy doesn't get it. He's just not getting better. He doesn't have good practice habits. He's not seeing the field. I don't need, and I shouldn't have used Trey Lance. I should have used Patrick Baldwin Jr. Patrick Baldwin Jr. right now. Well, we need to see him. Well, Steve Kerr's like, no, we don't. He's not ready yet. Well, how do you know that if he hasn't played? Because I see him play in practice every day against Steph, Dre, Klay. It's like, I'm the coach. I know basketball. PBJ, Patrick Baldwin Jr., is not ready this year. So I'm not putting him on the floor. He hasn't earned it, and I've got players better than him. So keep getting better, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and next year we'll reevaluate. Like, if Steve Kerr and Shanahan are great coaches, they know whether these guys can play or not in a real game because they're seeing them in practice either succeed or fail.
But, okay, Steiny, I feel like you're explaining year one why he wasn't. When I was clamoring, whatever, the guys in the morning, I was a part of that train. I wanted Trey to beat out Jimmy just because he was something new and something different, and I was hoping he could make all the throws, everything. He wasn't ready. But, man, I feel like you're ignoring because you keep bringing up the practice. Maybe there's like, man, you ain't doing Trey no favors by ignoring what we all saw in Chicago. Trey Lance was the starter.
Okay.
So I'm asking you, when will you get away or come off of he must not be doing it in practice? Because the game after that, Steiny, he got hurt. So he didn't get to stinking up enough.
Whether it's his ability or whether it's his injury history, he ain't as far along as you wanted. He's just not. He didn't play last year.
Because he broke his...
Okay. Well, guess what? That hurts your development. Oh. Do you think if he's healthy last year, I think he's a better. I think he's a better quarterback next year.
Now, okay,
I'm so sick and tired
of
you wanting to give these guys who haven't proven a damn thing like a starting job on teams that have championship potential.
But then you're ignoring the team that brought him here to make this a part of the equation.
Yeah, they made a mistake.
Okay,
like what? Like if I told you right now. You know,
would it be
Trey Lance? Kyle knows Trey Lance ain't a pro court. He knows that right now Trey's not a starter in the NFL.
I wouldn't believe that.
Okay.
And then I would tell you this, Donnie. I would believe Kyle if they were to trade Trey, which I don't think is going to happen. That'd be another mistake. Like, damn, if you're right and it's going to take these guys time. Why is Wiseman in Detroit?
Well, if Wiseman stinks, then it wasn't a mistake to trade him.
Okay, and I'm being real with you, Stanley, because you're my partner. Right now, do you believe James Wiseman stinks? I don't believe he does.
I don't believe he's a productive NBA player. I don't believe at this point in his career, I don't see a role right now. He still hasn't fully understood how he needs to play to be a productive player on a team that wins. And that might not come for a year, 2 years, 3 years, may never come. I mean, again, I'm on the side, you're going to play James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga all year. Guess what? Maybe you don't even make the playoffs. I don't know. Daddy Smooth. Daddy Smooth is in Hercules.
What a
What's
name.
up, Daddy Smooth?
Hey, Guru.
What up, baby?
Hey, you got a good show. I love it.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Guru. Play Trey Lance. Give him a year. Give him one chance to play because he really had a chance to play yet. We got McCaffrey in the backfield now. Hey, they're gonna be awesome. They give him a chance. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Peace out.
You can't give him a chance if you know he's not the best quarterback.
So, Stanley, and I'm not being smart.
Tell that to George Kittle.
You tell me on one instance, or you tell us, how could you invest in the Brock Purdy stock because it's only 8 games, but 8 games last year and 3 playoff games or 2.5. And then on the other instance,
Purdy's better right now than Trey Lance, from what I've seen. What about you?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm going to assume that
but Purdy,
George Kittle probably thinks
it's
Purdy
not apples
is better.
It's not apples and apples. We're not talking the same thing, Steiny. As soon as Brock Purdy stepped on the field, he had, oh gosh, I think I'm caught. Did he have Christian McCaffrey to hand the ball up to?
Who was a better quarterback, with Christian McCaffrey or without?
Brock Purdy.
Okay. Then he's the number one quarterback.
But were the plays called the same?
No, of course not, because Trey Lance can't throw like Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy can't run similar as Trey Lance. Like, of course, playbooks are going to be different. It's like, why don't Jimmy Garoppolo throw downfield?
But this was almost
not his
But Steiny, even before the kid got hurt, I was telling you and anybody that would listen, what's Kyle doing? Why is he running Trey up the middle?
Because
like he doesn't care if he gets hurt.
Because that's what he did best. It's like, why didn't we throw? Why didn't
he wasn't actually Lamar Jackson?
Why didn't James Wiseman block 4 shots a game? Because he was not good at blocking shots. I don't know what he's good at.
Okay, so I'll rest this. I'll rest my case on this. You do understand. Don't forget what you think of Trey Lance. When he gets under center for the Niners, he will automatically be better because Christian McCaffrey will be in the backfield. How can anybody on this free earth say anything else but yes?
Because that, to me, doesn't matter. Because if you're going to use that argument, every quarterback would be better. So why does Trey Lance doesn't deserve the starting job? We think Purdy's better than him. But if we give Trey Lance McCaffrey, he'll be better.
No, we won't,
so let's just start.
No, I'm not saying we want to see Trey with McCaffrey.
Why?
Because we drafted him at the top of the draft.
Who's the better quarterback?
I don't know.
You just said Purdy was better.
He looked better.
Okay.
We don't know if he's better. One is Mr. Irrelevant, and one is a top 3 draft pick.
So just say you want to give the job to the quarterback that's probably not better.
I want to see. I want an opportunity for Trey.
Kyle's seen it. Okay, Kyle goes to practice every day. Like, that matters,
Steiny, when has Trey practiced outside? He broke his foot. He ain't been doing nothing. My point is he ain't been failing in practice.
You don't know that, Goo. And he didn't practice last year. I don't care whether it's injury or whether he's... this idea that...
He's been down. Trey has.
Right.
So it's not like he's been stinking up the joint more in practice if you are right. He's been a mulligan. Last time we saw him, he was grabbing for his foot against the Seahawks. But you keep acting like there's more practices, I feel like, for him to fail, and Shanahan's like, oh, that's it.
I think Shanahan knows more about him than we do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are you on Guru's side? Give a guy the starting quarterback job even though he don't deserve it. I'm kidding. But am I? Am I?
Think you believe it?
I do believe that's what I we'll be out back on the other side. Do I have a reason? Yeah, no, later.
You never had a girlfriend dangle your feelings?
The one and only Live 105.
We don't get the respect that these guys deserve because Mike Conley doesn't go crazy. He has class, and he just plays the game. But I'm not going to let them treat us that way.
Take that for
I know Pop's got pedigree, and I'm a young... That was unprofessional.
Oh, David Fisdale from 2021.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a couple questions? Uh-oh.
What?
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Why didn't you answer me?
That's my answer.
Oh, you don't? I can't?
I was getting ready to look, dude, I don't know what's going on over there in your chair. But, yes, you can ask me some questions.
All right. So far, who's been the better quarterback? Brock Purdy or Trey Lance?
Brock Purdy.
Who's more proven at this point?
Brock Purdy.
And who's had more success in a limited role?
Brock Purdy.
So how can you start Trey Lance?
Because he was your starter last year. You invested more resources into his future of him becoming the quarterback. Now, just because the things that I answered yes to your questions were all Brock Purdy, I'm asking you, is that enough to supersede the future of Brock Purdy for your franchise and admit, you don't even got to admit, but once you get rid of him, you say, I effed it up. Kyle says, I effed up.
See, you and I, but as a man.
Okay. I'm
as a grown man who's saying or who's lives by the adage, I react to new information. The new information is over the course of last year, Brock Purdy proved he was better than Trey Lance. So that's the new information we have. Purdy's better. So to me, it's kind of cut and dry.
See, and that's what all this stems from. I'm not robbing Trey of saying he's better until I see 8 games. And you know what? The reality is I may not see 8 games started by Trey Lance as a San Francisco 49er, but I would do everything in my power to make that happen. As an organization, we owe it to ourselves to see what this kid can do.
Goo, you owe it to the 53 other guys on the roster.
But, okay.
If George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, if they know deep inside, Brock's better than Trey.
Do you think they do?
I don't know.
Okay.
But if that's what they believe,
I
you
get.
can't start Trey.
But what if, now here we go. I get that. And I feel like that's what the title of the jam is right now. But what if we get some news that Trey won't be back, Brock won't be back to week 4 or 5?
Good. Then Trey Lance gets the quarterback.
But it's more than just quarterback. Don't you think he would have the opportunity? Boy, if you could really wow us, you might stay driving this car.
Sure. But when he goes 2 and 3 and Purdy comes back, don't tell me that he's getting hosed.
Well, you wouldn't hear anything from me if that happened.
Grandpa Daddy in Hayward.
Didn't we?
Is it second?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Hey. Is this second call of the day?
Hey. No, it's the first time.
All right. Well,
but we had a grandpa somebody.
This is the original.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm the original Grandpa Daddy, bro.
All right.
All you, man.
Hey, listen. Hey, bro. I understand where you're coming from, but we're not doing this on feeling. Pragmatism. Who is the best one for the job? Who did the job? Who already showed it? You just can't. I mean, sure. Okay, Brock Purdy's not going to start. Trey Lance he has his chance to get the job back. Whoever's the best man for the job is going to get it. And that's what they're going to do. It's not about your feelings. It's not about his feelings, their feelings. It's about who is the best man for the job.
And Grandpa Daddy, I can't believe I called another man Daddy. And listen, real quick before you hang up.
Go ahead.
I understand that. My whole thing is a lot of people, I don't want to say including Steiny, feel like it's already a done deal. How can it be a done deal without seeing Trey work with McCaffrey and the rest of the offense?
Okay, now, I don't think Purdy's going to be ready game 1, right? Game 2. They're probably, there you go. He's got his chance. If he goes 2-0, hey, you know Shanahan, he'll be like, hold on a second, Brock. Boy's looking good. Let's keep the ball rolling, right?
Yeah.
Because right now he's looking good.
Yeah.
So I think he's got a chance. He's got a chance in the first 2 games because Brock Purdy's not going to come back on day 1. He's not.
Thanks for the call, Grandpa.
So
Stop thinking a guy who has no experience is going to lead your team to the Super Bowl. Even if it's Brock Purdy.
Well, damn, he got to the SEC championship game.
He did. Half a season.
And didn't get to play.
Can he last the whole season? We don't know if he can last the whole season, Brock Purdy. But to me, I do not think the quarterback position is a position of strength on the 49ers. I think it's their biggest position of weakness. Outside of their right tackle. Not really.
But does it need to be?
At the quarterback position, to me, it's obvious Brock Purdy's the best quarterback they have.
When healthy.
So he's got to play. He's got to play. He gives you the best chance to win.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, yeah, because he's 8-0 as a starter.
Stoney, if I asked you, has Trey Lance ever played with McCaffrey, your answer would be, I already know it if you need help.
This is unbelievable.
I just asked you a question.
What are you doing?
I just asked you a question. Has he played football with Christian McCaffrey?
No.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
So you're going to start Trey Lance because he gets to play with McCaffrey?
No, you're missing the point. I already started Trey Lance.
Purdy's better.
I want to see him.
Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
If Trey
That's
Lance.
why Purdy should start. Like, it's not that hard, I think.
Right.
Let's go to this. Hold on. Let's go to the city. Mike's in the city. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny and Goo?
Hey.
Purdy didn't do nothing all season to lose his job. Only thing he did do is get hurt, and it's playing in the NFC Championship. He shouldn't lose his job for that. He was our best quarterback on the roster. We've seen how Trey Lance played. Another thing, Goo, I know you're a Dallas fan. You want Trey Lance to start so we can lose those first 4 or 5 games for 3 games.
Wow. Never that. Wow.
I get it, and I respect your opinion, but I know you're a Dallas fan as well.
Hey, don't hang up. I got to ask you this, just real quick, and I'm being real. So you're telling me you've seen enough of Trey Lance to say he don't have the goods? Yeah, I want him.
I don't know. God. And you know what else? Why is this so hard to understand?
Who are you talking to?
You. Why is this so hard to understand? At the start of last year, Garoppolo wasn't ready. Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft.
All right.
Wasn't the first string quarterback. You're going to have Trey Lance above him because Trey Lance has been there longer. So on day 1 last year, Trey Lance was better. And then about 10 weeks through the season, Brock Purdy's better. And you know how we found that out? Over the course of practice and games.
No, you know how we found that out? Is one got injured to allow the other to play.
That's right. And the other guy proved to be better than Trey Lance.
So again, every time I bring up, can you lose? And this is not, I'm going to be mad if Brock is the starter. I'll get it, but I'm more dumbfounded by the fact that they're giving up. Like, do they really? Are you right? Because we don't know if you're right. Does Kyle really know what he has in Trey?
I think he probably does. He's coached him for 2 years.
And if you are right, then I'm totally wrong. I'll take the L. But I gotta believe it is enticing as hell to know. Okay, Trey didn't have Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. That could change everything for a young player and a young quarterback. So I want to see that.
So you want to protect him?
No, because it's just more weaponry. It's more firepower. And then when you drop back to pass, play action pass, all the stuff that benefited Brock Purdy, I don't believe Trey had that in his game in Chicago, in his game and a half against Seattle. Yep. Gotta go.
Don't tell me when we have to go.
Gotta go.
God! Like just handing out starting jobs to guys who haven't deserved it.
That ain't true!
No, it is true. All right, we got the crossover coming up next. I wonder if Dibbs and Willard want to hand jobs out to guys who don't deserve it. I'm kidding. On 95.7 The Game.
Slow down. Help.
right, this is the crossover brought to you by California Academy of Sciences.
Well, we think it is.
Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Willard and Dibbs are either coming in.
It's kind of rude, huh?
Not really.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, looks like they got food.
Oh, my goodness. I can't have any. Wow, look at that pie.
Where's that from?
Good Lord.
We're celebrating the return of Live 105.
Oh, yeah.
There's plenty.
I left it outside.
There's plenty where this came from.
You didn't want to bring it in.
There's plenty, yeah.
Oh, there's tons left.
I can't have it.
No,
There's tons
go
left.
get one and then bring me yours.
Okay, I'll do that.
That's true. 10:53 this morning, I think Dave Radio went back to Live 105.
Look at that.
105.
Correct.
Look at that pizza, YouTube. Look at that. Is that a good looking slice or what?
Nice.
And I was
That's
just
torture.
I was just saying that Dave, and I love Dave.
Yeah.
Dave was like the neighbor. It's like, Dave, I don't even remember you moving in. I mean, you were quiet. Dave was cool. He was a good neighbor.
Yeah.
Dave was great, but Live 105 is back, baby.
Look at you.
Yeah, back with a slice.
I
Back
actually
with
do.
sausage and pepper.
I can't get over that pie.
But here's the
It was
thing about
perfect.
Oh,
here's
it's
the
still
thing about
good.
Live 105. Live 105 is proven. Trey Lance isn't.
Oh,
so
here we
you can
go.
You can
Wow.
give the station
give him a
back
4.
That was a
to
great
Live
trans-
105.
That was a great transition.
But
That was really
That's
good.
a
That
Trey
was
Lance.
good. That was good.
Don't ever let anyone tell you you're not a regular radio host ever again.
No,
that was
traditional,
amazing.
traditional.
Yeah, whatever the hell they called him. Yeah.
How y'all been?
Doing good, Goo. I just want to say real quick.
I was bragging on you.
The pictures you posted, it hit me in the cardiac muscle with your niece and your daughter,
Yeah.
graduation
Yeah.
season, and
Yeah.
you're poolside. You had a DJ.
Yeah.
It looked like it. And sunglasses on, of course. It looked like you were having a good time. So,
Yeah.
it's graduation season for a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
great.
was the young man singing the song, right?
Dude, but
Yeah.
yeah. That's my he's blind, but he just graduated, Gabriel, my nephew, and he's rapping, graduated high school, but his senses are like Spider-Man, so what do they call that, Dibs? He ain't all 100% blind.
Spidey senses.
But
Yeah.
Dibs is-
Sure.
So he's
But
able
yeah.
to see?
But the song, it's more of a feel, if that makes any sense,
Right.
man. Let me
Yeah.
stop while I'm ahead.
Well,
but yeah,
there are varying levels of vision impairment. There is complete blindness where all you see is complete darkness, and then there is visual impairment where you can see colors and lights and different infractions, and I think that's what maybe Stevie Wonder has, or I can't speak to his vision, but
Ray Charles.
there are levels to visual impairment.
I've
That's
had
all.
it after about 9 fireball shots.
Yeah,
That happens too.
I've
Yeah.
seen it. I've seen it. Shout out Salt Lake.
Dibs has had so many things go wrong with his body. He can answer every health related question. It doesn't matter, or maybe just act. Maybe just act like you know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Again, and I hate to bring my own personal things up because
no, you don't.
I don't obviously
No,
hate
you
it because
don't.
I'm about to do it, but the whole prove me wrong. So this morning we're feeding my baby. I'm feeding the baby breakfast because I'm on breakfast. Shout out Mila, and we're doing the breakfast, and we get about 2/3 of the way through, and I start letting her hold the spoon.
Okay,
she's 9 months old, and my wife comes down. She says, "Don't do that. She can't do that." I said, "Babe, this is about the time where she's going to be ready to spoon her own food." And she goes, "Oh, because I'm always pushing this baby. I'm like, baby, you need to this, you need to that," and she'll cry, and the wife will be like, "Wait, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm trying to push her to greatness, to the highest heights,
Gotcha.
you know?" And so I Googled it, and babies can start to feed themselves with a utensil between 10 and 12 months. So I'm only a month early.
And you're at 9. Yeah.
She's at 9 and change.
I'm still feeding my 16-year-old by spoon. So
Yes,
that's the way I parent. But we'll get there.
No,
Make
so
sure the
yeah,
knife's sharp.
it's no.
If you're gonna teach her
she's
the sense.
rubber spoon only,
Look at
silicone.
my boy.
But yeah, and she's all. I mean, her accuracy is. I mean, to bring it back to Trey Lance, thank you. Her accuracy is Trey Lancey, and she's about 2 out of every 5 that's accurate.
Yeah.
She's trying to spoon feed peas into her eye.
Before I get to my Trey Lance take,
I didn't like that one.
No, I
Guru didn't like that one.
No, Willard,
Dude, she's got
you can't-
oatmeal on her forehead.
I'm never that guy where you're like he's Cap or Alex Smith. No, I I'm not even doing that here. But before I get to my take, where were you golfing yesterday, dude? That scenery was like,
oh, that wasn't me golfing. We were just spectating. We were
What do you
watching.
mean?
That was a tournament for my son. And I want to give a shout out. The first person I want to give a shout out to, even though I know he's not listening, my 9-year-old son who got out of bed at 6:45 against his will. No. Like,
against his will.
Just to come with.
Pop-Tarts were involved.
No, he comes with. And I'm like, you're walking 18 holes. You're not playing.
And he did it
You're
for
just
his brother.
watching your big brother. That's it.
That's dope.
And the trade-off was bring me to Noah's Bagels on the way, get me a Gatorade at the turn, and you got a deal. And actually, he didn't even say that. I just offered it. I'm like, Noah's on the way, Gatorade at the turn. He's like, I'll go get some clothes on. Let's go.
How did your boy do?
He did great. I think he finished in 12th place. And there were more than 13 people in the tournament, so it was good. He was in the top half for sure. He did great. And 4 of the 6 players at Tam High were all in this tournament and back to back, so they all played. It would man,
that's fun.
So much fun.
What course? Loaded.
The course was where'd we go? Foxtail.
Oh,
Foxtail in Rohnert Park.
North or South?
Was it? They played North.
They did play the North. The South is a dog track. The North is actually a high quality course.
It's
a dog track.
They played.
It's a dog track.
It was a nice course.
Yeah.
And first time I'd been there. He's played there before.
No, it's a beautiful course.
Yeah.
The North is really nice, high quality. And today's maybe the biggest day in golf on the calendar among professionals because today is U.S. Open final qualifying day.
That's right.
So your guy, remember Michael Block?
Yeah.
Michael Block is in final qualifying. I think he's in Columbus, Ohio, and he's not going to qualify, but he is one of maybe 700 golfers today with the dream.
It's so hard.
Today's the last of the last.
Yeah,
and there are, I think, 15 qualifying tournaments around the country and the Great Britain as well.
Have you ever been to any of these? Like the last round? I had a buddy. I had a buddy who made it. He was same thing. He was head pro. Yep, head pro at a course in Nevada, and went out there. And each stage, it's like there'll be 50 to 70 people, and it's like 4 spots or something like that.
American Idol type stuff.
Totally.
Yeah, exactly.
At each stage, and the last stage is like the 3rd or 4th stage. So he had this great round, shot 67 somewhere, and all of a sudden he's like, hey, made the 2nd round. And then boom. He's like, dude, I made the final round. Then you show up for the final round. And that's when the rubber meets the road. Like, it's different.
So, like,
he got blown out on the last because, man, the nerves. It's just like going to the final round of a major. Like,
right.
So is he somewhere despondent, Michael? Because he just had
no.
Oh,
he's
not
despondent.
He qualified.
He's already lived his dream.
Yeah,
he's lived his dream.
Oh, okay. So he's still good.
For example, these tournaments, and there's like 15 of them. There's guys like Michael Gilgich and Ted Potter Jr. These are guys who are pros, who've been pros for a long time, but they're not yet U.S. Open qualified, so they have to go through the same thing. Or you take a guy like, and I'll say Steiny because he's the best golfer in the room, outside of Mark, who never plays.
But in the morning.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, I think we're going to set something up.
Okay, we have to.
I'm actually talking to sales. It's going to be 2 different matches. There's going to be me and Steiny against garlic fries and baseball guys. Me and Steiny in a team match against Willard and Chasky, you and Bonte, head to head. You and Bonte, head to head. Steiny, what do you think about me and you against these 2 slappies? How do you like our chances? And we'll do best ball.
He's shaking his
which
head.
means best score on the hole. Because the thing about Steiny and me is I'm birdies and double bogeys. I'm all over the board. Steiny is very consistent, like a Swiss watch.
85 this weekend.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's Spring Valley.
I like Spring Valley.
What does that mean?
I don't even know.
Yeah, we have a
It's like
thread.
shooting. It's like going to Lincoln Park or something like that.
That's 6,000 yards.
Okay. Well,
So he enters your score. You can go check on
No. We have a thread on the WhatsApp. It's the Cal Pacific thread from about 4 years ago. So everybody on this thread, and there's like 35 of us. Anytime that you play, you do what's called a scene report, and then one of the people who you play with chimes in. And so Steiny, actually, you're getting better at your scene reports, and I want to thank you for that.
Okay.
Well, his old scene report used to be, here's a picture of the scorecard. The scene report is much more nuanced, if I can borrow your word, than just the scores. It's like, oh, this guy slipped and fell on 5. It was funny. And this guy had 7 shots in a bunker. Oh, you should have seen it. So the scene report is much more nuanced. So I know what he shoots within moments after he shot it.
Is it sad, Willard, that we used to do that when I was clubbing my clubbing days? How was it?
No, it's not sad at all. It's not sad at all.
11 o'clock hours started.
What's the equivalent in the club of a 102?
Scene report.
Man.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Target rich environment.
Jump in here.
Send water.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. You know what it is. It's an Odyssey
still here.
station.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
No, here's the latest scene report. I don't know if you saw it, but
Yeah, I
our
did,
friend
actually.
Alex is playing in the Public Links, which is like an amateur version of a big time tournament. And our other friend Dave is caddying. The scene report has come in. Alex shot an adventurous 87 that included a pair of 8s and an amazing eagle on our last hole.
Poppy Hills, though. Poppy Hills.
Poppy Hills. Yeah.
Gosh,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
No picnic. So
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of like these apps and the phone is you get these real time reports. You know.
Gotcha.
I wish I could stay to 3, but I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can.
Yes, you can.
No.
You can.
But
You
listen.
can, but apparently you can't.
So I got to be honest. When the Giants got back off of this last road trip, I was like, and I kept telling Steiny, the beauty of baseball is we think we know, you don't know. Things can happen. Schmidt, Bailey. So I'm not taking anything away from the Giants. But I will say I was excited, and I'm watching the youth. I'm seeing it like, were you at all, now, and I ran this by Steiny, were you at all shocked that Farhan said we're going to be aggressive when really you won't know into a month? If you're going to be aggressive, like I thought that was too soon, or was it just a thing to say after losing 4 or 6?
No, I don't know if it's any of that. I think that's the standard. Sure, that will change in some way, shape, or form if the Giants have some horrible June and
they got a tough schedule.
Fine,
yeah.
Sure, but baseball. I mean, if you're 10 games out of the wild card come July 20th, maybe it's a different story. And they would probably, because they've got so many guys who are always, their contracts always coming up. They would have some guys that people would covet. And so sure, that could change. But I think their expectation, knowing that there are still some players coming back, Jock Peterson coming back, is Matos going to come up? I'm sure they feel Harrison can come contribute.
Conforto's heel and Woods on the IL.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, the starting rotation's not as good as they thought and had hoped it would be. But I don't know. That's just that's obviously their philosophy. Their philosophy, and I'm all in on it. And it's funny that you say, "Hey, it's baseball." So sometimes we don't know. I'm here to say, no. That's all sports. We're in the midst of watching the most under-discussed underdog story in my lifetime in sports. And we're all acting like it's normal. The 8 seed has home court advantage in the NBA Finals as
What
we
if I
speak.
told you in the bubble they were in the NBA Finals? I'll just leave that out there.
Yeah, but that's how long ago? And with
3 years.
With different players,
Yeah,
all kinds of differences going on back then. The Miami Heat, this is the way I put it. The We Believe Warriors are going to get a documentary.
Man.
They made the second round. This team has a 1-1 tie and home court in the finals. So if you are any team, Giants, I think that this applies to the Warriors with everybody's, the dynasty's done. If you're in the neighborhood, man, the year can turn your way real fast. You go for it. And I think that's their philosophy, and it should be. I don't know what their record's going to be in July, but man, in baseball, it's odd to me that this fan base needs to keep being reminded that you don't have to be the best team to win the whole thing. They never were. They had a dynasty without ever being the best team.
Right. And Steiny actually made a great point earlier, a point that I've echoed many times about the devaluation of the regular season. It doesn't matter. Even in the NFL, where it matters more than the other two, it doesn't matter as much as it used to. Exactly. You get 7 of 16, make the playoffs, and if you're in a bad division, you can go 8-9, and you get a home game.
But what if you're in a good
doesn't
one, though,
matter,
James? I agree with that.
Don't
but what
you
if you're,
get it?
What if you're in a good one, though?
That's my Steiny.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just real quick.
I thought with me.
Well, if you're in a good one and you're 11-6, then you're still going. But if you're in a bad one, let's say that the Niners are in a bad one this year because the Rams aren't great. Arizona's quarterback Calamari is not going to be as crispy and as tasty with the aioli as you would want. In Seattle, you telling me that Geno Smith is going to take them to 12-5? So let's say that the NFC West is not that good. They can play around with Trey Lance. They can dabble in, sprinkle a little Sam Darnold. You can go 9-8 and win the division.
My point to Steiny was they could do that, but that's not what they're aiming to do. If things don't go right, but the byproduct of that is, we got some leeway. But they're not going out of camp like we can just mess around. By the way,
but the buffer can grow as the season goes on.
But couldn't you look at that in a broader sense? Devaluation of the regular season combined with that also means that more teams are still in the conversation longer. Right? I think there are certain markets that might say, please keep devaluing the regular season so that we can have something to root for. You're Pirates for years now. Like, we get to June, the season's over. It's over.
Yeah.
What are we even doing here? So we just lollygag through the summer. Not this year.
It could be over.
Not this year. But so, I don't know. I get what you're saying. It's devalued in terms of its importance overall.
Right.
The effect it has on the postseason, but maybe it keeps more teams involved. Maybe that's a good thing.
The NBA, I think each sport's different, but the NBA, to me, when you're talking about load management, you're talking about how long a season is. We always talk about, Christmas is the unofficial start. The seasons are so long. Right now, the NBA final standings are the least indicative of really where each team is. I really do think that what's subtly happened is kind of like the NCAA tournament this year. Miami gets in as an 8, and they've run the table like Butler. The Warriors, they were a 6 seed. Were they worse than the Kings? No, we knew they weren't worse than the Kings.
4 games worse.
But is that this year? Is that this year where the best team in the NBA had 57, the whole Western Conference, the whole playoffs from top to bottom spanned from 53 to 44 wins?
You can look at last year, though. Last year, Phoenix was 64.
Lost.
That's the point.
They lost.
They went hard for 32-9 and 32-9, and then they got spanked by Luka Doncic, who now might be dealt for Kyrie Irving.
Because they went hard,
in a LeBron
though,
trade.
That was just a meltdown, right?
It was a meltdown, but how did they win 64 games? They went hard in the regular season,
or just play,
right?
They were a good team. They were a good team, and they got. I don't know what is with the DNA of that squad.
Right,
and they've got a late playoff game at home. They just. Well, I know what they think last year. We don't really give too much credence to it. I know that the whole team had COVID. That Game 7 performance against Dallas last year. You can say it's an excuse or not. I know
you buying that, Will?
No. Am I buying that it's true?
No,
or that it affected them? I know that it's true.
Well, I'm gonna say that, and I ain't being a jerk. I think that shout out Steve Martin. I think that was just lemon booty plus. They had a meltdown, and it started because they,
It's fair. It's fair, but
I don't think they were sick. Is the whole reason?
Yeah, the reason that they've never.
Monty Williams is gone.
Right, but they've never been able to trumpet it because technically that's illegal. You shouldn't have been able to play at all.
Correct. Right.
Like they were, you all test positive for COVID, then you better go to your house.
I just look at next year in the association, and if I'm X team, and I look at this year, and I look at last year where the Warriors were able to kind of coast through the regular season and make it all the way to the NBA Finals, I don't know why I would want to grind for 60 games, 60 wins, and home court.
Well, it
does you no good.
But that feels a little bit like we're overvaluing right now. That's the way it's played out because of these Heat. Let's not act like the teams with home court advantage don't actually have that. Like the Denver Nuggets, until last night, had not lost a home game yet. And if that had kept up, they were automatically the NBA champ.
Right.
That's an advantage.
But that didn't keep up. Is the point. And even the most home-courtiest of all advantages.
But they go get that right back. That's not abnormal.
Yeah,
what's abnormal? What's abnormal is that the Heat keep going to the top teams in the East home late in series and beating them. That's abnormal. I don't think that that's now the norm. I still think it's abnormal.
I think the notion of the top teams is kind of a misnomer because, the top teams in any conference, and this is what I sent to our thread. Do you guys miss the days of like 2 and 3 teams of like, oh my God, those teams are amazing? Because now it's parity city.
I just think the Miami Heat are such an anomaly. Like, to me, they are a college program. It's like, what seeds have they been? Well, they were 2 3 years ago, and then they were 6. This year they were 8. They were 3. Like, they're just a team that, you got to give them a chance. They might win. Like, it almost feels like they're an 8 seed, but like Miami, they're that team that's kind of there every year.
I don't know, but they're
knocking on the door.
But it's different characters.
It's
not the same.
But that's what I kind of mean about them being
the same 2 lead characters, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra.
That's why I kind of think
they're really be a dark horse.
Like, does it matter if Duke comes into a tournament one year and they're 32-3 or they're only 24-9? It's like, well, you're still gonna have trouble beating Duke. I don't know how good they are.
Not anymore.
Well, yeah. North Carolina.
Shout out John Shire.
This is a good program, but I don't know. When we get to it, I feel. How old's Pat Riley? How old is he now?
107.
We're giving a lot of credit to someone who's almost 80 and he's in a suite. In terms
but he's in every game, Will.
The leader of the free world is 80, for God's sakes.
Oh, good God.
Hey, got quiet in here. Anyway.
Norman.
Don't die cheatling.
Wow. Does he know that? You got to.
I don't know that. I missed that.
This is a little bit of a right turn. But when you guys were talking about the NFC West, is this the oddest quarterback division?
Why am I sold on Geno though? And I feel like he ain't getting enough.
Maybe because you can't sell yourself on anybody with the other 3 teams. That's my point. Look at this division. You have a team that at the top of the division is supposedly one of the Super Bowl favorites. You've got another team that is only 14 months removed from winning a Super Bowl.
I got Rams question.
You were a division last year that got 2 playoff teams. Like, you are viable. Yet, look at the quarterback situation. Murray hurt, and we signed him to a contract, and we don't even like him. We're putting weird clauses in.
You're including the Niners on
the
this.
49ers
don't sleep on John Blau.
49ers have a 3-headed monster, and everyone's fighting, and it's June. Seattle has
Gino. He just got paid.
They wrote me off, and but they forgot to write back. And then the Rams are over here, the quietest. Like, Matt Stafford might be gone, and no one even talks about it because on the low key, I think they actually want to tank for Caleb Williams. That's your division.
Wow.
That's your division. And somehow it's viable.
And even still, I don't think I'm starting a quarterback who doesn't deserve it. That's why we're going with Brock Purdy. All right, Willard and Dibbs coming up next on 95.
You could stay and rebuttal.
I got a meeting.
Okay, all right.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, man, this didn't really fully sink in until Miami puts together that comeback last night. I'm sitting there.
Comeback? It was a blown lead.
And
then a comeback.
It was both. Yeah. You're up 15. You're down 15. Take your pick. All right. All of a sudden, we're going to go win. Hold on. Denver's going to hit a bunch of threes. Are we going to lose? No, you're going to win. So I'm sitting there in the other room. We're going back and forth between rooms last night. Sitting in one room, doing the deal with Ephraim. Jude is locked in on this series. He's decided he's a big Miami Heat fan. And
he's a Heat?
Oh, my gosh. I came out at one point, and he wanted to wring Cody Zeller's neck. I come out during a commercial break. He's like, almost in tears. He's like, number 44 is ruining the game. He's ruining it. I'm like, who's number 44? I don't know. Who is this guy? He goes, they got to get him out. And as soon as he says that, there it is, sub. Here comes Bam Adebayo. He goes, they took Bam out, and it ruined the game. Go do one more segment, come out, all is well. Miami goes on a run, and the Heat steal home court advantage. And I stopped. It was right then. they win that game last night, and I said, wait, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Right.
How are we ignoring what is, quite frankly, one of the biggest upset stories I've seen in my entire life? If you had said something like this, forget the team name. Hey, the 8 seed's going to be in the NBA Finals. Be like, shut up. Like, what are you talking about?
It's never happened.
8 seed doesn't go to the NBA Finals, let alone start winning road games when they get there. It's absolutely crazy, which I personally believe is a message for every fan in every city, and specifically, I think is applicable to all three, Niners, Giants, Warriors. We talk about so much right here in terms of stop telling teams, oh, you're not good enough here yet, you're not good enough there yet. If you've got a shot, you've got a shot. If the Giants were 20 games under 500, sure, fine. They're not. They're 1 game under 500. And you'll hear, I guarantee you, a take that you'll hear people say at the deadline, why are you going to be aggressive, Farhan? What, like you're actually going to beat the Dodgers or something in the postseason? Yeah, maybe.
You may not have to.
Maybe.
You may not have to.
Right. You may not have to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I get a little knocked off when I hear people do that. Oh, Steph, Klay, Dre, in their 30s. It's not like they're going to win another one. Isn't that what you said 3 years ago? Everybody, like, if you're there, you got a shot. And that's how you got to play it, I think.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying, but I also want to bring you back to your words from about 2 months ago when you said no team from the play-in tournament's going to win an NBA championship.
I did say that.
Those were your words.
I did say that.
And
Thank you for remembering that. I did say those exact words.
But Mark, don't sleep on the Lakers. And you said... And I said, what if the Warriors fall to the 7th seed? You said, Dibs, the Warriors aren't going to be able to make it. No team from the play-in is going to win an NBA championship. And I thought, I'm going to mark this down, but I'm not going to need it because the Warriors won't be that, and the Lakers aren't going to win a chip, even though I told you not to sleep on the Lakers. And I didn't even think about Miami beating Boston and doing what they've done because, Mark, only 5 teams as an 8 seed have ever beaten the number 1 seed. And I don't think that any of those teams that beat the 1 went on to play even in the conference finals, let alone the NBA finals.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Like, there are a lot of Warriors fans out there who still think the most fun thing of the last 20 years was beating Dirk's Mavericks with the We Believe Warriors.
It was
firing threes, and Don Nelson's over there lighting up a stogie and doing whatever he's doing, and everyone was having a blast. And it lasted, what, 2.5 weeks? 3 weeks, maybe? They lost in 5 games in the second round. And we're going to make a documentary. Here come the Heat, who they're not a normal 8 seed. They're an 8 seed that had to fight to even get their 8 seed out of a new tournament. And then when they get there, they're going to eliminate Milwaukee and Boston and now put the fear of God in Denver. This is insanity. It's complete insanity. But, again, I do think it applies to at least the way I root for a sports team. Like, and maybe it applies to so many things in life. I think it's a great phrase. Go for it.
Right.
Go for it. Not always, but yeah, if you got a shot, go for it. The whole here we go with it leads to conversations about development and the young people and the future and all of these things that we don't even know if those are going to exist. So I don't know. Yeah, when it comes to Steph, Klay, Dre, when it comes to the Giants at the deadline, quite frankly, when it comes to the 49ers and maybe they just, mess around for a month with the quarterback position and see who's the best. No. These 3 teams are all in go for it mode. If you ask me, and the Heat are a great example of what can happen.
No, you have to be in go for it mode, and you have to be in thinking in those terms, especially if you're the Giants. As long as you don't want to trade any of the young players, I think that's where you have to be in terms of trying to upgrade at the deadline. And if you're the 49ers, yeah, you are built to win a championship. I don't know what they can do roster-wise to go ahead and, quote, go for it. But if you're the Warriors in that same spot, yeah, there's some moves you can make. So that, to me, is the most interesting of the 3. is what would the Warriors do to, quote, go for it, like, get to a spot where you've got a chance to maybe win a championship, because Miami's showing you that anything that's improbable could be possible.
Well, it's funny because we're sitting there watching this last night, and it made me think of Joe Lacob's statement from last week, where he's like, I don't care what the rules are, we're going to win. We're going to figure it out. That's what good teams do. And you sit here today, and you go, if I'm a fan, I love hearing that. You love an owner. We're going to win, no matter what. Doesn't matter what the rules are.
Right.
Going to figure it out. Okay. So you eat that like a bowl of cereal at midnight. That's fun. But can you even see how? I'm like, that sounds great, Joe, but how? How are you going to be good even next year? But how are you going to be good 3 years from now? How are you going to be good 5 years from now? No draft capital, no free agent that we can see right now that makes sense. You're great because you have a generational talent in Steph Curry. He's not going to be around that much longer. How are you going to be good? Obviously, the answer is I don't know. I don't know, but I can't wait to see them try.
Right.
And yes, see them try. Like, that's what I love about Joe's statement is it's a go for it statement. And Farhan, it's a go for it. I don't want to hear, well, we're building toward 2026. That's a total yawn. Who's got time for that?
Right, and do they have the talent for that? It's not like you've got a young Wembanyama who you think might need a couple of years, or Chet Holmgren coming off an injury, somebody you could really look at and say, yeah, he's going to be that guy when we get there in 3 years. You have veterans who have been there, and they've done that. And I look forward to hearing Draymond and Steve Kerr's conversation from his podcast a little bit later in the show, because I think that's telling in terms of just how this team might go about trying to get back there. Just by the way, New York was a team as an 8 seed in 1998-99. They made the NBA Finals. That was the 50-game lockout year. They went to the finals as an 8 seed, and they got swept, or actually they lost to San Antonio in 5 games. Okay. So an 8 seed has made it this far before. Yeah. And it was New York in a strike-shortened season, and they did not win the chip.
Oh, wait, you mean weird things happen when the season is shortened?
Yeah, and you know what's weird is that team didn't have Ewing. Yes.
Yeah.
That was Latrell, Allen Houston, and Marcus Canby. And LJ.
So do Dodger fans want to continue to talk about how the pandemic championship was the same as all the other championships, and it should count? And Clayton
Kershaw, it's a championship.
It's a championship.
I don't think Popovich wants to give that one back.
No, you don't have to give him back.
No,
you don't have to give him back.
Nor does a 22-year-old Tim Duncan.
No, you don't have to give anything back. You get a pandemic championship.
That was the.
You just don't get a regular championship.
That was the Duncan and David Robinson title, the one that they both were on.
Yeah.
That was kind of the bridge to. And many people, I remember at the time, were talking about that as it's an asterisk and it doesn't count. And San Antonio, you're a fraud. And then Timmy and company went out to win 3 more.
Yeah, who knew at that point that Tim Duncan was a generational player that he
Steve
was?
Steve Kerr on that team.
Well, of course he was. They won a ring.
We should ask Steve Kerr about it.
I mean, like, if you win a ring, what are the chances if you win a ring that Steve Kerr is somehow a part of your franchise?
1 in 3. You know, he's won 9 of the last 28.
Yes.
And I'm counting this one as number 28.
This year. Yeah, that's
because this one, I don't think that he's going to win this one.
Well, I don't
Unless
know.
he gets fired.
Hired.
Spoelstra hires Kerr. You know?
Man,
Michael Malone probably more likely to do so.
Spo went after our girl Ramona last night.
Unacceptable, Spo.
I didn't
know. I heard about it.
Oh, my gosh.
It's no one comes at Momo but us.
Do you have the sound? Okay, Granny, listen here.
I don't know if I'm ready for this, Mark.
Well, I do want to give you this backdrop.
Okay.
So it's going to be the last question. So in other words, Spo answers a question, then he gives the body lean like, I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm done with this presser.
I said I'm out.
And then somehow, Spo, one more.
In the back?
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. So he did not want to be there. And then he sounded like he did not want to be there.
This is probably oversimplifying things, but sometimes when teams play against Jokic, you turn him into a scorer, you turn him into a passer, and he controls the game. He only had 4 assists tonight.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You know, it's just that's the untrained eye that says something like that. This guy's an incredible player. twice in 2 seasons he's been the best player on this planet. You can't just say, oh, make him a scorer. That's not how they play. They have so many different actions that just get you compromised. We have to focus on what we do. We try to do things the hard way, and he requires you to do many things the hard way. He has our full respect. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Oh, no.
You even got the okay at the end. Okay.
Untrained.
By the way, I'd also like to, could we play it again at some point and count the table taps? Spo had some serious nervous energy going on.
Spo got to go.
Oh, my gosh.
I think maybe he had a full bladder.
That was after a win. What kind of mood would he be if they lost?
Spo got to go.
Man.
Full bladder Spo.
Didn't even let her finish her question.
I've seen you on this show where maybe, it's time to go. You got to go.
You got to go.
There's a little,
always got to go.
Kind of like
a lot of water over
There's
here.
a little bit of uneasiness, a little bit of shifting.
Spo's lean. Yeah. Are we done here? No. One more.
Let's go to Ramona.
Let's go to Ramona in the back. Momo. Go ahead. Yeah. No.
Untrained eye, though.
No,
man.
Momo. Yeah. I called her untrained eye.
That hurts.
Anyway, that got uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't know Spo to be like this. Spo doesn't do that very often, does he?
No.
I don't know why would he be in such a ticked off mood.
They won.
They won the game.
You got home court.
Stole that sucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Twitch, YouTube, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here as always. Comcast Business text line is at your disposal as well. You're right. We do have Steve Kerr on Draymond's podcast. A lot of good stuff coming out of there. We got Farhan Zaidi saying the Giants are going to be aggressive at the deadline, and they will go for it and try to make the playoffs by making deals. And then, of course, somewhere along the line, people will yell about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance as well. I know that Steiny and Goo were doing it all afternoon. I have a goal. I got a new goal with this whole thing.
Yeah?
I just want to figure out, and maybe somebody can help us. I want to figure out how to have this conversation without sounding like you, quote unquote, hate one of the quarterbacks. I don't know how to do it yet. I clearly have not achieved it. I've tried, and every comment area we've got immediately, you hate Trey Lance. I don't know how we have this conversation and navigate it, but the 49ers, and there are further reports that Brock Purdy is going to be ready to go for week 1.
Yep.
He's ahead of schedule. He goes to a lot of Giants games. He seems like he's living his best life, and I see absolutely zero reason why he will not be the week 1 starter. And I also don't understand why that's a controversial take, but for some reason it gets people going. So we can get into it. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Your phone calls are always welcome. We're sponsored by Cars.com, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
Curry, step back, three-pointer, won't go, fight for the rebound, Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals. What a comeback here on the road for the Heat, and it's one apiece.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So what if I asked you, what does that mean with regard to the Golden State Warriors if I say you got to go for it next year? What does that mean?
It means it's Adult Swim and the pool party's over. That's what it means, Mark. And it means, Jonathan, come in here. We need to have a conversation about your future in the association. And it means Jonathan Kuminga is on the move. Poole, Kuminga, and the 19th pick in the upcoming draft, you're all shipped. You're all out. In exchange, we get a couple of veterans, a couple of pieces who can help us right now. Right now, Mark.
So interesting to find out, because I do think there's a Jordan Poole trade coming. I do. It'd be so interesting to see what it looks like.
I don't think that if I'm another team, I'm not looking at Jordan Poole and his salary and thinking, yeah, this guy's the next Allen Iverson. He's the next. I need more than just Jordan Poole. Is what I'm saying.
That's right. But that's like looking at it solely on the surface from the perspective of one player and one team. In other words, other teams have people that they've soured on too. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like right now, this is not the comp. I'm not saying this is like Jordan Poole, but the Boston Celtics momentarily have kind of soured on Jaylen Brown at the price that it's going to take. Have they not? Right?
It feels like it, yeah.
But he's still a great
and maybe
player.
He's soured on them too.
Maybe. He's a second-team All-NBA player. Coming out of the playoffs, there are always players where the team has, like, soured on them, even if they're good players. The Knicks have soured on Julius Randle. The Sixers have soured on everybody. They're soured on Embiid. They've soured on James Harden, for sure. All of these guys. The Warriors have soured on Jordan Poole. A lot of the fans have soured on Klay Thompson. That's the way it is when you lose in the playoffs. So I think there are plenty of deals to be had out there, and I do think Jordan Poole is going to be on a different team next year. I also think this, though. When are the voices going to die? Apparently never. With regard to Steve Kerr messed up because he won't play and develop young players. And now, because Miami's got a couple of guys who are out there, such a weird dynamic.
Max Strus.
All right, so Miami puts a couple of young guys out there.
A bunch of them.
And they play well in the finals. Well, here comes Warriors Twitter. Oh, they can play in the finals.
Right.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them didn't play for long stretches during the season, and they believe that they're playing well now because they were able to sit back, learn, or get some messaging, and potentially also react to that messaging in the right way.
Oh.
Did the Warriors not have a young player who suddenly showed up in the playoffs in ways that he did not in the regular season?
This year?
Yes.
No.
No? See, I would argue Moses Moody did.
Well, he showed up last year.
Right. But
Moses Moody is no Max Strus.
Okay, fine. But did
and
he?
He's no Duncan Robinson.
But did he or did he not play better in the playoffs than he did in the regular season?
I think that's a little bit of a stretch in terms of making a comp to Miami.
Well, it's
because
not,
Miami has like Gabe Vincent, out of nowhere, and Max Strus and Duncan Robinson.
Some of those guys aren't as young as Moses Moody, but
right,
yes.
to that point, though, of undrafted, unheralded, unknown.
Well, I don't even mean undrafted, unheralded, unknown. I just mean young. The rub with the Warriors
Miami's
has been
got
young.
nobody this young.
No,
they have nobody 21.
I don't even know what all their ages are. I'd have to
They're
look
all
at
like
their
the
ages.
23, 24 range.
They're young. They're sub 25 players.
Right.
Jordan Poole, 23, right? Yeah, they don't have any Kumingas who are 20. I understand that.
And Moses is 20.
But you've seen it. I have watched tens of people use this point. Oh, Miami can play their young players.
Right.
All right. So what might be going on the inside? I, for one, and I think you agree, we just got a window into it. Courtesy of the Draymond Green Show. It's a podcast. Don't know if you've heard of it.
Love it.
Volume Sports Network. Steve Kerr was a guest on Draymond's show. Take a good listen to what Kerr says about the Heat and their bench players. This is important.
none of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
Well, now we got some new stuff, don't we?
Yeah, that's some stuff.
Now we got some new stuff.
You don't hear in that, you hear it, but you don't get to see it. Draymond Green is lapping that up like Goldilocks eating porridge at the Three Bears house.
Big smiles.
Not the one that's too hot, not the one that's too cold, but the one that's just right, as I borrow from Guru. That's what Draymond was doing. Draymond was loving, of course, that take from Steve Kerr. I'm just going to say this about the take, because Steve is right in terms of the way that those players are reacting. But if you look at their ages, Mark, in terms of the Miami Heat, Gabe Vincent is about to be 27 in a week. And Max Strus is already 27. Duncan Robinson is 29. These are some old dudes. So to expect the Warriors' young players, the babies, Jordan Poole, the oldest of which is 23, not quite 24, I think that gives us our answer in terms of, can they be that mature?
Well, okay. Can they be that mature? That's different, because what I hear people talking about is, can they be that productive? And yes, there are a handful of players in these playoffs who are either rookies, young players, whatever. Keegan Murray was one of them, who had a bad start to the series, but then he played really well. People, well, that rookie, he can play. Why can't your rookie play if their rookie can play? That's drawing a line that you're not allowed to draw, because they're not the same person and they're not on the same team. I'll tell you what I just heard Steve say. You tell me if I'm taking this a little bit too far. But what I just heard Steve say, this has nothing to do with whether or not Jordan Poole can be productive. It has nothing to do with whether or not Jonathan Kuminga can be productive. It has to do with the fact that both of them have been pouty faces. I don't care how old you are. This is the pros, and that's a no. You don't walk into Steph, Klay, and Dre's locker room and pouty face because you don't like the minutes. Honestly, where do you get off? Where do you get off? Now, am I making a leap? Potentially. He didn't use names.
It's like Bob Beeman over here.
But, I mean, come on. Who are we talking about here? We're not talking about Moses Moody, because you got to the playoffs and his minutes went up. And they spoke publicly, Steve did during the season, about how Moses needed some time to watch things. And Moses spoke publicly. I wanted to learn here, not learn down in college.
Right.
I wanted to learn here, so I'm here. And he handled it the correct way. He didn't pout. He didn't whine. He didn't complain. He didn't go to his agent. He didn't do an article in the San Francisco Chronicle. Because of all that evidence that we have, we know damn well who he's talking about. Jordan Poole, right after a game where he scored 0 points in the playoffs, went to the locker room and spoke to reporters about lack of opportunity.
Exactly.
So, and we know who he's talking about. And for me, this is a game changer. I don't want to hear about lack of development. If these two guys can't handle big boy sports, then I'm sorry. They should have been on the bench even more.
Well, I know what you're saying.
There's no room for bad attitudes.
Okay, you're right. But who are you going to play? Who are you going to play, Coach Kerr? If you can't play...
Who he plays.
If you can't play a precocious, truculent Jordan Poole, who clearly is not mature enough to handle the setbacks in his career, well, you can't play him. Jonathan Kuminga, you couldn't play him. You could play GP2, but kind of, but not really. You played Dante. You played Kevon and the other starters. You didn't play J-Mike. You're running out of bodies here, kid. And maybe that's what Steve is saying in terms of the future of where they're going to go. Because if you look at Miami, Mark, and I'll refer you again to the ages of these players, Max Strus is a guy who is 4 years in the league now. He's 26 years of age. He's an older player. He's an older man than certainly Jonathan Kuminga, a guy who played he played in G League Ignite,
right?
And then came in here, and he is going to be expectant of some sort of minutes that he hasn't yet earned.
I want to be very clear with the point that we're trying to make here, or at least I'm trying to make. This comp about young players is what I read from other people. It's not a comp that I'm making. I'm watching every night, social media. Oh, Miami's young players are allowed to contribute.
I get it, yeah.
Why aren't the Warriors? And so the fact that they're not the same age, I don't even, fine. That's not even really the core of the point. And in fact, if you listen to what Steve's saying, he's not talking about age either. He's talking about everyone being on the same page.
And maturity.
That's right.
Yes.
And so if you want to be, and again, how many titles has Steve been involved in the last 27?
9 of the last 28.
Do you think he knows a thing or two about the characteristics of a championship team?
He's been lucky.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
So here we are ripping a guy who has been involved in 9 of the last 27 rings because he doesn't know what he's doing as far as who can and cannot contribute.
Or how to contribute and how to act. You're right.
To his effort toward a 10th ring. Twitter's got it figured out. If only he had put Kuminga in the game in November. If only Moody had been in January. If only he would have done that, then everything would have been different this year. Well, I'm pretty sure what he just said is those two kids were acting like babies all year long. And if that's the case, my man, not only do I have his back, I'd have pushed it a little bit further because we got all kinds of evidence that Jordan Poole, unfortunately out of necessity, was probably empowered too much over the last 2 years.
Maybe necessity.
Based on his behavior.
Right. Well,
why do you think everybody's so ticked off at him all the time?
Why do you think everybody's so frustrated in general? It's because of the situation that you just laid out. And, we can excuse Moses Moody if we want, but Moses spent about 2 months in the regular year where he was unplayable. He wasn't playing well enough. He wasn't doing enough to where he could actually be on the court. And everybody wants to criticize Steve Kerr and the staff for not developing young players. I want you to go and look at the Miami roster, and you tell me who on the Miami roster is akin to Kuminga or Moody. And I'll tell you, his name is Nikola Jovic. He is
not Nikola Jokic.
No. Nikola Jovic. He's a rookie.
19.
He's going to turn 20 on Friday. And if you look at the minutes he's playing a minute here, 5 minutes there. He's getting GT only, garbage time. Tyler Hero is the next youngest, and he's not playing because he's hurt. The youngest guy on Miami who's actually playing and contributing? It's a guy named Bam Adebayo.
Yep.
And he'll be 26 in July. He's 25. He's the youngest player. So everybody out there who's saying, oh, Miami's playing their young guys. Why can't you, Steve? They don't have young guys. Well, their youngest player is 25.
By the way, they're also not the same. I wouldn't even care if they were. They're not the same person. That's like being like, okay, my kid's getting a C average in school. Well, my kid's getting an A average. Why is your kid getting a C average? Because you're not the same kid. They're not the same kid.
Right.
Do you need to hear this again? There's no doubt in my mind what Steve is saying right here. He's saying that Jordan and Jonathan were being babies all year long.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. They're just all about winning. And this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
It's fascinating to me. I mean, I'm trying to think back to any of the 4 championship years and think if we ever really had much of a minutes conversation. Not much.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
But then he got hurt, and that settled that.
That was the end of that.
But pretty much never. Harrison Barnes was not happy with his usage, but he also was playing so poorly at the end of that first title run that he had to go. And, that kind of took care of itself.
What'd they do with him?
Right.
Now, granted, it was a little bit of a rare circumstance, completely. I understand, but yeah, I
do look at the ages, though, in terms of the people and the personalities involved, and I do think it is a thing because Jordan Poole will turn 24 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, he'll be 24. So he's 23, and he's got the bag. He's got the big bag waiting, and he's thinking, I'm a champion, and I'm not trying to think for him. I don't know Jordan Poole. We know that. It's well stated on this very program. But if you're Jordan Poole and you're 23, you're thinking, it's my time. Let me be the third Splash Brother. I can cook. Wow. Let me eat, and all the rest of it. Yeah. And if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you played 2 months in the regular year when Wiggins was out, and you played pretty well. So why can't I play now? And Kuminga won't be 21 for 4 more months. And you have a kid who's closer to 20 than Kuminga is to 25. Yeah. So you can speak to the relative immaturity of a younger person.
Well, and it's fascinating. Why did Kuminga play for those 2 months? Necessity. It's the same reason Jordan Poole plays. But I wonder if does everybody hear themselves with regard to how you use maturity in both directions, depending on which you want? You want Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga to play. You want them to develop. Come on, they're ready. They're ready. They're ready. Then John Morant flashes a gun. You go, oh, he's just a baby. He's only 23. We can't expect him to act like an adult. He just got here.
He's a Leo.
He's a little kid. Just a little high chair for all of his team meals. You don't get to have it both ways.
Shut up, Bibbs. Trust me,
are they adults or are they not adults? And if they're adults, then Jonathan and Jordan need to start acting like adults.
Well, they are adults, but all I'm saying, Mark, is there is a relativity in terms of experience, and I'm not going to excuse the coaching staff and the leadership of the team, a.k.a. Draymond Green, from helping to foster the right culture. Because why? And I know Miami's players are older, and I do think that there's a huge gulf between 26, 23, and 20 years of age. And I mean, you know this based on your own life and my life. And I got a kid now who's almost 22, and I see where he is now versus when he was 20, versus when he was 18. There are certain awarenesses and responsibilities and maturities that come along with that. But I also do think that the organization here didn't do a good enough job in terms of fostering the right behavior from the young people.
Maybe.
It's my judgment, not yours.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'm Dan Dibley, and these are my words.
And I approve this message.
I don't want you to be tabbed with that.
No.
Part of it to me stems from what happened with Jordan and Draymond.
Right, although, again, what leads to a point like that? Like every time something happens, you go, well, wait a minute, how'd we get here? Well, but how'd we get here? We tag so many things throughout the year and go, oh, because of the punch. Well, how'd we get to the punch?
Right.
Like what led to that? I'd be curious.
Let me bring it home for you just real quick. And it's a little bit of a violent example for you because your kid is 16 and your other kid's 9. But if your 9-year-old was constantly coming for the 16-year-old, chirp, 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 and the 16-year-old one time decided, you know what? I've about had it with you, 9. Kapow, one time, the one piece. And I know it's different because 16 and 9 is like, whoa.
Sure.
But if it was 16 and 13, let's just say, and the 13-year-old would have caught a spicy hot wing with barbecue sauce, you'd be thinking a certain way about that.
Nobody is saying what Draymond did was okay. Like you absolutely,
I know you're not.
Yeah, you absolutely have a point with the way this thing has been navigated from the high side as opposed to the low side. I just think everything's starting to make sense. That's what I think.
I agree.
I think everything
it's been made sense.
Everything is starting to add up, and the punch and the mouthpiece throw and the walking off the court in the minutes. It's all starting to make sense. You don't have to agree with it. You can think that you had to do it a different way, but the one area where I will agree is no matter whose fault it was, if y'all are chirping about minutes, about role, about treatment of one another, if this is what you're focused on after games, they never had a damn chance. They never had a damn chance in hell. And that's what Steve is saying exactly right there.
Right, yeah.
They never had a chance. When you heard them all say, oh, this is not a championship roster. And after the game, people were like, How the hell can you say that? It's the same roster largely that just won this last year. Now you know what they meant. It's not the personnel, it's how they were acting. They were not acting like champions. All of them. Old, young, and in between.
And that's why they traded Wiseman to get GP2. Not that they were going to totally give up on Wiseman, but they saw in GP2 a player you could bring in and instantly inject into that top 8, knowing that he's a guy who gets it. He knows what it takes to win a championship, and you hoped that Jordan Poole could come along, and you hoped that Jonathan Kuminga could play well in short minutes, and that Moses Moody could grow into something, and maybe your window would stay open. But knowing what we know now about the way it ended and the reason why it ended, how do you run it back? You can't.
Well, no, you can't. You can't. They won't.
Will they? Can they?
Not for $470 million.
We're not doing 470?
They're not doing 470. They're not doing 470.
Well, then what are they doing, Coach?
Something.
But what?
I mean,
I'm sick of this evasiveness.
If you can't tell that there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of, I don't know what to say anymore. Bob Myers just left. And
I was quietly relieved that the Clipper job got filled today and it wasn't Bob.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I thought that it was, but at least it's like, okay.
He's not going to take another GM job.
He better not.
He's going to be on ESPN being like, you have no idea what's going on there with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, wait till you see.
He's got his own podcast.
I know he does.
When's the next episode drop?
Focus on that right after he takes the ESPN gig. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You can weigh in on this, 888-957-9570. Is this all starting to add up? Is this starting to make sense to you? And we got a lot to say. There's some Casey Schmidt stuff to get to. R.I.P. to the Humm baby. We got all kinds of stuff to get into. 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs.
The one and only Live 105 is back.
It just takes some time.
That's only one turnover. Xavier on YouTube wants to know everybody's shirt sizes. I figured rather than typing this whole thing out, we would just let everybody know how big or small people here are at 95.7 The Game. What do you wear? T-shirt? Because some of it has to
Is
do
this
with,
thing on?
Well, if this thing is on, based on the camera that you're on right now, you're a triple XL. You're a triple XL.
I'm a single
fat
X.
red pumpkin.
I'm a small.
I don't think that was necessary, Grandy, coming off a slice of pizza, courtesy Live 105.
yep.
Guess who's back again? Dibber's back. I'm going to have a second slice.
You better hustle. I've never seen you move that fast in my life. I have never seen you move that fast in my life.
We only had 2.5 minutes to go all the way down the hall into the arena, and I'm the man in the arena when it comes to pizza. And I had to get a slice and make it back, and I had to account for the fact that Kieran Geffert, the great sales manager, would
Kieran.
be there, and
Yep.
had to chop it up a little bit,
Just
show a picture of the baby.
Say a word or two, but then she felt uncomfortable because there weren't plates. I don't know why she felt like she had to get us plates.
Right.
And so we're like flying through the halls with oversized pizzas of pizza with no napkins and no plate. So we got sausage flying different places. Please don't cut that up. And anyway,
I got a grease stain on my shorts.
Well,
you can cut that.
That's the end of those. So that was.
I tried to dab it out with some.
It's not happening.
I use sanitizer.
Yeah,
sanitizer's.
That was my mom's old line. Anytime you got anything on your clothes when you're eating, well, that's the end of that shirt. You're like, what? We don't have like laundry around here,
dude. I just got these.
You want to know a secret? Simple Green. Simple Green. It's not for laundry. No, not that green.
Oh, sorry.
Spray Simple Green on your
4
stains.
for my gurgler.
You can't give that to yourself.
I just did. It was genius.
Nobody. That's a 4.
What is a gurgler?
There's one of the many names.
Anyway.
It's a vase.
Try Simple Green on your laundry. Hi.
Don't talk about that.
I'm Mark Willard. Simple Green's not just for the house and the garden anymore.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have any?
Not on me.
So I got to wait till I get home.
Indeed. All right. 888-957-9570. But anyway, what the hell were we saying? Oh, everybody's size. So it's not just your size, it's also your
size matters.
Your preference.
It's a
Because
three.
some people like to wear it loose. Some people like to wear it like Dwight Howard.
I like an XL, Mark.
Yeah, you like an XL. I'll take an L. Lucas?
I'll wear that L.
Yeah.
It'll be the first time you ever take an L on this station.
Dude, come on.
What are we giving out? Shirt sizes 4?
I'll take the L, but then I'll
For
bounce
Xavier,
back. Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Do we know what he's offering?
I don't know.
It's a free T-shirt. And if you go to any sporting event and they offer you one, if they shoot a T-shirt out of a cannon, Lucas, you would fight someone
You
for
have
it.
to dive.
100%.
Yeah, you got to dive
Dude,
3
we all
rows for that
would.
thing.
And if they showed me the T-shirt, I wouldn't pay $5 for it.
Exactly.
my
You would
gosh.
pay $1 for it.
That thing would be lucky to make it to the back
But
of
if
your
it's
closet.
coming out of a cannon, we all want it like.
I'll go to jail for that thing.
You know what I'm saying?
It is one of those great
Oh my
psychological
God, dude.
moments. My 2 favorites are when the T-shirt gets fired out of the cannon by a mascot, or road rage. These are the 2 places in life where we will act unlike anything we would ever do anywhere else.
What are you talking about?
Somebody bumps into your cart at the grocery store. What do?
Watch it.
No, you
A-hole.
don't. No, you don't. Everybody's so. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Like, let's move on. Nobody.
Better watch your produce, mister. Lady. Granny.
Imagine. For some reason, though, if you're in the car, not only do you get mad, my favorite is when then you chase the person.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, I didn't get a chance to express my feelings.
In my 4-cylinder
And
Honda
this
Fit.
person's going 82 miles an hour, so now I'm going to go 84 so I can catch up to the person, give them a dirty look, possibly a finger.
Definite finger.
Maybe something flying out the window. Who
Double
knows?
birds.
Maybe we hit the brakes and really get after it. You would not do this in any other aspect of your life solely because...
You never grocery shop with me.
My man, you wouldn't. You would. Some people fight, but not for that. Like, you accidentally got in my way. It's not worthy of losing your mind, but we do. Same thing. That T-shirt that you get for free at work every other month, you wouldn't even work out in that thing. But if it comes flying out of a mascot's air gun, you will absolutely break the leg of the person next to you to acquire it. It's incredible.
I wish that you weren't right, Mark, but I'll take you back to the season-ending San Jose Sharks fan appreciation night, not at the SAP Center, at the Cow Palace, Mark, because as you know,
back in the day,
the Sharks opened up the first, I think, 2 seasons at the Palace, and so they were throwing Frisbees into the crowd, and I might have been a couple deep. I can't recall at this juncture. It was about 30 years ago. Frisbee flies over my head, lands on the concourse behind me, and I see it, and I want this Frisbee. It's free.
Yep.
It was thrown to me by a team employee. I want it.
Yes.
There's a little, 13-year-old who sees the Frisbee at about the same time, and he wants the Frisbee as well. I dive over 2 rows of seats. He and I both get to the Frisbee at the same time. His hand, undersized, against my hand, quietly also undersized.
You had time to look at the man's hands?
He was a kid, Mark. Next thing you know, waka! My Frisbee, Junior. Take that with you back to San Bruno. Yeah, yeah. Scoreboard, little Timmy. Woo!
By the way,
yeah,
you are now publicly feathered if you do acquire something like that at a game and not give it to a kid.
Well, of course.
Now,
Tarred and feathered.
I mean, yeah. You like foul balls, I get it. They're a little bit different, although it is just a baseball. You can go buy one at Big Five for $7. And people are fighting over these things in the stands.
Shout out T&B.
But if you even get one, thank you. Even if you get one, you're not allowed to keep it anymore.
No.
You got to find that kid, or else you get booed. They are saying boo.
Right. 1993, no social media, no in-house video. It was me and little Timmy. And guess what, little Timmy? You took the L. Last night you took an L, and hopefully tomorrow you'll bounce back. I'll never know. I'll never know.
Dude, I was walking through the aisle way at Candlestick Park. This is probably circa, let's call it 1989.
Hum baby.
Hum baby. It's going to be fun. And my favorite player, Will Clark, number 22, he is at the dish, and he launches a foul ball.
Follows me on Twitter, by the way.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Realized that today.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What's up, Will? All right.
Maybe a 4. I laughed out loud.
So
that was good.
He launches a foul ball, and it's one of these where it's like, dude, it's me and the ball. It is tracking me. It is right at me. I'm like, nobody else is even around me. I got this thing.
Did you call fair catch?
I did. I waved everybody off. Right? Couple of arms out. I got it. I got it. But it's also a baseball, and I'm a kid, so I don't have a glove. So I'm going to try to kind of cradle catch it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put the hand straight out like you would with a glove.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to cradle catch this thing, and I mean right before impact. Wham! I am smacked by 2 27-year-olds from both sides.
Oh,
I end up on the ground. I never saw the ball again. I never saw anything again. It just felt like being absolutely broadsided. Pow! Hit the concrete like a ton of bricks. And next thing you know, by the time the dust settled, I looked up. Ball's gone. The people are gone.
Yeah.
It's just me and popcorn grease on the ground.
You know I'm a referee, so I'm going to ask you this.
I got fouled.
I'm going to ask you this in the referee vein. Did you touch the ball before there was contact?
No. I
in
did
that
not
case,
touch the ball.
And hopefully somebody
it was pass
threw the flag.
interference.
That's 15-yard kick catch interference.
It was, yes. It was kid pass interference.
Are you? But that's fine. You're old enough. If
Nobody
you're
handed me the
at
ball.
the stick, you're old enough to
I know.
know
I'm making
better.
it sound like I was 6. I was like,
Totally. You need to
89.
widen out the
89.
stance.
I was 14.
I had the same one at the stick, although mine was a loose ball. That ball was loose, and I was the first one down for it, and 6 other kids came on top, and a couple of black guys and a skinned elbow later, I didn't have the ball. But it was not my beloved Will Clark. I think it was a Mike Ivy flare.
Well, whatever it is.
Who cares?
I caught some Mike Benjamin batting practice home runs a couple of weeks later. It didn't make it better.
Didn't cut the same way.
Anyway, all of this being managed by the great Humm baby, Roger Craig.
Yeah,
May he
man.
rest in peace, who passed away. We got the news yesterday. I don't know when it was over the weekend that he took his last breath, but my God, it hit me in a way. For those of you who are old enough to remember Giants baseball at that time, I mean, for a kid born in the 70s, that was the establishment of the Giants being just okay. like they were terrible. They were all kinds of Johnny LeMaster.
Oh, yeah.
Until here comes the Humm baby. And just his way, his players, the fact that the Giants started winning, and those commercials. Humm baby. Humm baby. Let's do it again. Those were, that's the soundtrack of my early teen years. And Roger Craig, who, I never met the man, but by everybody in the organization standards, an incredibly nice man, very well respected by those players back in the day, Will Clark, Kevin Mitchell, Jeffrey Leonard, Robbie Thompson, all of those guys. Rest in peace to a legend, Roger Craig.
And a throwback to a different era in baseball where it felt like one single individual could turn around the fortunes of a team in that fashion just by saying the things that he said about playing baseball the right way and, getting after things with that enthusiasm. And what those Giants teams were, for me, my high school senior year, my first year of college, those are the games we went to all the time.
Yep.
And so we love those teams.
Sponsored by Cars.com, and that was organic. We meant to take a lot of those Warriors calls, and we will. Coming up next, Steve Kerr's remarks that certainly sound like he's saying there's some pouting on the bench based on minutes, likely Poole and Kuminga. We continue that on Willard and Dibs.
I'll go to jail for that thing.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added.
So we got sausage flying different places.
I got a grease stain on my shorts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Suggestive radio.
But true.
Both of them.
Granny not
both
lying.
Statements were true. We do not any longer have sausage flying everywhere I consumed it.
And I may or may not still have the stain on my shorts.
Yeah.
I'm working through it. I've tried a multitude of agents. Up next is 409.
Told you, Simple Green. Get the
I don't
Simple
have
Green.
any, Mark.
So get some on the way home.
I'm trying to eradicate. I'm looking for an eradication sensation here before I get home.
You just got to smack it up, flip it, and rub it down. And then on the way home, a little Simple Green.
Okay, I'm not stopping to buy Simple Green on the drive home.
Why?
Why aren't you home yet?
Yeah,
because I had secret pizza at work.
Oh, come on.
Stained my shorts
Find
and had
a-
to stop to get a stain fighting
Find a
agent.
Target or a drugstore, 6 minutes in, out, get the Simple Green. Right. And then when you get there, you tell her, say, hey, this is going to help Maya's blowouts.
Or Mila. Whatever.
Mila, what did I
you called her Maya.
Maya. I left a letter out. Damn
It's
it.
like
I
me
hate
calling your kid Gabe.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever.
Gabe and
close
Jules.
enough. Yeah.
And Bella.
With
Be better at your
Gabe,
job.
Jules, and Bella.
All you got to do is if one letter or less wrong every time you name the other person's kid.
And your girlfriend, the lovely Christine.
Exactly. Who may or may not be listening right now.
You know she is.
Yeah, she's mad at me. Anyway.
My fault.
It was totally my fault.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
888-957-9570 is the number. All right, let's go. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Coach, what the heck are you doing?
Hey, guys, just got finished washing and shining my bright red Camaro.
Damn. Flex.
Damn.
That's a car wash flex.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, man, I'm retired and I like the bling,
Yeah, you do. What do you got, Coach?
So, what I want to say is that, first of all, talking about Kuminga and Moody, where I think Kerr's making an excuse for poor coaching. He asked these guys to sit for 2 years, not 1, 2 years. And sometimes, as you both know, in basketball, sometimes you need to play your better athletes. Sometimes, can we have somebody that can jump higher, that can jump, with the Lakers? Somebody that got some size, somebody that got some speed. Sometimes, play number one is not going to work, so you got to improvise on that. Kerr, it will probably be the first one to admit he did a poor coaching job this year. And Joe Lacob, he's really upset that Kerr hadn't infused the younger players about that also. So I think Kerr is just trying to save his own butt. And you know what? No one is excusing Ja Morant for being young. A 14-year-old know that was dumb and stupid what Ja Morant did. So no one is using his age as an excuse for what he's done.
Hey, Coach. Coach, I got to follow up.
Hello.
You said Steve Kerr would either be the first to say or openly admit, I forget the exact way you said it, but that he would tell you he did a terrible coaching job this year. You believe that?
Oh, you know what? I would love to hear him say that because that would be big of him to say that because it wasn't Kuminga and Moody who was getting down 10, 12 points in the first quarter half the games this year for the Warriors. It wasn't the young guys.
But that's not relevant to the conversation, in my opinion, Coach. I don't think Steve Kerr will tell you that he did a poor coaching job this year. I don't think he thinks that he did. And we could debate that all day long. There's always things going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. But again, just to reboot this, for those who have just joined us here within the last 20 minutes, Draymond Green Show, take a listen to what Steve Kerr said after watching the Heat.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team. is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
That sound like somebody who thinks he did a poor job this year?
No, but I wonder.
Sound like that to me.
I wonder if he looks at the totality of the job that he did, he would probably look at it and say, I didn't do a good job this year. I think coach is right in that term, but Steve Kerr is always going to take more blame than he is allocated, I think, because that's his nature.
But
and
would he
everybody,
mean it? But would he mean
I think
it?
he would mean it.
You do?
I do. And everybody didn't do a good enough job because you didn't make it as far as you probably should have. Now, is it because the young players didn't develop? Is it because you didn't do enough at the start of the year to foster an environment of chemistry? Is it because the young players pouted? Is it because the veterans didn't play well enough? Or is it all of the above? I think it's all of those things in totality.
Yeah, listen, whenever there's something going on, there's plenty of responsibility, accountability to go around. I don't think there's anybody on the older side of this roster that can just go, well, I didn't do anything. I mean, Draymond Green literally punched the guy. He punched the guy. Okay, Klay Thompson, if you want to just even look at on-court performance or holding up four fingers at times, that was very odd, right? I don't know what Steph did wrong, but you know what I mean? Like, there's always, you're the leaders of the team. So if it doesn't go well, there's accountability in that. So I'll agree with you to that extent. But what he's saying right there, that does not sound to me like he's like, yeah, we did a poor job of raising these guys up. That does not sound like that. That sounds to me like somebody who's like, despite our best efforts, these dudes won't buy in. They will not buy in to a culture that has been proven correct through the years. I think that's what really rubs guys the wrong way, is you've got a culture there that has been proven effective, proven iconic. So when young players come in, no matter how talented, when they buck that system, that lands very poorly. That is very, very hard to get veterans to go, okay, young rook or young fella, come on in here. We're going to keep you under our wing here, and we love you, even though your platform is you should play more and we should play less. And you know what you're doing, and we don't know.
And that's against the backdrop of what we're all seeing, which is Miami. And if you look at Miami, you've got a 19-year veteran in Udonis Haslem who is almost 43 years old. He'll be 43 on Friday, by the way. Udonis Haslem. I know he's not playing a lot, but he's there. Kevin Love, he played a little bit early on in these playoffs, and now he's not playing. You've got Kyle Lowry, a 16-year veteran, doing his bit, his role, and then all those undrafted youngsters who are older than our guys with the Golden State Warriors, but they're doing what, Mark? They're playing their role. And even when they aren't playing, they aren't being lost. They're not pouting. They're not sulking. And so I think that's what Steve was saying in light of what we saw last night, which was Miami beat Denver? How? Miami's got Jimmy Butler and a bunch of guys I've never really heard of, and yet they're now in control of the NBA Finals?
I don't know. I mean, just like you've been a parent 3 times. I've been a parent 3 times. And I'm not even saying that parents always know. Thank you. Always know exactly what they're doing. I think we most days go to bed feeling like we don't know what we're doing. However, how do you like it when the kid shows up over your shoulder while you're cooking dinner and goes, that's not the way you cook dinner. I know how to cook dinner. Well, you never cooked a thing in your life. The hell are you talking about? You know how to cook dinner. No, I know how to cook. Oh, I bet you think you know how to cook. You know how to cook? Okay, show me. Show me how to cook dinner. And next thing you know, the fire department is there. That's the Warriors this year, in my opinion. That's what this looks like. These guys look to me like people who feel they're being told, I know how to do it better, by somebody who has not done it better, by somebody who's never done it before. That's the rub. That's the rub with the young guys.
Right, and that's going to be impossible to fix unless the young guys have the ability to take a step back and realize, the error of their ways, for lack of a better way to describe it, and to be able to come in and change their ways and buy into what the team structure is going to be. Because if Draymond comes back, and looking at that podcast, and I was thinking about this on the drive in when we had our show call, Draymond would not have had Steve on. Steve would not have come on with Draymond Green if they both didn't feel like this thing is going to go forward and have a future. That didn't feel like hey, Steve, let's have you on one last time before I opt out and go play elsewhere. That felt to me like Draymond and Steve talking about what's going to happen in the future when they're together with the Golden State Warriors.
Draymond's coming back.
Right.
I'm gonna but
how? And in what structure, I guess, is the question.
With a new deal.
Is Steve coming back with a new deal? Because that, to me, has to be the next piece of it.
Not necessarily.
You don't want him to coach on a one-year deal.
You don't want him to.
Unless he comes out in July and says, I'm just going to do a one-year deal, and I'll decide at the end of the year, and don't ask me about it again.
Bob just did it.
But Bob's not having to face the media every single day.
A lot.
Steve does.
A lot.
Not as much as that,
Not as
though.
much.
It's not even close to the same.
Not as much, but he did it.
And Bob did it voluntarily because Bob's good at it.
Well, and
so is Steve.
And because he was leaving. But, I mean, Bob tried to answer that question at least 5 times on this station alone. And he handled it. So you can do it. I get what you're saying. It's not good. But if you're Steve Kerr, if you're going to do it, be a guy that's been there. He's been doing it for a long, long time. And in theory, you can handle it. JJ in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, JJ, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I'm on my way home from work. Well, first of all, you guys are doing a great job, great show, but I'm not liking how you guys are backing up Kerr right now or maybe more of Markey backing up Kerr right now because everybody knows this is Steve Kerr's worst year as a head coach.
Everybody knows, right?
I didn't like that.
Everybody knows?
Knows that. Everybody knows.
Not everybody, because I'm right here, JJ.
Because let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you right now. Steve Kerr is a great coach, Hall of Fame coach. And he's the first to tell you that he's been very fortunate with the team that he's had. He's Steph and Klay are even-keeled guys, and they're all-time legendary great. Most guys aren't like that. And now all of a sudden he's got some hot shots, and he wants to try to discipline them in a certain way. Meanwhile, if you look at the history of the Warriors, they have a history of just enabling players as long as they win. What do you think is going to happen when you get your young hotshot there? And I look at the Warriors kind of like how I look at I follow the team. I love the team. Obviously I watch them every single day. I almost make it seem like they're a part of my life. Where the pandemic rebuild, they didn't necessarily rebuild, but they definitely had a restructure. And Jordan Poole was at the beginning of that, the center of that, and he actually was a product of the restructure. And yet, they're worried about his attitude. Meanwhile, the OG attitude, you got a whole bunch of different kinds of OG attitudes. One guy is a firecracker. One guy is a kind of like a laid-back hippie who misses practice historically. Klay Thompson, historically legendary, missed the practice, and then he dropped the 60. That's all enabled by the culture, unfortunately.
Okay, so JJ, now I'm going to answer, and I'd like you to explain to me the culture in American corporate society where when you win, when you are effective, when you are amazing at what you do, you are not enabled. You don't think that happens with every team? You don't think Aaron Donald took a helmet and swung it at another human being at practice, and the Rams collectively walked to a podium and went, it's our practice. We'll handle this. When you're amazing at what you do in professional sports, Dibs and I have talked about this all the time. This idea that everybody gets treated the same, I don't know who came up with it. I don't know who's out there trumpeting it. Life doesn't work that way. Not in any family, not in any business, not in any school, not in anywhere. It's just life. If you are amazing at what you do, if you have credibility and a resume built up, you get slack. Now, please do not take that to mean that that's the right decision perfectly every time, every step of the way. Draymond punches somebody and we all walk away. That's not what I'm saying. But the idea that when you've earned a little slack, you shouldn't get it, I just think is crazy. I think it's nuts. And so you can move on with your evening knowing that everyone in the world except for me thinks that Steve Kerr had his worst year ever. I'm here to say I think there's about 12 billion things that happen behind the scenes that we know nothing about. And people who I respect and who have achieved a lot in this business are trying different ways to tell us what's going on, and a lot of us aren't listening. Bob Myers is trying to tell you something's going on. Steve Kerr is trying to tell you something's going on. Draymond, in the clunkiest way possible, is trying to tell you that something's going on, and so are Steph and Klay. And these are 5 people who have earned a damn voice. And for some reason, many Warriors fans have decided, but Poole and Kuminga, what about them? What about them? What about the 20 and the 23-year-olds suggests that just because they're here and you're excited about them, that they are automatically right?
Not automatically right, but I think that you need to, and you can do whatever you want, Mark, but I think that the sentiment is that there should be a belief or a possibility allowed that the coaches and the front office didn't do enough to help them be the best players that they could be. Whether or not it's Jordan Poole and basically being summarily dismissed in terms of what happened between he and Draymond Green, I don't think that Jordan Poole has ever spoken to how he felt about the way that was handled. I don't know if he ever will speak about the way that was handled. I know how I would feel if I was punched in that fashion by a teammate, by a mentor, by somebody who ostensibly was his brother on the team, and he was not rebuked at all, either formally or informally. He had to take a couple of days away, but he was back for ring night, and we all were supposed to move on and on to Cincinnati. I know how I would feel. Jonathan Kuminga is a different situation in terms of his arc this season, whether or not he felt like he should have gotten to play more or should have played more or whatever he felt like. I don't know why he got to that spot. Why this year, of all the years, did you have young players feel some kind of way? After previous years, you never had this as an issue.
Right. That's kind of one of the things I keep looking at. I'm not sitting here saying I do know what's going on behind the scenes.
None of us do.
Why these personalities didn't mesh. I have no idea. But it feels to me like a lot of people are pinning this on people we know, people we've watched operate for a long time.
But I don't think you can pin it on Kuminga and Poole either.
It needs to be pinned, right? So
it could be on all parties.
Well, I just said that accountability there's some accountability that goes to everybody,
right?
In almost all situations. It's just like the draft. How did Bob Myers pick that guy? We didn't pick him alone. Nobody's doing this by themselves. So there's plenty of accountability to go around. I agree with you completely. But I guess my point is, for 10 years, we've watched people act a certain way. And then new people come in, and we have a new experience, and we're blaming it on the people who we've watched act for 10 years and never act this way before. That's to me, that's a clue. It doesn't mean I know, but it's a clue. We've never watched Steph, Klay, and Dre have this reaction to young players before. We've never done that.
But what young players have they really had of this ilk?
Not of this ilk. That's fair. Jordan Poole, not of this ilk.
Yeah, James Wiseman drafted higher than any player has been drafted since, Joe Smith? For crying out loud. Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
But like Kevon Looney was a young drafted player at once upon a time with these guys. It's not like they...
Right, but he was totally different. He was immediately shoehorned as either a non-factor or a role player.
Why?
Jordan, because of the way he got hurt.
Well...
He was injured, and then even when he was healthy, he was never a threat to anybody. Jordan Poole is a threat.
He shouldn't be.
Well, he is.
Why?
Because
that's
money time.
Well, that's on Jordan then.
Well, it's on the organization for giving him a bag before they needed to give him a bag.
And
that's why he became a threat.
And you can make that point, but
I think Jordan Poole was a threat to Draymond Green because Jordan Poole immediately, when he got that bag, was making more money than Draymond Green.
Yeah, but he's yelling money time, well before he got that bag. He was yelling money time because he wanted the bag.
And he got the bag.
Right, but that's the whole point. If I'm Jordan Poole, why am I coming at this group like I'm a threat? I wouldn't come in like I'm a threat. Watch the way Casey Schmidt walks into a Giants dugout, and the second he strikes out, he can't wait to go find Brandon Crawford so he could just stand next to him.
Well, let's see.
Why?
Let's see 5 years from now when he's about to get that bag.
Brandon
It's different in
Crawford-
baseball
Brandon
because
Crawford's gonna
Casey
be-
Schmidt is 5 years away from being 5 years away.
Maybe, and that's
Because in baseball, you got no recourse.
But go to any comp you want, right? Go to the 49ers young players coming in. Look what's happened to Trey Lance. He has handled it like an absolute seasoned professional.
Look at Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
He was a guy who didn't handle it like a seasoned professional, according to many sources.
Except for when he got challenged, then he did.
Right.
Jordan, I am guessing, has been challenged repeatedly, and he won't adjust, which is why guys are getting so frustrated.
Well, when he got challenged, how did he get challenged? With a fist in the face,
but
Mark.
Dibs, that's not the first time.
No, but that's the most dramatic time,
Of
and
course
so
it
he
is.
gets challenged
And that's
by
what-
Draymond Green. And how does he respond?
And that's, again, please do not pin me in a spot where I'm
not
supporting
pinning you, and
punching
I'm not
someone.
saying that you're supporting that. All I'm saying is,
point
in terms of Jordan Poole getting challenged.
But that's what muddied the whole thing up. That's the problem. If you're just going to challenge people and people are going to be frustrated and frustrated and frustrated, it's just like the example you gave me with my sons.
Yeah.
If then someone goes over the top and now they're misbehaving, well, now who's got the power? And I think that's what the guys meant all year by losing their voice.
Right.
It's like now nobody's got the power because you're all misbehaving and a season goes awry. I really like that.
But why did it go awry?
For many, many reasons.
And I think that's where, going all the way back to JJ's point, saying what he said about Steve Kerr, that is where I think that the coaches and the front office, they all failed the entire team because they allowed that incident to just stand without any real retribution. So
totally fair
if I'm
point.
Jordan Poole and I'm maybe out of pocket with my words, with my ego, with my hubris, with my money time and all the rest of it, and I get checked in a way that is way over the line.
Totally.
And I know you agree with that, and I don't ever want to put you in a position where you think that I'm saying that you approve of that, because I know you don't. Nobody approves of that. But when that happens, and it's like, we're on to Cincinnati.
Right.
How can you expect Jordan Poole to act any other way?
Okay, but then you come in heavy with the punishment on Draymond Green, and now you have handed all the power to Jordan Poole, and I don't think the organization wanted that.
I think there was a middle ground.
Yeah, I agree.
Other than, we'll see you at ring night.
I agree. Lucas, what do you got?
I have a question, and it's one way, I think, to frame this, because I think there are Warriors fans who side on both sides of this, and it goes back to what Kerr was talking about. Do you think the young Warriors failed Steve Kerr more, or do you think Steve Kerr failed the young Warriors more in not developing them as the season went on?
Interesting question. Let's answer that here in just a sec. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, plenty more of your phone calls, and you can answer that question too. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
The one and only Live 105 is back. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Where'd Lucas go? He's got to re-ask his question. Hasn't he ever worked in radio before? You got to reset, brother. You can't just...
He had to turn on the YouTube. He had to get us back up on the tube.
Hand up, my bad.
5,200 new listeners from 6 minutes ago.
Yep, you're welcome.
When you, yeah, exactly. Compelling stuff.
And I wasn't listening the first time, so if you could say it slowly.
I'm never listening the first time.
I got a stain on my shorts, Mark. I'm trying to work through it.
I tell you what, how often have you done this? And you know,
Too often. These are new shorts. These aren't cheap.
We're heading into graduation week for a lot of people. You're going to be at parties. You're going to be introduced to new people. How many times do you need to be introduced to someone before you remember the name?
7.
Okay.
Don't laugh. 7's the number, Lucas.
It's okay.
It's totally true. It's totally true. I'm telling you, man, out at that golf tournament for Abe just yesterday, like parents of the other kids that he's one of them I walked with a lot, and I totally remember that name.
Jim.
No, it was Tanya. It was Tanya.
Yeah,
it was Tanya.
Yeah, it was.
No, stop. His good buddy's mom, Tanya, and so that was. But then, like with about 5 holes to go, here comes another kid's parents. And he comes over and introduces and everything. And I'm like, I think I even got a second. Okay, what was the name again? And then a hole later, I'm like,
who are you?
It could be Bill, Sam, Tom, Wembenyama. I got no clue what your name is.
That's awful.
Lucas, that's your name, right?
Yeah, no, I go by Wemby now.
Okay. What's the question, Wemby? What's the question?
So we're talking about Steve Kerr, obviously, and the young guys and the dynamic there. The question that I've seen brought up, we tweeted about what you had to say about Steve Kerr and his comments. A lot of Warrior fans think that it's not just the young players failing Steve Kerr, it's Steve Kerr failing the young players and how he failed to develop them. How would you side on that? Whether it's the young guys not being ready, not fixing their attitude, having the right attitude to come in, even though they haven't played in the last week, to come in and impact the game, or is it the other side?
It's a tough question to answer without being there and watching things.
It's a good question. It's also a stupid question.
That's a great question.
No, it's the stupidest question ever, is what it is. But no, here's why I would lean in the direction of the young players failed the Warriors rather than the Warriors and Steve Kerr failed the young players, because what we're talking about with these latest comments are attitudinal issues. That's different to me. If it were basketball, like for instance, to me, James Wiseman is more of a failure by the Warriors structure than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole this is one of the things that's great. When have they developed a young player? Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole went from G League to $130 million late first round.
He led the team in scoring last year, Mark.
That's called player, sort of. I know he had the most points.
Not
per game.
He led the team in scoring. If the goal is to score points, no Golden State Warriors scored more points last year than Jordan Poole.
He led the team in
Facts.
points. He led the team in points.
Points scored.
Right.
Which is also known as scoring.
No, it's not.
Points a game.
No, scoring.
Is it his fault that he played all 82?
Yes.
And old what's-his-face could only manage to play 56?
Totally his fault. Now, if we're just talking about basketball, then I would look to the developmental structure with a team. If we're talking about attitude, and it has the appearance that the coaching and the leadership and the begging and the pleading has all happened, and it's still not there. That's on the player. I give you, for me, one of the most concerning moments of the whole year is Jordan scores 0 in a playoff game, finds the locker room, and speaks about lack of opportunity. I don't know what to do with that. And I don't know how to blame anybody but Jordan.
Well, he only played 10 minutes, so he didn't have a lot of opportunity in that game.
Right.
It's a fact.
Right.
I mean,
and what did he do with the opportunities he did have?
In that game?
Yeah.
0 of 4 and 0 of 2 from 3.
Yeah.
And he was only a -6, and the team lost by 3.
How about most of the other games surrounding that game?
Well, he had 5 points in the previous game, and he had 6 the game before that. And I'm not going to defend Jordan Poole because I vehemently believe that Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga are not to blame. I have it slightly the other way, though, in terms of the development of the players, because I look at Jonathan Kuminga as an example, and Jonathan Kuminga was not utilized very much, and then he was utilized a ton, and then he wasn't used at all. And is it because he wasn't ready to contribute in that spot? Okay, I'll believe that. But why was Jonathan Kuminga not ready to be a contributor in the series against the Lakers at all? Why was he not in a better place? Was it because he, the individual, didn't work hard enough? Or is it because the team didn't develop him well enough? I think that there's equal parts in both of that. The Jordan Poole one, I think, is a little bit more nuanced because you mentioned it. Jordan Poole has been a great player. The guy averaged 20 points a game in the regular season. That's not easy to do in the association. Yet, you got into a Lakers series, and I was only saying what I was saying there to make light of the reality when he had 0 points, because you go from averaging 20 points a game and you went 6-5-0, 11-7 over the course of the last 5 games in that series. That's 29 points in 5 games. Yeah. That is 6 points a game. That's not good enough, Mark.
For so many fans, the further we get away from these games, you're all forgetting what it was like to watch Jordan Poole play basketball.
It was frustrating.
Stop being disingenuous. It was terrible. It made you want to yank your head from your hair from your head. It made you want to throw things. It made you tweet. It made you text. It made you. I watched it. I did it. We all experienced this together. Don't be disingenuous.
13 for 43 in the final 5 games.
Come on.
In the series.
Come on. Lack of opportunity.
Come on, people.
Only 10 minutes, Mark.
GTFOH with lack of opportunity. You just said, didn't he lead the team in points this year? I heard.
Yeah, he did. Led the team in scoring.
Sounds like he had a lot of opportunities
during the regular season.
Yeah.
And then you got into the playoffs. And I'm not going to defend the lack of opportunity quote because I think that was a misguided comment from a frustrated player. I want to go back to what Lucas said in terms of where do you lay blame? Because I think that it might be 50-50 in terms of the split. Because as a coaching staff, when you know you have a young core, you've got Moody, you've got Kuminga, you've got Wiseman, and you've got Poole, all under the age of 24. And I'll even throw in PBJ and Ryan Rollins because they're also young players as well. When you know that your core is going to be a bunch of veterans, and then your fringe guys are going to be 23 and under, you've got to coach in a certain way to really bend over backwards to make them either be a part of it or not be a part of it.
That's an interesting comment.
And I think that they, the coaching staff...
Bend over backwards for the young guys?
You're going to need them, Mark. That's the point.
Well, sure.
This is not like these guys are going to be players 10 through 15 and you don't need any of them. You knew you were going to need Jordan Poole, and his season started with a fist in his face.
But you need him to be a certain way also. You need him. You need everybody to buy in.
But you didn't. Jordan Poole never got to that point where he became the player that you needed him to be. Now, is that Jordan's fault? Absolutely. How much of that falls on the veterans in the team and also the coaching staff? I do think some of it falls on them as well.
Sure. I mean, do you think Jordan Poole's bought in? You think he bought in?
To what?
To the Warriors.
To the Warriors, to the way the Warriors want him to play?
You could say this any way you want.
You know what he's bought into?
Now, do you think that Jordan is bought in to the Warriors?
He's bought into the fact that he is a 9-figure NBA player.
That's not the Warriors. And
the answer would be no, Mark. The answer is no. Okay. He's not bought into the Warriors.
Well, then he got to go.
Well, then why did you pay him? Did you pay him thinking that he would get bought in?
Well, remember.
Or did you pay him because you felt bad about the way his training camp started?
Remember. Well, no, I don't think it was that. Remember, if you don't pay him, you can't trade him. You're going to get nothing for him. You're going to get nothing for him.
You could sign and trade him.
You could, but that gets out of your hands a little bit. That gets out of your control. Right now, if they don't sign him, Jordan Poole is a restricted free agent. That means, and again, that's without knowing how he was going to play this year. For all they would know at that time, price would only go up if you let him play another year. The price normally goes up with an ascending player. And now, other teams who will want poison pills and everything else, They set the market for Jordan Poole, and then you're stuck paying him A, either even more, or B, letting him go for nothing. Those are your options likely if you don't pay him when they paid him. So
you paid him when you paid him.
I understand where they were coming
and
from.
That led to a player who played as if he had arrived. He played as if he was paid in full. He played as if he was playing for himself in many ways.
Jordan. That's right.
I didn't feel like he was bought into the Warriors' way, even though he was paid in full. But how could you expect him to be bought into what the Warriors were trying to do when his season started the way it started?
Well, I guess I would answer that by saying this is not his first season. He should have already bought into the Warriors well before it. Now, yes, did the beginning of the season send this totally off the rails? Absolutely. Is that his fault? Not even a little bit. So I'm with you on all that.
Yeah.
But how many people who are insiders have we had on this show and we ask them, hey, does Jordan want to be a Warrior? And they're like, I don't know. Well, you got to go.
If you were Jordan, would you want to be a Warrior?
I certainly would have. I would have.
Right now, you're Jordan Poole, and you've got $138 million waiting for you, no matter what. And your choice is return to this team with that teammate, or go somewhere else, save money, fresh start.
I'd probably want to go. I'd probably want to go.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The truth is on 101
Finally.
North, right?
Been waiting for the
I've been
truth.
waiting for somebody to call up and call themselves the false. But anyway, go ahead, Truth.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to add some context and perspective. There's a lot of moving parts to this. And you said people don't know. Some people do know. They're around some of these people socially on a personal level as well as in professional circles. And there's a lot, I think, that more people do know. And I just, bear with me, I'll be as concise as possible. A few moving parts, like I said. There's poison in the well, and it's one singular entity. It's not young guys. There's only one personality type that's distinctly different than the rest of them. Just off top, Jonathan Kuminga holds no weight or gravity in that room. How he speaks or behaves doesn't impact or affect the vibe really at all. Also, just this Warriors demise is just so over-talked and overhyped right now. People need to realize, winning rings is very, very hard. And I think what Steve Kerr was really saying is we always point to health and how you need health and depth. And but the other part is you have to have the right vibe. And the vibe was very off, but the depth was fine. If you look at these teams that are still around and how many minutes these players are playing, the Warriors had plenty of depth. So it was the vibe that was the issue. So there's an important timeline with this, and I want to start going back to the end of last season, and then I'll look backwards. The vibe was outstanding for the Warriors all the way through their trip overseas. Everything was going great, but something started to build. And then let me go back now. You said something, Dave, that was important. Draymond Green just had on Steve Kerr. This is unprecedented of what somebody's talking about, an active player and an active coach in all of this context, and here's sharing that sort of information. Draymond Green's not going anywhere. Steve Kerr's not going anywhere. That does not happen. And Draymond Green is not just a player. Draymond Green is an extension of the coaching staff. And everyone in that locker room and organization knows that. And then you go back to another anchor point. Jordan Poole's body language and behavior during the playoffs when he was being asked to make adjustments and corrections to star players, to coaches, it was nuts to watch. Then you also have Steve Kerr on your own radio station throughout the year when people were pressing him about, hey, Jordan Poole's defense is plus minus. Like, there's viral tapes going around. Like, it's 5-on-4 when he's out there. Like, he might have given away 8, 10, 12 games with his defense. And he gently said, well, we do talk about this. He let them know we're trying to hold him accountable. We're trying to have him make defensive adjustments. Didn't happen. Then you go back to the actual punch. And if you actually start digging around, or you guys want to talk to insiders, the punch was not because of Draymond Green feeling disrespected. Draymond Green felt Jordan Poole was disrespecting the coaching staff, Ron Adams, Steve Kerr, etc., and that's not happening. And then where the vibe really got messed up, this punch gets leaked, right? And then the Warriors have a responsibility to make Jordan Poole still feel welcome, because that's not cool. We all know. Draymond stepped way over a line. You can't punch somebody. You can't do that. So they all had Jordan Poole's back. Oh, Jordan hasn't been talking bad, Jordan that. But it was not true and authentic.
Jordan Poole has made the whole team uncomfortable, and now put a bow on this whole thing. The problem is they did have to sign Jordan Poole, and they did it because there were no other option. But he's made himself untradeable, and the irony of now the whole situation is for him to be tradable is you're going to have to package him with Kuminga and Moody and draft picks, or nobody's going to want to take that contract on because you're looking at a player who just broke the NBA record for the lowest three-point percentage shooting for the amount of attempts per game that he took, who was also notoriously a terrible, if not the worst perimeter defender in the NBA. And if you start looking at his plus minus in I forget the actual metric, and I'll leave it there. Jordan Poole just had one of the worst seasons in the history of the NBA for somebody who still is filling up stat lines. So this is not a young player problem. This is a one entity problem of somebody who has not fit the way the rest of these guys think, and they just have professional decorum to not completely throw him under the bus like that. But I cannot see there's any way he's coming back unless he's truly, truly untradeable. So, anyway,
thank you, Truth.
I think there is a ton of.
We should have reset that call in the middle. That was good.
I was just going to say that I think that there was a lot of truth to what he just said.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
But what he also said, it made it sound like he thought that he was saying stuff that was very, very different than what many of us have been speculating or reporting or saying or anything in between all along. There's some intricacies there that I think are new, and it sounds like maybe he knows someone who knows someone.
He
whatever.
knows the truth. That's all, Mark.
There it is.
Yeah.
But I think that's what we've been saying the whole time, is it not? Whether there's a good reason, I don't think there can be. There's no good reason for what Draymond did. But every other thing that has happened with the Warriors before then and since then suggests that while nobody supports the punch, also nobody supports Jordan Poole. That was obvious all year long. It was obvious. So sure, what led to that? Whether it was what people, it's money, it's young people versus old people.
Decorum is what Truth was saying.
Disrespect of the coaching staff. Yeah. It can be any reason that you want it to be.
Don't be disrespectful.
I don't know how you watch all that we've watched and listen to all we've listened to and come away with the feeling that this Warrior group is comfortable with Jordan Poole. They're not. It's obvious.
Right.
Beyond obvious.
And the bigger issue to me in looking at the season in terms of why it went awry, you had no choice but to play him because you didn't have anything else on the bench. And the year before, you were able to get through Boston in the NBA Finals without really playing Jordan Poole that much because GP2 played great. Wiggins played out of his mind. Otto Porter contributed a little bit. Even JTA was able to step on the floor at times and play pretty well. Moses Moody had a role. This year, you needed Jordan Poole more than you probably would have liked. And Truth, our caller was right in terms of the ethos of the team. It felt off all the way from the beginning of the year. And you said it, Mark, when you have the chef getting mad and throwing his mouthpiece and Klay Thompson showing frustration, this is not something that normally happens with this team. So I bring it back again to me, the biggest question of all, what now? What you mean, what now? Little Pulp Fiction for you right there with Butch. Two things. You got to leave town. Jordan Poole is what it is.
Do you agree with what Truth said? He is untradeable.
You be gone. You stay gone.
I don't agree.
That's my Marcellus Wallace right there.
Oh, Marcellus Wallace. I thought you were going to say Marcellus Wiley.
No, friend of the program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, after he and Butch have the incident with Zed's dead, and Butch comes back and saves the day with a shotgun blast from way downtown, and he says, "What now? What you mean, what now?" And Butch is like, "You and me. What now? Because I kind of was your enemy, and now I just saved your life.
Now we're here.
Two things: you are gone, you be gone, you stay gone."
That is.
I think that's where we are.
That's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to go. I don't think he's untradeable. I'll agree that his value may have gone down.
And I agree with Truth that it's going to take Kuminga and it's going to take the pick. That's fine. Honestly, I've said this all along.
Great.
The Warriors don't want to make that pick.
Yeah,
and I'm not Mike Dunleavy Jr., but I played him in a play one time. They don't want to pick anybody because one thing we know about this Warrior team, Mark, they don't like young players. They don't love the young people. So if they take somebody at 19,
because they're trying to win.
Exactly.
Right now. They're trying to win.
So you pick somebody at 19. Basically, you're saying with the 19th pick, we select nobody because we're not going to play you. That's what they want.
Yep.
So trade the pick.
Mike in Santa Clara is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
What's up, man? Hey, I don't know if you guys remember. I actually was playing at the Villages last Friday. Broke my 82, Willard.
Atta babe, good for you. Oh, I do remember now. You were just on your way out to the first tee. What'd you shoot?
I was like a half hour out. Yeah. I called you guys in and everything. So yeah, I ended up hitting 80, but I got to get two more times before I can actually say I averaged out.
Why didn't you make the putt for 79 on 18, Mike? What the hell are you doing?
Well, I sucked on my driver.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, be better, Mike. All right, what do you got?
Exactly, it was a driver. It was a driver. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I was, to Truth's point, and I completely agree with him. But I want to say though that, man, Jordan Poole has just been a catalyst on the team. My original call for it was to actually want to make a trade with Poole and Kuminga involved for a superstar player. But also, and I know we kind of got into it as I was listening to you guys, I had that first round pick and just include that into a superstar player. But at the same time, it just, I think one of the biggest things, and I'm going back to Poole for a sec, is only because of the fact, I think it was game 4 against the Lakers. And it was a off-screen video where Poole ended up just completely just offing off like Draymond, and Steph had to step over it to him. So it actually just shows what kind of leadership Steph has, but also the, if you want to say the camaraderie between him, Klay, and Steph, because it just shows that Steph is going to have Draymond's back at the same time, and it's only because we know what Draymond can do, and so I feel that losing Draymond is going to be a bad thing in this case. We need to keep Draymond, but we still need to get that backup role, if not a number 5, to actually go into the starting role outside of Draymond and be able to use Draymond as that 5, as a backup.
Yeah, Mike, congrats on your 80, and you don't have to worry. Draymond's not going anywhere. And do you want to know why they all consistently have each other's backs? It's not so much about all those X's and O's. It's because years ago they bought in. That's what teammates do. And then you have a ton of success with one another, and poof, you always have one another's back, always. And I feel like the old guys feel like they have not been able to get the young guys to buy in, and that's how we got here. You can blame whoever you want for that, but that's how we got here. We're sponsored by Caltrans Stormwater Program. More of your phone calls coming up next. Plus, I heard an interesting debate this morning about Casey Schmidt on the Morning Roast. Farhan weighs in on the forthcoming deadline. We got some of that coming up around the corner as well. Keep going with your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
I don't love the young people.
Let's change this to that by picking up.
tastes good.
In the Bay, partly cloudy, overnight low dipping down to 56.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
As much as some of you seem to want to, no, we didn't lose Steve. He's right here. He's going to be right here. Draymond's going to be right here. And the rest is yet to come. I can't see Jordan Poole being on this team next year, but the points everyone's making about how hard it is to move him are valid as well. So when Bob Myers, for instance, sits up there on the podium last week and goes, boy, I can see a lot of off seasons that were harder than this one, I think is another another statement that's not quite fully factual.
Well, and his off season's going to be chill. I mean,
well, he's talking about the previous.
Yeah,
and yes, I'm sure when Kevin Durant is departing and things like that, it may be more complex than this, but this one is as prickly as it's ever been, and it's not going to be an easy deal to execute by any stretch.
No, but it's a pretty straight line deal in terms of if you want this player no longer on your team, then you will do whatever it takes to get this player off your team, and you'll get a certain amount of talent coming back, but this is no longer Bob Myers' worry. It falls on Mike Dunleavy Jr. if, in fact, he gets the job, as reports have indicated that he's going to, but we haven't heard officially from the Warriors about a press conference being scheduled or an announcement coming, so we'll see which direction they go, because you got the draft in... What is it? 3 weeks from Thursday, I think. It's the 20-something, 22nd, I think, is what it is. So you're dealing with 2.5 weeks left.
Yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks to figure out what you're going to do in advance of the draft. And you would figure that, or I at least would figure that if you made a trade with Jordan Poole, the draft pick would be a part of it.
Maybe not. I think there are a number of ways to do it. Especially as you said, if Kuminga is included. And for those of you just joining us, here's why we're talking about this. Steve Kerr goes on the Draymond Green podcast and says this after watching the Heat get a basketball game.
None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this comment right here explains. Go back to the night when the Warriors were eliminated, and there was a parade to the podium, and all of them were like, "Yeah, this is not a championship team. We weren't a championship team." And I'm sitting there going, "Gosh, that's not going to land well with people. You guys have almost the exact same roster you had last year." And you won the whole thing. Plus, you're telling us all year you got championship aspirations.
Right.
So what do you mean?
I thought it was the Warriors Invitational.
Yeah, well, right? So what do you mean by that? Well, now I think I get it. Now I understand what they mean. Yeah, we never did the things emotionally.
Right.
As a group, we never got everyone on the same page to the point where you're even eligible to win a championship.
Listen to Jimmy Butler after game 2, and I don't know if you have that sound on your board, but I was listening to it earlier today before I came in, and Jimmy Butler was talking about this team and how they handled their business in game 2, and what he said, basically, to paraphrase, was, we've got a team of guys who knows how to play and to win our way. We don't care about Denver. No disrespect, but it's not about Denver. Miami's saying that if we play the way that we know how to play, it's a make-or-miss league, if we make enough of our shots, we're going to win these games. We're going to go in there and do what we do. Basically, he's saying exactly what Steve Kerr said they were lacking, which Miami's telling you, we've got myself, Jimmy Butler, we've got Bam Adebayo, and other than that, we've got a bunch of pieces. We've got 4 undrafted guys who we sprinkle in. We've got a couple of guys in their late 30s who we lean on, and that's about it. Denver's better than us. They've got more talent than us, and they've got home court against us. But we're going to win because we know how to play our game, and we know how to play together.
Let's keep going with all of you at 888-957-9570. Rick in Oakland. Hey, Rick, what are you doing? You on with Willard and Dibs?
Hello?
Yeah, right. Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. Good morning to you, too.
Excellent.
So, I'm feeling like we got a second punch. You know, Draymond punched Jordan, and I think Kerr kind of punched Jordan and Kuminga again. I mean, and what I don't get is that basically the vets got what they wanted. They gave Klay all the minutes. They didn't play Kuminga. They traded Wiseman to get the vet that the other vets wanted to play with. They got what they wanted. They got everything they wanted. So somebody's like moaning in the corner. That's like kind of irrelevant. And they lost. They didn't play well. And now, like, to blame this all on like a minor attitude problem of Kuminga and Poole.
Minor?
This doesn't make sense to me.
Why minor? Why minor, Rick? Does it sound minor to them?
I don't think I don't think that should cost them the game. Like, if Poole's like frustrated because he thinks he can help them win, you don't let him shoot through a slump. Jamal Murray shot terribly sometimes and then went crazy in the fourth quarter. They didn't let him play. So he's frustrated because he thinks he can help the team win. Klay shot them out of the championship.
Yeah.
And they kept on going to him.
I don't know if he shot him out of a championship. He shot him out of a second-round series. I hear that. Nobody's saying that the other players were perfect. I don't think anybody's saying that. But again, you're taking off-the-court problems and you're trying to give on-court solutions. This isn't about, to me, Jordan Poole shooting his way through issues. This is about something that clearly was going on prior to the year even starting and stuck with them all year long. And it was Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga bristling about their role and continuing to do it even after games where they weren't playing well. Like, the bottom line for me is, look, off-the-court stuff happens with every team, as you even referenced, Dibs, an hour ago. David West. Boy, y'all don't even know what was going on behind the scenes. Sure, that's always the case. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But when it gets all the way down to issues like that, roll. I want my shots. I want my minutes. That's a killer. You can't do that. You cannot all be moving in the same direction and have guys doing that, especially after they score 0 points.
Well, especially after they win a championship. And so you would think that coming off a championship year, all those players, the younger players, would be more energized to play their role, knowing how sweet it was, the sweet nectar of success that they all tasted. Yet there's a little bit of the me that comes in, the disease of me, as Pat Riley would call it. And when you come back off a championship, you're all feeling some kind of way about what you did to contribute to the title. And so you're Jordan Poole, and now you want more minutes, and I want to eat. I'm going to get my bag. And then he gets the bag, and you're thinking, okay, I've arrived now. I'm a 9-figure player in the association. It's time for me to get mine. I'm going to shoot when I need to shoot. I'm going to the hoop. I'll fall down if I want to fall down. My defense isn't great, but it doesn't matter because I'm a bucket waiting to happen. I lead the team in scoring in terms of total points. I'm Jordan Poole. And then you get to the playoffs, and it's, sorry, Jordan, you got to sit down because you can't play defense and you're a liability. That's an ego blow.
But they didn't sit him down until he was playing poorly.
Right.
I want to make.
But Klay played poorly, and he didn't have to sit down.
But he's Klay.
But again, I'm saying this is Jordan Poole in terms of Jordan's looking at it and going, and Klay was way worse at times.
Well, hold on. See, now again,
I'm playing the role of Jordan Poole.
But that wasn't the case until the end. Klay Thompson was not great, but we already went through the Sacramento series. He was a lot more good than he was bad. Then he got to the Lakers series, and it got bad fast, and then it ended even worse. But The idea that Klay and Jordan Poole had similar postseasons, I personally reject. I reject that. That's the way it ended. And so it's the
Klay
last.
got more opportunity, for sure, to be bad as we talk opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, he's a starter. He's Klay.
No, I know. I'm just saying in terms of the way Jordan Poole might look at it.
Right, but if Jordan had played like Klay played in the Sacramento series, then he probably would have gotten more run. He arrived in the Lakers series and had his best game, by the way, in game 1.
Yeah.
But he arrived in the Lakers series with some hits already there. He had a poor playoff run. He was not good against Sacramento. He had one good game.
Yeah. One good game out of the 7.
I mean,
4 of 10, 1 of 7, 4 of 13, 8 of 15 in a game 4 win. Jordan Poole with 22 points.
Yeah,
he was great.
He was good.
And then 4 of 12, 2 of 11, 3 of 9. But remember, game 1 against the Lakers, he was terrific. He hit the 6 threes. He had 21. And then he comes out in game 2 and he's not as good. And even though the Warriors win comfortably, he doesn't get an opportunity other than a lot of garbage time.
Yep. But again, you can't make the case that coming into the Lakers series, those two were on equal footing. Like, they're both playing bad and Klay's getting run. Klay was way better in the Sacramento series than Jordan
I'm not
Poole
saying
was.
this from my own neutral eye, but I'm saying if you're Jordan Poole, you could look at it and be frustrated.
Well, you can be
not
frustrated.
rightfully. He's a young player.
Everybody's allowed to be frustrated. It's how you handle your frustration.
Right.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what everybody's looking at. And they're always frustrated. Hell, you lose a basketball game, they're all frustrated. Let's go to also true. This is more of the truth.
I love it. A lot of truth today.
And also on 101. Hi, also true. What are you doing?
Yo, you guys are great, man. I always love listening. I want to chime in on the pool conversation. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Excellent, yeah. And I guess I kind of want to start off just by talking about what it means to be a warrior. Like, I like to play with archetypes and the actual meanings of things. And, we could do a whole segment on what it means to be a warrior or a king or God forbid, a nugget. But, part of what it means for us to all be warriors is, we care about each other. We're here for the team. We're here about getting across the finish line together. We watch out for the earth and the elders and all that. And you listen to Steve Kerr talk, and there's like a certain sort of talking about the game coming to you and the flow. Like, there's a sort of spiritual vibe to the Warriors. And, to your conversation of Jordan Poole, yeah, I don't think he's bought in. And I want to give all due respect. He did great in the finals against Boston. He's done a lot of wonderful things, a lot of potential. My 10-year-old daughter loves him, but, I think it comes down to like he said, had some comments about growth. Like in post-game interviews, the reporter will ask, "Oh, what are you learning?" or what's your room for growth? And he would say things like, "No, I've grown all I need to. I'm playing the way I need to play." And it's like, you're just not on board for being a warrior. And I forgive it, but the pool party's over for me. He is like more of an inflated Pool, I suppose you can say. He takes up more space now that he's getting paid so much, but he's certainly not untradeable. I think there are many other teams who would recognize that he's got a lot of potential, and we could get something good for him. I keep Moody. I think there's a lot of skill in Moody. Same with J.K. even. I think we've got to acknowledge his growth in the end of the regular season there. They pulled him out of the playoffs, but when they did put him in for 3 minutes at a time toward the end there, he started just hitting threes and mid-range J's. Klay, whole other bag of worms. I think that's another conversation for later. And the franchise for moving off Klay, but he's a warrior too. So.
That's for another year also. But yeah, I think when you mentioned Moody and Kuminga, I think the organization would love to keep them. But as you've pointed out, they may have to throw one, both. I don't know. You have to be open to throwing those in with Jordan Poole, either to make salaries work or to get something that you want, because Jordan Poole's value is down.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Mark.
That's a false start.
That's rare for me.
It's
It's
5 yards.
That's first and
it's
15.
Still first down.
Yeah, now we got to throw, though, and I got to stay away from the ground game, which I love so much.
Who runs the ball anymore?
Seriously,
Get
right?
out of here with that.
You look at the situation that the Warriors are in, and if you are one of the other teams with an eye on a possible trade, because you know what's going on with the Golden State Warriors, you saw the leaked video, you saw the way the season ended, you saw the thrown mouthpiece, you know that Jordan Poole is not necessarily in favor right now. So if you want to get Jordan Poole, you're not going to offer that much because his stock is not as high as it was 12 months ago. So you're going to look for another piece. And if I'm the Warriors, I would be more looking forward to sweetening the pot with Jonathan Kuminga than I would with Moses Moody, because I think Moses Moody is more of a right now player than Jonathan Kuminga is.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, and he's somebody who, for whatever reason, this is a characteristic you always love in athletes. For whatever reason, the bigger the stage, the better he plays. I mean, his two best streaks as a Warrior player were the playoffs and then the playoffs again.
Right.
That's been the best of Moses Moody. I don't know where he goes for the rest of the year, but that's a good thing. And Kuminga so far has been the other way around. Sam in the city next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Sam. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm going to meet a friend right now. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say, let's talk quickly about the two cultures that are the most dominant in the discourse around the NBA. Heat culture, Warriors culture. I think Warriors culture is, frankly, a little bit in the clouds or in the cloud. Look at all these guys. Andre Iguodala, he's in the cloud. He's investing in all these tech businesses. Jordan Poole, he's in the clouds after that punch. His head's in the clouds. That's sweat equity. Everyone comes in, they sweat it out. They know what their role is. They are practice squad members until it's time to come in. And that kind of reminds me of a college team. And frankly, it's a good thing to have in the NBA. You don't see enough of that. And quickly, I just feel like the Denver Nuggets, I love Jokic, Joker. I would love to see him win a championship. I always like the Western Conference teams to win the championship. But I feel like the Heat are a little bit like the Ottomans. They're coming into sack Constantinople, a.k.a. Denver. And, they have the unpredictability on their side. So go Heat, maybe go Nuggets. We'll see.
Sam, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it, man. As we said earlier, I would still, and I know a lot of people did this last night, I still think the Nuggets are going to win the whole thing. I still think the Nuggets are going to win the whole thing.
I had the Nuggets in 5, so I'm sticking with it.
I am done. I am done betting against, doubting. I am done with anything with regard to going against the Miami Heat in what I believe to be the most underserved underdog story in my lifetime in sports. And it, to me, serves as a message. We've been talking a lot about the Warriors, specifically to them. This is why I tend, and I know this, I tend to fall in the direction of the big three when we have these conversations. Doesn't mean I'm privy to any conversations. Doesn't mean I know what went on behind the scenes. It just means that in the absence of that information, I'm going to usually go with what I know. And I know that those guys know how to run a locker room. I know that Draymond messes up sometimes. And I know that he messed up here. But as far as building a team, building that continuity, that camaraderie, understanding one another, backing one another, and doing it in a way that allows you to build a culture to win it all, I know those guys. I know those guys. I know they can do it. That's what they do. So to call them out and say, how dare you guys mess around with Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga just sounds off to me in terms of the way this likely went down. I think it's much more likely that the culture was in place. They've worked hard to get those guys to buy into the culture. And to this date, they haven't done it.
Well, I'll stop short of your final statement because they didn't work hard. In my eye, you didn't work hard enough to make it work with Jordan Poole because you did what you did and you never were able to make that right. And whether or not Jonathan Kuminga fell prey to his own press clippings or if he never developed the way he was supposed to develop, or darn it, he's just 19 years old. And I know he's now 20. He'll be 21 in October. But he's a young player, so to expect him to be anything other than the player that he is, I think is foolhardy because he's 20 years old. And you look around the league and you find me any other 20-year-old who is that mature, that much of a mainstay, that able to step in and be a solid part of a championship rotation. Those players just aren't out there.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's basketball. I'm talking.
It's also culture. It's also his maturity and his ability to withstand a locker room culture. And I don't know if this locker room culture nurtured him to the point where he's going to be the best he could be.
Why wouldn't you go the other way? like, I'll grant you the punch, and that definitely makes the young guys, I'm sure, all incredibly uncomfortable.
Right.
And should be. But prior to that, again, these players did not just arrive here at the punch. They've been here for a while before that, especially Poole himself. But if you're 20 and you never played college basketball and you show up to a Warrior culture, why would you not just be like wide-eyed, listen, and try to do things exactly as those around you are doing? Now, I don't know what Jonathan did right when he arrived, but again, I'm going to look at two quick things, and I'll grant you that this is a little bit of a small sample. But if I get put into a playoff game against Sacramento, and I got a rebound that flies right in my direction, and I stare at it, and I look at it, and I just take notes about it while Kings players jump in front of me and grab the rebound, and my coach sits me down and goes, "What the hell are you doing? Take a seat for the rest of the game." And my reaction is, I deserve more minutes? And we're all okay with that? We should do an article in the Chronicle about how I'm going to want out?
That's an extremely small sample.
It is.
That's an unfair sample size to Jonathan Kuminga, I think.
Maybe it's like a little unfair.
It's one play, and that was on the back of what? On the back of 2 weeks of him. Okay, go in there and play, but you got 4 minutes to either be great or we're pulling you out.
John,
tentativity was born out of inactivity. I'm not excusing him for being inactive in that play,
Wiggins
but
was gone.
You had a whole series to where he played 5 minutes, and if he didn't play great, he was coming out. And when you're a young player, that is very difficult to deal with. When you're a young player and you're coming off of 2 months of, you're getting 20 minutes because we don't have Wiggins. We need you. Wiggins is back. Now he's on such a short leash that he doesn't know what to do out there. He played tentatively. So I don't think you should be surprised that a tentative player made a tentative play
I'm not surprised.
when he was completely lost.
I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that as you state that he was completely lost, that everybody wanted him back in.
Oh, not me.
Okay.
Not me. I just don't think that we should hold all this against him when he comes out and he's frustrated and he says through his agent that I want playing time or I want to be somewhere else.
Frustrated part I got no issue with. The agent, the Chronicle, all of that I do have a hard time with. Look inward, my man. I mean, you're over here saying you got your daughter, Baila. You got her already spooning it into her own mouth a month ahead of time. Why? Because
we're looking ahead. We're looking ahead, Mark.
Right? Let's go. Let's start performing. You're big enough to handle this. That's all I'm saying. I have no problem with him being frustrated, but you got to handle your frustration. That's the measure of a human.
I get that, but we also have to remember he's 20 years old.
That's fine.
And he is...
No one's demonizing him.
He's not a mature player.
We're just not putting him in the game.
But when we're pointing fingers, I think that it's equally fair to point the fingers to the 30-somethings in the room and the 50-somethings on the bench for not being able to nurture this player to have the clubhouse culture be better.
Not a shot at Iguodala, and he doesn't even play anymore. Look at you.
No, the 30-something.
Iguodala.
I wasn't even thinking about Iguodala.
I
was thinking about
coaches?
the core three,
and
I was thinking about the coaching staff. And I am not dismissing or excusing Jonathan Kuminga at all, but if we want to talk about the culture of a team, it starts with the coaches. And then it goes to the veteran players.
We started this conversation saying there's enough accountability to go around.
Yeah.
We agree on that completely.
Yes.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Stay where you are. Keep going on your phone calls, 888-957-9570, plus this. I got an uncomfortable question to ask everybody, especially those of you who are big fans of Trey Lance. An uncomfortable question to ask. We'll do that next on Willard and Dips.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mark, it's this time of year, and it's arrived, and people are enjoying working outside. Golden State wants to know how they can help you with your home project. Are you in need of replacing weather-beaten fencing or looking to build that deck you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or your builder and Golden State, your gratification is just a short time away. For businesses looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Golden State realizes time is money. So with their large inventory and quick delivery, businesses can complete projects with little interruption. For those of you outside the city areas, you may want to consider fire protection. Golden State works with a variety of vendors who can protect your home and business with fire-resistant and flame-reducing siding, trim, shingles, and decking from James Hardy, TimberTech, Fiberon, and others. Visit goldenstatelumber.com to see how you can upgrade your home or business. Family-owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The one and only Live 105 is back.
It just takes some time.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, can I just rapid fire? I'm going to throw a couple things off the chest.
Do it.
All right, so I'm listening to Bonte and Joe this morning, and it got hot. They both looked at each other. They both got served.
By each other?
Yeah. No, not really. I mean,
double serve?
So they got into, sometimes these are fun. These happen in sports radio. You hear... we've all done it. You hear two guys arguing, and you're like, well, that's probably not right? Usually arguments come based on some sort of an emotional disagreement. This was literally just about chase rate. And Shasky very much was playing like the I coach baseball, and I know chase rate. And Bonte was like, I'm not really worried about whatever analytic this is. This is all about Casey Schmidt and his chase rate, which is too high. So
can you please explain chase rate?
Casey swings at a lot of pitches that are outside the strike zone.
Thank you.
His chase rate is about 20% above major league average. I bring it up not to agree or disagree with either one of them, because I don't even know if I could effectively pass along what the whole thing was about. Joe was like, I want my guys to be aggressive. If you're going to have something bad about your chase rate, have it be more aggressive than not. Bonte was kind of like, hey, some of the shine is wearing off of Casey Schmidt. I don't necessarily think that either one of there's no concern here. I wanted to share that. Remember the Marlins series, and that was the one where I brought the whole Cal Poly crew to the Giants game.
Right.
And we're sitting in the dugout with Gabe. It was me, Gabe, and 45 of our closest friends. And so Gabe said this. Now, this is when Casey was still hitting 404. 404. And he goes, look. The struggles for Casey Schmidt at the plate are coming. He knew. If you've been watching this, there was no way this was not coming. It's funny to me that anybody would think that it was going to go any other way. That's not how it works. You don't just come up and hit 400 and then off into the sunset we go and play shortstop for 12 years for the San Francisco Giants. That's not how baseball works. So I only bring it up to express there is none concern. Zero about Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey. There is absolutely nothing to see and nothing to say here with regard to actually, maybe they weren't that good and we got excited and ahead of our skis. This was predictable. This was known. This absolutely is going to happen when the league starts to get a little bit of a scouting report on you. Plus, you don't hit 400 in the bigs. That ain't how it works. So, of course, they're going to strike out some. Of course, they need to get a better control of the zone. That's all true. And they will. And they will. They are both fantastic defensively. They are both still hitting the ball way better than their other options with the Giants. The youth movement is here. There's no concern. Nobody's going back down. None of that stuff. Everything's fine. This was a predictable slump.
Lost a series to Pittsburgh, lost a series to Baltimore.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Well, yeah.
2-4 at home against that?
That. You obviously haven't looked at the records.
Pittsburgh is coming back down to where they should be.
You've seen Baltimore's
Not
record?
Not great. Baltimore's fine.
Fine?
Is Baltimore going to win the American League East?
They might.
Yeah, I don't know.
They might.
I'm not buying Baltimore.
You're not buying them? Their record is not a little bit over 500.
No, they've been good.
Their record's incredible. The Baltimore Orioles is 37-22.
It's a good start. Yeah. Good little start.
They're a good team.
Yeah.
They're a good team.
Pittsburgh's okay.
Pittsburgh's okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I got Casey Schmidt, by the way, at 51% chase rate, according to FanGraphs.
Yeah, and the MLB
which seems
average,
like a lot.
MLB average is around 30. Yeah, if you're swinging at half of the pitches out of the zone.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. If I'm pitching to Casey Schmidt, why would I throw anything in the zone?
Yeah.
Why would I do that? I'll throw 6 pitches out of the zone. He'll swing at 3 of them, go sit down.
Well, the way he's been hitting, he'll probably hit one of them, put one in play.
Maybe. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. They're fine. They were hot. They've cooled off. Now they're going to go to Colorado and watch all of their hitters
get better,
suddenly get hot again. So I predict a good week for all of the Giants hitters.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to win games. I don't know if they're going to pitch well. If you want a concern with the Giants, it's the starting rotation, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
And Lamont Wade Jr. with splashy number 100. Kind of a good moment. Able to get it back and reportedly going to give it to his mom, which is a cool story.
Did everybody get that little Lucille Bobble deal with all the splash hit counter? They gave that away a couple of weekends ago at Oracle. And, little Jude ran right over to it. Changed it, whoop,
he
to
did
100. Yeah,
nice.
But then I think there's 4 numbers on it. I don't know if there's 3 or 4. But then a conversation ensued with Jude and the lovely Christy about how long it was going to take until it gets to 999.
Oh, God.
And I said, there is no chance that stadium is still above ground by the time
There's
that we
no
get to
chance
999.
that baseball is still a thing by the time that gets to 999.
There's no chance that we're still a thing.
For sure.
And I mean
the earth.
I mean breathing.
Yeah, you mean the human species.
We need 899 more splash hits. We're
And it took 23 years to get 100 with the greatest left-hand power hitter in history on your team.
Oh, my gosh.
So,
yeah, of the 100, Bonds hit
half, I think?
I think it's a little less than half, but it's close.
Okay.
I think it was 30-something, something like that. But anyway. So, anyway, that's my Giants rant. Uncomfortable question for the Trey Lance situation. And I hate, if you're a Trey Lance fan. We're all Trey Lance fans. Why would you not be a Trey Lance fan? Who's got anything against Trey Lance? Like, give me one person and one thing. Why would you have anything against Trey Lance?
He's not accurate.
Okay. Yet.
Right.
I mean, how do we transfer from Steve Kerr's got to play the young guys?
This is not me having anything against Trey Lance, but there are a lot of people out there, and Guru is mentioning the racial component that he felt was ever present as a part of the conversation. And
Talk to me about that.
I wish we would have gotten into it on the crossover. Maybe tomorrow we can ask him, because he was very passionate about his feelings, and I would never discount anyone's feelings when it comes to that conversation. I did want him to elaborate a little bit more, but I think, and I don't want to paraphrase too much of what he said, but he was feeling like a lot of fans are anti-Trey Lance because of the color of his skin.
Well, that may well be true. Right. That is...
And this was Guru's perception, I think, of what he was seeing on social media.
Okay, and maybe that's the case. I thought that he sort of intimated it at one point that in some way that was limiting the chance that he was getting.
Yes.
That's hard for me. I mean, the face of the league is a black quarterback. I feel like almost half the quarterbacks are black. I don't think anybody's drafting somebody at number 3 overall and then holding him back because of the color of his skin. Now, as far as the way individual people and fans feel about him, yeah, I got nothing to say about that. I'm sure there are. We know that there are plenty of millions of racists in our country.
Yes.
So I have no doubt that may shade the opinions of some. The San Francisco 49ers are not holding him off the field because of the color of his skin.
If they were a racist organization, then Colin Kaepernick would have gotten one kneel only, and that would have been it.
They also never would have drafted him in the first place.
Thank you.
It's not like he got there and they were like, holy cow, I had no idea.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they met him before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that Goo was saying it in terms of quarterbacks who get a second chance. And, a quarterback like Trey Lance, a quarterback who looks like Trey Lance, is less likely to get a second chance. And he used the example of Ryan Leaf.
Okay. Well, I think you get a second chance almost always when you're drafted in the top 5. The issue here that we've talked about so much is I don't know that he's had a first chance. And that's the rub. But here's, I guess, what I would call the uncomfortable question. Because, again, we find ourselves in a spot where you almost you got to pick a player, right? You want Brock to play? Do you want Trey to play? Are you anti this? Are you anti that? Anyone who is right now really kind of stumping for Trey Lance to play seems to fall back on the same point. And they'll say, you don't know what you have. How can you draft someone at number 3 and not find out what you have. That's a fair point. I get the sentiment on that. Here would be my question, though. Those of you who want Trey Lance to start, you're basing that on what? This is a Super Bowl favorite. This is a team that can win the whole thing. We've already established there's no time to waste. You can't do that. You can't waste games. So if those are all the factors, what I would love to hear from the biggest Trey Lance fans out there, what is it that you've seen with your eyes? You've actually seen evidence and data that suggests that he should be the one to start if everybody's healthy week one. What have you seen to this point? And while I'll grant you that there hasn't been a lot to see at all, but we've watched 4 games, and we've watched preseason games, and we've watched practice, and we get video from OTAs and all of that. What is it that you've seen that suggests to you, oh my God, we got to get him out there?
I wonder. I wonder what that is. And I don't think it's fair or appropriate to say preseason games or OTAs, because preseason games in terms of how he looks, able to command the offense with Christian McCaffrey. He's never played with Christian McCaffrey. In a regular season game, he's played 5 quarters with the complement of players that he had this past year. He hasn't really done anything on the field, I think, that you would look at and say, yeah, absolutely, he's done X, Y, and Z. He's got to be the guy. I would say he would get the job for me by default if the guy he's competing against is either not healthy or not undefeated in the regular season. And the word is Brock Purdy is going to be healthy. He likely will be cleared by August 20th, I think, is the estimated date, 12 weeks from where he started throwing, which would give him a good almost 3 weeks to go between that day and the start of the regular season. So if Brock Purdy is fully cleared by August 20th, he's going to start, and becomes a non-conversation.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. That's an interesting comment. I don't think there's any way this ever becomes a non-conversation. I mean,
we can have the conversation.
No,
but do you think that Kyle Shanahan and Brian Griese are sitting around having a conversation other than when Brock is healthy, this is what we're going to do? No. I don't think that they're having a debate or a conversation.
Well, I think they're having a conversation. It's just probably not centered around what we think it's centered around. I think there's always conversation when you have somebody that has that kind of profile. You have got to have conversations every day about where he's at and where the organization is and what you want to do about it. They've got a hell of a decision to make. This is one thing that I find really, really fun about the 3 teams we discuss. There are decisions coming. There are incredibly difficult things to navigate that we're going to watch unfold here in a matter of months. The 49ers have to navigate this quarterback situation with all kinds of unknown. Who's healthy, who's hurt, who's playing well, who's not. Do you trade early? Do you hold? Do you end up with him as the 3rd string? They've got to navigate all that. The Warriors, they've got to navigate this Jordan Poole thing. And they have got to navigate a growing payroll to $500 million and figure out with a brand new general manager how it is they're going to win no matter what, don't care what the rules are. And then over there is the San Francisco Giants, who would love to spend money, can't seem to find anybody to take it. The young guys are finally showing up. Hell or high water, we're winning, and here comes Shohei. But can you ever land a big free agent ever? All of these things are incredibly difficult to navigate. And before we get to Christmas, we're going to get all the answers.
We should have them much sooner than that in terms of the first 2. The Shohei one, we may not know until after Christmas. Might be January, February. I'm trying to remember when we went to Linden in the ill-fated trip to try to bring Aaron Judge to the Giants. That felt like it was February.
I thought Aaron decided before Christmas, didn't he? You have to look that up.
That's Googleable, I'm sure, but it felt to me like it was after Christmas. But point being, the first one to drop, I think, is the Golden State Warriors in terms of what are they going to do with, as you mentioned, a payroll and tax that could approach $500 million. And beyond that, I think we're going to find out about the Niners. And it's really Trey Lance, because Brock Purdy's going to be the starter. He's going to be healthy, barring another injury or a setback. So to me, navigating the quarterback situation comes down to one thing, and that is, do you want to trade Trey Lance or do you want to hang on to Trey Lance? That, to me, is the only thing you have to navigate in terms of the quarterback.
Aaron Judge, by the way, the deal was officially announced on December 20th.
Okay, so yeah, it was right before.
It was a couple days before that we went through the whole Arson Judge experience.
Yeah.
And then woke up at 5 a.m. to the news that he was going back to the Yankees, and then the official announcement came on Tuesday of the following week, December 20th. So we must have gone to Linden, and we went to Linden the day free agency opened. So that was probably all the way back in early November, right? Pretty early to mid-November. And then 6 weeks of waiting. And then we almost thought we thought we did it. We thought
we'd landed the big fish
for 17 minutes. Hey, did it grab you the wrong way at all? Did you see that Aaron spoke openly about arson the other day?
No, I missed that.
He sort of asked, because he's in L.A., so he's on the West Coast. So he asked how many home runs Arson had.
Nice.
For the Giants. There are a few friends of mine that didn't like that.
No, that's a little bit of a shot.
It's a little raw.
Yeah. Well, and again, you get what you get, Giants, when you turtled up and treated him like, a princess when you faced the Yankees. All you had to do is let Arson and Aaron know that you mean business.
Let's not do this again.
No, we're doing it for the new audience. Instead, you went to town and you threw him a cupcake of a strike and he hit it over the fence.
Yeah, he did.
He clowned you again. You got served, Farhan, a second time.
Farhan.
Kapler, you got served. They all got clowned.
Farhan's out there calling high and tight fastballs.
It was a consideration.
Do you think that Farhan is not in control of nearly everything that goes on with that team?
In terms of pitch selection?
In terms of like who plays when and who's on the roster and
of course.
You think Gabe Kapler comes up with everything on his own?
No, I don't think he's in charge of dotting people. I don't think the organization dots people. Period.
And I think that that's a weakness. I think it's a weakness. Again, I'm Dan Dibley, and I endorse this message. Instead of dotting Aaron Judge, you threw him a good hard strike, and he hit a homer off you, and they won the game.
They did.
In your face.
They did.
They killed my Nerfy that day, too, man.
Oh, man. But they won the next day. Remember that?
Yay! We earned a split. We did it.
No, they lost 2 out of 3.
No, because it was one of those broken threes.
Yeah.
It was game.
Remember?
Take a day off.
Take a day.
And then a game.
And then go to Chicago and hit 17 home runs in 4 minutes. You remember that?
Yeah.
Went to Chicago and lost their damn minds. Anyway.
Back to under 500. My Giants. My Giants. I'm a Giants fan. To your point about
I can't do this.
Navigating the quarterback thing with the 49ers, I think that it's overplayed a little bit because there's not much to navigate. You're either keeping Trey Lance as the backup or you're trading Trey Lance
but that's a lot to navigate.
It's not
that's
really
a lot
that
to
much
figure
to
out.
navigate.
No, that's a decision. That's a hell of a decision.
I think they know what they want to do. I don't think that they're down there in Santa Clara wondering, all right, Trey Lance, it's John and Kyle watching OTAs. All right, if Trey completes this one, Trey, you're back in. If this is a bad pass, Trey, you're getting traded.
No, but
I think that they know
evaluating.
definitively what they think about Trey Lance. I think they know what they want to do with Trey Lance. I don't think there's any mystery down there.
You do?
Absolutely.
What is it they want to do?
We're going to find out.
Well, no, but you think they already know.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't think they know who the backup quarterback is.
Well,
I don't think that they know who the backup quarterback is at all.
I think the backup is Sam Darnold unless they can't trade Trey Lance. If they're stuck with Trey Lance because they can't get compensation, then it's Trey Lance because you don't want to have him be QB3 on the roster because then he has no value.
What if Sam's QB3? Can't Trey beat
That's
out
fine.
Sam?
Oh, yeah, that's Sam.
Yeah.
Sam Schmam.
No, so that's what I think they're doing right now. Like they're evaluating their guys on the daily.
I think they've already evaluated Trey Lance to the point that they know what Trey Lance is.
Well,
and if they love Trey Lance, then they're not going to trade him.
That's tough to do with a player at that level who, in theory, would be getting better or changing on a month-by-month basis. That's what we've been talking about this whole day, right?
He's changing, but he's changing his mechanics in year 3.
Okay, fair. But if that's how you feel about Trey Lance, then I would transfer that to Jonathan Kuminga and ask every Warrior fan out there, stop acting like he's going to get better. We know exactly who Jonathan Kuminga is. He's raw. He can jump. He can't shoot very well. He can play defense when he wants to, and they've made up their mind, and that's who he is. No, don't you think about a guy that age and be like, man, by next year, he could be this much better.
That's an unfair comp to me.
Why?
Because Jonathan Kuminga is 20, and he played
And
1
what's
year.
Trey?
Trey's 22, 23. 3 years of college, and now he's in his third year of pro ball. So now he's 6 years out of high school.
23.
Okay, 6 years. He's Jordan Poole. He's 6 years out of high school.
But he's been in the pros the same number of years as Jonathan Kuminga.
Kuminga's played 2 years.
Yeah.
This
And
is
Trey's played 2
Trey's
years.
entering his third year.
Yeah, well,
Trey
okay.
Lance played 3 years of college.
And
and
3 years of small college.
College.
Yeah.
College is college. Would you say the
College
FCS
is college?
Is FCS a higher level relative to football than the G League Ignite is relative to the association? I would argue that it is.
That's a good question, but I don't know. They're both.
Do I get credit for that's a good question? Because it felt like I should.
Well, I'm not being interviewed by you. So
He
I think
is,
it's a no.
though, right now.
Yeah,
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Let's go to Mark in the back. Well, I mean, the G League, both of them, you're right there. You're right there at the level below where you want to be.
I would
If you're
argue
in the
that
G League,
Trey Lance in the FCS was a more impactful season than what Jonathan Kuminga did with the G League Ignite.
I'm not going to disagree with you there, but you're both like kind of you're right there at the level below what the highest level is at that age. You know, we've had so many of these conversations. Is North Dakota State actually a really good program that spits out NFL QBs? Yes. But is it Ohio State? No. No, he's not playing against defenders from Michigan. He's not. Like the guys he's playing, I don't even know who the hell North Dakota State plays. I give you
Idaho's.
Give me somebody who was on North Dakota's schedule, Trey Lance's last year there.
Oh, man. Well, North Dakota was, for sure. That's an
Are you
easy
sure?
one. Yeah, of course.
Are they rivals?
Yes. They play every year.
You sure?
They play for the Dakota platter.
There was...
It's a traditional platter upon which they serve bison back in the 18th century.
You're making stuff up, aren't you?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
I'm telling you, they
All
played
right.
North Dakota.
North Dakota. Like, for instance, Montana and Montana State. There's two totally different levels of college football.
Right.
Yeah.
I bet you.
North Dakota State's schedule. What year was his last year?
That would be 2021.
All right. North
No,
Dakota.
he played 2019, and then 2020 was the COVID year.
Yeah.
They didn't play in 2021.
In that 2020 season, they played one game against Central Arkansas, which I do remember because he needed to win it on a game-winning drive in the fourth quarter.
Okay, did
against
he
Central
play?
Arkansas.
Did he
2019 is the year we want.
Did he play in 21?
No.
Or was he already a 49er? He was already a 49er in 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
2019 is the year
So
we
you're
want.
looking for 2019. All right.
I got him playing North Dakota for sure. I think they had the Central Arkansas rematch game too.
Hang on, I'm looking at it right now. All right. Who
Because
did
I'm
they
not
play?
looking at it.
Yeah, I am.
That'd be cheating. Idaho State for sure was on their schedule.
They played North Dakota.
Yeah, and they beat them 47-21.
38-7.
Same thing.
38-7. They played Butler. They played Delaware. They played UC Davis. Hey! Who do you
Gutsy
think,
little
Who do you
FCS.
think won that game?
Oh, North Dakota State.
27-16. That's correct. They played Illinois State. They played Northern Iowa. Boy,
Yeah.
they beat the doors off of them. South Dakota State.
Of course.
Throw the records out for that one. They played Missouri State. They played Youngstown State. They played Western Illinois, Southern Illinois, South Dakota again.
In the playoffs.
In the playoffs, correct. Nichols State. There's Illinois State again. James Madison and Montana State. There it is.
Yeah.
And you know how many of those games they lost?
One. They lost one game.
They did? I don't think they did.
They didn't lose a game?
I don't think they lost.
He
That's
threw
correct.
one pick, I know, all year.
That's correct. They never lost a game.
Right.
Yeah.
But again,
That's different competition.
yes,
That's
to
very,
my
very
point
different.
about your comp, I think it's not a good comp because he is now, that's 2019. Do you know where
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga was in 2019?
Was he
I believe he
taking
was still
his
in
driver's
Africa.
test?
No, basically, am I right? Trey Lance is balling out, and Jonathan Kuminga was a
But
16-year-old.
balling out against James Madison. Like, all I'm saying is
Right.
let's not act like that's the highest levels of the high. And he was only, 19 years old.
It's
He was only
tier 3. It's tier 3.
Yeah.
NFL is tier 1. FBS would be 2. FCS is 3.
Sure.
Just like the G League is tier 3 as well.
Yeah.
The NBA is 1. Your various Euro Basket League would be 2. And then you'd go to the G League.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That both, I do think it's a pretty decent comp.
It's an average comp.
Again, and
it's a comp.
But the comp wasn't even really made. All I was saying is you're not going to tell someone at age 20, 21, 22, or 23 with levels of play that are pretty low. You're not going to tell them that, like, oh, that's who you're going to be. We know who you're going to be. Like, there's so much room for those guys to get better.
I think it's easier for Jonathan Kuminga to get better than it is for Trey Lance to get better. Because Trey Lance, in order to get better, you need to play at the highest level. You need to play team football. You need to play regular season games. You need to go out there and go through it. Jonathan Kuminga to get better, you can get better, and I apologize, Guru, for the theft that's upcoming, in the lab. He can go in the lab and get better more easily than Trey Lance can get better in the lab.
Maybe.
In the lab.
Yeah,
Thank you for
maybe.
that.
I'm gonna borrow a phrase from someone else. I'm gonna borrow a phrase from my alma mater, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Their motto: learn by doing. Nah, you got it. You got to play. You got to play. You got to play the actual games. I think that's true for both of them. Let's go to TC in Sacramento on with Willard and Diggs.
Good pivot.
888-957-9570. Hey, TC, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, man?
What's happening?
TC. Thanks.
All right. Nah, hey, look, check it out. So I just got to disagree with you guys with the whole situation. Like, as I'm on the line right now, and this is a question for every Niner fan and at the radio station or whatever, like, I need everybody to admit, truthfully, don't lie, don't beat around the bush. Trey Lance should have been a starter from day one, and Jimmy Garoppolo should have been gone the day that we drafted him.
Woo. Why on earth would I agree or admit with that? I don't agree with that. Like, there's not even a fingernail on my body that agrees with that.
Okay, listen, these guys, Shanahan and John, never developed a quarterback, let alone know how to develop a quarterback. Trey should have been a starter from day one. That caused confusion within the locker room and the team, period. We're going to leave it there, period. If you can't see that, I don't know what you're seeing. Who he played in college, all that. Listen, who he played in college and all that, that really doesn't matter. He didn't actually be picked third overall.
TC, they came within 7 minutes of going to the Super Bowl.
Man.
What on earth are you saying to me right now?
What have they won, Willard and Dibb? They're glorified high-level losers. What have we won? What have they won? They won nothing. Now taking the ball. Don't trade Trey Lance away. If everybody thinks that Brock Purdy is the guy, then let these guys duke it out when Brock Purdy's healthy August 21st. What Matt Mieko said, what everybody's happy about, well, let them duke it out. Let them duke it out in training camp. May the best man win.
They will.
And if Trey Lance is a bust, then no, they're not.
Of course they are.
You're right, T. No, they're not going to let him duke it out.
No,
Brock is the starter.
Well, duke him out. Like, what? No, they're not going to fight.
No, but they're not going to let him compete for the number one quarterback job. It's not an open competition.
You don't have to call it that. It's understood and organic at all times in football.
Agreed. It's a meritocracy.
Right. Like Brock Purdy will go in as the presumptive starter. But
and he'll get the number one reps.
Yeah, right. But if he stinks up the place or gets injured or 1,000 different things can happen, Trey Lance could get his shot. But my goodness, the original point that TC was calling to bring up, the idea, again, this is what I don't understand. What is our obsession with individuals over team? I never am going to get this.
They're 23-11 since the Niners drafted Trey Lance. 2 seasons, 23-11. That's with Jimmy, with Brock, and with Trey starting football games for the 49ers.
Yeah.
23-11. So that's what they've done. Because he said, what have they done?
Well,
with Jimmy Garoppolo, your guy. He came down your guy's road.
I know. Don't you dare. Don't you
got
dare.
mad,
My
Mark.
guy's already hurt in Vegas. You leave him alone. the fear and loathing. But anyway,
He should have had surgery.
He did. He always does.
In December.
Well, oh well.
Yeah.
So, what are you going to do? It's not our problem
Only
anymore.
$75 million, am I right?
Well, it might not be.
Yeah.
It might be zero.
Totally.
What it might end up being. Look, I'm never going to be the person who buys into if you don't win it all, then it was pointless. I just think that's a crazy take. Why would you spend money on regular season tickets if the only thing that matters is the last game? The 49ers have been right there. They are competing. They are in it. It has not fallen their way the last 4 years. But to say that that's a waste and that they've done nothing, I think is a little bit of a blind take. Also, as we always talk about, to look at the veterans in that locker room on a team that is Super Bowl ready and has been for 4 years now, to look at the veterans in that locker room and go, we're starting somebody who is 21 years old out of North Dakota State. My gosh, I don't know how you sell that. And again, back to what my original reaction to this is, I cannot for the life of me figure out why everyone is obsessed with individual over team. I'm a 49er fan. May the best quarterback play. And that's the end of that. I don't care what his name is. I don't care where he played in college, how tall he is, or the color of his skin. None of that matters. Play the best guy. And for some reason, we get this obsession. Why would you give up the NFC title game in exchange for, but we want Trey? Why? Why? Based on what? And then the next year they did give him the job, and that didn't go well either. So
he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt, but it's not like it was going well. It's not like even the play calling was suggesting that there was a lot of confidence. It's not like bringing Jimmy back was suggesting that there was a lot of confidence. There clearly wasn't. And you can't blame anyone for that. Trey has got, you can blame him for the pick. You can blame him for picking him. But at a certain point, the guy
Well, the caller wanted to blame Shanahan for not developing him. And this goes back to the Steve Kerr question.
But he's been hurt. That's why everyone compares Trey and James Wiseman. He hasn't been able to develop.
Right.
And now they found something that's playing better. So
of course you're going to play that.
Why would you not do that?
Well, you can still try to develop Trey Lance, and that's where some people, I think, are ready to throw out Trey Lance with the bathwater, throw out the baby with the bathwater, which there's no reason to do at this point. He's in his third year, and Trey Lance does not have his fifth-year option picked up yet, and you're not going to pick up his fifth-year option unless he suddenly becomes the kind of quarterback that you want to keep around for a long time. So going into his third year, which he is right now, you want to see what you have in Trey Lance. And if Brock Purdy is healthy, and Brock Purdy is the starter, which he is, and if Brock Purdy continues to win games, maybe not at the clip that he did last year, but at a good, solid clip, then Trey Lance may not get an opportunity here. So at the end of year 3, you may find a place where Trey Lance can actually thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm comfortable with that. What I can hear is that a lot of people aren't. But that's because for some reason, people have become obsessed with certain individuals. Do you know what the same energy is for me on this one? And you know exactly what I'm talking about. We'll come in here on a Monday morning. Niners win 27-10. Okay? And Kittle got 3 catches for 21 yards. And people will be like, you've got to get Kittle more involved. What is he, on your fantasy team or something?
Right.
The 49ers won by 17 points. I don't care who scores the touchdowns. The same way I don't care who plays quarterback. I want the person who's going to win to play quarterback. I didn't spend $1 on any of these guys. I didn't pick any of them. I have zero care about any individuals. I want the best player to perform the best, to get the shots, and then if that person isn't doing it or they get hurt, then the next man up. And that's
it. Big reason why I stopped doing fantasy sports, other than fantasy golf, because you can root for your one guy, and you get a new golfer every week.
Except for you did play. You said you gave up fantasy football and then you played.
Played it for fun.
Right.
Just so I could have, I'll do the same thing again this year. No money, do it for fun with a bunch of strangers, random people. That way I can stay up on the league. Because fantasy football in this job is a very good resource in terms of
that's true.
Knowing who wide receiver 3 is on fill in the blank team, because you're going to know that player because you're going to follow it more closely.
Wide receiver 3, Cincinnati Bengals. Go.
Is that Boyd? Tyler Boyd?
Good job.
Yeah. I mean, I'm rusty right now.
By the way, Tyler Boyd came out yesterday and said that if he had played, then they would have beaten the Chiefs.
Okay.
AFC title game.
Yeah. No, it's... And
that's why I brought him up. So.
I love it because hypothetical radio, or in this case, hypothetical takes, just like you and all the rest of the people who said, oh, if Brock didn't get hurt, they would have beat the Eagles.
I never said that. I never said they'd beat them. I said we don't know what would have happened.
Randy, play the tape.
I didn't say that. Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
You pumpkin.
Let's go to the phones.
Fat pumpkin. Let's go.
Whoa, HR, hello. I can say that, you can't.
Well, you're over there on camera, too.
Damn.
Polo in the city. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Polo?
Hey, I just finished eating this case of dibs from these taco trucks, right down the street from the Chase Center.
Nice. I love a taco truck. Make sure you get extra sour cream.
Now I got extra cheese, man. My stomach over here.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Hey, Polo.
Extra cheese, man.
Polo, hold your take for 5 seconds. Are you a sour cream guy?
You don't like the crema?
Oh, gosh. Hold the sour cream is something I say at every restaurant, whether it's supposed to come or not.
Baked potato.
Hold.
Do you put sour cream on a baked potato?
No.
This is crazy.
What do you think I am, a
What are you, a
crazy
child?
person? Sour cream?
On a baked potato.
Nachos. No. Fajitas.
Agreed.
No.
Agreed.
Baked potato. No. What
You
else
must
do you
be
put
high.
it on? What else do you put it on?
Burrito. Little
no.
bean
Oh,
burrito.
Gosh.
Little sour cream and guac.
Now I make a really good, shout out Ellen Willard, her meatball recipe, and I just made
Why'd
it
you
again.
point to the heavens? She's still with
Damn
us.
it. That was it's just like I got an idea. Mom, I love you. You're still alive.
Polo, hang with us. We're having a war
you're
over
the one
crema.
who kills people on the radio, not me. Anyway, her meatball recipe, the sauce is very sour cream heavy, along with the cream of mushroom soup. So if you turn it into that, okay. But if you just put sour cream on something,
just a dollop.
Grandy, right? Am I right? It's all hard.
Oh no, I'm with Dibs.
Oh, you're with Dibs?
I'll load up my baked potato with sour cream.
Let's go. Sour cream is
Grandy's a man of sophistication. You're a child.
I never denied that. But sour cream is a no. Hard no.
Polo, are you still there?
Marco.
Polo.
Go ahead.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm still here. Loaded baked potato with sour cream with bacon on top.
That's what I'm talking about. Chives, am I right?
I want to taste the bacon. I don't want to taste the sour cream.
Hey, look.
All right, go ahead.
I got with this Brock Purdy thing, man. Hey, we ain't never lost Jimmy G. He's still there. That's Jimmy G, little brother. And with Jimmy G, when he first came to the Niners, doing Brock Purdy doing a similar same thing. That's what we want. I mean, we just trade all this draft capital for Trey Lance, and we ain't gonna play this man. He ain't got Brock Purdy, mediocre arm, can't throw downfield, fit Shanahan's schemes, his system. We got this dual quarterback that haven't really got a shot at it, and with no weapons on the side that can beat down the sideline. We need weapons. We need
but Polo, I guess you got to listen to yourself, man. And I think you just touched on what the rub is here. So what you want to start this year at quarterback for the 49ers is draft capital. That's what you just said to me. We used all this draft capital, so we've got to play him. Let me ask you this. What if Shanahan and Lynch call the press conference, okay? And it can be the day after Trey Lance gets traded to the Vikings. And they hold a press conference. And they go, look, we messed up. We messed up the pick. We thought this, we were wrong, and we messed up the pick. Is that what you want them to do? Because it feels to me like that's what everyone wants. You may be spot on. They may have totally messed up the pick. But now you're asking them to mess up again by starting potentially the third best quarterback in camp. That's what I don't understand.
But look, what I'm asking him to do is to utilize Trey Lance and his skill set. He needs some weapons to beat people downfield. We don't have that.
We don't have weapons? Wait, the 49ers...
Let him go. Let Polo go.
Wait,
let him eat. He's in a taco truck.
Am I right? Are you feeding me sour cream? You're telling me that the Niners don't have weapons. Did you say it?
let me get this off.
Oh, go ahead.
We don't got the speed for Trey Lance to open up that big arm. We already know Brock Purdy and Jimmy G don't got that arm. Now that we got the speed in Danny Gray and the other speedster that we just got, now we can really see what Trey Lance is about. You can't draw up an athletic play for a quarterback to run. That's natural. That comes natural. Once we get that speed and open up his arm, then you go see that natural ability take over. You can't draw up no run play for no quarterback to run 13 times.
Polo. The NFL,
Thank you, Polo,
NFL,
for keeping it real.
Yeah,
enjoy the tacos.
The NFL offenses don't work the way that you're saying they do.
He's saying
you play
let
Madden.
the speed down the field and throw it up.
Oh.
What's wrong with that, Mark? All your you and Jimmy G and his little brother, dink and dunk and dunk and dink.
Hang on. No, you have to be on YouTube for this segment because if you can see the sarcasm in Dip's face.
Wait just a minute.
You got to see the sarcasm in Dip's face.
No chasm.
This isn't Madden.
I want to go empty backfield, 5 wide, throw it up. Watch it all ball out.
Snap it up.
Throw it up.
Rub it down.
Oh, yes.
Run around back there. Run around some more, huck it downfield, touchdown, lap around the couch.
2x2 formation, Mark, and give me McCaffrey in the slot, 7-step drop, and throw it up deep.
Look.
And if it doesn't work, 2nd and 10, I'll tell you what, guys.
Throw it deeper.
Go long on 2. Ready? Hey!
And when it gets to 4th and 10 on your
Throw
own 5,
it up.
Go for it.
If I could speak on behalf of Polo and everyone out there at taco trucks, we're sick and tired of this little, motion over here, motion over there. We're going to run it. No, we're going to run it this way. We're going to run it that way. Oh, no, it's a 2-yard hitch.
Huh.
Woo, this is fun. Throw it deep.
So you're sick of all the winning.
And the scoring.
You're sick of all the 33 points per game.
I'm sick of Jimmy G's little brother.
You're sick.
Thank you, Polo.
You're sick of NFC title games. All right.
Sick of watching them lose them.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's all they do is lose those games.
No matter what.
Thank you.
It's a perfect time for Filmo Mike. It really is.
Filmo Mike?
Filmo, what are you doing?
Oh my God! Oh man, I'm finna help my friend get a freezer, man. I don't feel like.
Oh, come on, Filmo.
Is this one of those standalone, separate freezer deals where you can put a dead body in it?
Nah, ain't nothing that serious.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not saying
I'm not going to admit that on the radio.
No, it was a show dead to me. They ended up popping a body in there. But go ahead, Filmo. Sorry.
Nah, he got a little shaved ice business, South Timberland shaved ice. So he need a lot. He got a couple of events, so he need to get a lot of ice. And so that's what I'm doing. But anyway,
Kevon Looney picks up ice on the way to the party too. But anyway, go ahead, Filmo.
Y'all having a great conversation though, and I kind of did like what Spoelstra said to Ramona Shelburne. I think she kind of corny. That's just me, but she's a good reporter. But I just think she's kind of corny. That's just me. But anyway, let's compete, man. I don't care who the quarterback is. I'm with you, Willard. I don't give a dang what color his skin is. It don't even matter to me. My thing is though, I don't think that the keys should be just handed over to anybody at this point. Real talk. Polo made a good point. He said we was feeling Jimmy G the same way we was feeling Brock Purdy early on. And then by the end, it was a whole different story. I just ultimately want to see competition at the highest level, let the best player play. It's almost like the Warriors debate. Where they playing at? Man, the Warriors could play in Crockett. They could play in Castro Valley. I'm a Warrior fan. It don't matter. My last point is I'm sick of people disrespecting Debo. I'm finna be captain saving Debo. I'm sick of Shasky saying every wide receiver that can run a route, oh yeah, I think I'd rather have Debo. I'd rather have that guy than Debo. Debo is the heart and soul of the Niners. You take him off the Niners don't play the same. Kittle don't play the same. And so let's see all of them, all these weapons that Polo don't know about. You talking about Danny Gray? Who the hell is Danny Gray? Debo is a boy. Stop disrespecting Debo Samuel, Shasky. I'm going to get on your line. I'm coming one of them cabins.
Man, Filmo.
Filmo Mike.
Right take, wrong day part.
Filmo
Morning Rose,
Mike.
6 to 10.
Right.
And shout out shaved ice as an underrated, refreshing summer treat.
I mean,
also known as the snow cone in some parts.
Believe me, the only reason we end up at McKinnis hitting balls all the time is because of shave ice. That's actually what they want. What they paid Debo? $72 million? What was it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Danny Gray, last year, 7 targets, 1 catch for 10 yards.
And then he had that beautiful preseason thing down the left sideline.
He sure did.
He had that. That got everybody going. But yeah, the 49ers paid $72 million because they believe that Deebo Samuel is among the heart and soul members of the team. There's no question about that. Deebo's just different. Deebo is so unique. Deebo, he's got tree trunks for legs. And he is incredibly hard to bring down. And he is fearless, almost to a fault. And he can make plays out of the backfield and run routes. Is he a traditional route runner? No. Are there those who do that better? Sure. But Deebo is a dog. Deebo is a big part of this whole thing. I'm in full agreement on that. The whole idea, though, of let them compete. Again, my point is I think that organically that happens already. Plus, I think it's already been happening. Like, competing is not, I think in people's minds, we go, oh, let them compete. They think it means, nice catch.
Thank you.
They think it means let's go to practice. You get a rep, I get a rep. You get a rep, I get a rep. The games themselves are also the 49er quarterbacks competing. And I don't need to, you don't need to, and no one else needs to tell anyone who we think is winning the competition. We've got the 49ers here to tell us already what they think. It is a competition, and they believe that Brock Purdy is currently winning it. And when you do that, you start the game.
Right.
That's how it works.
Well, and I don't think that there's going to be enough time or enough can transpire unless Brock Purdy does something horribly wrong for Trey Lance to catch up. Because you mentioned it in terms of reps, and you and I are likely going to be out there this week to see it up close and personal and firsthand. And Brock Purdy will not be out there getting regular reps. He'll probably be on a side field throwing a towel or maybe flipping a Nerf ball. I look forward to seeing exactly what he is doing. But Trey and Sam Darnold, they won't be sharing reps equally. One guy might get 2/3 of the reps that day. The other guy might get, it just depends on what the day brings. But it will never be, all right, you three, you're all at 0-0 today. At the end of today, we're going to have a new leaderboard for starting quarterback. It's not how it works.
No, Rich in Fremont is next up here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
I'm off work, and I'm trying to get over the Dumbarton Bridge, so if I lose you, forgive me.
Man, those bridges are tough on the cell phones. I agree.
Yeah, so this is the thing. These guys calling in, what are they like, in their 20s or something? TC, really? Come on, man. Look, everybody knows, man. You guys, Willard, you spot on. No. You don't let these guys compete. Brock Purdy is the guy, okay? And you going on and on about, Trey Lance. Last time Trey Lance went behind Waitman and tried to run something, what happened? He got injured, okay? And come on. He doesn't have the experience right now, and that's okay. And if something happens to Brock Purdy, then he'll get the experience. But you just don't hand Trey Lance the keys because all of a sudden you think, oh, well, you know what? We need to give him some. Man, look, Niners got weapons. I'm sorry, can I remind you? Brandon Ayuk, hello. Deebo Samuel, hello. And McCaffrey can catch the ball. Weapons are here in San Francisco. And so about these guys calling them, we need to start Trey. Dude, no, we don't. We have a quarterback. Brock Purdy's a starter. And like you guys said, unless he does something where he messes up or he gets hurt, then we'll take a look at Trey Lance. Then we may be looking at Sam Darnold. But right now, guys, Brock Purdy's the guy.
Rich,
my call, guys.
yeah, thank you.
Rich. And that's a 4 for your Herm Edwards. Hello.
Herm Edwards
that was
really good. Yeah. How come you reacted in such a way when he said that he agrees with me? The second that word came out of his mouth, your head just snapped back and your whole face did a look like a bitter beer face.
Because it's the last thing you need.
Okay.
Is validation, a validation sensation. So I agree with you, Willard. Oh, Mark. I'm going to have to pull over. I agree with you so much.
I'm sorry.
It was just a little nauseating.
I'm sorry that I speak a lot of facts. I'm sorry that...
I'm sorry that my reactions are so visceral.
I'm sorry.
You and I spoke on our very first day together about authenticity.
That's right.
And so I don't want to hide the disgust I feel when a caller is fawning over, and it even
you don't
said
need to hide it.
on our call screener board, Rich Fremont agrees with Willard.
Yeah, and by the way,
I'm surprised you didn't go to him earlier.
I was going to say, I went to him like last of everyone who was on the board. Do I get a little cupcake for that or something?
No, because I see you working. Thank you, Grandy. You're trying to end the segment on a high note, so we're going to bleed Rich out to the break.
It's not how you finish the quarter, buddy. It's not how you
Totally.
start.
I see you working. You're trying to get a 2-for-1 on me. You're trying to get the good call from Rich, make me look like a clown on the other side, and then get one more bucket.
I don't have to do that. You do that yourself.
I'm going to embarrass you on the other side because I've got some giant splash hit trivia that I'm going to run by you.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, you're not going to know the answer, and it's going to make me feel good.
That's fine. I'm terrible at trivia.
Okay, never mind then.
Sponsored by calhope.org. It's interesting. Everybody who thinks Trey not playing is quote-unquote unfair, and you want to use an unfair means to get him the job back. Have you all noticed that?
Right.
This is not fair that Trey never even got a shot. We should just give it to him, even though he hasn't earned it. That's what's off for me.
Tell me what position in any pro sport is given to anybody.
The only ones that are, it doesn't work out well.
Right.
But here's what I'd also say for everybody who's this huge Trey Lance fan. Don't you notice, like, he's going to get his shot. I'm not 100% sure that it's here, but that's the way life works. Trey is not going to go 20 years and just never play. Life works that way. Like, he's going to get his shot.
Jordan Love is getting a shot.
Getting a shot. Just hang in
The
there.
aforementioned Ryan Leaf got a shot.
He got a bunch of shots.
Well, he went to Dallas and got a shot. 2 years in San Diego, went to Dallas and got a shot, and that was it.
Well, Tampa, right? Didn't he go
I don't
to
think
Tampa?
he ever played in Tampa.
I feel like he got a
I
shot.
was looking at his stats when we had him on the show.
Yeah. Okay, no, I'll look at Leaf stats. You have splash stats.
I got you on this one.
888-957-9570. You've been established as a minus 230 favorite for the next segment on
Nice.
on Willard and Dips.
Let me get this off.
card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want to fight about it?
You want to try to make yourself right? Go ahead, Mark.
He didn't play, but he was on the team. That's like saying that Sam Darnold's not on the 49ers. Yeah, he is. He hasn't played a game yet. Ryan Leaf was on the Bucs in 2001.
Rostered in.
Thank you. I'm just over here with
in
facts.
Uniform.
Everybody, 888-957-9570 and line up your agrees with Willard calls. Ryan Leaf played for the Bucs.
He didn't play for the Bucs.
He did. He practiced for the Bucs.
He did not play
He didn't get in
for
the game.
Bucs.
Yeah,
So
he didn't get in a game.
was he on the roster or was
Yes.
he on injured reserve?
No,
was he practice squad only?
Practice squad only for the Seahawks in 2002. But in 2001, he was on the Bucs roster. He just didn't get in the game.
Yeah. Sure.
Cowboys, he got in the game. Why do you say sure?
I'm not buying it. What's your source? Wikipedia, right?
www.internet.com.
Thank you.
The internet. Yeah.
I'm only refuting this because Lorenzo Neal, a dear friend, I did a show with him for about 3 years. Yes, Lo. And Lo would always say that he played 17 years in the National Football League and that his career ended when he was an Oakland Raider. And I said, well, does it really count, Lo, if you're just on the practice squad? And he actually got hurt on the no, he wasn't in practice squad. But he got hurt in camp with the Raiders, and so that was it. And so I told Lo that, no, that doesn't count.
Right.
And I decided.
But he wasn't just on the practice squad. He was on the team.
Leaf.
Yes.
I'm still waiting for proof of him being on the team. All I see is a Wikipedia paragraph that says that they were intrigued by his talent.
Mm-hmm.
And his wrist had still not healed. After mediocre preseason performances, he was asked to accept demotion to the fourth quarterback status. He refused. So preseason, does that count as him being on the Bucs?
Let's see. Bucs wave goodbye to Leaf.
September 3rd, prior to the season.
I have it. No. One day after surprisingly keeping 4 QBs on the active roster, the Bucs then released QB4. So for one day, he was on the active roster. Go ahead and hit the ding again, Grandy.
Don't do it, Grandy. You
active roster.
You don't have to march to the beat of Mark Willard.
Practice squad is not active roster. He was
this
on
guy pay your salary, Grandy?
active roster.
Mark Grandy. I do hate him.
One day. It's okay.
Whatever. If you need that, you can have it.
When you're ready to apologize, I'm right here. It's okay.
You know that I don't do apologies.
I know you don't.
Actually, I do. I'm one of the only guys in this damn company who does do apologies.
Apology not accepted.
That's right.
Heard
That's
that
right.
before.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look. See? City Loke on YouTube. Take the L, Mark. Take the L. And then when I was right, he goes, look how smug he is. Yeah, because you were wrong, City. Look me in the eyes. I'll give you the camera right, and you were wrong, too.
You're getting used to it, City
You were
Loke.
wrong.
Try 4 hours a day of that.
You were all kinds of wrong. So see this smug face?
That's pretty good.
That's right. That's my smug face.
LA's got smog. 95 game has smog. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it feels good.
Well, let's see
doesn't
if you can stay
Feels
hot, Mark,
good.
because there have been 100 splash hits at Oracle Park, knee SBC, knee Pac Bell, and all the rest of it. Barry Bonds is the leader with 35 of those 100. Who, Mark? Smug. Who, Smug Willard, has hit the second most splash hits
gosh.
in the history of that waterfront ballpark.
Do you know what's funny?
This is the easier of my two questions.
Did you watch the video that the Giants put together that's a rapid fire
I did.
of all
It's
100?
Bonds.
Right, and then all of a sudden it's like, Armando Rios. Bonds. I don't even know if Armando was in there, but
He hit the buzzer.
Hit
the damn
Rios
buzzer.
did it. No, so I'm trying to think of who else showed up multiple times.
You got a bag for a buzzer?
Yaz, well, no, I didn't. Him. Yaz,
Armando
definitely.
Rios.
Wade had some. Pablo had some. Okay, who had second most?
Not so smug now, are you?
No, I told you I was going to get this wrong, and I haven't even guessed yet. How many Bonds have? 35?
35.
35, so 65 others. Here, tell me, how many did said person hit?
10.
Oof.
Yeah.
Let's help you narrow it down, right? They have to be left-handed.
Yes.
Timeout.
I know that.
I'll handle the Q&A
There've only been about
here.
20 years to choose
23.
Are we the best left-handed power hitters in the last 20 years?
I've got a 9-month-old, and I don't baby her like you guys are babying Willard here.
I think your time's about to run out, Mark. You gotta get
I'll
one
just,
out.
4 minutes.
I'll panda. I'll say panda, even though I don't think that's it.
Man, that was quick. We could have let it build up a little bit.
Yeah. How many panda?
Is it Panda?
No,
he's actually third.
Okay,
with 8.
Hey, so that's a respectable loss that I'll take.
What would Phil Mo might guess?
Brandon Belt. Brandon Belt. What?
That's a damn 4. He's got 10.
Does Brandon have 10?
Double B's
See,
with
I was
10,
always used to Brandon's long fly balls always get caught. It is gone, but caught.
That's pretty good.
Brandon was always but caught. Yeah, he would always hit it out there toward there, and then they catch it out in Triples Alley, and he'd be like standing over at second base, going, "Why the hell did I get drafted here?"
Seriously,
that was Brandon. Brandon, by the way, is like suddenly freaking out in Toronto. Have y'all seen it? He's hitting like crazy.
Is he?
Oh my gosh, it's gonna win.
Because he was like striking out every time.
He might win Player of the Week last week. Is there Player of the Week, or they only do the month? I don't even know. Anyway, he's hot.
Lamont Wade Jr. with 5.
Yeah, Lamont was
Brandon
on my
Crawford
list.
has 4. Jock has 3. Yaz with 5. Alex Dickerson with 1. Just of note. That's his nickname.
I understand that, but you start with the big name and then go with the nickname. Just take it easy. You don't want to get dumped.
It's the man's name. If I was talking about the former chief of WADA, the World Association of Doping Association, Dick Pound, what am I supposed to say?
Why would you even bring that up right now?
Because the man's name.
Yeah.
It fits.
Okay.
Scooter Gannett or Jeanette with 1.
Did he?
Scoots has 1.
He only got like, what did he get? I feel like he got like 40 at bats as a Giant.
He has a splashy.
It wasn't much.
Denard Span with 5.
I was there for that game. I was in the Gotham Club, and the thing flew over our head. Give me the drip. The drip. Give me the thing about. Hey,
it was July 7th. He hit.
It was a rocket.
He hit 2
ship.
in 2016.
Yeah.
He hit 3 of them in 2017.
Oh, Denard did?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I don't know. I thought you were saying you only hit 1.
No, he's got 5.
I was there for one of those.
Tyler Colvin with 1.
Randy Wynn, right? Doesn't Wynn have 1?
Randy Wynn has 1.
There you go.
And the other trivia question, which was near impossible, I'll just throw it out and we can laugh about it.
Sure.
Barry Bonds had the first 9, and he had 23 of the first 25. Who had the other 2?
Who had the other 2?
One individual. And the answer is Felipe Crespo.
Oh, gosh.
Right?
No chance.
So even if you got belt right,
Crespo.
I was going to bury you with Crespo.
I actually got to admit, when I was watching the high-speed video over the weekend of all the splash hits, when it went Bonds, some other guy, Bonds. I'm like, it happened so fast. I'm like, who the hell was that?
Yeah.
Felipe Crespo.
Couple of Crespos. Bonds with the first 9, Crespo. Bonds with a couple more, Crespo. And then Bonds with a handful more. And then JT Snow got 1. Jose Cruz Jr. It's a pretty fun list.
Clean up one other thing that you just mentioned. Scooter Jeanette played 21 games for the Giants, had 64 at-bats.
Okay,
64. Mark was close. Wow.
Yeah. Really sharp.
Yeah. Well,
You're
that was
the best.
Thanks,
Again,
Lucas. I appreciate it.
Scooter, really smart.
Scooter came by the studio in the stadium one time to visit with me during that time, and really nice guy. Too bad it didn't last longer. I was there for all 64 of his at-bats.
I believe in Stephen Vogt has 1.
I believe in Stephen Vogt. Stephen
Duggar has 1.
Oh, Duggar.
Teach me how to Duggar.
And
Travis Ishikawa. I was waiting for a buzzer for my Teach Me How to Duggar. Can I go home now?
Actually, you can. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure do, Mark.
All right. More compliments coming my way tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, of course. It's an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content, hosted by none other than the fantastic Mark Grandy. All right, everybody, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
The one and only. Alternative music is back on the radio in the Bay Area.
Listen at 105.3 or on the free Odyssey app.
Live 105. Live 105.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit.